Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Star Event 2020. I'm Atlas, and I am joined by the wonderful Val Danilist here for a full day of ridiculousness and fun. All-Stars is one of my favorite events because you get to, relax, get to experience all of the new items, the new patches. I know both of us are going to be very confused about what's going to be going on here today because our solo queue experience does not represent what these players have been doing.
Yeah, and it's All-Stars, so, I hope we get some fun, right? There's some money that could potentially go into charity and all that fun stuff, but I also want to see, the fun picks, the weird item builds and stuff like that. So I hope that the players have a little bit of fun with this event, and as you mentioned, maybe it will be as crazy as solo queue is right now. The preseason is always really fun because it's always just everybody's figuring out the new stuff, the new items, the new builds, the new champions that are OP. And I think we're going to get to see a bit of that fun here today.
Yep. Also, new outfits as well. We've got Sailor Valdez over here and gigantic Bear Atlas. I'm not entirely sure what this particular jumper is doing, but we do have to address the elephant in the room. And look, sometimes these things happen. I'm excited. I'm actually extraordinarily warm in this jacket, and it's freezing in Korea at the moment. We had our first snowfall on the ground today. It was very exciting. As an Australian, I lose my mind when it comes to snow, so I hope you guys have also had a wonderful beginning of the Christmas season. We are getting very, very close. But let's get back to these games because we are going to be starting with the LCK squad. And if you guys didn't know, it is going to be a couple of members of T1, a couple of members of Dam1, and a lonely alpaca on our LCK squad. Similar news for PCS, which is going to be their first opponent. It's basically PSG Talon and AHQ. But we do get to go through the event with you guys. We can take you through exactly what's going to be happening. There are a lot of different things that are going to be happening here for All-Stars. So a bit of an overview, a festival of LoL Esports' most beloved personalities, which will be packed with tournament competitions, charity events, and entertaining formats.
Yeah, and you can see here, day one is titled Underdog Uprising. It's mostly because it's the LCK up against a couple of the quote-unquote underdog regions, the non-major regions, and the same thing for the LPL as well. So we'll get 4 games of Summoner's Rift. But we also have some fun Red Bull 1v1 tournament action sprinkled in along the day. And tomorrow is going to be the Superstar Showdown, where we get to all the finals, all the, the in-depth final action, and also some Nexus splits, which is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, some
fun
game modes.
Just one.
I haven't played a lot of Nexus splits myself, so that is going to be very, very fun going into exactly all of the shenanigans that will be unfolding tomorrow, but that is tomorrow. Today it's all about, serious Summoner's Rift and 1v1 action. It's really interesting. Last time I commentated 1v1s, it was with your ex-co-host Crumbs.
Whoa!
We were down in Brazil together, so there's a little bit of a tie in there. Of course, you guys at home probably know who Crumbs is from over in the NA region. But this is the rundown. There is a lot of stuff that's going to be happening today, Valdez. We're going to have to get very, very comfortable in our chairs, I think.
Yeah, it's a long day. As you guys saw, it's kind of like a 7-hour schedule. So, as I mentioned before, two Summoners Rifts each for the LCK and the LPL playing up against the underdog regions, and then some 1v1 action sprinkled in there for the LCK and the LPL. So, it's going to be pretty fun, pretty straightforward, but definitely a lot of League of Legends action. We're going to get to see a lot of the the new OP champions, the new items and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a fun time and also a bit of a learning experience, see what the pros are thinking about all the changes and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to be delving mostly into the pro players. Tomorrow's where we get to see some of our veterans. A lot of you are probably looking forward to seeing a lot of the old LCK stars as well as the old LPL stars, and these are those all-star rosters that we are talking about. Canna Canyon, Faker, Deft, and Beryl will be your LCK squad. Deft and Beryl bottom lane is something that I'm very excited to look at.
That's pretty cool.
I guess we'll have a look at PCS second. Hanabi, Kongyue, Uniboy, Unified, and Kaiwing. As we mentioned before, it's just a mixture between PSG Talon and AHQ. And, these are two squads that you saw representation from the World Championship this year, whether it was on one team or the other.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that there were those slight visa issues and things like that. So a little bit more of an insight into how that one went down. We will be checking out the OPL as well with Chippies, Babip, Tally, Raze, and Cupcake. I'm personally very excited to see Cupcake again. I haven't commentated Cupcake for, I don't know, 4 years or something like that. I remember when he debuted in the OPL a very long time ago. So that is definitely going to be very, very interesting. Of course, Chippies, Babip, Tally, and Raze, all of them extraordinarily talented players now moving further forward with the opening up of the Oceanic region. Now a lot of these players are picking up contracts with a whole lot of teams in North America because they're allowed to. So definitely really, really cool stuff. I believe it was Babip that was the most recent one to sign with a team. So interested to see whether, already some of that training has been put in place and they can try and get themselves a victory up against the LCK in our second Summoner's Rift match. Our first one will, of course, be LCK taking on the PCS.
Yeah, and I think we got to take a look at some charity options here for this All-Star tournament. Obviously, always got to include that.
Exactly right. The Underdog Uprising, this is where you guys are going to be rooting for the underdogs, which is going to be the PCS and the OPL up against the LCK. Because if you do that, then more money gets donated to charity, which is exactly what we want. And look, there's just going to be a lot of money being thrown towards charity throughout this event. You guys can do it yourselves as well, which is very, very cool. Elderwood On is a cool skin as well, so make sure you go out, you grab that Elderwood On, and you confuse everyone by turning their new items into newer items.
Wait, what does this thing do? Did anything else change that I don't know about?
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh,
I think,
man.
Yeah, we're going to give you a free pass for not knowing the names of the new Ornn upgrades because we barely know all of the names of all of the new items.
Right here. I'm ready to go just in case we got Ornn in the game.
That's a little bit of a peek behind the curtain there. Trying to figure things out. This is exactly what we were talking about. The charity fundraiser skin, Elderwood On, and you've got until January 11th to purchase
that one. It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Go out there. It's a pretty cool skin. And as you mentioned, confuse your teammates in solo queue by playing Ornn with the skin. And all proceeds will go to the Riot Games Social Impact Fund with Impact Assets. So that is also nice.
Yeah, I'm sort of terrified for people to pick Ornn. We're going to have to come up with some interesting names for some of these items because as LCK commentators, we have had a habit of inventing new ones. So I'm very interested in what we're going to come up with a whole bevy of new options for Ornn to upgrade. And also, I just feel like the upgrades now are just bonkers. So very excited to see what's going to happen now. And don't know whether our players will be picking up the Elderwood On because maybe we'll be seeing a lot more craziness.
Yeah, I just want to see weird picks, Just go out there and play like you're playing solo queue, but just try to flex on weird stuff, right? As we mentioned, right, it's kind of the Underdog Uprising, so we're kind of rooting for the underdog regions to win, and we'll see if that happens here today, actually.
Yeah, exactly right. We are going to be starting off, getting into our first Summoner's Rift match between the LCK and the PCS. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether there will be a few interesting, champion choices, things like that. Let's have a look at now.
If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. Lot of wannabes, only one of me. They try to put me under pressure,
And here we are, ready for our first Summoner's Rift match. Of course, LCK will be taking the stage first. They will be our big dogs. Underdog to debut at the beginning of the day will be the PCS, as we were talking about before. She's going to be a combination of PSG Talon and AHQ. Kongyue and Uniboy, two players you actually saw melded into that world's representative from the PCS anyway. So it's like we've already seen a bit of this already.
There shouldn't be names that you're unfamiliar with. I think everybody's at least heard of these players from the PCS, especially if you were watching Worlds, as you mentioned. And, of course, they're going to be going up against some titans of the LCK, right? Some of these picks obviously just performed unbelievably well in their region. I'm really looking forward to Beryl playing. I don't know why I've just gotten on this Beryl hype train recently, but as you can see, the players playing from home. Of course, with the current situation of Corona in South Korea at the moment, we're just trying to keep the amount of people in the studio to the bare minimum.
Absolutely. As you can see, Deft on your screen right there, donning his new Hanwha Life attire.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. As you can see, Beryl is going to be his partner in crime this time around. But yeah, like you were talking about, all the players are going to be playing online. And we are, of course, here at LoL Park, but none of the players are, just for their safety. This is the PCS roster that we were talking about. Hanabi, very famous, up towards the top side of the map. Kongyue, as you remember from Worlds. Uniboy there in the mid lane also, and Unified and Kaiwing on the bottom side of the map. A lot of names that you will recognize from a lot of international events. I actually feel like the PCS really is a region to be feared. So with the fact that a lot of these players have a lot of experience playing with one another, this is definitely going to be I don't think it's going to be a rollover. I don't think it's just going to be the LCK saying,
I hope
you can
not.
just do stuff and we'll be fine.
I also don't hope that Faker comes in and he's like, okay, I'm just going to play Orianna. I don't want that to happen either. I kind of want them to kind of go off the rails, Let's go with some weird picks. Let's have a bit of fun.
And actually, if you remember some of the exhibition matches that have been played by the LCK, in the past, we haven't been scared to do some weird things like picking full team skin combinations and things like that, as you may remember from a few years back. Still, haunts my memories as we got trashed by the LPL, I believe, in that particular tournament. We got used to being trashed by the LPL until of course, this year. When we finally reigned supreme.
Yeah. For now, we hold the title. But who is going to hold the All-Star 2020 title?
That is a very good question, Valdez. I'm glad that you asked it, because here we are in to pick and ban for our very first game of the day. PCS will be taking our blue side, LCK on the red, and now we get to see how the competitive meta has shaken up since so many patches. And it's been a lot of cramming recently, Valdez, because we were on the Worlds patch for a really long time and we didn't really get to look at a lot of different things. We've got 4 champions that have been released since that Worlds patch. And so a lot of things certainly will have changed. Pantheon, though, still going to get banned away from Beryl and Canyon and Faker. For Pantheon, just pretty decent pick at the moment.
Yeah, he's pretty good right now. So kind of a good ban to go with to start. And then, of course, Garen is going to be banned here because, that's what you got to do. Seems like the PCS is kind of just going with standard bans here. Some very top-tier picks right now, especially in solo queue.
Yep, I was expecting this Samira to be looked at. She is very, very strong, especially in the right hand, so he's going to be taken off the board. Graves, just still really strong, benefited a lot from the new items also. And Aphelios is going to be taken off the board here by the LCK. Good old Garen, Echo, and Aphelios. So the Garen one is a perplexing one, although Hanabi does like it. Has been a bit of a Garen guy in the past.
Yeah.
As we're looking at an AD carry choice, and it will be the Misfortune. I wonder whether we're going to have any weird dashing around the map and throwing out bajillions of ultimates and things like that. I hope that one's been fixed, but I remember seeing that one dominating everywhere. I personally couldn't do it. I've got, the dad hands. I'm not
Dad
a dad.
hands?
I'm a cat dad.
Have we got
not
there
a real
already?
dad, but I do have the dad hands already, so I couldn't test it myself. As Deft thinking about his world famous Callista, and is going to lock that one away.
Yeah, the Callista going to be picked up here. And, nothing too out of the ordinary here so far. Just kind of going pretty standard. The Elise would be interesting. Ivern recently got some buffs.
Mega buffs.
I actually texted you about that. I'm like, wow, he got a pretty nice buff. I would love to see Ivern here, actually, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we went with a spider instead of the tree. It's a little bit unfortunate. That's fine. Poppy being looked at. Gigantic win rate at the moment, actually. In solo queue is the Poppy. That one is going to be locked in. We'll have to see exactly where she's going to go. Poppy has historically been quite flexible, and with the Renekton being picked up, it is going to raise the eyebrows ever further. Although Uniboy, I guess, could play this. Let's be honest, it's Renekton. He can go basically wherever he wants. But Malphite, this is something that we're expecting.
Yeah.
When it comes to where the meta's sitting, it's pretty similar. But tanks seem to be very, very strong. Despite the amount of Sunfire Aegis nerfs, it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, maybe 3 or 4 patches later we'll get there, but I understand Riot, early on here in the preseason. They don't want to totally get rid of some of the new items and ideas that they brought in, so they're taking it a little bit slow.
Oh, is this fake as Yone?
What a smirk too! I love it.
Damn, son.
He knows. He made all the fans scream at home when he picked that one.
There's definitely a bit of a collective excitement as Karth is going to be taken away here by the LCK for some reason. I believe he was recently buffed back up to a decent position, but Karthus wasn't performing very well at the beginning of the preseason.
Yeah, I believe there was a bug where you could collect him, and his passive wouldn't go off after he died or something like that. And yeah, I think they fixed that since then, and his Q has gotten buffed a bit. So
yeah, I would say suboptimal. Yeah, would be collected. Silas taken off the board here as well. Likely aimed at Canna, especially when you've got an unstoppable force.
No.
Are we going 2 exiles?
The brothers.
Oh, it's happening. Oh my god. Does that mean that our T1 boys are going to be playing the brothers on the Rift?
I think so.
Oh,
It's
man.
got to be the way it goes, right?
Our solo lane synergy for T1 must have been in a severe development phase over Worlds, because this is definitely very exciting to look at. PCS, though, they get to round out their roster. Is Akali going to be their lock-in? Uniboy likely to be picking that one up. Still very strong is the old Akali. Especially with, what is it, Riftmaker? That item pretty dumb on the old Conqueror Akali that a lot of people do play in the mid lane. See whether Faker is going to be enough to thwart Uniboy on this one. Assuming that is how it's going to go.
And Shen is going to be picked up here. Okay. Barrel's like
trying to figure out which one's going in support. He's like, is it Malphite support for some reason? For that Wombo combo on the bottom lane. But it'll probably be Poppy or Shen.
What is... Okay, so...
I mean, Barrel's having a big giggle right now, so...
is he playing, like, support Yasuo or something?
Oh, to be support Galio. Hell yeah.
Okay.
I actually really like this lane with the Callista. And look, not everyone control. And they needed a bit more magic damage.
Haven't you played solo queue before? Like, yes, everybody control. It's certainly possible.
To be perfectly honest, this isn't a terrible comp, and they do have flexibility. This Callista could just be chilling in the top lane. Deft likely to be playing it, but it looks like they're not swapping yet. They got another 10 seconds. The Alpaca looks a little bit like he's being caught in the headlights. Just trying to figure out what his support's doing, yeah.
Barrel can't stop laughing. So I think we're locked in here. Wow, okay. all right, yeah, just, you know, normal stuff.
And it is, it's the Jungle Poppy, and it is going to be the Callista in the top lane. We'll see how Hanabi's going to be able to deal with it. I don't know whether you can roll enough wheels at that Callista to get you through the earlier stages of the laning phase, because Callista, we know, in the top lane, very, very dangerous early on, especially when you pair it with the ganking prowess of Elise, not to mention Canyon's Elise. So looking very similar to what we experienced during the Worlds meta on the side of the PCS. The LCK bringing out the Yone, which is fun. We've got some bot lane Yasuo.
Yep. That's what we wanted. We wanted some fun. I feel like the PCS came out here to win. Right, they're here, and they've got a nice little comp. I actually do like their comp here in general. Although it is kind of straightforward, I would say.
I like straightforward pylon comps though, when you don't necessarily have all of that synergy built up. In tournaments like this, you got to try and keep it simple, stupid. You know, like that's it's a decent game plan. And when it's press R buttons all at the same time style of composition, that is definitely a way to make it work. Hanabi on this Malphite is going to be the definition of just press R. As I think that we should probably just talk about Faker playing Yone this entire game.
Yeah, you know, I think that's what the fans want, right? We just sit here and we're like, hey, by the way, he's got a couple of cool swords, and it's Faker, and he's going to be playing it.
Yeah.
And anything else? Anything else we got to say about this? He's playing up against Uniboy on the Akali. This is definitely a matchup you'll see in solo queue, and apparently in All-Star 2020. So that's it's pretty cool to see. I'm interested to see how Kana's going to do on the Callista up in the top lane, up against the, of course, the melee champion that is Malphite.
Yep. Reppin' Bang's skin as well from back in the day. Need to give a big warm welcome back to Bang. He's now back in the LCK after spending a bit of time over in North America. This Faker stacking up that queue just a little. We'll be heading into this laning phase up against the Akali Uniboy with that Conqueror like we were expecting. Bit of fleet footwork for Faker though. Just trying to make sure that he's as safe as possible, as Canna is going to start the onslaught already. Yep. It's pretty balanced, isn't it? Good old top Callista. Some things never change, am I right?
Yeah, he's that's basically how that lane is going to be going. Up in the top side, the Malphite, he takes the arcade, the Comet here, and he's going to look to poke her down, but can't do nearly as much poke as the Listen will have total control.
Yep.
Over
Not enough wagon
lane.
wheels, man. You just need as many wagon wheels as possible. He just doesn't have enough yet.
And also curious about the jungle matchup. The Poppy, of course, there are a lot of guys that are going to be dashing around, hopping around, being really annoying. The Poppy can handle that pretty well. But Canyon on this very aggressive kind of a ganking style jungle, which is pretty good nowadays. I would say that I think a lot of the onus is going to be on him to be looking for some cool ganks here in the early game.
Yep, Stefan's presence is going to get a lot of value this game, however. It's only Elise that's really going to be able to avoid what Poppy can do, because the Dashing brothers definitely like to bounce around a lot in the main elsewhere, of course. But you know, Canna gets absolutely destroyed by Poppy on this Callista. Canyon, he's coming in. Kongyue a little bit further behind as Hanabi's going to have to try and dodge this cocoon. The flash does come out. There's the repel to get Canyon out of there. The flash forward, the bonk into the wall, and Canna's down for first blood. Kongyue continuing that world's form that we saw.
Oh, we got a fight down on the bottom side, too.
Oh, flash forward! Deft picks up the kill. He's got all his flow back as well. There's the flash justice punch. Beryl showing he still has all of those mechanics. A double kill for Deft. I ship it. I love this bottom lane already.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from those two guys, just dominating the bottom lane.
In the meantime, Uniboy escapes.
Yeah, he'll be fine on the Akali. Also in the top lane, Canyon, a fantastic bait, baiting Canna into his death. Great job as the rival from the enemy team, at least in the LCK.
Yep, there we go.
Beryl's still smiling, having a blast. And
And
We'll get to see
Canyon
this
just looking
again.
stoic while he baits the rest of his team. As yeah, like you were talking about the axe replay.
Yeah, I guess they didn't exactly know that Kongo was so close, and he was able to just follow up really quickly. As yes, the Callista did have flash and probably could have been able to flash out of that one, but was not quick enough. And let's take a look at this bottom lane and how this trade went down. Looks like it was a good taunt to start off. Double taunt from Beryl, though, who single-handedly carries the entire exchange.
Yeah, right.
And then Def says, wait, no, I can't be left out of the spotlight. Let me just get a quick kill.
Yep.
And then Beryl says, wait, no, now it's my turn. I'm actually the superstar in the bot lane. Both of these superstars can't let each other down. They can't let their fans down. They want to be the one guy that's carrying the bottom lane, but they're doing it together.
Exactly. Kind of looking for Hanabi one more time. You did mention the fact that he didn't flash, and that means that here in the lane, Hanabi is going to continue to struggle. Does have a couple of cloth armors as Canyon comes on in. I don't know whether that ward spotted him out, but Hanabi's still playing very reserved as this wave is going to crash. And that is a lot of CS denied. Oh dear.
And I don't think that ward saw him, but it was like right up there in the top corner, so I think there's a very small possibility. I wish Jonas Strong would have given us that look.
There's the knockup. Deft only level 4, of course. Unified's going to flash out of the way, make it rain come through to try and get some slows as Skywing down to 200. And the LCK continue to obliterate this lane. Not necessarily in CS, but a double kill on a Yasuo is definitely bad news. There's Kongyue, though, continuing his onslaught as no more dishy-dashy for you. Good old Canna, and that's another buckler to the face. Kongyue 2-0 himself.
Yeah, and kind of didn't even bother to flash. No reason there. He knew he was dead. He was just, you know, he's sitting at 40 CS to 17, so he's like, let's just be even more annoying. And they did punish him for it. That was actually a really nicely timed gank by Kongyue, knowing that Canyon was, there was a really low chance he was going to be up on the top lane at that point in time, and the lane was in such a position that they could punish Canna for being just a little bit too greedy. They did exactly that, but if there is any lane that I think there will be a bit of a gap in, should be this bottom lane, especially after that double kill down the bottom side going over to Yasuo.
Yeah. We all know from solo queue that the snowball potential of a Yasuo is frustrating, to say the least. As another wave's going to be stacked up. Last minion stabbed there by Deft. We'll see whether they continue the pressure or look for a back timing. Kaiwing going to get knocked up. If this was a much earlier patch, good old Akali and Shen would lose 1 HP. Double ninja. Definitely not what you want.
Yeah.
Very, very sad.
Yeah. And this lane seems to still be looking pretty good for Canna, even after he died twice. Not really feeling too many of the effects of the gank so far. As Faker, once again, saying this is my red buff.
And he collects it. Heads back to his either all too easily. As Uniboy not going to get stabbed right there. Kongyue coming on forward. That's a lot of damage from the first side of the ultimate out of Uniboy. Doesn't quite get the finish, however. Canyon goes up into the sky. Faker trying to escape. Fleet footwork helping out, but Kongyue grabs himself his 3rd kill. Taunt only onto the Akali, but it should be enough to net them the kills. Now Deft trying to run for safety. A fight on a couple of fronts for Yasuo. Not going to be as lucky as his brother as Faker. Dashes out of the way of that one. Good knock up there onto Kongyue. As Beryl now finds himself in front of 3 members of the PCS. And yeah, bonked into the wall with a heroic charge. Kongyue's on 4-0 on this poppy.
Yeah, what an interesting fight down in their bottom side. That actually all started because Faker desperately needed to get that red buff. And he got it, and he actually lived with it, but the rest of his team was not so lucky. Hanabi has to ult away, which is a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, just I think a little bit of an underestimation of where the PCS's comp is at right now, and Faker going a little bit too far. Kind of baited his team into an unfortunate position.
But Faker didn't die, so it can't be his fault.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's never Faker's fault,
Yeah,
is
you're not allowed
No.
to say that. It's absolutely illegal.
It's a banned phrase here on the...
Yeah. The other thing that's illegal is just how far ahead in CS Canna is. It's not going so well. There's the flash taunt. That's going to land very comfortably. Great knock up there from Deft as well. Uniboy's going to be dead. The brothers do both participate in that kill. I thought that maybe Faker hadn't got any damage down yet, but good gank by the bottom lane, and the LCK will be able to knock down possibly a turret plate. No Kaiwing. Scary enough on this Shen.
Yeah, I like that the brothers come together, and of course Beryl is the one that gets it all going with a great flash taunts, knowing that Uniboy did not have his flash, only had the Shuriken, so will it be Konga going for this again? Looks like no. He's 4-0, so he's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, he's a real scary boy. On this copy?
Now, there's a certain item called Sunfire Aegis.
Yes.
It's
oh no, it just got finished then, didn't? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good one. It's one of the really good ones here.
Something that's not so good. It's Hanabi. Does have flash, but doesn't have ult. And Canna going to pick up his first kill to augment all of that farm that he's put together. Unified now in potential trouble as Deft charges up the knockup. Doesn't go in for the ultimate. Understands that a turret is still pretty scary. Canyon's just having a good time.
Yeah.
The double T1 skins here as there's the repel. Knockup's going to land forward, and that's the 5th kill for Kongyue. And the flash over the cocoon. Is this number 6? Nope. Oh. Doesn't have 2 flashes, unfortunately, for him. As Faker snaps back, wins another trade here in the mid lane.
Maybe next preseason they can add an item that gives you 2 flashes. Not this one.
Yeah, Dash Cannon did get changed, but it didn't get buffed quite that much, unfortunately.
That was pretty cool. You got to see the Poppy Shen coordination. You don't see that every day. And yeah, this Poppy that's so fed right now with the Sunfire Aegis already.
Oh, there's the backflip. Uniboy comes on forward. The ulti out from Faker. Kongyue happy to tank for a really long time, but I think 1 versus 3 is probably not going to be enough. That was so close, actually. The devastating blow. Oh my god. He's a real scary Poppy. And Uniboy's dead. Deft, it's the flash stab. Is now Hanabi potentially in trouble as well. Beryl trying to catch up to him. No tornadoes today, however. Now Unified versus Canna up here. Kaiwing looking for a taunt. There's the flash. Bullet time, max range. But Canna finally finds his flash key. Takes a very long time, but he's able to trade. Unified almost gets taken down by a very, very angry turret. As now the LCK should be able to get a little bit more work done to this bottom out of turret.
Yeah, we'll get another plate here as Hanabi's going to go in for it, actually. Great taunt here from Beryl.
Unstoppable force coming on forward. Not a lot of damage being taken here by the PCS. They're 2 very tanky boys there as Deft throws out the ulti. That was a very weird situation there. Don't know whether that was a visual bug or whatever, but Deft lifting him up from a million miles away. Taunt going to land onto Kongyue. I thought that almost got both of them after the heroic charge. Didn't actually happen as Beryl manages to grab that first kill. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, though. As now Uniboy jumping on over, looking to try and take down the Gargoyle first. Canyon in no man's land, looking to try and attempt to get out. As Beryl comes through the Winds of War, but it's not going to quite be enough. And that is some good cleanup here by the PCS.
Yeah, the LCK having some fun. They're going on to the 5-1 Poppy with Sunfire already, and they're like, yeah, let's just dive him with his teammate.
Yeah.
You know, didn't turn out amazingly, but it wasn't terrible at the same time. We're going to take another look at how this happens here with the dive on the Faker first, where he actually found the Poppy in the backside with the ultimate, and then Konga was left all alone. Canna came in from behind, and Uniboy's like, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this.
Yep, all too easy here on the bottom side of the map. This was what we'd like to call an LCK overextension.
Yeah, again, like Deft ults Konga, and Konga just throws up the
I think
throws up the emote. He's like, what are you doing?
Deft took more damage, actually.
Yeah,
just from the Sunfire.
Look at this. It's going to explode there at the end. The amount of damage that's output as he's tanking everything up is just insane. And then Uniboy finally has his moment to come in and get at least the 1 kill after all of that action.
Yep, Hanabi, though, I think was able to actually clear out all of those minions. Turret plates very close to falling down, but a little sneaky one to come through here from Faker and Canna. There's now Beryl down towards the bottom side to try and protect Deft just a little bit. Oh, he finds the wall, the extra one built by the Mountain Drake is now Canna getting slaughtered by Unified. That's why you don't face check as an 80 carry, especially not on this patch, ladies and gentlemen. We're not feeling so great in that particular area. Flash over there from Hanabi, who looks to get out. Ulti now on cooldown.
It's so funny.
There's the flash forward, the Justice Punch. Does he have enough? The Colossal Smash doesn't quite get there, and Uniboy tidies up Dev. And it's going to be Beryl falling down as well. A little bit too much to be fun to be had here by the LCK.
I mean, it's just so funny to watch Dev trying to kill these tanks on this patch. It's just so funny. He basically does no damage as Malphite just laughs at him. And Canyon here looks like he should be able to pick up this kill with double buff.
Yep, Unified in a whole host of trouble. That's going to be a cheeky Q. Very easy pickup there from a scary Spider, who's very, very close to his Mythic. It's going to be a big power spike here for the Elise. As, yeah, this is what we like to call a face check. Bad news bears.
Yeah.
Dragon buff.
Bit of a mistake, and then Faker, who is up 3 levels, cannot deal with the 2 tanks, of course. And then Uniboy comes in and steals the kill, as you do.
Yep, also just poppy things, stopping Faker from being able to do anything that he wants with all of that mobility. You don't have mobility when Steadfast Presence is a thing. As now, Kaiwing just looking to try and get some vision around this Rift Herald, which might be where the PCS is going to put their attention. As Deft has found Hanabi, and yeah, he's got a Sunfire Aegis, my friend. You're going to have to build a lot more armor penetration than that. Deft is like, oh no!
Well,
is this a sign of things to come? Oh god!
I guess he'll get there eventually, but just the shield bow for now, looks like, and it's not really going to be doing much penetration at this moment in time. As we've got double Sunfire finished here, the 2 tanks up at the top.
Yeah.
And a Bramble Vest on top of all of that for the Malphite. He's even got a Dark Seal with 7 stacks after all of this.
Malphite and Poppy both with Bramble Vests. This is, yeah. This is going to have to be Canyon. This is Canyon doing everything this game. He does have himself a couple of daggers, which is very exciting. Let's see whether he finds it. Cocoon is going to land there. Volatile Spiderling for some extra damage. Canna desperately trying to catch up as the repel comes forward, but the slows are too strong. Hanabi is going to be able to make it out alive. Ooh, Shuriken back was very close there by Uniboy, but not going to be able to find too much joy.
That was a close little cocoon there. Didn't end up landing. As the LCK, even after all the fun they've had, they're still getting in the faces of the PCS. Not letting them have their own jungle. I think the red was even stolen and the golems here at the same time. And it'll be interesting to see if Canna eventually can do enough damage to all of these tanks in the front line that are being built up here on the side of the PCS.
Cocoon is going to land here, as you can see. Ulti going to be utilized there by Canna, gets Canyon out of there, fantastic. Dongwei comes forward though, finds the ulti. That's an easy pickup there from Kaiwing. It's not over just yet though as the bullet time comes forward, but straight into a wind wall. Expertly done there by Deft as Conduit still dancing forward. Not taking too much damage there, but the knock up from Deft might be able to keep him alive for a little bit longer. You can see Beryl wants to get the big taunt, lands onto a couple, but his life will be sacrificed for the good of his AD carry. In the meantime, Uniboy fighting once again against Canyon. This time, he's going to be able to get the better of him. And of course, it was Unified last time. Uniboy in a better position to take down the Spider. It's the uni. That's the problem. Both of these college boys, it's confusing me, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's so funny to watch the Yasuo just get run down from the enemy red buff all the way to his second mid turret, all the while doing 0 damage. I mean, he's just not really able to do anything against this comp right now. And
oh my god.
PCS are just kind of running at them, and they can because they just don't take damage.
And now, a possible 4-stack Mountain Drake plus 3 tanks.
Oh man. go next? Or?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. The clock is ticking, LCK.
Cannon's like, I'm out of here. See you later, buddy. You know, good luck. There's no way they were going to save Cannon there.
Okay, Faker and Uniboy swapping positions just a little bit. Gets a bit of a Teemo thumbs up there, as Faker does have to snap back to that E eventually. And Def now looking to try and tidy. He's got a minion wave. Might be at a close distance. There's the flash forward. Stopwatch from Uniboy as Def does pick up the kill and dies for it. But extra assist. 100% worth, yep.
Very good job. It's what you got to do in the All-Star game, right? You know, you got picked as an All-Star for your region. You're here to make YouTube highlights, right? You're here to make outplays, to make solo queue plays. That's what I would want to do. Let's take a look at Hanabi taking 50% of his health in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, Canyon actually pretty dangerous here as bullet time comes forward. Very, very dead. As Unified's real strong right now. Hanabi, though, is going to be taken down in response. Unified, can he actually get into position here as Faker dashes his way out? Great knockups by Kongyue, but he's ran out of CC now. Canna trying to dance this one out. There's the knockup with the Justice Punch. Beryl, no regard for his own life whatsoever, and Canna is going to follow him to the death chamber. 3 dead on LCK's side in trade for 1 rock.
Yeah, you're not really able to do much there. Def just like, see his face there on the camera.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take this red because I guess our AD carry can't do much with it. And yeah, just slow and steady here from the PCS. They find enemy champion, they run at enemy champion, and eventually take him out. Even with Hanabi getting caught in the river, he's just so tanky now, especially even with just the 1 Mountain Drake. It's like, okay, Elise, cool story, bro. You're not going to be able to do much against me. And I think we're going to see that here where it's like, okay, we all know Elise is kind of like a burst champion, right? But not against this Malphite. It immediately just gets ripped to shreds by Misfortune, easily flashes out of there. You're thinking, hey, okay, 1-for-1 trade, not so bad. Here comes Kongyue. Remember Poppy?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember all of his kills and his items? Look at how much damage he's doing to Canna just standing next to him.
Just wanders casually at them, actually.
Pretty funny. Then he like one-shots the Galio, just like, oh yeah, by the way, still at half health. Feeling pretty good about their position right now with their super fed tanks and the good drakes that are coming afterwards as well.
Yep. Def still just sitting on a couple of items here. You mentioned the shield bow has augmented that with his Bloodthirster, but probably wanting a little bit more than just that. Slightly defensive options here. You can see Beryl and Kongyue fighting. I think I know who I'd put my money on. And that is why the Gargoyle is going to run away. Cannon down here, just running through the enemy jungle. Has been spotted out there by the Scryer's Bloom. There's Kaiwing looking for him.
Yeah. And even
Teleport.
After, okay.
Oh, that's a throw. Good by.
Well.
Oh, but it was all a bait, Valdez.
Oh, and it was their Kalista. They're like, they would never do Baron without their Kalista. They thought wrong.
Yep. Well, in goes Uniboy, looking for it. Are they actually able to get there? And Kongyue's in here. Oh no, Canyon not going to get stunned. Kongyue not going to be there as well as Beryl. Not going to get any knockups. Hanabi just finishes him off with the unstoppable force. Kaiwing in a bunch of trouble. The bullet time comes out, but it's not quite enough. The PCS did pick up the Baron. This is a bit of a disaster here for the LCK as Yasuo is going to be taken down. Yone grabbed a kill. But Faker's in no position to help Canyon. Canyon does grab Hanabi on the back end, so only 3 Barons remain. But the PCS will still be able to take this turret very comfortably and might even be able to grab another one, but no. Instead, just looking for a reason.
Yeah, the second I saw the Poppy just, you know, wandering up to the Baron, I thought he was farther away. So I'm like, oh man, it looks like LCK might actually get the Baron. Nope. Poppy comes in, says goodbye to the Elise. Take a look at this. Yeah. A helicopter comes in. Popcopter. Nice dodge by Canyon, but still he pops 2 of them out, and then Canyon's like, well, I'm not going to survive anyway. So has to get out of there, and it's a total disaster for the LCK, as once again, Poppy is the MVP of the fight.
Oh no. As you can see, picture-in-picture Uniboy.
Oh, 2 and 9.
Yep. Oof. picking up yet another kill.
Yeah.
And as far as the Red Bull Baron power play is concerned, we're already sitting at 2,000.
The zoom in.
Oh, dear. Okay, well, let's see whether the LCK can pick this one up. Because even these Mountain Drakes, man, like, you got to stop that 4-stack from potentially happening because there are too many tanks on the side of the PCS.
Yeah. I mean, even though one was too hard for them to handle, how about, you know, 2, maybe 3 eventually along in this game? It's not going to be feeling too good for them. But you can see that the LCK, they're not really backing down, right? They're still trying to make plays. They're still trying to attack the map where the Baron is not. Unfortunately, they realize, well, if we don't back now, then we were probably just going to lose all of our turrets and all that good stuff. So they're going to back here. PCS not being too aggressive with the Baron after all of that. And it's their fed tanks, but also their couple of carries have gotten pretty fed as well. I mean, the Akali finishing that Zonya's, also adding some grievous wounds. I mean, it's going to feel pretty good for them. And Cat is going to die again.
Yep, the knockup not even going to land there, but he does manage to flash his way out. Justice Punch from Beryl gets him back to safety as well. So in goes Uniboy. Great knockup. It's going to immediately alleviate the rift of Deft. Beryl now just trying to get himself into a decent position, but he cannot. Great knockup onto Canna. Bullet time to completely eviscerate him. And Faker, nothing he can really do. Canyon, not even sure where he was. He's going to poke his head out now, but not going to be able to find too much.
He's like,
the base is broken.
I'm Elise. I'm actually invisible in this game now. He picked up the Dust Blade of Drakthar, but he's just invisible anyway. Yeah, he's not really having much use in this one after all of this. Faker's trying to go in, though. Gets the kill.
Yep, going to be able to pick up one onto Unified. That's a lot of the damage now missing from the PCS. As Faker now getting a double knockup. That's a big one. Doesn't find himself with too many more options, especially against Kongyue, who's just so big. I just don't know what they're supposed to do about this dang Poppy.
Yeah, Dead Man's Plate finish too is like it's just salt in the wound. It's like you thought you couldn't get away from me before, but now.
Look at all of the armor built by all of the 2 tanks.
Yeah.
The big tanks on the PCS's side. I guess you can include Shen, but he's building more supportively at this point in time, although he does have a Warden's Mail there as well. But there's just so much armor.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like eventually the Elise is going to fall off, so let's just worry about their 380 dealing, attack damage dealing carries on their side. And they're just going to get outscaled here. It was all fun and games in the early and mid game for the LCK, but I think their time is just about run out. Although Hanabi's up here by himself. Let's see if he even cares.
Oh god, Canyon already taking half of his health bar here as the fight is on a couple of fronts. The main initiation not going to be available. It's going to be the shutdown. Beryl in trouble, so it is a trade 1-for-1, but you'll take top lane for support if you are the LCK. Now Deft possibly in trouble. The ulti comes forward, and now Deft, nothing he can really do. Too much CC, and that is going to be unified with the last bullet to the back of the head.
No bully? Question mark. Just like
Blizz no bully.
Yeah. Really, the only person who's worried about it is KDA in this one. Seems to be Faker. 3-1 and 4. As finally, Kongyue is going to go down.
Yep. 4, 5, and 6 now. At least Canyon can count as there's the ulti from Faker. A lot of damage onto Unify. Can he grab the kill? He can! As Faker finds himself on the other side as well. Flashes on out. Phenomenal shield for Kaiwing. Puts him down in the end, but buys enough time for Canyon to grab the kill onto Uniboy. While this is all happening, the 2-10 Canna is eliminating turrets from the map, and Canyon looking to try and chase down this Shen. I don't know whether Canna's going to be able to get there, but instead, he wants to take minions. That's exactly what he wants, as the sad bee comes through. Canna just passing through. See what this Kalista is going to be able to do. I mean, that scoreline don't look great, but he's close to a Flame Horizon.
Yeah, you know, if it's ever a 1v1 and he's able to jump around and be annoying, I suppose he's still going to do Kalista things even after going 2-10. And maybe there is a world in where the LCK does win this. I'd be curious about the Mountain Drake fight that's going to be coming up here in just a bit, as we're going to take another look at this replay. Kongyo with the defensive charge, essentially, denying that taunt from Beryl, who does go down here thinking, oh man, this is just not looking good for the LCK, but it ends up being Canyon who finds the Poppy here and actually does a nice bit of true damage with the items he has picked up. And then Faker with the perfect supportive play comes in at the perfect time to pick up a kill. Does eventually go down, unfortunately, but it did look cool while it was happening, that's for sure.
Oh, Canyon lying in wait here, the itsy bitsy spider. We'll see whether they can get some vision of this Baron pit to allow him to get in and go for a steal. It's down incredibly low, and the PCS will lock down the Baron. There's now Kaiwing possibly caught out of position. Some good knockups. Death gets over the wall, but Uniboy is going to finish him off. The bullet time, absolutely gigantic, and Canyon also going to be biting the dust. Canna wants to make that middle number an 11, and he's going to have his wish here as Uniboy will finish him off. No, it's Unified that grabs it. Got the first 3 letters, right? I guess you can give me that one. As PCS are looking so strong right now.
Yeah, I don't really know what the LCK was doing there, hanging around. They kind of knew that they couldn't take the Baron, but they were just a little bit desperate. They didn't want to just go away for free, but the only thing they gave away for free were their lives at the end of the day, because Shen being really annoying, Kongyo right over the wall. These 3 tanks, they're super tanky, but all 3 of them have amazing mobility at the same time, which is really cool to see. The Malphite, obviously, over the wall with the follow-up engage was really cute, and then Kana all alone, not able to do anything 1v5. Not really his fault here, because all of his teammates were already dead.
It's been 11, not even his fault, actually.
You think so? All 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a Yasuo on the team, so
It will be nice.
you know where the blame's going. That's how that one works out.
Yeah. Our team Yasuo. 5 and 8. I mean, you know. Things just kind of got too out of hand with the Poppy early on in the game, where he was just like, I'm trying so hard to be useful, but I can't.
Well, we're looking for a kill here as Unstoppable Force comes down. Kana almost just dies, and Hanabi is going to be able to flash himself out. Kana needs to try and lifesteal his health back up as Kongyo flashes forward, doesn't get the stun, but doesn't need it. Hanabi is going to fall down in response, so it's a 1-for-1 of top laners. Now the PCS just with all of their big burly boys, especially Kongyo here. Looks like they will be able to have an opportunity to push this one down. Canyon caught in no man's land. Poon comes down. Kaiwing takes a fair bit of damage, but it's not quite enough. Double knock up there as there's the 2-man taunt. As Death gets in there with the ulti, but he's just not big enough. Triple kill now for the Misfortune, as Baker's going to be taken for the Quadra. Oh my god, Unified is so damn big as Kongyo is just having a really good time here. Oh, it doesn't look like it, as that's a very angry Annie. That's okay, it's just the fury of battle for this Poppy.
He's been spamming that all game, but man, he should be happy after this one. And I think they're just going to roll up and take the base, as Poppy, though, is backing. So I suppose they're going to let this one go a little bit longer. We got respawns coming in, but it was only Kalista. They probably could have ended the game, but they're not going to do it this team.
Not quite. Kana was thinking about stopping backs, but he probably didn't want to. As 8,000 gold is the lead, but it's triple Mountain Drake. It's a decimated base. And it's feeling like a team composition from the PCS that's just better at this stage of the game.
Yeah. So, again, I mean, the Kalista, we both mentioned it in the early game. We're like, ooh, I don't know about the Kalista against this Poppy. That Poppy felt like the perfect pick. And we're seeing it a bit here towards the end of the game. As things got pretty messy, Canyon was all alone. Elise, she's still pretty bursty. She likes to do her auto attacks afterwards and stack up her items, but we got more fighting here, Alice.
This is called a 2 versus 1. Hanabi is going to come out ahead. I guess he did have a Shen giving him a bit of a shield, but you can see Hanabi's got more of a health bar than that shield provided. Is stabbed. Trying to get augmented here by the heroic entrance, but I don't know how heroic it is. Death goes golden and then goes to the death chamber. Is now, oh my god, Faker pops in the blink of an eye. As Beryl, it's a nice stopwatch, my friend, but you are just more food for the PCS meat grinder. Heading towards this top lane, trying to finish this one off. And it looks like we will have some extra money going over to charity as the underdogs already looking like the top dogs here in our first game.
Yeah, we get something good out of it. A pretty cool comp from the side of PCS, and also some nice charity money going to the charity of their choice. They're not going to end it yet. Of course, this is the All-Star games that we do have going on, and they are going to be diving. Down you go.
He died as he lived with absolute full aggression. As the PCS, yeah, they're watching their minions. Oh, there's the... Yes! Love it. Absolutely love it. And that will be the Nexus finally falling down, and that will be our Spotify Underdog upset here for our first game. That is how you want to start things off. More money to charity. Hell yeah, Valdez.
Yeah. We had a really fun back and forth game. It was the LCK having a bit of fun. They brought the brothers in, right? Yone and Yasuo. They built a fun composition, the Kalista up in the top lane to make it happen. They did throw a little bit, right? They were having a bit of solo QS fun where they're diving turrets and trying to kill tanks 2v1 under the turret, which usually doesn't work out. The PCS, just straight up good League of Legends. They were playing a little bit off the cuff. You know, it wasn't super clean or anything like that, but yeah, their comp just outscaled them really hard, and I really liked the 3 tanks as well. That composition was pretty cool. The Poppy, the Shen, and the Malphite, because the Shen can hop onto either of them, or taunt in, so he's got that mobility. The Poppy has tons of speed, especially with the Dead Man's Plate, and then, of course, Malphite. We saw that one fight around the Baron just hopping over the wall, all 3 of them. It was really rough to deal with for the LCK's comp.
Yeah. And I think that there was a little bit of a Sunfire Aegis difference as well. I mean, it was 2-0 in that particular game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really, really cool stuff out of the PCS. That is going to mean that there's going to be a bit more money going into that pot for charity. So every time one of these underdogs wins in our Underdog Spotify upset, it is just going to mean more money to charity. So if you're sad that Faker lost, don't be.
I think he's still at a positive KDA, so you're okay, Faker fans. He still was the best on his team.
And he made some sick plays as well. I mean, the Yone is going to be something very exciting to watch. Sure. I think a lot of us have been watching him play it on his stream throughout the last few weeks and months. Because, of course, you know, T1 not making it to Worlds meant that there was a little bit more time for them to practice the new stuff and prepare themselves for what is going to be a very exciting 2021. Here in the LCK and around the world, because, you know, there's a few changes, especially when it comes to on the Rift, but off the Rift as well, considering what's been going on, especially here.
Yeah, so I think we got some highlights coming up soon. I want to see some of those big plays that we saw. As you mentioned, most of the big plays from the LCK were just the Yone. Some, you know, Elise in the bush plays and stuff like that, but...
Yeah, and then there was the Yasuo double kill at the beginning of the game.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Cool. I forgot about that one. That was actually... That's when I was getting hyped for Deft and Barrel, and that lane was really cool, but then kind of fell off at like 8 minutes, and didn't end up doing as much as the enemies. So, yeah.
Also, Unified just got absolutely gigantic with his big early lethality build.
His Fortune's pretty good.
Yeah, she is pretty good. Yeah. Dark Harvest as well, making sure you can stack up all of that big burst damage, and we saw that absolutely happening.
Yeah.
Oof, even the bullet times were very, very scary. So, yeah. Hopefully we do get some of these highlights, though.
Yeah.
I just want to watch more Poppy's destruction.
I like the theme of the All-Stars with the green and the purple, right? Kind of reminds me of just like a Happy Baron, but like very like cartoonish way. It's pretty cool. It's fun. I feel like it fits the All-Star event very well.
And the popcorn keyboard keycaps as well. I think it's all pretty cool.
I've definitely seen that happen in a couple of PC bongs when people get angry.
Yeah. I hope that's not the situation that we're in.
You know.
Yeah, not so good.
A couple times.
Not so good. We did see the player cams here for our LCK players, and I think Beryl was laughing that entire game. So
he was just having a blast.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be upset about the outcome of this particular match, and the LCK get some revenge against my old region as well, as the OPL will be taking the stage in our next 5v5. But let's have a look at some of the highlights from this match. It took us a little while, you know. We had to get through the Sunfire Aegis to grab these highlights, and that's it's a lot of extra health, and we were taking too much damage, maybe things burnt down, and here we are. Here's our Spotify Underdog upset. As our highlight was Faker eating his finger.
Yeah. Everybody just calm, cool, collected before the match. Getting ready into it. This is the highlight you were talking about.
Hell yeah.
Doesn't highlight the PCS, but it certainly highlights this insane bottom lane of Deft and Barrel. Nice play by Faker here. Looking for the back line, knows he has the follow-up from the Galio, and isolates. It's almost like he's playing chess, you know? He waits for that knight to move out of position, and then he just pounces. That's exactly what he did. The Poppy here, I would give probably the MVP.
Oh, 100%.
I think Kongye just kind of carried this game by himself. Even after his bot lane went 0-2, he did not care. And he didn't die that many times either.
Nope. Going 4-0 in the early game as a tank jungler is definitely... Right? Oh, yeah, sorry, 5-0. Definitely extraordinarily impressive.
This
back-to-back
really
Barons as well.
This is the one I really liked with Kaiwing was already over the wall. Poppy charges over the wall, and then comes the Malphites. And, of course, the Akali to follow up. Good positioning from Unified.
Yep.
And they're just playing, you know, it's 5 different players from a couple of different teams. But they still have some good synergy over there on the side of the PCS.
Oh, fantastic synergy. I think a lot of these players have had a lot of experience playing together in the past as well. Do need to say that Unified and Uniboy's positioning and dive has been very, very effective off the back of these tanks that we were talking about all of the game long. I felt like the carries probably didn't get enough of a look in. And as you can see, they did a hell of a lot of damage. Canyon, of course, was the only one able to get through the amount of items that had armor on them on the side of the PCS, which is why his numbers are so inflated.
Yeah, he, you know, he was doing a lot of chip damage eventually with the build that he went for the Demonic Embrace eventually for all those tanks that were stacking health as well as everything else. And, you know, multiple times be in the right place at the right time, able to chip them down, but huge amount of damage as well done by the Misfortune and the Akali. As I said, those carries did get fed by the end, but take a look as well at the damage of the 2 tanks up on the top side, both doing more than the Kalista, the Yasuo, and having a blast, immolating everything on the Rift.
Yeah. I did like my first competitive Sunfire Aegis experience. I actually thought it was very, very fun. Maybe we won't get another one of those in the next match. Maybe the OPL will spare us.
Too many things to ban.
League of Tanks. Oh God.
I don't know. Maybe they'll just play some weird stuff too. Just, you know, some fun wonky picks.
Yeah, we do have some fun players on the OPL roster. So looking forward to seeing what, you know, maybe my old mate Tally. I remember back in the day, a lot of these players. It's just going to be a bit of a nostalgia trip.
Yeah.
In our next best of 5, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch. Babip as well. I wonder whether he's going to be mainly about proving himself as he is moving to North America for next year.
For some of the players, it's like, well, I want to show what I've got. You know, I was... most of the players are just like, okay, I'm an all-star, right? Everybody knows what I've got. But especially, as you mentioned, from some of the underdog regions, and especially from the OPL, moving away from the OPL next season, they'll be looking to show off their stuff. So I'm actually really, you're like kind of hyping me up for these individual players and like seeing what they can do, because I think they'll come out here actually trying to show their absolute best.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Raze having too much fun. I think it's going to be all business from him. He definitely is. You know, he's the perfect player for a reason. Mm-hmm. And I think it's all going to be about business and doing his very best to take down Deft if he can. So looking forward to that bottom lane. There will be shenanigans because Barrel's there. And that's what he does, guys. He's not going to stop throughout this entire tournament, and we all hope that he doesn't, because he's very, very fun to watch.
And I think we have an interview coming up here in just a moment.
Yeah, hoping so.
Would be remote, of course, because all the players are playing remotely at the moment. There is a very bare-bones group of staff here running the show.
Yeah, not quite able to have too many people. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay, though, guys. That's why we're just chilling, talking about whatever we feel like, because these interviews are difficult to really coordinate and get things sorted out immediately. So you just have to bear with us for a couple of moments.
Yeah. Do you feel like this tie makes me look fat?
Do you feel like this gigantic sack that I'm wearing makes me look fat?
Yes, we already went over that. But I'm just saying, like, you know, ties usually with the vest are supposed to be inside, right? But if you take it outside, it actually just looks really weird.
Of
But
course it looks weird.
when you put it inside, it's kind of just like a lump, you know?
Yeah,
I kinda
yeah,
just
yeah.
like, I got like some extra baggage here that's not really supposed to be there.
And is your
I don't
shirt
know.
bunched up as well? My shirt's
Yeah,
a
a
bit
little
bunched
bit.
up at the same time, so it's all just like, yeah.
Kind of just looks like we had a little bit too much fun over the holiday, just
Yeah, that
sitting
or-
at home, not going outside and only playing video games.
Wait a
Lots
second.
of fun.
Hang on, that is exactly what happened.
That is exactly what happened, but,
Oh.
you know, not quite this amount of happening.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
swear it's the tie.
it's somewhat accentuated.
Yeah,
However,
for
I
sure.
think, still relatively correct. So I think it's absolutely fine.
Ooh,
But let's throw it over to the interview with Jason.
So how do you feel after playing this first match versus PCS? Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason, joined by Faker after the very first match of the Underdog Uprising. So how do you feel after playing this first match versus PCS? 네, 페이커 선수 오늘 첫 경기 PCS와의 치르셨는데 언더독이 정말 진짜 반란을 일으켰습니다. 첫 대결 해보시니 어떠셨나요?
안 들리세요? 마이크? 네. 안 들리세요? 마이크?
네, 지금 들어옵니다.
네.
지금 들어오고 있어요.
네, 솔직히 좀
네, 첫 번째
이기고
질문 다시
싶었는데
드릴게요. 언더독의 반란
상대방이
PCS와의
너무,
첫 대결을 치르셨는데
잘하더라고요. 그래서
언더독들이
생각했던 것보다는
진짜
힘들었던
반란을 일으키는데
경기였던 것
성공했는데 첫 대결
저희
소감이
팀
어떻게
뭐
되나요?
선수들이 되게 솔직히 좀 이기고 싶었는데 상대방이 너무 되게 좀 다 같이 근데 좀 분위기가 좋았던 것 같아요. 지고 있는데.
Hi. Yeah, things not necessarily working out so well with where the audio is happening. I don't know what was happening there, but we apologize. The interview with Faker, a few audio delay issues, I guess, but you were about as confused as we are.
It happens.
It does.
The
It
remote
definitely
broadcast. That's
Yeah.
the way it goes.
Indeed, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, LCK versus OPL. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much, Pastry Time, for a bit of an introduction to the perfect player in Raze. Of course, just recently representing Legacy over at the World Championships. Formerly was on a whole bunch of different teams, but I guess most famously for the Chiefs. And, a long lineage of 80 carries. He had the mantle of Radier to pick up and did manage to do so. Of course, if your memories go back as far as some of them do when it comes to Oceanic League of Legends, maybe you'll remember the god of the bottom lane who was Radier many, many moons ago. But it was great to hear Pastry Time give us that one. I do need to apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for the interview. Didn't quite work out, unfortunately, but we are going to make sure that we have future interviews all sorted out. And look, maybe it will be an LCK victory next time around, and we might be able to hear from Faker or one of the other players.
Yeah.
And it'll work.
From what I could tell, it seems like he had fun, even though they did lose the game.
Yeah.
And that's about all we heard. So not much else to mention there. And speaking of which, they are going to play again because this is, of course, the Underdog Uprising, so they have to rise above the LCK, at least in this part of the day. So the LCK comes out here once again against the OPL.
Indeed. It's, of course, going to be the same LCK roster here, but hopefully we're going to have some different champions. Maybe the Sunfire Aegis count will not be as lopsided this time around, as this is going to be your Oceanic lineup. Chippies, Babip, Tally, Raze, and Cupcake. Had a bit of a conversation about Cupcake earlier on. I did have missed talking about this support on the bottom side of the map. Of course, when it comes to bottom lanes, Tally used to be there as well, but has recently moved from, bottom lane to top lane, then back to mid lane, and all the way around the Rift. Babip, of course, recently announcing the fact that he will be going over to North America as well, and this is a lot of the top-tier talent that will be exported out of the Oceanic region and towards North America now that there aren't any restrictions, which is so cool. As you know, as a proud Australian myself, it is really great to see so many of our very talented players make their way over to distant shores, like so many had done before. You know, I think when you're talking about oceanic talent, I think FBI is already one of these names that a lot of people are very excited to see, and it might be that Raze is going to join him as more, you know, 80 carry talent is being shipped over. So looking forward to seeing what the perfect player can do up against, you know, probably one of the most famous bottom lane players of all time in Deft.
Yeah, he's pretty well known. This alpaca is the most well-known alpaca in the world, probably. I don't know about any other famous ones, but if you do know them, feel free to tweet at us if there are any famous alpacas out there that aren't Deft.
There might be ones from like the meme videos about Packers making funny sounds.
Yeah.
Not entirely
Or just maybe
sure.
there's like a famous one that saved some lives or something, and it's like, oh, this is Billy the alpaca. We don't know, you know, that could have happened.
Okay, I don't know
So
whether
if that
Billy the
happens-
alpaca is going to be able to do it.
If that happens, make sure you let us know, because I'd love to know. But
I'm pretty sure Billy's a goat name. Isn't Billy a
yeah,
goat name?
but, you know,
Maybe that's just one of the funny things.
I was just using it for alpaca. I thought it would be okay. It's a pretty common name. Maybe I should have used William alpaca a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know.
Just
formal.
a little bit of an update, guys. Tally, I believe, has been disconnected from the internet. This is a perfect oceanic problem because the internet barely exists in Australia. So, you know, maybe it's a little bit more fitting than it otherwise would be, but it means we are slightly delayed getting towards Champion Select, and we might need to bear with a few of these issues throughout the day because, of course, it is very, very difficult to coordinate all of this. So looking forward to seeing whether it is going to work or not. It's just fingers crossed that everything is going to get sorted. I just love that the internet issues are on the oceanic side.
Of course.
It's
kind of the way it goes, you know.
Yeah.
What was that about? Copper wires, or is that from the past? Or does that still exist?
I think that still exists.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I haven't been in Australia for quite some time.
Well,
it was it was January that I made my way back to Korea, but I didn't use the internet when I was just on holidays. So
really?
No, I was you know, in the outback, traveling around.
Oh,
you
okay,
know?
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, got to visit.
Barbecuing.
Yeah,
probably drinking some Fosters or something like that. Yeah. Sorry, Max.
It's very early in the broadcast, Valdez. You can't say things like that.
It's also very early in the morning for us. It's 2.
Yeah.
2 p.m. We started at 1. That was way not past our bedtime, but the opposite of that. Before our wake-up time normally. Not well.
Yeah. This is
like
before
11.
this is definitely before our call time already. At this particular point in time. So, you know, we will be here for the long haul. It does mean that, you know, we will most likely end earlier than we normally would.
I think that's the whole reason it started earlier as well.
Yeah.
Because it is a bit of a longer event, like 7 hours, and then we have to end before 9. So, or at least that is, I believe that is the current situation.
Yeah.
So, got to get everybody out of here by 9. So hopefully there are no more internet issues. And we're slated to end at 8, but if there are any delays, then who knows what could happen?
There won't be any delays.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Smooth sailing.
Yeah, no, we're gonna be absolutely fine. No need to worry. I guess we could talk about some of these matchups. You know.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting thinking about the top lane. You know, Chippies versus Canna. When you're thinking about the LCK, you're thinking about a lot of prestige, but Chippies has had so much more experience playing professionally than Canna has. It's a large amount of years. Is going to be the comparison. However, you know, like Canna has shown that he can step up to the plate, and I think this is still going to be a very, very difficult lane, despite the fact that Chippies has been such a big name for the Oceanic region for so long. Tally in the mid lane there as well. I mentioned, you know, like it was 2014 that I think I casted Tally playing as 80 carry. He was playing for, I believe it was Avant at the time. I'm not entirely sure. It was a very, very long time ago. So he goes back a really long way. It was a year prior to that the debut of Faker did happen. So
True.
both of those players, of course, Faker with far more legacy, although Tally did play for that team. Very different use of the word legacy, however. So it's so interesting thinking about these clash of regions, and yet a lot of what we expect is going to be very, very different. So it will be tough, I think, for our Oceanic players.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Obviously, this is all done online. Like, nobody's coming over here for 2 weeks of quarantine to to play online or offline. That is. So we're just going to get the ping regulated, and we'll see how the players play on that ping. And I don't think it should be that bad, but it'll be there. It'll be apparent. Right?
Oh yeah. No, it will, and even if you're routing it as best as you can, through Singapore and trying to get things working, it will still be a much larger number than a lot of our LCK players are used to.
Yes.
I mean, you move to Korea, and I'm now thinking that 8 ping is exactly what you need.
Shouldn't ever change from 8 ping. I remember I was playing Valorant, and a lot of the players had 12 ping, and I'm like, why is it 12? Like,
this is unacceptable.
That went into my mind where I didn't necessarily say like, oh, this is too high, but I was just like, why is it higher than normal? Like 12 ping? Really? Like, what's going on? And I still don't know the answer. Maybe the server's in a different location or something, but that's just the way it was. And
I remember when anything under 200 ping was just gravy.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. Because we played for, what was it, about 2 or 3 years? We played League of Legends on the North American server from Australia. And then we got our own server, and everyone went down to like a, depending on where you are, if you're in Western Australia, I guess it's more like 80 ping. But if you're on the east coast of Australia, it was like 20 ping. No one knew how to CS anymore. Everyone was canceling every auto attack. It was crazy.
Oh, man.
And
yeah. I remember I thought that 100 ping from New York was bad. But then I met a lot of Australians over here in my time casting.
Yeah.
You and Papa Smithy, and I used to cast with Moonglade.
Yep.
And they all talked about how the ping was always so bad.
Yeah.
Before there was an Australian server, of course.
And the internet has improved in Australia over time as well. So it was the quality of the internet was even way worse back then. Oh, God. So, we'll just keep our fingers crossed. It was expected about 5 minutes of a delay. I think we've waffled for a couple of those minutes already.
We were talking about delays of internet during the delay.
Yeah.
And speaking of delay, how much of a delay is there going to be until Riot's newly announced MMO comes out? Because I know a lot of people are really excited about that, myself and yourself included. And definitely the former world champion, Azael.
I know. He's in prime position.
I saw many excited tweets out there from him. Responses, replies, retweets, his own tweets. He's pretty hyped, and I think we all should be.
I think he's played the long con. He jumped in on this League of Legends game just to try and get himself in prime position.
It'll happen eventually, right? How much longer do I have to cast League before I can cast another MMO?
Yeah.
And he just got really good at League casting anyway, and he's like, oh, it's okay. But now that an MMO's coming out.
Yeah, I want to message Isaac and ask him. I'm like, was this your plan all along,
I think we all who know who's first up at the casting desk. It's like, hello, I'm Azael. With me is Azael.
But maybe he wants to be a player, if they've got like a PvP, competitive scene, because he is a literal world champion. We all know this.
What if PvP is just like you have to play your character in Summoner's Rift? That would be awful. Let's not do that, actually.
Yeah, you're having just terrible ideas. That's your plan.
Don't hire me for that team.
Wait. Maybe you go into Summoner's Rift, but you get all of your like MMO style items.
Yeah, that's what.
And you just play top down.
You have your character, and then it's like.
Yeah. And you just dropped into League of Legends.
No, I don't think that would fit in MMO at all.
Would you ever have to go and buy items, or do you get items that go on top of the stats you've already built up for your character?
Maybe you just get bonuses and you like level up as you're in there. Whoa. I don't think it's ever gonna happen though. That's never gonna be a thing. But. Yeah, they have a lot of different MMOs and styles and ideas to pick and choose from, and then do it in the Riot way.
Yeah. It's
So
a scary,
really
it's a scary
really
genre
exciting.
though. It's a really scary genre to make a new
Yes,
game for.
it's
So.
an expensive genre as well.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Takes
indeed.
a long time, which is why I was talking about the delay. We'll see how long that takes.
Indeed. Look, the delay might be long enough for the MMO to be out by the time we're finished.
That would be great.
Not entirely
They
sure.
could make an MMO that quickly. That would be awesome.
I do have a bit of an update. Tally has reconnected to the internet. Hopefully he hasn't used his phone or something like that, because that's going to only make things worse. But we're checking to make sure that all the other players are ready, and then we are going to be able to get into it. This Korea versus Oceania face-off. The PCS were able to get the better of our Korean representatives earlier on, and that meant more money for charity. Charity can the OPL do it? We don't need to talk about MMOs for any more time, Valdez, as we are into ban and pick. LCK once again, or this time, sorry, are going to be on the blue side, and OPL will be repping the red.
Yep, that they will. The Pantheon ban the Callista taken away here. People liking the Callista nowadays. They don't want to let that one go. The Yasuo. They say, we're not playing the brothers again. Not today. Not this one.
If only they could ban Sunfire Aegis instead.
Yeah, where's the Poppy ban? When's that coming out?
Well, Pantheon going to be banned once again. The Anivia, the freshly buffed Anivia, going to be taking off the board as well.
I saw those buffs and I'm like, this is insane.
I think
this is great. And then I think she got hotfixed or something. Like,
well, I mean, the numbers are all good, but I actually don't care about that. Buffing her auto attack
it's
is
all the
what
other-
makes
it's all
her.
the other stuff.
That's what makes
Yeah.
her usable. Like, she had the worst auto attack animation
Yeah.
for so long.
also, the cooldown on her ultimate is like halved or something. So
yeah, and it barely had one anyway.
she had such a massive window where you just take advantage of her. And this is what I was talking about. Ivern is just, I think he's just really good right now. And he is going to be picked up here for the side of the LCK that should be going to Canyon.
Yep. What was it, like big cooldown reductions, like.
Yeah,
And I
all
like
his
the
numbers got buffed.
Yeah, and the philosophy around it as well is like Ivern augments the rest of your team, right? And so like let's feel free to buff him a little bit more than we should, because you're not going to get frustrated about an Ivern, you know? As Chippy's going to pull out an old favorite here, is the Malphite going to be picked up once again. Flashbacks for the LCK representatives. As we'll see what Barbit is going to be able to collect for himself as well, or for one of his teammates, depending on what they want to lock away here.
We'll see what he does go for. This mirror was left up, and they are going to select that this time around. Do not want to see a troll on the Rift.
Ooh, Samira coming in though.
Yep.
See which ranks the perfect player is going to be able to lock up for himself. I like to think that Raze would just sit on S for the entire game because he is the perfect player, so how is he supposed to get anything less is going to be my question. Nunu being hovered, see whether the LCK is going to start a disco, and we are. This is an unorthodox composition starting to take shape as there's a kitty cat.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
There's going to be some extra bushes to throw down for the Rengar to be hopping around. So they went from the brothers to the Rengar, and here's Rel.
Oh no! Oh no!
So, the OPL as well is kind of just having a little bit of fun. Obviously, Samir's pretty strong. The Rel coming in, pretty interesting, to say the least. Just picking all the new champs.
Yep, I like to call Rel Horse Clothes Girl.
Yeah.
She just wears her horse's clothes, and that's how I learn. It's by making stupid names. Silas going to be our first ban here as we hop into the next ban phase. I wonder whether the OPL knows what the LCK is trying to put together here. Because
Seems you left your brave pants at home.
certainly
Want me to wait while you
an
go?
interesting composition taking shape. Poppy going to be banned. The LCK not wanting to deal with that one again, as the Echo taken off the board as well. Both of the Snapback boys have been removed. There's one final ban here on LCK's side. We'll see what it is going to be. Not needing to look towards the bottom side, as we have a very new bottom lane, most likely coming out here in the Samira and Rel combo.
It's pretty cool that we get the English voice lines, actually.
Yeah.
During this one, generally we have the Korean voice lines for the
Raze.
LCK.
Ray's doing a bit of a shout out to Def there, hovering the Jinx. Like it a lot, as the Olaf is going to be locked away. Babbitt, definitely one of his most played champions, and not exactly the most exciting, not going to lie to you. That's fine, they do have 2 new ones, so that's all right.
Yes, they do. And maybe Deft will just pick up the Jinx. That would be fun.
That would be fun. That's the ultimate fun. Although I do like his Lucian as well, and this is one of his most aggressive champions. He is looking at that one, as that's Warwick.
Okay.
So you just let me know exactly where everything's going, Valdez.
Yeah, so Warwick mid, Lucian support. Rengar in the jungle.
Is it Ivern Rengar bottom lane?
I believe so. And I think that's something we've seen before. So it's pretty interesting, to say the least. Well, we'll have to wait and see where they do actually leave all of those champions towards the end here.
Yeah. We'll see whether the OPL's figured out exactly where everyone's going. Tally's gone the middle sticks, a classic throughout the ages, but we'll see how it works out here with a bunch of these new items.
I don't think we're actually... Are we swapping anything? It looks like a no. Okay.
Maybe it's just we haven't updated the... We'll just have to see what happens as we
because the OPL side updated and the LCK side did not.
Yeah.
So I think we're just going to go ahead with this one.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, it looks like we will be having a... maybe we'll have some lane swaps for our LCK players. Because Beryl does look like he's likely heading to the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I remember our good friend LS, I believe, he used to play a bit of top lane Ivern.
Okay.
Back in the day, and I think he would even like go in and steal golems and then like hop out and just doing, you know, really weird and interesting things, and maybe just bringing a little bit of that back. I mean, Ivern is pretty strong, I would like to say, right now. And Faker on the Rengar is also really interesting and cool, so.
Maybe it'll be Kenna, Faker, mid lane duo. Or maybe they're going bottom lane. Maybe it's the T1 boys heading to the bottom lane.
You know what? Maybe you're right. Let's see.
I don't know. I mean, Cupcake's got a really cool horse that he can wear if he feels like it. So that's cool. Let's focus on that instead. I think that's very important. As no one's going to know exactly where any of these lanes are going to be. As you can see, the Relic Shield has been picked up. So it is looking like it's going to be a support Ivern somewhere. As you can see, we're boosting forward here as Canyon. As our observers are going to have a real rough
You're like, okay, Beryl's playing top lane, guys.
I have a feeling it is going to be Faker and Canna on the bottom side of the map. As there we go.
Swapping it. Okay.
Jonah Strong knows. He
Atlas
knows.
was right. We got the invade coming in here too. We're just rolling all over the rift.
Yeah, but it's like ships in the night, Valdez. OPL has moved all the way around. Not a lot of information is being gathered though. As you can see, Canna. That's a very scared Yuumi. I can understand. No one's back just yet though, as oh dear, Canyon. Okay, puts that snowball in there. You're gonna need that ward over the wall. As Canna decides not to put it down actually. But yeah, never mind. It was almost a whole lot of action. But it doesn't matter.
Beryl's still smiling after all of this. And Canyon really, he's like, okay, sure, go ahead, steal my red. I really don't care too much. I'll just take your blue. They committed 5 players to do that, and we have the Malphite late to the top lane as they are, actually no, Malphite is playing jungle. Apologies. The Olaf going into the top side.
Oh, this is an old Chippy's favorite as well.
Yeah.
The good old Olaf top lane. Like it a lot. Beryl versus Chippies. That's not what I was necessarily expecting. But should be a lot of fun here. As Drain to come out here from Tally. How frustrating. Middle sticks never been the most fun As, yeah, he's going to continue to drain these minions as much as possible. Canyon, though, he's just been annoying. As there's the knock-up onto Babip, but you can see the Nunu struggling just a little bit here. Going to have to blast cone his way out, but the rock's going to come with him. Going to consume him for the moment, but I have a feeling that he is going to fall down. Canyon, that was the wrong direction. And that's a happy Cupcake. Cupcake isn't quite here. Oh. No, he can't get out of there. And Babip's going to be able to grab that first blood. And the LCK struggling just a little bit once more. There's the engage from Cupcake. Gets a lot of CC down as Faker. Just looking for Raze. Oh my god, this kitty cat is so dangerous. Finds yet another brush. Is now Cupcake looking forward. There's the flash over. But Faker, he has even more brushes to play with. And there it is. 2 kills on the bottom side of the map. Oh god, this time it's Faker with them. And maybe that means things are going to get rougher for the OPL.
Maybe this will just be like the first game we saw where the bottom lane does, you know, they get the double kill, but the rest of the map is struggling, and then eventually they don't end up doing too much. But that was an interesting one. The hard engage from the OPL gets immediately destroyed to pretty much no avail. I love that Deft is just playing mid lane.
Yeah.
The lane swaps providing the entertainment for everyone watching. This is the way you're supposed to play the All-Star game, to be honest. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
I love that we're giving Beryl a chance to lane as well.
Oh, there's the cleanse, and it's all too easy out here for Deft, who grabs that solo kill. Babip now might be in trouble as Canyon looking for his revenge, and he'll find it. As we were talking about how the OPL were looking fantastic a few seconds ago. Now it's looking like an absolute disaster as Beryl turns it around on the top side as well. Oh no. 5 to 1.
Teams are gonna start scratching their chins, being like, maybe we should, you know, throw Beryl up into the top lane sometimes.
I mean, he does play a lot of top lanes. That's just how it goes here. Is Faker.
And junglers.
Yep, gets a brush there. The cannon is provided for him. Really nice snare comes through as well as Faker dives on top of Raze. The Samira not having the greatest of times. Having to use that E so defensively here as well. Over the top of Cupcake, who has got himself a little bit more defensive prowess, but not going to be able to have that engage potential with the extra movement speed. If you're wearing your horse, it is much more difficult to move around effectively. And that makes a lot of thematical sense. To me, as Tally's making his way down, no Crow Storms available or anything like that. Hasn't even put down any messages in any of these brushes. That's okay. Deft clearing out that mid lane. He's ahead by over double the farm.
Wow. 35 to 15.
Oh, dear.
Ooh. Just a Dark Seal picked up by Tally, as that'll help him, you know, do the life dream. As there are a lot of minions here, Beryl.
Yeah. Yeah, these undertows are landing from Chippies. The fear comes forward as Chippies just says, well, if you can solo kill me, I guess I'll solo kill you, as here's a big dive on the bottom side. Snowballs flying everywhere, and Faker going to survive in the end. And Raze, yeah, he's the perfect player, but not in the perfect situation. Under there is Tally, finds a Reap, and that's going to interrupt Deft. No cullings, you know, today.
I think Deft is okay with
the
way it's going, you know.
Flash forward. There it is. Piercing Light going to be enough, and that's another death for Tally.
Yeah. This is what happens when you just throw Deft onto one of his best champions into a solo lane, where he doesn't have to worry about any pesky supports getting in the way of his big skill.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's showing it off to everybody right now, as this was a little bit of a head scratcher from Beryl. I mean, you know, Warwick is great at 1v1ing, he's great at trading, but not when it's 1v7, actually 1v8, because there are 7 minions helping Chippies there. Not fair, but he should have identified that. Take a look at this snowball with the double knockup. Nicely done by Canyon on the Nunu.
Yeah, Faker actually tanking for his teammates there as well, really beautifully. Utterly calculated. It's going to leave him at 2-0 and 2 now as, oh dear, Tally in trouble. He's going to get feared and obliterated. This Cupcake's going to ride his steed here into the mid lane. We'll see whether he can actually get on top of Beryl here. Does get over that wall. Stun comes forward as Beryl's going to have to flash, get himself out. Canyon so strong though, in depth behind him. Now Beryl finds this is his opportunity, terrifies the Malphite. Didn't know you could terrify rocks, but today I learned. Is now raised down to 200. The Snowball of Destiny gets the knock-up, and that's a triple kill for the Lucian.
Yeah, Deft casually 5-0-1 in this game.
God.
It's not a good look for the OPL at this point in time, as literally nothing can stop this man. And the havoc he is wreaking over this enemy team.
I think someone made the LCK angry, and it might have been the PCS.
LCK was like, okay, we had our fun. Now let's have fun and win anyway.
Blastcone is going to get Canada relative safety, but Babbitt comes with him. Faker gets some brush set up for him. Babbitt probably going to fall down here. Can they actually get Canada in the trade, though? The answer is absolutely not. This enchanting out of the Ivern is just so strong. More plants being put together as Faker is going to easily pick that one up. Raise over the top. Tally's going to get culled. The flash comes forward, and that is going to be able to get him back to base, but he's not going to be able to get any of the minions, and he's been struggling in that department all game anyway. Rift Herald's going to fall down in the meantime. 8.5 minutes, and it's 14-2, Valdez.
Yep, 14-2, and it's just insanity what this Ivern can do. I mean, he's got a Kindle Gem, and he's got Fairy Charm, and that's all he needs. Just gives a bunch of shields to Faker, and then he'll be okay.
Yeah, well, tanking the turret probably not the greatest of ideas. The root comes down from Canna. He's going to flash and gets himself to safety as Cupcake can't close the distance.
Oh, no.
Faker now feeling like it's going to be his time as he's sitting at about 300 health. He's got an empowered Q, so much extra damage. And this Rel, I just don't think she can do anything. And the answer is absolutely that. She cannot. Babbitt just watches on in horror as the rest of his team are getting mauled to shreds by the LCK.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big slap right now. Give it to the face of the OPL players. These LCK guys are just angry.
Ulti comes forward from Beryl, not going to be avoided as Canyon. He says he's done his job. Beryl's going to pick up the turret aggro, but doesn't really mind about it. And the rest of the minions not going to be a problem for this Warwick at all. Just going to clear them up. Let's have a look at the Axe replay of the mid lane. I have a feeling this will be a few replays because there's been a lot of extra action.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the level 4 Rel has got a little bit of tankiness, but it's nothing compared to depth of what he had at that time. Beryl also tanks forever, and they're just trying to force fights where they can't. I mean, especially even getting dived here was raised. Nice job trying to avoid it, but the snowball was too big. As it is in this game, I don't know if they'll be able to stop this at this point, Atlas.
Nope. I feel like it was a genius comp out of the LCK. Moving Faker to the bottom lane. Canna also the opposite side of the map from where he's used to. Everything being very confusing. Now, World's MVP in Canyon, though, he remained in the jungle. As Raze is going to get knocked up by exactly him. And the Nunu is looking real scary. Deft at the top of the screen is able to get that 1v1. As Canyon blast Kona to make sure that Raze can't do too much, but the ulti is going to do basically nothing as Deft just, it's like a lightsaber through the head. As Canna grabs the kill.
Get him, Daisy.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, I kind of like this lane setup here for the LCK All-Star team.
Maybe that's what we need to play for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. How about next season? We throw Faker into the bottom lane. He's playing Rengar.
I mean, it works for Perks, right? You know,
Could work
he did
out,
relatively well on the bottom side of the map. Has moved back to it, of course, as there's the double knock-up from Canyon. 1 versus 2, as this Nunu bot is looking real scary. Absolute Zero comes on out. Doesn't do a lot of damage there, as Canna takes his time, gets in there in the end. Root Caller comes down, Raze exhausted, not dead just yet. As, oh no, the Merkwolf gonna take down the Samira. Now Def trying to get out of the way, and of course he will, as Chippy's not going to be able to grab the kill onto the Lucian. Cupcake going to fall down as well as Faker's dominating, launching himself out of all of these brushes. Dances forward once again. That's a knock-up onto Faker, though, who's able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but eventually will fall down. It's the Malphite that grabs that kill, is now from the backside. Beryl misses his ultimate fantastically, and can't quite work out where to go. Raze now trying to keep himself alive against Deft, and Rel will turn up as Raze dashes on forward. Will they actually have enough, though, is the answer, as the culling uses a bit of a fade away. Now Chippies, I believe, teleported in for that one. Yes, he did indeed, but Beryl just decides to ignore him and looks to take down Raze, does so very easily. Beryl now looking for Chippies, but it's Deft that grabs that kill from over the wall. As Beryl, it doesn't matter whether he's playing top lane or support, he's sacrificing himself for the good of his team, but that's 1,000 gold going over to the Malphite. Now Canna, yeah, in a troubling scenario, give the kill to the Rel. We'll see exactly which item she's going to be able to put together. As oh, maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Exactly. Double knockup comes forward. Canna, in fact, staying in the area, because why not?
Yeah, you could throw out like probably 3 or 4 more shields in that time with the cool buff. Yeah, well, they did give over all of their streaks, so everybody who had a streak died, except, I guess, Iron. Yep. He's still on a bit of a streak, a nice little bounty of 400 gold on top of everything else, but 1,000 gold went the way of the Malphite, Lucian dying, and this is kind of just the LCK. Yeah, they're having fun with this one. Just getting in there, the solo Ivern kill, supportal combat here. As he pulls her in, and even emotes a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's actually the Aerie that gets the kill.
Yeah. It's a really cool Ivern skin, actually. Big fan. Daisy looks super badass. I feel like I'm so used to seeing the cupcakes happiness one, the surprise party or whatever. Yeah. So it's cool to see like a Daisy that looks like, you know, Daisy's ready to actually get you. As the Merkwolf, definitely the highlight of this particular replay. Oh, the Raze working out where to go. Absolute Zero gonna just find nothing. There are a couple of dead members underneath this turret. Bit of a trade 1-for-1. As you can see, the Fiddlesticks getting some revenge onto Deft. Raze. Oh, Canyon finds the gap in that inner turret. Snowballs flying out here as Cupcake, not quite going to be able to kill the Nunu, has decided to go behind enemy lines. Doesn't have flash. Looking for potentially a fountain or something like that, as Faker's going to be able to grab the kill onto the Fiddlesticks. And he's now going to face check. We'll see whether he can actually find anything here as the W does come out. Doesn't quite have the damage. And Babib's getting real tanky, especially considering that 1,000 gold that he did have. A wry smirk on Deft's face as we're once again going to check out the replay.
Beryl just underestimating. He could have just walked out of range of the turret, it looks like. But he was trying to life seal up so that he didn't die instead. Let's take a look at how this happened too. Deft just gets kind of bopped in the mid lane. And yeah, not much else to say about that. That was a great bait meet from Tally.
Is this the comeback, Valdez?
Yeah, maybe. It's, you know,
it's only 8,000 gold difference.
Only 20 kills behind.
Yeah.
I mean, anything can happen.
Oh, a bit of a Sunfire Aegis gap, as it has already been put together here by Canyon. Deft coming on over, looking for Tally. Should be able to find him. Does get feared. Going to try and stand his ground as there's the Crowstorm. Tally trying to get the kill, but not going to be able to just get his Faker on a brush. Finds himself the bowler, but Tally is going to be able to create enough distance. Some brushes being put together as Canna trying to get the heck out of there. Gets himself his shield back as Chippy's desperate to try and grab the kill, and he will be successful. Deft not wanting to actually engage forward, but that might mean the death of Faker. The answer is absolutely no, though, as Faker has no fear and so much damage. Double kill for Deft, as now Barbit trying to get on top of him and will be able to grab that kill. As now Canyon here with some snowballs. Not going to be able to grab the Malphite just yet, as Chippies is going to be able to grab the kill in the end. Beryl does have the ultimate available, looking to try and dive on top of Babib if he can. Instead turns it around and hops on top of Chippies with that passive. Pretty powerful, fleeing, able to grab the kill in the end. Is good old Beryl. That's a double kill just before he hits the death chamber. And yeah, 33-14. This is a bloodbath. This is exactly what we wanted out of All-Stars.
Yeah, this is what you got to do. And I love how Deft is just like, yeah, I'm going to go in and kill you. But he had the kill. He's just like, okay, my killing's going to get him. Nope. It's flashed on. Could have just taken him down, and of course he baits Faker to run into 4 enemies, so we got more fighting.
Yep, more action as Cannon's going to be silenced for the moment, setting up a whole bunch of brushes. Oh my god, boom goes the dynamite from Faker. Canyon, yeah, throwing some orbs, some snowballs coming through here. It's Faker not going to have his bowler land, but that doesn't matter as the Fiddlesticks is definitely going to die. Rel falls down as well. As now the rest of the LCK will just barrel down this mid lane. Look to try and knock down this inhibitor turret or just grab some more kills. I don't think turrets are really what the LCK has been looking for in this game. Scanner at half health. Selectively able to keep himself alive though with the amount of shields that he does have. Off to the side, looking for that potential engagement here is the snowball going to get interrupted. Faker dives on in, Babbitt finds the unstoppable force, the Eye-Burn just collapses in a pool of blood as Babbitt, yeah, flashes on forward, grabs the Lucian as well, big knockups from Cupcake. As now, yep, set up that snowball and try and take it away as, yeah, Canyon says okay, and he's looking to try and get himself out of here. Ooh, wagon wheel. The OPL, they're not done yet. They really want this Disco Nunu as well. As, yeah, Crow Storm used, but to no real avail as Beryl this whole time really didn't want Canyon to bring them back to this Mountain Drake.
Beryl's
He's going to.
He's kind of doing his own game here, you know? He's just...
He's got that ultimate.
Oh, are they going to go over the wall?
Yeah, no,
like
we're going for it. We're looking for it. Are we? Yeah, there it is. The ulti flies in, but is interrupted pretty quickly. Now Beryl tries to get some more kills. Is going to be stolen. That is 3 Drakes over to the LCK. Canna. Nope. Not going to go in. And the OPL get more kills, but the LCK get a Dragon. I don't know whether you're going to say that that's worth. But I mean, they're still ahead by a pretty long way, although the gap is getting smaller.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lane is only 0 and 19, so there is a chance because of Babbitt and how insane he is. Also the Olaf here, Chippy's.
Big engage, as there aren't that many members of the LCK, as Death is going to be taken down. 1-for-1 trade at the moment, as it is Cupcake that falls also. But yeah, probably not the engagement that you necessarily wanted to take.
Babbitt is, he's really beefy right now.
Unstoppable Force comes down, he's beefy and does a heck of a lot of damage at the same time as Chippy's teleports in and is going to be able to help grab that kill, and Raze collects his first one. He was 0 and 10, guys, but now he's 1 and 10.
Yeah, I feel like Babbitt is like, after the new items, it's like his first time playing. Obviously not, but he's got this huge smile on his face where he's like figuring out that, oh, this AP Malphite thing is pretty good on this patch, and he is just rocking them on the range. Obviously, the LCK with their leader just kind of running at them in their enemy base, but I mean, he's got Rocket Belt, he's got the Zonyas, he is like literally one-shotting people now on this Malphite, and he even goes all the way around here. Let's speed it up. Yep, he's thinking about it. He's like, oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, how about I just get 2 people in the Unstoppable Force? Nicely done.
Yep, grabs him with the dash cannon to finish him off for the style points. And yeah, Faker nowhere to run. But I think the LCK might need to have a look at maybe taking fights that aren't 2 versus 5 in the next little while. Maybe that's going to be their way of securing victory. But I don't know. I'm not the analyst.
The Atlanalist, maybe later on.
No. The Valdanalist is too strong. We must keep it down.
Maybe someday.
Chippy's not going to get CC'd for too long here as Canna just baiting the OPL forward. Snowballs making their way down. We'll see whether this one can be bent. Nope. Canyon just decides to bail completely. And now who's corralling who is the question, as Raze getting to work on this outer turret in the mid lane. And Beryl off to the side, spotted by these minions, I believe, and definitely that ward that he walked through. As, Beryl didn't listen to us. He flashes. Oh, actually gets the ulti. Oh my god! Raze caught out of position, and I spoke way too soon. How embarrassing. Babbitt is still very strong. Grabs himself a double off the back end, but it's a 2 for 2. As the dust is settling, but it's not going to settle for too long. Beryl goes down extraordinarily low, but is able to keep himself alive for a really long time. Deft as well, at full health, but he needs to actually land some autos on these OPL players. Cupcake trying to get out. Canna does have a lot of support that he can give to Deft, but The LCK mid laner slash bottom laner and the top laner slash support. Not quite able to get on top of these OPL players. And they'll make it out with actually a pretty positive trade.
Canna's being annoying here. We'll see if he actually gets in there. Looks like a no. But, man, the Malphite, oh, he actually got out of there. Malphite is getting pretty insane now. I mean, he picked up 3 more kills on top of it. He's got the 2 large rods that are, of course, needlessly large.
They really did not need to be that large, did they?
Absolutely not. We didn't need that in our lives. But, yeah, they're just going to go for the Baron here as Deft gets some distraction going in the mid lane.
Yeah, it is going to be ignored as Chippy's just dives on into the pit, looks for the lowest health target, but he's going to get taken. Oh, okay, never mind. The Baron is secured by the LCK, but can they win the ensuing fight? And the answer for the moment is no. Double kill for the Olaf, 13, 6, and 5 for Chippies, by the way. Is now Canna going to avoid the Q. Will get himself under this turret for relative safety. Faker up towards the top side, but the OPL, they have their hearts set on the mid lane. And there's the ulti. Chippies probably will be taken down here. Does flash, but there's going to be a brush set down by Canna. And the T1 boys do manage to grab that Olaf in style.
I'm not sure why he flashed there, but that's okay. This is a really flashy play from Beryl. Gotta love it here in the All-Star games that he does go for such a crazy play. But then you see, I mean, they've got some nice AoE damage from the Fiddle. And, of course, Olaf and Malphite are still crazy strong right now, so they're just able to get in there and box some bases, essentially. And now they're even looking for some dragons.
Cool Canyon does have flashes in, and they get themselves the Dragon Soul. Oh, no! Crowstorm's getting a lot of value. The Unstoppable Force is gigantic and grabs 2 kills immediately, but it is going to be Canyon with a fair bit of damage back. This is so messy, but it looks like the OPL will be able to take the fight. Beryl, the last man standing, but he's standing for so damn long. What the heck? Can they even kill this guy? He's just trying to fight it out. But it is taken down in the end as Tally just drains him and picks up the kill. So Dragon Soul for an ace for the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, this is what this comp is designed to do. It is Wombo Combo in a nutshell. The Malphite and the Fiddle, but then you've got even the Rel, the Olaf, and the Samira to follow up. And then Beryl hilariously doesn't die for an insanely long time, but essentially just a really clean Wombo Combo fight from this comp, and the OPL is certainly back in this game, even though the Mountain Soul was taken for the LCK. There are certainly a lot of fights where they just Wombo Combo you to death and still win. So if LCK actually want to win this game, which, you know, I'm not sure that they do, the way they've been playing, they've been having a lot of fun, which is good.
Do you know who's having the most fun? Babbitt. 100%
Yes, 100%.
having the most fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got a Bejize and a Death Cap now.
Yeah.
So this is going to be rough. The Samira and Rel bottom lane, not shipping it. It's currently 1 and 22. But the OPL are pulling it back in as, okay, looking for the absolute zero. Did manage to chip Chippies right there, I think. But didn't really do too much. Canyon over to the side is Beryl. Now that he has that Gore Drinker completed, he's feeling like he can just fight for absolutely forever. Gonna need those Oblivion Orbs to come through, I believe. And now Beryl might be out of position. Barbib should be able to find him here. It is going to be the ulti to safety here by Beryl. As towards the back end, it's Canyon just having a good time trying to kill Raze. Can the Nunu escape is going to be the question. There's the ulti, and Barbib says absolutely not. And Raze grabs his second kill of the game.
That actually kind of felt like a fight that was pretty good for the LCK. You know, just spread them out, don't get Wombo comboed, but just getting caught by himself there was Canyon, and unfortunately that meant that it was a pretty easy kill for the OPL team, even though they weren't Wombo comboing. They were able to just combo one guy. That was about it, so they get a couple more stacks to the Malphite, who is, again, insane in this game.
Yeah.
There's certainly a world in where the OPL wins here.
Well, Beryl looking to try and change your mind, Valdez. Trying to dive forward. Babbitt's going to go golden, though. Keep himself alive with his Zhonya's as Canna. That's where the focus is. Get rid of all of these enchanters being annoying as Faker's trying to bounce around in all of these brushes. Will he be able to keep... No, he's not. He's well dead as the double kill comes through from Chippies. And now Deft trying to work out exactly what his game plan should be. And maybe fighting with their Nunu present might be a good idea. As Canyon seems to just have a will of his own throughout this series, as Babib. He's not a tanky boy, but he explodes anyone who walks up to him.
What was that?
That's called a mountain face-checking a mouse. That's what that's called. And when you're the mountain, you're gonna be fine.
Thank you for the stacks, says Babib. He had his ultimate up because he didn't have it for the fight, so you gotta know that, okay, this guy's got enough ability haste to have it up by this time. As Canyon's gonna die.
Likely. Teleport is going to come forward here as well. As you can see, Beryl flashes, wants to grab that 1,000 gold, and he will be able to get it. Can he get out is the question, as a bit of a fear comes through. And once the Olaf jumps on top of you, you're most likely to fall down. And that is going to be the kill secured.
Worth. Definitely worth. Picks up the shutdown. And we're at 82 kills, so even though we're here casting at LOL Park, it is not an LCK game, that's for sure.
No.
We're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks.
This actually, this is the same amount of kill count, I think, from like, do you remember when Hexakill existed on the Twisted Tree line?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last time I think I saw kill scores this large. But it's good to see that the players are having fun, you know? And it's all for charity as well. As the OPL was behind 10,000 gold, they're now up 300. You can imagine Def not very happy about how this one has gone. Because he was having a brilliant time earlier on.
It was legendary. He was 8-0 and then he died.
Yeah.
8-1. And I wonder if the LCK is actually going to try to, win this game, play a little bit seriously, and attempt it, but at this point it might be a little bit too little too late.
Well, they are in position. Babip and Canyon just fighting one another. Canna over to the side. A few missed skill shots though as Beryl has already dived in. Tally in trouble. The Fiddlesticks will be falling as the shutdown goes over to Def. Raze collects Beryl though, so we are even 4-4, but Babip says absolutely not. He's a raid boss right now. He's still got his Zhonya's as well. He can use that whenever he wants to, but the knockoff comes in. No, it's not in time. They can't finish him off, and Babip is going to be able to stay up, and the OPL are going to decisively win another team fight as Canna, he's lumbering away, and Raze says, nah mate, you're dead. His 80 carry melee Katarina destroys him.
Ray's actually finally doing something in this game, it feels like.
Yeah.
After
he's like,
everybody else
hit my
died.
power spike, boys.
Hey, 2 items, here I am. Oh man. This is, OPL's gonna win this one.
I think so too.
I think it's gone too far now. The mountain soul does not matter at all. And we saw some smiling faces. Beryl's actually not. Okay, he's got a little bit of a smirk on. Canna is having a bit of fun.
Yeah,
it's
Canna's just
my
big
first time Ivored, by the way. But
first time international stage support game, by the way.
yeah,
That's the important part. Whereas Babip's like 24 stacks, by the way. Very impressive stuff.
look at this. He's like, hello. Nice to meet you. Waits for the flash. Deft is like, oh, let me just attack this ward here.
Oh, God. I don't even think we needed that. The ground pound. Just wanted to be Donkey Kong for a moment. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's 1 stack away from 25 max stacks. And we actually have another Magi's there in the mid lane to our middle sticks tally.
He hasn't been having the greatest of games thus far.
And
however, you may as well build it.
Yeah, that we are currently in the Baron power play. The Red Bull Baron power play, I should say.
Indeed, you should.
Yeah. That is the way it goes here at the All-Star event. And maybe they're just going to try to kill the Chippies here. Looks like they might be able to.
Yeah, Faker trying to utilize that Gore Drinker to stay alive.
Mics.
Chippy says absolutely not. His Gore Drinker is way better than yours.
The Elder Drake smites
Yeah.
from like 1,000 range.
Triple kill for the Olaf as Babip goes golden. The Absolute Zero will get the shutdown. I swear, the shutdowns from Babip have been like 1,000 gold, 800 gold, 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep the LCK economy afloat. It's not really working out here as the OPL have managed to get more kills than the LCK. Oh man, this has been a fun game.
Yeah.
As Fear comes through, that's a great engage to come through from the Rel. And Samira grabs the kill on to Deft. Is now, just running away is Canyon. Not going to be able to do enough. As the Nexus, once again on the LCK side of Summoner's Rift, is going to come tumbling down. Maybe after a couple more kills. That's all we need. Barrel's going to be able to grab that one. Oh, is this the comeback, Valdez? Can we do it? Ray's dancing around this fight. It's sort of his first opportunity to find a victory here as Cupcake wants to get onto that fountain. He died the way he lived, and that's called going in. And that was a game. That definitely a game. And that is going to be once again the Spotify Underdog upset.
How does this keep happening? The
Well,
LCK
I don't know, man.
embarrassed on the world stage. They were, that was a fun game. They were really just, when it was like 14-2 or like 16-2, I was like, oh boy, this isn't going to look good. But thankfully, we actually had a game that went the distance, and the OPL, in great fashion, had a nice little comeback there, so that was pretty cool to see.
Yep.
I guess the MVP is just Babip. I think when you
I mean, he
carry
won the
that
game.
hard,
He won the game by himself.
When you carry that hard, I guess you have to be the MVP, right?
Yep. Better jungler wins, I guess. You know,
It was like, oh,
world's
God.
MVP, and then Babip comes in and says, yeah, mate, hold my beer. Hold my Fosters, as it were. No, definitely not Fosters.
This is that moment in solo queue where you're like, you were having so much fun when you were so far ahead, and then you slowly just lost the game, and you're just like, oh my God. I'm uninstalling right now.
Yeah.
Just to install like 10 minutes later.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe instead of uninstalling, you just take a few hours break and then come back with a fresh mind. The OPL players did not need that. They, in fact, just got to halfway through the game and then said, guys, we got a big rock. Let's allow him to carry for us. And look, AP Malphite, if there's any region that would be great at AP Malphite, it would be the region that spawns from as well, because AP Malphite has been like one of his favorites for so damn long, and I love that it's Babip that manages to find success on the champion from the jungle. Bit of a shout out there. But OPL and PCS, both of them. The Spotify Underdog victories back to back. And where, you know, we've experienced times where we get sad about the LCK losing. This is not one of those times.
No.
You know, Damwon were able to win the World Championship, and so that's it for 2020. We're good. We are good. We can start getting stressed again tomorrow, as we are going to check out some of the highlights. I want to know how these highlights were spliced together, because it could be like you could have it for like 2 minutes of just like a kill a second. Because there were just so damn many.
I mean, we had over 80 kills. Maybe it was actually over 90 by the end.
Yeah.
We nearly hit that 100 mark. And it was all the LCK from the beginning. I mean, this was even Canyon trying to 1v2 underneath the turret, basically, as the wolf bitten to death.
Buff Samira.
But
not even as strong as a Merkwolf Valdez.
Definitely. Go ahead, buff Smear. Yeah, good idea.
Don't buff Babip though. The Malphite was just a little bit too strong. Yeah.
He had some fun in this game. There was a lot of times where the LCK was like, you know what? Let's just get in there. We're so far ahead. I'm sure it'll be fine. And then this happens.
Oh, man. Oh, Babip was a real big boy. And look, the rest of the team played around him very, very nicely. You know, Crowstorm on top of the Unstoppable Force just meant way too much AoE damage for the LCK to deal with. No Gore Drinker required here for Beryl. He just kept himself alive for a magnanimous amount of time. Magnanimous, absolutely the wrong word, but it felt fun to say. It's Babip, yeah, by def.
So he attacked a ward there. Did they place a ward? I wonder.
I'm not sure, but there's Raze on your screen and Cupcake, both of them looking a little bit anxious and nervous after they were hard carried by Babip.
The LCK players are like, get me out of here. Oh, man. Feels bad.
I think a lot of them are going to have to be playing some 1v1s as well coming up. So hopefully we can get our mental sorted out heading into that one, which is going to be our next section of our day's proceedings before we head towards checking out some of our LPL teams and what they're going to be able to do. But we are going to check out the breakdown of that game, and I just want to see the number that this Malphite has managed to put together. Oh, no, it was Chippies!
Yeah. I mean, it certainly helps that in the last fight he got a triple kill with 3 people diving on him while he had Elder Drake. But still, I mean, the Olaf was doing some insane, consistent damage. And eventually had way over 1,000 per minute. Having a blast in that one, that was for sure.
Can you calculate the kills per minute for us? We're at like 97 kills, and the game went for 33 minutes. So, what is that, 3 kills a minute, approximately?
Yep, just about. Right underneath. It's like 2.97 or something.
Yeah. 3 kills a minute's pretty high.
Yeah.
It's not a bad kill per minute ratio.
I'm okay with it. I enjoy it. It's definitely a change of pace when from when I'm sitting in this desk usually.
And what would you suggest the LCK changed about their team composition in order to get across the line next time, Valdez?
We needed more Rengar synergy.
Yeah,
there's a little bit some other guys trying to do their own thing. Like when the Alpha Rengar picks his Rengar, just, get
so we
more
needed
supports,
more supports.
Maybe like a Karma mid. Oh god, that would have been terrible.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
Much rather would have watched the 8-0. But it seems we have an interview.
Yeah, we are going to try once again with Faker. So we'll be able to throw it over to G-Sun and hopefully, fingers crossed, it is going to work this time.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun, joined by Faker after the LCK's Underdog Uprising matches. First up, I'm going to ask him, how does he feel after facing up against PCS and OPL since they made a huge upset for 2 times in a row? 네, 언더독의 반란 경기를 마치신 페이커 선수 모셨는데요. 정말 PCS와 OPL 모두 반란을 일으키는데 성공했습니다. 경기를 치르신 소감 어떻게 되나요?
네, 오늘 2 경기 다 아쉽게 패배를 했는데 그래도 선수들끼리 분위기도 좋고 다들 각자의 그런 퍼포먼스를 보여준 것 같아서 저도 재밌게 플레이했습니다.
Well, yeah, sadly we lost both 2 games, but we were having a really nice team atmosphere, and at the same time, all the players were able to pull off a cool performance, so we all enjoyed the series. Moving on to the next question. Actually, Faker played Yone with Yasuo from Daft, and also moving on to game number 2. Almost every player on the side of the LCK role swapped, so I guess LCK All-Stars were having a blast. So how's the teamwork over there? 그러면 1경기에서는 Yone, 야수, 마포고 이과 듀오가 등장했고 2경기에는 거의 모든 선수분들이 이제 라인 수업을 하셨는데 다들 좀 많이 즐기고 있는 것 같아요. 지금 코드도 잘 맞는 것 같은데 호흡은 어떤가요?
일단 선수들이 다들 개인 기량이 출중해서 호흡이 잘 맞는 장면은 많이 나온 것 같진 않은데 각자 할 일을 잘한 것 같아요. 그리고 야수 요네 같은 경우에는 제가 요네를 픽했는데 데프트 선수가 저한테 맞춰준 것 같습니다.
Well, to be honest, I think all the individual players are very talented, so we were not able to show a great teamwork kind of moment, but I think we all did our role perfectly. And also for the Yasuo Yone comp, well, actually, I just locked in Yone, and then I think Daft kind of fitted to my champion pick. And the next question, well, all of our teammates are having their first All-Stars events, and you are the only player who have an experience at the All-Star. Actually, you're having your 7th All-Stars event, so did you give them any advice? 네, 함께하는 팀원분들이 지금 사실 다들 올스타전을 처음 참가하셨는데 7번이나 출전한 페이커 선수가 선배로서 어떤 조언 같은 거 해주셨나요?
딱히 조언은 안 해줬고, 이번 올스타처럼 온라인으로 진행한 올스타는 저도 처음이기 때문에, 저도 새로운 마음으로, 처음으로 경험한다고 생각했습니다. 이번 올스타.
Well, not really because we're having a remote all-star, which is also a first kind of type of event for me as well. So I also came in with a very fresh kind of a mindset. Then moving on to the next question. Well, you have always topped the vote for 7 years in a row since 2014. So any message to the fans all around the world, always showing a great love and support. 그러면 이제 14년도부터 7번 연속 올스타전 투표 1위를 달성하시고 계신데 항상 이렇게 큰 사랑과 응원 보내주시는 전 세계 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
네, 이번 올스타도 많은 세계 팬분들과 한국 팬분들이 투표해 주신 덕에 나올 수 있었고요. 그리고 그런 부분에 대해서 정말 감사드리고 지금 굉장히 힘든 시기인데 다들 모두 건강하게 잘 지내셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, thanks to all the love and support from our fans from the globe and also in Korea, I was able to be in this All-Stars team. So I really appreciate this kind of support. And also, I know that we are all in a hard time. So I hope we can all stay safe and also push through this hard time. This was Faker after the Underdog Uprising matches. And back to you guys. 여기까지가 페이커 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Jisun and Faker. See, we did manage to get you that interview sorted out. Thank you so much, Jisun, once again for the fantastic translation. Even if it was second time around, it is always good to hear that Faker's having a good time, regardless of the fact that, there are a couple of losses there. However, when it comes to our, Spotify underdog victory, it is always a good sign, give that extra money to charity and all that sort of stuff. So the Underdog Uprising, maybe the LCK were the underdogs today. I don't know. Maybe we should have refocused our efforts after the PCS did manage to take us down. But we are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. But when we get back, we are going to have a chat with some of our OPL boys. So stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have an interview with Babip coming up really, really soon. And just recently tweeted, I think TSM going to be pretty happy with their new Academy jungler.
Yeah.
Because
it's pretty good.
Putting the world's MVP in his place. Admittedly, in a game with 97 kills, probably not the greatest example, but here we are. Here's Jisun with that interview.
This is Jisun joined by Babip after having a pop-off game up against DLCK on a Malphite pick. First off, this is your first time participating in the All-Stars event as an OPL representative. So how are you enjoying this event? 우선은 바빕 선수 말파이트로 정말 강력한 모습 LCK 팀 상대로 보여주셨는데요. 첫 경기 치르신 소감 여쭤보겠습니다.
I'm very grateful for everyone who voted me in, obviously. I think it was really fun to play with the players I'm playing with. I'm good friends with all of them, so overall just a lot of fun.
네, 우선은 정말 뽑아주신 덕분에 정말 감사히도 이런 이벤트에 참여할 수 있었는데요. 특히나 같이 뽑힌 팀원들 모두 친한 선수였기 때문에 더 즐겁게 좀 즐기면서 경기를 치를 수 있었다고 합니다. 그러면 이제 두 번째 질문은 LCK에 혹시 좋아하는 선수가 있으신지 또 LCK를 상대해본 소감은 어떤지 여쭤보겠습니다. So, did you guys enjoy playing up against the LCK All-Stars? And also, if you do have an LCK favorite player, who is it?
Obviously, I'm a pretty big fan of Canyon, obviously, because I think he's the best jungler in the world. So yeah, pretty nervous playing against him. Obviously, it's more of a for fun tournament, but still, yeah, pretty fanboying quite a lot over him.
네, 실제로 있다고 하는데요. 바로 캐년 선수의 엄청난 팬이고 정말 캐년 선수가 지금 세계 최고 정글러라고 생각한다고 합니다. 그런 만큼 이번 경기 참여하는 것도 많이 긴장이 됐고 비록 즐기기 위한 대회이긴 했지만 너무 좋아하는 마당에 이제 조금 많이 따라다니고 좀 팬질하는 그런 모습도 드러났다고 합니다. 네, moving on to the next question. So, how did the players react to the LCK's crazy role swapping and like for fun comps? And which one was the most impressive pick? 그러면 이제 LCK 선수들이 방금 경기에 포지션도 다 바꾸고 예능 픽을 많이 보여줬는데 어땠는지 또 어떤 픽이 가장 인상 깊었는지 궁금합니다.
I think Faker playing Rengar in the bot lane was like the most surprising. Obviously, all of their champions could go in like any of the roles, and we didn't actually realize until the end of the champion select where everyone was going, because obviously Faker went bot lane. So yeah, it was just super like funny. We were all like laughing about it. Yeah.
네, 페이커 선수의 랭거 바텀 픽이 제일 인상 깊었다고 하는데요. 사실은 정말 그 챔피언 픽하고 마지막 순간까지도 모든 챔피언이 어떤 포지션에 가도 이상하지 않았어갖고 누가 어디 갈까 예측하기가 너무 어려웠고요. 마지막까지 정말 몰랐다고 합니다. 그리고 마지막에 이제 페이커 선수가 바텀에 가게 된 것을 알게 되고 정말 놀랐고 이 경기 내내 다들 웃으면서 경기를 많이 즐겼다고 합니다. So you went for full damage AP Malphite, and even though you were struggling a little bit in the earlier phase, I think you were able to come back like a monster in the end. So how did you prepare that pick? 그러면 이제 말파이트 AP 정글로 오늘 좋은 모습을 보여줬는데 사실 초반에는 많이 어려웠던 것 같습니다. 그래도 후반에 다시 성장을 도모하면서 멋있는 모습을 많이 보여줬는데 말파이트 AP 픽은 어떻게 준비했는지 궁금합니다.
Me and my top laner Chippies, we were sort of talking about what champions are easy to play on high ping. And we were both like watching the game before in the PCS, and we were like, oh, Malphite is probably like super easy to play on high ping. So we were just going to flex the Malphite and the Olaf pick and just take it, whichever lane was better. That's pretty much it. And like a for fun, sort of more fun pick, yeah.
네, 이제 아무래도 경기 시작하기 전에 탑에 간 치피 선수와 둘이서 이제 핑이 좀 높은데도 쉽게 좀 세게 잘 활용할 수 있는 그런 픽이 뭐가 있을까 많이 궁리를 했고 앞선 PCS전을 보면서 말파이트가 핑 높을 때도 좀 쉽고 센 챔피언이겠다 싶어서 이제 올라프와 말파이트를 뽑고 좀 상황을 봐서 더 좋은 포지션으로 좀 수합하기로 결정을 했다고 하는데요. 그리고 또 이제 질겜적인 요소도 조금 가미되었다고 합니다. So last question. So congratulations on joining TSM in the LCS, and I'm pretty sure all the LCS fans were watching this game. So any message over to the fans out there? 그럼 마지막으로 명문 게임단 TSM에 합류하셨는데요. 아무래도 LCS 팬분들도 이 경기 보고 계셨을 것 같습니다. 지켜보신 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
I'm super excited about next year, and yeah, I'm looking forward to everyone who will support me, and yeah, looking to crush it in NA.
네, 내년이 정말 많이 기대가 되고 응원 보내주시는 모든 팬분들께 감사드리며 내년 NA에서 정말 멋있는, 정말 압도하는 그런 모습 보여주시겠다고 했습니다. 여기까지가 바빕 선수였습니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation for the Korean broadcast, because we're sort of doing both. This is actually it's really interesting, sort of having both of us sharing the whole situation. But great to hear from Babip there as well. Glad that we had a bit of a conversation about him moving over to TSM and seeing what he can do over in North America. So he has been one of our stars for a really long time. Really glad that Oceania you guys got together and voted in Babip so that we got to see him absolutely pop off on that Malphite. But now we've got the Red Bull solo queue 1v1 tournament, and this is going to be really exciting. There were so many people that applied for this. It's been going on all over the year, and it all comes down to this. It's been a long time since I commentated some 1v1s, but we are going to have, we're mainly going to be focusing on, the end of the tournament. We are going to show you guys a bunch of the round of 16 and how that one has gone, as this is going to be the bracket that you guys are witnessing.
Yeah, and you'll notice they're not all pro gamers or anything like that. We gave an opportunity to pretty much anyone to sign up and go into the tournament, and this is what we were left with going into the round of 16, and that's where we stand.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of names that you will recognize from the LCK, formerly from the LCK, and of course some stars here when it comes to content creation, and of course solo queue from the rest of Korea. So interesting stuff. You can see some of the names, like Ambition versus Prey is going to be a real interesting one.
Pawn versus Mata.
I know. Oh, Mata versus Pawn. That is so good.
That's the one I saw. I'm like, yes, yes.
This actually reminds me of EDG versus RNG back in 2015. This is certainly taking us all the way back. Marin going to be in there as well. As these are going to be definitely some fun ones.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see. You got Barrel up against Jelly too, which is kind of interesting.
Right? Been a while since we've seen Jelly.
Yeah. And of course, some names that if you are not familiar with, you know, some of the content creators here in Korea that you may not recognize, but we will introduce them as they come along. Here is Canyon up against Hojin, of course.
Yep, we have played these games already, guys, so these are going to be the highlights from the round of 16. We'll be starting from the semis live, but we are just going to take you through how this one worked. Canyon looking pretty good here, as these pierces are looking real scary. You have to kill your opponent twice, by the way, in order to win or take the turret. And I believe after 7 minutes, there's a big thing of death, and then you kill each other.
Yeah.
That's sort of the updated rules. 1v1 has evolved a bit over time, as Canyon's he's really having a good time here, and you can see Hojin. He's trying to use that old the old Varus strategy. It's like, I played Varus, and therefore I'm going to win this 1v1.
Yeah.
And it's not really working out, as Callista is really, really strong. As a champion that's sort of like built to be in a duo lane and has duo synergy, she shouldn't be this good by herself. In my opinion.
Yeah, she's just really good. I mean, she's great at skirmishing. She's great at even poking down in a 1v1 scenario. So I do like the pick from Canyon. And yeah, it was pretty simple to finish that one off. Canyon does win. He moves on to the round of 8.
Having a good time as well, as you can see on your screen. We'll be able to check out the next one. Roll the clip. This is actually really cool. Like going through with like highlights for the beginning, and then it gets super serious. As we are going to have our support showdown, Brand versus Maokai. Oh no! Thematically, the tree just burns down. Jelly, what have you done? It's a disaster.
Yeah,
oh dear.
well.
I wonder if Jelly can win this one, guys.
Yeah, if I were playing in this tournament, I would probably play something like Brand. He can be such a menace with no outside influences, you know?
Yeah.
And especially with some of the changes and the buffs, just straight up buffs that he's received with those changes. He's just really intuitive, he's great, and definitely favor him in this matchup against a Maokai.
He has a slight item advantage as well, as you can see. Having a mythic in your back pocket is definitely showing that things are getting a little bit rough. Sudden death in 30 seconds. They did take a lot of time to take this one down,
boy.
but that's a 2-level advantage.
Yeah. And, yeah.
You'd get some real good odds if Jelly managed to win this one, though. I'll tell you that much. Yeah.
Pretty easy there. Bounces his ult off himself and off the minions. Gets right in the face of the Maokai. And makes it look pretty easy. I liked his first kill a little bit better. I feel like at this point it was kind of just like a done deal. The first one was nice. I think he threw out the Q first and E'd as the Q was in transit, as it was being fired.
Yeah,
to
definitely
make that
much
stunt
cleaner.
happen. It's a pretty nice little move. And Barrel is well known, you know, for not just being a support god. He's actually just a really mechanically skilled player. And that's part of the reason why he is so good at the game in general.
Well.
And here's Soearth playing up against Faker.
This might look like a little bit of a mismatch here, and you can see that Faker does have way more farm and a level advantage, but a bit of aggression here out of Soearth, landing all of his buttons quite nicely. But the problem with Olaf is he stands still and hits you with 2 axes. As we'll see whether Soearth is going to get that Blade Surge back, and he does. First kill going over. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think Faker just a little bit overconfident here, and Soearth with the barrier just
dodging the
decides to go
undertow
for
as
it.
well.
Yeah, and you could see that Faker doesn't even bother using. He knows he's going to die anyway, so just goes down there. And yeah, he's CSing a little bit better, but we'll see if he actually comes back in this one. Looks like he's got a pretty good fight here.
Yeah, well, Blade Surge is going to help him get a whole bunch of his health back there with the Ionian Fervor. But it looks like Faker just thinking about killing him under his turret. How did it all come to this? Is going to be the question. You can see, as far as health bars, not going so well, but The kill score is going to be there. Sowerf just needs to win another 1v1.
There's nothing you can do with the sudden death.
And the minion wave as well. But still, it is going to put it at 1-for-1, but then it's going to be the CS that is going to change things. Gets it within 8, though, as there's the shutdown. And I guess at sudden death, that's when you're just going to be able to pick up the win if you manage to get the kill in that scenario. Yeah. So just a little bit unfortunate for Sowerf.
Yeah, feels bad. Should have pushed the envelope a little bit faster, I suppose. Just gets killed by Faker, who does eventually take it down. But, I mean, hey, Sowerf killed him 1v1 straight up before any kills had happened, before any sudden death or anything like that.
This is the matchup I've been waiting for. This is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. As a boomer myself, I absolutely ship this. Ambition and Prey both having a lot of fun here as well, as you can see. As it's going to be Malphite versus Jarvan. Boomer champions for a boomer matchup. All right, barrier's going to be exchanged here. Cataclysm from Prey. Oh, gets on top of the health pack.
Yeah.
Oh, Prey's got to unretire. He needs to pull a clear love. He needs to come back. That was so sick.
Yeah. Barrier Ignite is Biss, I suppose.
Well, when you're burly boys like this, you know, you just need that little bit of staying power and you can light them on fire.
Prey just getting rid of the shield there. And, yeah. Jarvan's got a nice amount of poke, too, you know. Just get in there. Start whacking away at him with your Q. And it's really annoying for the Malphite to handle. Well, let's see what he does here. He doesn't have his ultimate up yet, so.
Well, I mean, he's just going to light him on fire. The barrier's going to come down, and then he's going to die. So Prey pretty comfortably finding the 2-0.
Yeah, I made that look easy, actually. Even through the barrier, it's like, nope.
Just dropped a flag on him. Who would have known, as he's just having the best time.
Moves on to the round of 8 of the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. And then Deft versus Nara Kyle.
And look, Deft has had a bit of an up and down day so far. We'll see how things went in the 1v1 tournament. Samira versus Udyr. This feels like it's probably not going to be Udyr favored, but I'm not sure whether there's much that's Udyr favored at this point in time. As Deft, very late barrier as the Ignite comes down, and he's going to survive.
That was actually pretty close.
That was real close, yeah.
That was close. Deft, you know, he gets to heal with the Ignite on him, but that one turret shot, you know, if he didn't get hit by that one, I think obviously he wins the trade, but he just stepped a tiny bit too close. And now let's see, maybe he can get a kill here. He's down a level, though. Knows he has to go for it.
Yep, this is also sudden death, remember, guys. So not going to be able to have that protection of the turret as the ulti comes out once again from Deft. Managed to get that S up just in time, as you could see, as Narakyle, I have a feeling, is going to fall. Not enough turtling available. Oh, no! He's turning it! Does he get the last one? No, he doesn't. That was way closer than it should have been.
You saw both of them just burst out laughing after that one. It was actually a pretty close trade here. At the end of the day, I like how Deft repositions himself, gains a little bit of range, and yeah, eventually just takes him down in melee. And we'll move on to the round of 8.
And yeah, the big sigh of relief as he is able to come out on top. Maybe the next round isn't going to be as easy as Pawn versus Marta, ex-teammates, of course, on KT a little while back, and enemies over in China. And yeah, I mean, it's Pawn. And of course, Marta is just like playing some random champion in Rengar this time around, but see whether it is going to work out here as Pawn. Yep, this is one of his favorites.
So nothing happens for, what, 7 minutes? And, yeah, this looks like an Azir game to me, too.
Yeah. Emperor's Divide makes it really, really hard to be
I think Pawn's
Rengar.
going to lose this.
Well, yeah, the gap was closed. Does he have the Shifting Sands back up is going to be the question. The bowler comes out, the empowered bowler there as well, but Pawn now looking to try and turn it as Marta gets the dive on back in.
Yeah, I think in sudden death, he just used the brush, and he could have taken it even slower.
Shifting Sands, flash forward, not enough. Marta successful.
I think he could have taken that even slower, but just wanted to go for the kill. Didn't want to waste any time. I actually liked the choice of the Rengar on this map. You know, the 2 brushes on the side, you can easily use them. Even though there wasn't any action before this, they eventually got the kill.
Yep. Bit of a giggle there from Marta as well. It's just good to see him back, you know. I feel like there's just, it's a nostalgia overload, these situations. As Kana up against Jisoo.
Jisoo girl.
Yes. It's confirmation.
Yes.
Not sure why that necessarily needs to be there, but Jisoo versus Kana. And a young gentleman. We saw him on this Kalista earlier on. This is looking very rude. Camille versus Kalista? Oh, God.
Yeah, I think the only way you kill the Kalista is if you just get the perfect stun.
Well, you need to
combo
all
off.
in, right?
Yeah, like, of course, that's all you can do. So it's just kind of just sitting here, taking poke. This kind of looks like the last time we saw the Kalista in our first highlight here, but that's a nice stun.
Yep, did manage to close the distance and got the health back as well. The flash forward, very close, and first blood actually goes to Jisoo.
Oh. That was okay. That's how you do it. She even picked up the health pack. Those were some pretty good mechanics.
That was sick.
Gets in there, and you can see she took Flash Ignite instead of Barrier Ignite, and it actually helped her pick up the kill.
Yep, that's what you want to see. Hextech Ultimatum coming down, and that's another health pack, but hookshot missing.
Yeah.
That's the disaster, and then the Rend makes things really, really difficult. And yeah, just walks into the brush. That's going to be that.
That's the problem with the Camille pick. It is very all-in.
Jisoo really playing it like you needed to land that hookshot, but the idea is right. Because you just can't let Kalista poke you down and then you can't play the game, right?
Yeah. So Kana, great positioning, stays in the middle of the lane, and he will move on.
Yeah, congratulations to Kana. Through to the next round, as we are going to go back to our bracket and we'll show you what our round of 8 looks like. We'll have highlights for that as well, guys, and then we will go into the semis. So whoever wins these matches, you will be seeing coming up live. Canyon versus Beryl, the Dam 1 battle. Faker versus Prey. Oh, Rox versus SKT Memories. Deft versus Marta. Teammates.
Yeah.
And for, another time ago, taking to the Rift against one another. Somehow our brackets worked out to have some of the coolest matchups possible, as Canyon is... Oh, that is just rude. Caitlyn is broken, guys.
Caitlyn.
And Beryl's playing Warwick again.
Again, yeah, this must be his new thing.
Oh, he does still have Flash available. Gets the follow. There's the Terrify.
Yeah, they both took Flash.
So easy. Never mind. Warwick's way overpowered. Caitlyn's terrible in 1v1.
Maybe that's why he played it here in this game. He's like, well, I won in the 1v1 tournament. I'm going to just play Warwick again.
Yeah, this champion's busted. How do top laners lose, I guess, is what he's thinking.
And I would imagine the same thing happens. Let's see.
I mean, it's a war of attrition, right? Because it's your turret that's under fire. It's not actually you. That's what Caitlyn does. She takes the gameplay out of a 1v1.
He just goes for it. He's up a level.
Yeah, net was decent, but the Ignite coming down at exactly the right time, and I thought having a trap available was going to be a good thing, but it's not enough. And Canyon, our world's MVP, destroyed by his support, playing Warwick.
Yeah, the two of them in the same house, Beryl looking over and laughing at him as he kills him. Gotta love it.
Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. This is the face of a killer, by the way, guys. We were watching that earlier on today, just giggling while he was either just obliterating everyone or losing, which happened in both of the games, but not at the beginning. Faker versus Prey. Oh, the sad mummy off. Did they plan this? Did they plan this for Cloud Templar? Is this all for Cloud Templar?
Oh, he misses Bandage.
Yeah, Bandage misses. Prey, the sick mechanics coming out yet again like he showed against Ambition. Who can cry harder is the question. As Barrier from Faker does eventually come out. As Prey doesn't quite land the Bandage toss himself. But look at his face, he's just having the best time. Okay, Curse of the Sad Mummy. Faker's still sitting on his, remember, guys. This could be the bait.
Looks like a great bait to me.
Mate,
Yeah.
had to do it.
Well, he's still got it. You got to use it. Okay. Well,
Takes a turret shot. Curse the sad. Not even going to use it. He's just sitting on that ulti.
why didn't he use it? He had him under the turret. That was pretty interesting. And does he actually just get sniped here? Or
I mean, one bandage toss would have just been the end of him. Oh, looking for the bait. Okay, there it is. It's a stun now, remember, guys. As Prey does make it out. So, it was all a hoax in the end.
And again,
Well, not sure whether this is going to work out here for Faker. As you can see, a lot of burn damage now available. Slight different choices when it comes to the items as Faker. Has he bought enough time? It's sudden death, remember, guys, and he's heading towards the enemy. Turret and Prey comes out on top.
yeah, he was just taking too many turret, or rather cannon shots the entire time. It was way too much damage. And just the slow burn
Yeah.
comes in and he dies.
He's like, I will go down by my own hand. Prey will not take me alive.
Yeah.
Well, that means we're going to be seeing Prey facing off against Beryl in that semi-final. There's now ex-teammates Deft and Marta. These guys have known each other for a really long time. Shipped out to China together many moons ago in 2015.
Gragas.
Back together on KT in 2017. Now against one another. Yeah, Gragas is an interesting one.
Yeah,
A jungle off here.
I guess he's got good sustain.
Oh,
Ooh.
Barrel comes down, sends him through the health pack, which is probably not what Deft was hoping for, but looks for that extra auto, doesn't get it. As Marta is going to be able to get that health back, and you can see big smiles on both of them. That body slam's not what you want there, Deft, but health pack is definitely on the menu.
And he, he actually does a nice amount of poke damage. He's built full AP. He just goes and pokes down the Rengar, who can't get near a brush or trade or anything.
Spirit Visage Rengar, so not looking for any damage here. Deft just says, you want a drink, mate, I guess. And starting to get a lot of damage down with those Ws. Marta now looking for that all-in. Ignite is ticking down, so that Spirit Visage not doing exactly what you want. Flashes over and then jumps out of the brush as Deft is like, well, I guess I'll let the minions do it. I'll take my hands off the keyboard. And the Gragas is going to reign supreme. Shout out to Score, both of their, KT brethren, and they were both on the team. He was the Gragas. Although it was Hillbilly every time, not the stock skin.
Whatever this is.
This is called Gragas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just Gragas.
Just Gragas. And now we're going to find out who Deft will be facing in the semi-final. Will it be Canna, or will it be Solar Ray?
I don't know. Kind of looked pretty good, to be honest, on the Kalista the last time around.
This is a matchup, though. Battle Bunny Riven versus the Olaf.
Yeah.
It's pretty all-in-y. Is he going to be able to find the stun? Okay, never mind. This is some Riven main stuff, and Canna's no way that he can do anything.
I was about to say, honestly, guys, I don't know too much about Solar Ray, but if I had to imagine anything,
he's got solo in his name, and he's playing Riven.
Yeah,
so
he's probably a one-trick. was going to be what I was going to say. And he looks to be pretty good. Although that was a really nice undertow from Canna to get this kill started.
Yeah, well, without your dash available, it does make things difficult. Okay, we're one apiece between both of these guys. Sterek's Gage has been put together.
Oh, he just
just looking to take down the turret. Never mind.
Yeah, he has Sterek's and he's like, okay, yeah, anyway. See you later. I'm going to be taking this. Even pops the barrier. Easy peasy from Canna. And did a ton of damage to the turret. That's the first turret kill we saw.
That's what happens when you press R. You get all of that extra AD. So he was also going low, so the extra attack speed. It's just pretty ridiculous stuff. But here we go. Semi-finals time, and this, ladies and gentlemen, will be live. Beryl versus Prey. Deft versus Canna, and selfishly, I desperately want it to be Deft versus Prey. Of course, both of them ex-DRX bottom laners and have been playing for this entire time against one another. Both of them, some of the biggest names in as far as Korean AD carries are concerned. So I'm selfishly looking forward to that. However, Beryl has he's been showing us some pretty sweet Warwick. Has Praise decided Zin's house where he's going now?
The master duelist. Self-named.
Yeah. So I thought that we'd actually see like a champ select, but it looks like there aren't going to be any bans or anything like that.
There were
this
bans,
was
actually. I
Did
saw
we
some
see
bans
them
down there, yeah.
Oh, okay. Didn't quite see which ones it was.
I guess they're just going to try to kill each other?
Yeah, level 3. Barrier still available here from Prey, so he does have a big advantage. Never mind. Beryl just goes through it with a Q. Easy.
Prey's like, wow, Warwick's OP. Just reaffirming Beryl's suspicions.
I was watching this and I was like, oh, Prey's got him. Like, the barrier went down too early from Beryl. But then, just didn't quite have enough.
The GG. Yeah, the attack speed that comes out. And then, he's just gaining life over the course of Prey running back. And it kind of does feel like Warwick's really good in this game mode, at least. The Snowdown, Showdown.
Yeah, Prey like taking a bit of damage here as Beryl pops out of the brush, and this is just going to be really, really hard for Zin. He wants to be all-inning, but when your opponent's just going to get all of his health back, it's going to be a really rough time. So we'll see whether any grievous wounds can be picked up by Prey. Certainly what you want. It does have Ignite, of course, but are you going to be able to kill the Warwick in the Ignite window? It's going to be the question.
Answer, probably no. We'll see, though.
Audacious charge coming out here from Prey. Does get a little bit of health down onto Beryl, but the onus really is on Prey to try and keep this pressure up and stop Beryl from being able to walk up to the minion wave, because as soon as he does, he gets to just lap up these minions, try and put that health back together.
Yeah. You can see Prey's actually positioning really well here. Just way up in the minions, not giving Beryl any time to do that, as you were mentioning, and slowly chipping away at him. He's still got enough mana.
Yep.
But he's losing a bunch of time now. That was actually a good amount of time for Beryl to gain some health back and get the health pack on top of that.
See, slight CS advantage. Audacious charge coming down yet again as Beryl does have level 6 available. Prey gonna have to hope that he can move out of the way in time. No flash available, remember, and not a lot of mobility outside of that Audacious charge that Prey will want to use aggressively. So you have to feel like Beryl should be able to get basically free ultimates available here. Prey with some disengage options with his own ult as well, so should be okay.
Yeah, well, he's gonna be running out of time. He's already down a kill. And we don't actually have the timer, so I don't know like how far along we are and when the sudden death will begin.
That's part of the mystery. I think it makes it better.
Part of the fun. It's a surprise.
Yeah. Prey does make it back. Execution is calling now put together. That's what we were looking for.
Even the odds can stand against me.
Wow, I haven't heard that line in so long. I've been in Korea for too long, dude.
It's actually great. The English
The nostalgia. It's like waves upon waves of nostalgia today, dude.
Yeah. Well, there's a massive wave coming in, and he's just going to be able to take it, try to poke down Beryl a little bit, it seems. But he's down a level from the earlier trade. He's down on CS. And I do like that they added in kind of the sudden death and the 2 kills and stuff like that, but at the same time, it's pretty rough to get that second kill when you're in a spot like this.
Yeah. Wind becomes lightning, not going to find any Warwicks, as Beryl's going to lumber his way back forward. Also, I mean, Prey does have slightly more early game focused Keystone, as well as, you can see Beryl's just trying to stack up his Grasp of the Undying as this lane continues. And items-wise, he just had a lot more money when he went back home. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, just doing his thing. He's picked up his first item. And we'll see if Prey has got anything else. Well, he's got some boots.
Not sure whether shoes are going to be enough, you know?
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling that being the difference maker here, to be completely honest.
Please do. Please be honest.
Yeah.
As Barrel's just going to push another minion wave towards his turret, also having a monopoly on these health packs that he doesn't need, but just wants to deny. And yeah. Oh dear. Barrel walks up to the turret, gets a lot of damage there, as you can see with the Demolish proc. Another win condition has now been brought to light by the Warwick.
I guess he's just so far ahead and he knows it that he can just go for little cheeky plays like that, even though he is playing a melee champion. And I think the second he starts trading with Prey with this Divine Sunder, it's just going to be like, okay, where did your health bar go? Like,
yeah.
What happened? It's, I don't think it's going to look too pretty.
Now able to get that back off in time as well. I believe sudden death will be coming up very, very shortly. Under 7 minutes. That one is going to be upon us. Prey gets the wave shoved into the turret. Does he have enough time for one more back is going to be the question, as Beryl desperately trying to stop it. Oh dear. Yep, sudden death, 30 seconds.
There it goes. And again, if Prey gets the kill, he will win, but it puts so much pressure on him to try to force the fight when he's really far behind. So we'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, picks up the Iron Spike whip on his way back. But I just, oh man, look at that. Now a Bramble Vest completed by Beryl. And that's going to make things extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah.
Next kill wins, remember guys. Sudden Death doesn't really care about Beryl collecting that kill from earlier, so theoretically even playing field. But I think we know that it's not really that case.
Yeah.
As these minions, you know, Prey does have slight minion advantage.
Prey's just over there dancing.
Yeah.
All right,
what's
Prey,
the game plan,
it's
Prey?
Time to pull the Xinjiao. You got to get in there.
Oh, does land the W.
Alrighty.
Oh no, Beryl, level advantage.
Beryl's like, come on, fight me.
Misses the W. Oh, it's a whole bunch of problems here as Beryl. Okay, trying to get around. Okay, Wind becomes lightning. Coming on in there. Ultimate's still available from Prey, but remember, if you hit your opponent, you can't CC them.
Prey's like, what the hell do I do?
Yeah, exactly. Does eventually manage to get him to go back, but the problem is, that doesn't matter. The ulti lands and Beryl just says it was only a matter of time.
Well, you know, I think that in general, Xinjiao is not going to have a fun time against Warwick in the 1v1, and especially after Beryl picked up that first kill.
Yeah.
Wasn't looking too good. He also had the CS advantage, so was able to get a lot more items, and
it's a best of 3,
yes.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, so we're back at it again. This time, though, Prey has decided to pick a champion from the role that he was known for, which I think might be helpful.
Wait, why did it stop?
It's like actually the worst whistle ever.
That was me trying to whistle when I was like 8 years old.
Yeah. And I guess Nunu he isn't exactly old.
Yeah.
As Beryl in a little bit of trouble here, but he's Nunu.
Yeah, the Lucian is going to be really annoying. Lucian, I feel like Prey was like, okay, enough funny business. Let's really, you know, get into the action. And Lucian, of course, one of the best mid-lane priority champions in Summoner's Rift.
Oh,
and
turret shot.
It's part of, you know, it's because he's such a good duelist. He can just always kind of put pressure on you in a 1v1 no matter what the matchup. So
yeah,
he's just like, okay, it's time to turn this one around. Enough having fun. Let's try to win.
Well, see whether it works out here. Of course, Lucian, not even just a duelist, right? You can control waves so nicely with Piercing Light. You also have defensive options in your Relentless Pursuit.
Or Retreat.
Yep. be, it's just, he's multifaceted. Got a few different skills that he can employ for a whole lot of different reasons. Let's see whether Beryl can defy the odds, though, as he flashes. Prey trying to get in there, and will do so. Decides to accept his fate. I think he possibly could have made it to relative safety there.
Wow, double ace.
That's so brutal. Oof.
Yeah.
Makes me really, it's sad. But you can see a lot of minions going to waste.
Yeah, it's
So
definitely
still a
worth,
victory.
you know. Prey has a lot more gold at this point in time with 12 more minions in that he has taken, so he's going to be able to buy some more items, whereas Beryl doesn't get much on his back. He's got some pieces.
Yeah, he's got a ring, a book, a shield. He's actually got most of the possible early game item pickups that he could fit.
Oh, and he missed the cannon.
That feels bad.
All right, Beryl.
Okay, putting his ball together. Prey gets out of the way of it, and now the culling's there. Oh dear.
This is not fair.
It's really not. Hex Drinker was what was completed by Prey as well, and that's only going to make things more and more difficult. A lot of extra damage was actually available. As Beryl throws some snowballs around, Prey picks up the cannon, and an ardent blaze into that brush would be nice, Prey, but he decides not to do that. Just happy to continue this one out. Seek his arm guard, put together by Beryl.
He has frozen the wave.
Oh no.
Not entirely. It's only,
Against
it's only
a Nunu.
It's a soft freeze.
How ironic.
On Snowdown, Showdown. It's very icy out here.
It is.
You mentioned before we got our first real snow that hit the ground today in Korea.
Yep.
So it's fitting.
It is. Apparently pressing E is the way that you completely counteract a snowball coming towards you. Prey demonstrating that one very nicely. This Beryl just going to bail once again. He's happy with the 11 minions that he's taken. He does not need any more. Instead, he's just going to build snowballs. And it's Christmas time. I've seen this one before, as Beryl decides to eat a minion on the way out.
I think the only way to win this as Nunu is to try to clear minions faster, but that doesn't even sound possible. But you're just never going to hit him with the snowball, right? Maybe you could, like, out-mana him if you just, like, clear the waves more efficiently. I'm trying to find a world in where this is possible.
He also has a Seeker's Arm Guard, which scales on killing minions. So a few more than 14 would be really helpful.
Yeah. Well, you can always do that, I suppose. Just gobble them up.
Not able to grab that one, but Prey now able to get some pressure onto this turret. Turret plates coming through as well. As, yeah. What is the game plan, Beryl?
I feel like Prey could be even more aggressive. He's just kind of playing with his food right now. Could even be poking down the turret if he was really trying to press the issue. But I suppose he just wants to be careful.
I mean, Beryl does need to all-in him, but I guess he is Nunu, and he only needs to get one kill.
You know, maybe what you can do is wait for sudden death, and then just absolute zero in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, maybe.
You probably die before you get it off, but maybe there is a world where it's possible. I don't know. But doesn't seem too likely.
I mean, this is a world champion support.
True.
2020.
Very true. Wow. Big damage. Prey's gonna pop one sip of the refillable.
Oh, still sitting on his remaining one. Currently 35 CS in the lead, which is, you know, quite a decent lead.
Yes.
For those people who are a little bit mathematically disinclined.
Yeah. Well, he picked up the plated steel caps. I'm gonna, you know, I think come LCK time I'll get used to it, but for now I still want to just call them Ninja Tabi.
Yeah, right, but maybe it's because of too many Ninja Tabi, Ninja Tabby, Ninja not knowing what to call it arguments.
I guess so.
That might be it. As Beryl's going to go for one last back. Can he actually complete anything? Yes, he puts together another book.
Nice.
That's what he wants. Okay, I can hear the Korean commentators going a little bit nuts right now. Don't know what it necessarily means, though.
Well, let's see how this snowball goes, because this could be the setup.
Oh, nailed it!
And, yeah, well.
That's the most exciting thing of this whole series.
Just get in the bush and start your ult, I think, right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, that's going to be the culling down, at least.
Well, the circle is closing in, ladies and gentlemen.
Beryl will be forced to take an action.
Yes, indeed. Prey may also have to do a thing.
Yes. All right, here we go. This is the one.
The paper's flying off it. The relentless pursuit works this time. Absolute zero opportunity to win. Oh, God. What do we do now? What do we do?
I was like, let me just burn. Yeah, I think Nunu's probably, like, not very good against Lucian at this sort of thing. Just kind of counterpicked, I guess.
Just walks casually into the fire. As, okay, that's going to be an even series. This is the deciding game. We'll see who's going to be able to do it. The bans were Warwick, Poppy, and Pantheon. And Lucian, Caitlyn, and Kai'Sa taken away as Draven versus Heimerdinger.
Prey really wants to win this one. He's pulling out all the stops. And he's going to go with the Draven here. I suppose you could, you know, build it up, get the 1 kill, reset, spend your gold, come back. Try to use that to your advantage.
Yeah, now that it is 2 kills, does mean the Adoration does do something.
Yeah.
So that's good. But also Draven just has a really, really good early game, right? His Whirling Axes just do a lot of damage based on base scaling. So he is a decent choice here. The problem is, Beryl is the most annoying champion to 1v1 in the game, in my personal opinion, in the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, there's Heimer, there's Teemo.
Yep, there's quite a few of them.
Yeah. Those are really annoying. And yeah, I mean, he's just going to be pushed in here, essentially. I think he should be autoing a little bit more. Because Heimer certainly does have that potential to go for the turret kill win.
Or at least it's the minion score win, right? Like, that's what's so comfortable. But I guess that doesn't really work anymore. So that was the old strategy. See what Beryl's able to do, though, because you can just, like you were saying, shut them out. Their own minions get way more gold, and then park your turrets next to their turret. There's not a lot you can do. Currently just throwing rockets around. As you can see his Super Soakers getting a little bit frustrated here. Okay, stun comes down. That's a tough one to hit. Prey needs to hold onto his W to try and get out of the way of the grenades.
He's just going to heal up here. You can see that Beryl just marches his turrets forward, and that's all he's got to do. He can clear the minion wave, as you mentioned, really easily, and then just throw out his missiles. And this is going to be annoying for Draven. This is almost like you kind of just got to go all in with the Draven. Your poke is not going to do as much.
Yeah, these grenades are so good.
Yeah.
Out of Beryl.
Beryl's pretty good at this game, turns out.
If you've played Heimer before, though, you can be as good as you want at skill shots. Landing the grenade as Heimerdinger is like the hardest thing to do in the game, I swear.
Ooh, he took 2 turret shots!
That's a flex.
I think I caster cursed him. I don't know, like... He's taking his time moving these turrets up. He doesn't want to be too aggressive, but he's got Prey pretty low.
Yep. Also wants to try and stockpile them just a little bit. Shoves one into the brush here. As you can't move them up too far because this sort of circumstance happens where the minion wave clears out your turrets, so you sort of want them where the minions are going to meet as Whirling Death comes down. And Prey's looking for a back opportunity. Try and take the pressure off.
Yeah, I thought that would have been a pretty good time to just go for the back after using your ult, but I suppose not yet. He'll just pick up the healing and get back at it.
Yep. Also, I mean, Heimer can hold minion waves so comfortably as there's the ulti. Out of the Heimer lands another stun as Prey. He's burning down, has to flash to get out of the way.
Had the missile hit, I think he just kills him right there. With the Ignite ticking, that was pretty close.
Flash still up here from Beryl as well.
Oh, again.
He's on a sliver. This is a deciding match, remember guys, this semi-final. For an opportunity to be 1v1 champion of Korea. Beryl looking to try and do it on a mad scientist as Prey pokes his head out with 120 health.
Beryl does have to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to go entirely out of mana. Because then Prey can just walk up on him and two-shot him with a couple of axes, probably.
This would be so much catharsis for Prey if he's able to get a victory on Draven. This is something that throughout his career he was never really able to do. That scoreline was never what we wanted out of Prey, who did like picking up the Draven here and there. Many a time, not a lot of success. This would mean a lot to him. The Praven, many people have spoken about.
Yeah, he's gonna ult again. He could try to hit Beryl, but Beryl smartly will move left and avoid it. Trying to clear out himself as well. Now we're gonna have the back finally coming in.
We'll see what Prey can actually put together here, whether it's going to be enough to help him out here. Decides to cancel the back, never mind. None of these players are going to be able to go back and purchase any items at all this game, apparently. Minions get angry at Prey. Beryl looking for the opportunity. Ignite goes down onto Prey. Will he have enough here? I believe the answer is going to be no. The barrier just up in time.
Yeah, you know, he did a nice amount of damage to the turret as well, you know? He almost got it down to its second plate after all that. Prey is still zoned out, essentially, so you can probably just walk up, get another turret plate, and then back away if he wants to play it safe. Or just, I think, best decision here.
Yep. Bunch of extra money as the plate falls down. And Beryl's able to set up his turrets now right underneath the tower, which just makes things more and more difficult.
Yeah, he didn't actually back. He's just sitting here trying to do as much damage as possible. Cleared out a lot of the minions, so his didn't die.
Will begin soon.
Yep, also sudden death at a pretty good timing for Beryl to find his back. We'll channel it. Up in farm doesn't really mean anything, but does mean that he does have a bit more money to go back and utilize. And that's going to be a Zonya's Oblivion Orb also there. Now does give grievous wounds if you guys haven't played too much in the preseason. So if Prey did manage to get down to that lifeline, the healing is not going to be as high as you'd be hoping. Oh god, Prey almost burning to death there as he decides to go back and grab himself an elixir.
Close one. But he's back. He's back in action. I don't think he's going to be too happy when he sees these items, though.
Yeah, that's soft shoes. Like this is a very scary Heimer.
Because it's perfect for this kind of thing where you have the sudden death ring coming in because you just
they have to come to you.
Yeah, you ult your turret and then you just Zonyas, and it's like, well, what do I do exactly? I guess I just died.
Well, Prey is hoping that he can start this fight a little bit before that has an opportunity. The lifeline is in, but the Ignite is down. The Oblivion Orb's there. Prey jumps over the top. He's burning down in the turret. Finishes him off. You called it. The Zonyas was going to be the problem. And you were absolutely right.
Yeah, I like that Prey knew about this, and he's like, well, I got to start the fight now. Otherwise, I have zero chance. And, you know, does a nice amount of damage, but nothing compared to all the turrets, the Zonyas, the super turret, getting those shots in. And that made it the simple victory there for Beryl. Down to sudden death, 2-1 in the best of 3.
So the dream of Prey versus Deft in the final is over, but Beryl definitely looking like the better player in that best of 3. But it did go the full way, and that is the dream. Now, Deft versus Canna, the older gentleman from the bottom lane against the very young rookie of 2020 in Canna on the top side of the map. Voted into All-Stars in his rookie year as the T1 top laner. Very impressive, especially given the top lane talent here in the LCK.
Teemo.
Oh,
you know, I
God.
actually like it.
Will it work against the Graggy, though?
I'm not so sure,
Yeah.
honestly. I think that might be one of his harder matchups.
I like how Canna decided to get rid of the Cho'Gath. I think Cho'Gath really was going to be a big problem. Okay, there's first blood. I think we go to the next game. This is over.
Yeah, I think Def won this one.
Yeah, I think it's done.
Yep.
Wind up the tape.
All right.
That barrel's completely off. Canna definitely pick this one up. That's a great dab. And gets the blind as well. So, it's in Teemo's favor now. God, Teemo's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Even just watching him walk, Valdez.
And he kind of like just... Why does he kind of waddle like that? Is it because his head is so large?
Yeah, it might be like his legs are also really small.
Yeah.
And gravity doesn't affect him that much because he's small. So
I figured that was the case, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, gravity affects him the same amount. However, he just doesn't have as much mass. That's a good combo out of Deft.
Glad you saved yourself there.
Yeah, I really.
The physics majors were
a lot
coming
of
at you.
physicists just going to murder me.
Yeah. They were going to tweet at you angrily.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm going to need this too. Especially my dad. He's a mechanical engineer. He'd be very upset. As Deft, he's just going to wait for this minion wave to come in. Just while drinking himself some grog.
Mm-hmm.
And Canna just continues to dab because he's Teemo. Man, look at his face. So incredibly happy to be playing Teemo right here.
Really
Not
enjoyed
happy to
himself.
take that particular body slam.
Yeah.
Did a lot of damage.
And he has gone for Lost Chapter here. So I think once he hits 6, there's going to be a lot of mushrooms everywhere, and they're going to do a ton of damage. He's just not really going to be able to walk around, Deft. He's just going to be poked down. He's going to not be able to walk forward. And I think the team is just going to have total control over the lane. Really, Deft, the only thing he can do is try to all-in here.
But Gragas is really good at all-inning.
Yes.
So now that he has hit level 6, the Explosive Cask will help him here. And he can just keep drinking. And that will keep that health bar nice and high. As he's looking to try and get some zoning done, but Deft misses out on a cannon in the meantime. Can he zone Canna away from this? It's going to be the question. I think the answer will be no.
Well, he was smiling a lot.
There's the flash body slam. Another couple of autos and the barrel. No! What a disaster. As Canna, he did have to use his barrier, but he still has his ignite.
Yeah.
Slight miscalculation there, as Deft might need to call his friend Score and say, hey man, you told me that it was this health threshold at level 6 that I was going to be able to get the kill.
He didn't factor in the barrier.
Yeah.
He could have just waited, because he just let the ignite tick down to a bunch more of good HP damage and not barrier damage. If he pops the barrier, then you wait and then you cask. But just thought he could pick up the kill. Wasn't the case.
Canna didn't miss out on any experience there either.
Yeah.
Was able to get the experience for the cannon even though he didn't get the gold. So Deft goes back, both of these players, with a veritable library. In a couple of books on both sides. And a rock.
That is a ruby.
Ah, sorry. I thought it was...
Actually, no, it's a reading rock. It's a crystal. Isn't it? It's still called ruby.
I mean, it's
crystal,
a ruby.
right?
It's ruby and a crystal, so I guess it's both.
But ruby is the color, I would imagine.
That's true. However,
is the crystal that is that color,
or is a ruby crystal a ruby?
That's
because
the
it's
question.
a crystal.
That's really the question,
red.
actually. What is the name for a professional gem person?
I think you just said it. I think it's a professional gem person.
If there are any professional gem people, make sure you reach out and let us know about Ruby Crystal.
If you're a professional gem, does that make you just a geologist?
No.
No? Because
I don't know.
Geology is like rocks and stuff.
Maybe,
so
it's
that's
a gemologist.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is the conversation that we want to be having, though.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if there's too much analysis that goes into like, oh yeah, great positioning there as he walked forward and used his Q. Obviously, some big moments are there, but there's not too much going on right now, as neither side has killed each other.
True. Another Terraflake going to go down, though, as Deft suffers a bit of damage for it, but he does have a level advantage. He's feeling pretty good about that. There's an explosive cask. Party cask, everyone. As Deft will be able to clear out those minions and does buy himself a back timing if he wants it. Canna went home and got a dress from the shop, but otherwise is unable to augment his build very much. Yes, I apologize. Max range.
Not a dress.
Body slam.
It's like a cape, kind of.
Yeah. I think it is like a cape.
I mean, that is, I guess, what a mantle is, right?
Yeah, but it does look like a dress as well.
But it like comes over the shoulders, like wraps around your neck a little bit more.
Yep.
I'm no mantle expert myself.
No, we need to work out the word for a mantle export as well. A gemologist. People are coming up with some words, Valdez, in the Twitch chat. As Canna, avoided the body slam. Mineralologist, gemologist. Basically, it's just a word that has something to do with gems and then ologist at the end, and then you're gonna hopefully be right. As sudden death is almost upon us.
Geminontologist.
Gemologist.
Probably correct.
Yep.
That's just my first guess, though.
A lolololologist.
Oh,
goes
okay.
Back. Okay.
Gets the Ludens. He had the components of a Leandri's anguish.
Just call it
I love that they
Just
changed the
Leandri's.
name of an item that's been around for how many years? Like,
yeah, I know.
Why?
I mean, I just call it burning face anyway, so it doesn't really affect me.
Mask.
Yeah, I didn't have to figure that one out.
Well,
the hot mask. Okay, Deft clearing out some minions, but sudden death is coming. Now, will Canna be able to win the 1v1?
We are on the cusp.
No kills for anyone
Nothing
yet.
has happened for 7 minutes.
Mushrooms coming in. Look at that. Look at the vision provided by this cannon. Deft only needs to play around the blind so that the W damage isn't denied. But he can eat these mushrooms. A gentleman of Gragas' stature, very happy about that. And now Canna does manage to get that blind in. There's the barrel. As Deft just shows that it's way too easy in game one. I'm glad we were talking about
that
gems
was so
that whole time.
anticlimactic. Nothing happened. You just killed the mushroom and then just killed him.
Skaboop. We call that a skaboop.
Okay.
As we'll see whether the Gragas ban comes in. Deft, 2 Gragas games in a row. He's not allowed.
All right. Gangplank against Rumble. We've seen this one before many times. And already getting into the action.
Okay. Deft looking to try and confirm himself into the final for this 1v1 LCK Invitational. Up against Beryl, the guy who trolled himself to the top. Rumble Gangplank. Wasn't what I was expecting. But it feels like a top lane matchup, which should benefit Canna. You can see this Rumble having a pretty good time so far. Looking for that 1v1. Barriers coming down already.
Yep, you got it.
Deft is in trouble. Yeah, does manage to find it in the end. The parlay. And it's going to get a whole lot harder. The good old Rumble.
Yeah, you know, just the burn damage slowly ticking away with the Ignite is too much, level 3. And, yeah, just pops him in the back.
Oh no, look at these items as well, Valdez. There's the Seeker's Arm Guard. I do like the item change, the icon change for the Seeker's Arm Guard. It now actually looks like a wrist, which is just so valuable.
Yeah, they did the right thing with that one, you know?
Yeah, it looked a little bit like blueberry ice cream before, and now looks like actually a gauntlet, which is pretty cool.
I like that you use the word gauntlet. I feel like it's very fitting.
Well, let's see whether Deft can be the one to take that one down, and he is. Okay, Flame Spitter coming on in. Silences himself, that's a lot of extra auto damage, and the minions are all here. Harpoon misses though. And the little Yordle going to have to get himself out of there. 7-5 in farm. You can see the focus is not on killing creeps. Both of these players.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was wasn't it?
Yeah. Snuck it right through. He's doing a nice amount of damage. The Merc Treads helping out a lot. As Deft hasn't been able to buy nearly as much stuff. And now level 6 for Kana.
Yeah, Deft not going to be able to get to level 6 unless he can make it to a minion wave. As now Kana doesn't exactly have the life lead. They're looking for this 1v1 again. Flame Spitter coming on out. And there's the Cannon Barrage. But just sort of thrown into the wind. Deft with his Scrap Shield keeps himself alive. Still desperate for that level 6, but that Equalizer will be able to turn this one. And gets it. Okay, can we find it? There it is. Completely whiffs.
Look at Deft's face. He's like, this is why I don't play top lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. We've seen Deft pull off so many mechanical outplays in his career, and then we saw that.
Do you know what's worse? Is the fact that Equalizer and Victor's E are like the same as far as like the mechanic. And Deft was one of our better Victor bottom lane players when Awesome Dudes were a thing.
Yeah.
So he has no excuse, actually.
Atlas will not allow him any excuses.
Not in
not
the
allowed.
most prestigious of 1v1 invitationals. Absolutely not Valdez. But he does manage to utilize his Flame Spitter very nicely, so that was good CS.
He's really got the range down on that thing. You know, he knows how to dip in and out, and just makes it really annoying for Kana to be next to these minions.
Oh god, now with a few points in it, it's starting to really hurt. Even with a level disadvantage, somehow misses that cannon. I'd be tilted. As, remember, Equalizer much shorter cooldown than the Cannon Barrage, so Deft is going to have a few more opportunities earlier on. He's probably really regretting that early 1v1 didn't go his way. Yeah, it's starting to look like the tides have been turned.
I think Deft can kind of just wait here for sudden death and maybe go for this one. Okay, he's going to clear the minion wave.
Yeah.
An interesting decision. Wants to go back and buy, it seems.
Yep, Kana eats some oranges. Should be all right. That's a great fadeaway harpoon, as now Deft is going to go for that back timing like you were talking about. Oh no, take it back.
Huh. Thinks he can get some more poking down, and he is correct.
And a turret plate as well.
He can poke himself with the enemy turret.
Very interesting. Somehow, despite the fact that that early trade did not go well for Deft, he has got himself back in a really good spot. Barrel's going to go wide. Ooh, that's an early barrier. Big button now on cooldown. Cannon Barrage very, very close. And that's going to mean Kana will have the advantage, at least for a little while.
Oh,
the Ignite. Barrier comes through, but will the Ignite be enough? No, it will not. That's one tick of Flame Spitter, but Deft doesn't have Flash. So Kana can predict what's going to happen here.
Ooh. That did a lot of damage, actually. Deft trying to zone him off the wave. Oh. Now he's got some oranges. So with a lot of mana, Kana is just going to slowly come back in the sustain war. And Deft, he's going to have to buy here before this, the sudden death does begin.
Well, Barrel set up here by Kana and finally gets a pushback. Sudden death, like you were saying, 30 seconds time.
And now we buy our final items.
Indeed. It's a lot of extra money here for Deft, as you can see. However, that's only in his pocket. All up, they are 100% even.
Wow.
That's crazy. It's between 20 gold. That means nothing. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Oh, God. That is just like full Trinity Force purchased right there. Has himself a small dress as well.
Rift Maker here for Deft. It's actually a great idea. He's going to be forced into this fight, whether he likes it or not. So he's going to be fighting. He's going to be in combat. And
also just a ridiculous item for Rumble just in general.
He's going to be burning them down real fast.
Yeah. Well, Kana Getting into position, getting those barrels down.
Yep, it's not about the minions anymore.
Yep, Def might have him in a false sense of security. As Canna, ulti at the ready. All those buttons back available as well. Def does have his barrier, but they start hitting these barrels, things get real rough as Def avoids that one. Equalizer comes through, gets a couple of ticks, but that harpoon goes wide. Now Def needs to try and turn it. Doesn't even want to get the health pack. He's not going to be able to reach it in time here as the barrier eventually puts it in Def. Finishes him off.
How did he do that?
Oh, just baiting. Didn't even need the health pack, Valdez.
Yeah, he just smacked him at the end. Just down to the wire here. Def turns around. You're like, oh, did he move too far forward? The answer is no. Even taking damage from the barrel. Kanna moves up and then just gets bopped in the face. Slapped with the backhand of Rumble's
machine
chainsaw thingy.
Is that a technical term?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's the official name. If you have a look in the lore, ladies and gentlemen, machine thingy.
Yeah, and
absolutely
Def makes it up against Beryl. The teammates of today are the enemies in the Red Bull 1v1 tournament.
I wonder whether that means that Deft will have, or Beryl will have the way to play the psychological mind games and get themselves the victory. Because we've now done it. This is the 1v1 Invitational, and it made it all the way to the end. Deft and Beryl, the bottom lane, now turned against one another for their final attempt at victory here today. At least we know that LCK is going to win this time. This didn't happen so much earlier in the day.
I guess that's true.
So one of them is going to taste victory.
Whoever made it to the finals. That's the way it was going to be. And,
well, we are going to pop to an interview, guys. So I believe we will have Jisun standing by.
Jisun joined by the LCK 1v1 tournament finalist Beryl. And first up, I'm going to ask him how he feels about making it into the finals after taking down Jelly, Canyon, and Prey. 우선 정말 축하드려요. 인간 젤리, 캐년, 프레이를 모두 꺾고 결승에 진출하셨는데 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
솔직히 예상은 캐니언 선수 이제 건부한테 질 줄 알았거든요. 왜냐면 이제 건부가 정글러임에도 불구하고 좀 다른 라인을 되게 잘해서 저희 건부가 저희 원래 미드탑이랑 이렇게 1대1로 손을 많이 풀었었거든요, 대회 때. 그래서 좀 많이 힘들 줄 알았었는데 좀 운이 많이 좋아서 결승에 좀 올라왔던 것 같아요.
To be honest, I didn't expect to take down Canyon, especially because even though he's a jungler, he's really talented in other roles, and also he always plays 1v1 before going into the competitive match up against the mid and top laners. So I thought he was gonna be coming out super strong, but I think I got really lucky to move on to the final. And then I'm gonna ask him about the opponent at the final, Stephs, though. Even though he said he did not expect this kind of result. Now he's going up against Team Deft for the finals. So any message over to him? 그러면 이제 예상치 못하셨다고 하셨는데 결승에 진출 성공하셨고요. 이제 데프트 선수를 만나게 되었는데 혹시 전하고 싶은 메시지가 있을까요?
뭔가 데프트 선수가 대충 올라올 거를 예상하고 있긴 했었는데 이제 그래도 데프트 선수가 그 방송에서 많이 보여줬던 뭐 그런 1대1 압박이나 이제 피지컬이 되게 뛰어나서 되게 준비를 좀 많이 해야 될 것 같아요. 그래도 저도 이제 가만히 있을 순 없고 이제 저희 서포터 라인에 이제 반격을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
So yeah, I did expect Def to make it to the finals, but yeah, he's really strong playing up 1v1 matches, especially exerting all the pressures, and also he has great mechanics. But me as a support, I think it's time to show how support players strike back. 여기까지가 LCK 레드불 토너먼트 1대1 토너먼트 결승자 베릴 선수였습니다. And this was Beryl, the LCK Red Bull 1v1 tournament finalist. This is Jisun joined by the LCK Red Bull 1v1 tournament finalist, Deft, for the interview. So first off, I'm going to ask him how he feels about moving on to the finals after stomping Kanna in the semis with a clean 2-0 victory. 우선은 승리 정말 축하드려요. 결승에 진출하신 것도 너무너무 축하드리고요. 4강에서 칸나 선수를 2대0으로 꺾고 이제 결승에 진출하셨는데 소감 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 앞선 16강이랑 8강에서는 이제 아무래도 비교적 뭔가 프로 이제 마타형 같은 경우에는 게임 안 한 지 좀 되었고 또 이제 나라카일 선수 같은 경우에는 그래도 저는 프로게이머고 이제 방송을 하시는 분이니까 당연히 이겨야 된다고 생각을 했는데 이제 칸나 선수랑은 질 수도 있겠다 싶었는데 이기게 돼서 조금 더 기뻤던 것 같아요.
So compared to round 16 and the quarterfinals, I was facing up against Mara or Narakyle. Well, Mara has not been playing as a pro for a long time, and also Narakyle, he's a streamer, so as a professional player, I was thinking like, yeah, of course I have to win. But when I was facing up against Kana, I was like, maybe I might lose to him, but so it felt even better after I took him down. And the last question will be, so he'll be facing up against Burrow, and in the previous interview, he said he's gonna show the dignity of support players. So, is there any trash talk back to Burrow? 그럼 마지막으로 이제 결승전 상대는 베릴 선수인데 이제 결승전을 앞둔 인터뷰에서 서포터의 품격을 보여주겠다, 매섭게 몰아치는 모습을 보여주겠다라고 하셨는데 그러면 반대로 베릴 선수에게 혹시 한마디 하실 말씀 있으신가요?
사실 이게 이제 협곡에서는 바텀 라인전 할 때 주로 이제 서포터들이 좀 원거리 딜러를 많이 괴롭히는데 이제 제가 베릴 선수한테 뭔가 당한 게 많이 있어서 좀 제대로 갚아줄 시간이 온 것 같아요.
Well, actually on the Rift, it is the support players that kind of bully the AD carries during the game. So, and also Barrett was one of the players that was, picking me on a lot during the game. So I think this is my time to pay back. And this was the our LCK Red Bull 1v1 finalist, Deft. 여기까지가 데프트 선수였습니다.
Thank you so much, Jisun. Back-to-back interviews. Is there anything she cannot do? That is the question. Nope. Both of these players absolutely deserving of this auspicious moment, which is the grand final for the Red Bull LCK 1v1 International. And looking forward to who's going to be able to take it. I think Beryl's right to be scared because Deft does exert a lot of pressure.
He does, and that'll be tomorrow, the finals. So make sure you're watching that tomorrow as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is going to bring us to a break before we do get into some LPL action. So we'll see you after that.
ユタポンは2014年に高校生ながらプロデビューを果たし、デトネーションフォーカスミーとともに第一線で戦ってきたベテラン選手だ。2018年のワールズで日本チーム初となるプレインラウンド1の突破を果たしたことも彼の活躍なしには成し得ない成果だった。それに対してユタポン汚れの連鎖、バロンは取った。ユタポンスティール成功。LJL では天才という言葉はユタポンのことを指す。観客はもちろん、時にはチームメイトすら驚かせるようなアウトプレーの数々が彼の持ち味だ。ユタポンバーサスだ。ユタポンが勝つ。一見寡黙に見えるユタポンだがユーモラスな一面を持ち、彼らしいパフォーマンスは多くのファンに親しまれている。多くのファンが LJL 最高の ADC はと聞かれれば彼の名前を答えるだろうし、豊富な経験を持ちながら腕にさらなる磨きがかかっていくユタポンは今までもそしてこれからも LJL 最高の選手の一人だ。
If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the All-Star event. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist for the second half of the evening. Now we have more underdogs versus the upper dogs, but I'm not entirely sure what it means anymore because the LCK lost back-to-back games. Are the LPL going to do the same thing? I think the answer might be no.
I think that they're going to try a little bit harder. The LPL players, I think they're just going to go in there and they're really just going to try to flex. That's what I would expect, but who knows? I mean, maybe they'll try to make it interesting because clearly, like even for the LCK up against the OPL in the early game, it was like, whoa, is this really the game of League we're going to play here? But then, you know, it was made interesting by the fact that they were just really going for the crazy solo queue-esque plays.
Yeah.
Maybe that will happen a little bit in this battle as well, hopefully, because I don't want to see any blowouts here. I don't think that's too fun for the All-Star event.
Well, I mean, we didn't have any blowouts before, but we did have a hell of a lot of kills, and that's what I want. More action, more bloodiness. The thing I love about this LJL squad, though, is that they've got some mad scientists over there. They've got Evie on the top side of the map, the guy that was known for playing top lane Tahm Kenshin, no matter which meta it is, like, just does not care. You heard about Utapon earlier on, and Seros is in the mid lane. This guy, like, you have to ban Heimerdinger against him. Like, he just does wacky stuff. So with the preseason upon us, I think that players like that really are going to have the magnifying glass on them, right? Because they're the ones that are often able to figure things out before others, or just play wacky stuff anyway.
Yeah, can be a bit annoying to play against those players, especially because they've got a little bit of a different mindset about the way that the game is played. But we'll see how it goes, as I believe we're taking a look at the LPL arena.
It is indeed the stage in China. Checking it out.
It's pretty cool. I like the graphics. I like the dragons up there, flying up top.
Yeah, I actually love the colorway here as well. Sort of reminds me of the first season of LoL Park League of Legends. We had a bit of the purple and green vibe. So that's cool. We can talk about the LPL team a little bit as well. We did have the introduction for the LJL just a little bit there, but you guys know absolutely all of these players. It's basically the bottom side of your world champions of 2018, which was IG and Rookie, Jackie Love, and Baolan. And then Casa and 369 are going to be augmenting the roster. So just a lot of skill on this squad, and also a lot of preformed synergy, which is even more scary. So yes, I don't know, man. This LPL squad's looking frightening.
Yeah, it's going to be, I don't know, like this is absolutely an all-star team in every sense of the word, and it's pretty cool to see them all playing together here. We get to see Rookie play. I know a lot of people were unhappy that he did not make Worlds, and, well, you get to see him play here at least. So a little bit of postseason / preseason here with the preseason patches and, of course, postseason after Worlds. You get to see Rookie play once again, so that's pretty exciting.
Yep.
And, yeah, I think it's going to be really cool to see all these players play once again and kind of play weird stuff, hopefully. I would like to see again.
I want to see some fun to be had. You know, you got 369 and Casa on your screen right there. 369 has been known for doing some weird and wacky stuff. He does like to think outside the box, but when he does it, it's as if he's cracked the meta and figured out how to win all of the games. He's very, very good. Didn't necessarily find the success that I think a lot of people were expecting at the World Championship. Top Esports underperformed in my opinion personally. However, now he gets the last laugh because he's here at All-Star able to represent his region. Interestingly enough, you know, like it's difficult to get to All-Star. You need to be the most popular, and 369 wasn't necessarily rank 1 when it came to all of the votes that was coming in, but did manage to get here anyway.
That's the way it works sometimes, you know? Yeah. Most important thing is that he's here, right? And he is an all-star in his own right and does deserve to be here. As we are taking a look at the LPL roster, it's exactly what we said before. You guys just saw them on your screen. A very just really solid across the board. Like
it's so scary,
every
right?
single role.
Yeah, and you've got like IG, former IG mixed with top esports, and it's all sort of like intermingled, interwoven together, so that it does sort of feel like actually this is just a squad, right? It's not like we had like a chunk of T1, a chunk of Dam1, and then Deft. Whereas this is like this melding of IG and top esports.
Yeah. Jackie Love is the, what would you call it? The glue that holds everything together, maybe?
Yep, I guess you could call him the link.
Yeah.
Something like that. As Detonation Focus Me is certainly very represented here, as we've got Blank as well.
Yeah.
Blank, of course, is the Blank that you guys remember from SKT. But I'm looking at the 80 carry, top lane, and mid lane, and I want the crazy. I want Evie, Seros, and Udapon to just be themselves and play weird stuff.
Yeah, I think they probably will as well. I don't think they're gonna pull a PCS and be like, okay, we're gonna build like a really tanky frontline composition with a couple of carries that we can enable. Like, I don't think we're gonna get too much of that. But again, we'll have to wait and see what they do actually pick here, because it's taking a little bit of time just getting everybody in the game. And it's this one, so it's LPL up against LJL, and then it's LPL up against VCS. So we got 2 more Summoners Rift games, and then we have the LPL 1v1 Red Bull tournament. So,
which is super hype, actually, because we get to see Zatai play again, and I've missed Zatai for so long. Very excited about that one. Also going to be able to check out Crystal, who I haven't seen since back in his Snake days a very long time ago. Once again, a walk down memory lane. And I think that's one of the really cool things. As okay, Blank.
He like pointed at the screen, and then he held an L up to his up to his forehead. I don't think that's what that actually meant. He's giving us the thumbs up.
And posing for his Korean fans as well. Of course, probably pretty happy to be on a Korean broadcast and able to interact with his fans back home.
Yeah, it's cool to see him back here from LOL Park, from where we're sitting, from where we're casting.
Mm-hmm.
But
there's a lot of formerly SKT players making their way back to Korea. Get to welcome Bang back to the LCK as well, which is absolutely fantastic. But Blank, not going to be staying. But here we are into ban and pick for our first game on the LPL Underdog Series side. As Heimer banned away from Seros. Like I said, man, you just have to ban it no matter what. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Heimer, they're not going to let him have that. Is everything else just going to kind of be standard? We see Malphite banned here again. People do not want to play against Malphite. He is pretty annoying right now. Akali also pretty strong. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Graves, a Pantheon, obvious. Pretty standard stuff here, other than the Heimerdinger, which is a target ban on the blue side.
Yep.
What else are they going to round it out with, Atlas?
Well, I wouldn't know, Valdez. I'm just looking forward to finding out. That Graves that you were talking about, absolutely coming through as the ban. It's now LJL, the final say when it comes to champions that are going to be taken off the board.
Grounded.
And Talia. I mean, Kasa was probably one of the best Talia jungles in the game to ever, play it.
Yeah, I guess there's that. Pretty sure Rookie could play it.
Yes, I mean, Rookie's fantastic at everything, so I don't need to mention it. It's neither here nor there. Jackie Love, one of his favorites here in the Misfortune. Wouldn't be giving too much away here for the LPL either.
Yeah, that's a great first pick for this team. No problems there. Still got Callista available. That was one of the other target bans, or not target, but it's one of the high priority bans and picks. And we'll see if that does get picked up there into that matchup. Of course, we saw the LCK All-Star team play it in the top lane, where Kana did pick it up, but maybe we'd actually see it just go down into the bottom side as Blank gonna step onto his Lee Sin.
Yeah, we're going to need to pick 5 junglers, LJL. That's what I want from you guys. 5 junglers.
Hell yeah.
This Gragas could be going in literally every lane right now, because Udapon, he could definitely play it. Bit of a flash of 369's Rumble.
Saw Blank laughing a bunch.
Oh my goodness.
Could be something afoot.
This would be so LPL. It is. So, we're doing it. We're just Misfortune, Renekton. What are we locking in here? Like Nidalee, Elise? I don't know, man.
Elise, maybe.
It's like the preseason never happened.
I know. We're just back in the same meta.
All right,
Well,
this
okay.
is fun. This is fun. We don't. Oh, this could be Caster playing Rumble in the jungle. That would be interesting.
Yeah,
Or it would
I mean-
just be like Bullet Time and Equalizer bottom lane.
Oh yeah, true. That could happen.
Rumble Sport's pretty good.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. What is Udapon going to be playing? It looks like a Jhin. This Jhin, I think he recently got nerfed just slightly on 1025, which is what we're playing on.
However, he was extraordinarily strong. So.
Yeah, I think he's still pretty good.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. So not a bad pick. We haven't seen it yet today, actually, at all.
Nope.
So
Rek'Sai to be taking a fall as well. So not assuming that the Rumble is going into the jungle. Is Leona taken away from Gang? Leona banned by the LPL is an interesting one, but that is also an okay pick into the Rumble, so giving it away just a little bit. And there is Caster's Nidalee that we were discussing. Taking a back seat also.
Now I'm angry.
Okay, can't milk those.
I love the English voice lines.
I
Again,
know, it's so
been
good.
so long. It's been so long. I can't. I can't play on the NA server. I don't want to. I'd rather play on 8 ping.
Yep. Me too.
That's
I'm
really
not going
the main
back there
reason.
again.
And what is going to be the next pick here? We could look at a Ziggs is going to be the choice.
Yeah, this is a Seros faithful, absolutely. Leaving Evie as their last pick, theoretically, unless he is going to be playing the Gragas, but I'm expecting Gragas Jhin bottom lane. Jackie will just lock away a Nautilus, as Balan looks like he hasn't changed too much here.
Yeah.
And that's Zed. So don't worry, guys. You don't need to go to bed. Zed has been purchased in the mid lane, saving us all from sleep.
I love it. This is Rookie coming out and saying, "You dare pick Ziggs against me?
Who's jungling?
You're gonna
Valdez?
die." Rumble, I guess.
Is it Rumble in the jungle? Are we doing it?
It has to be. Yeah, you would imagine it is. That's a pretty, you got the Rumble in the jungle, and you do have the Zed mid, but other than that, feels very LPL. I feel like they're going to come out here and just try to crush them really quickly.
Yeah, and this is Rookie going back to his roots as well. Like, he was a premier assassin player, like probably one of the best in the world, has some of the best highlights of like assassin 1v1s. Not on this champion, that one will always belong to Faker, but still, this is, going back a long way as far as what Rookie was known for, and that is so good because there's been a lot of, his Orianna, it's always been fantastic, Syndra versus Orianna situations in the mid lane. I want it to be Echo, Yasuo, Zed every single game. For Rookie, I don't think he should be able to play anything else. Akali's fine, he can play that one as well, but it just needs to be flashy because his mechanics are just so good. But he has to deal with Seros, who doesn't necessarily rely on mechanics. He relies on outthinking you and playing a champion that's going to make it really hard for you to do your thing. Rookie has opted into this matchup, but it still might be difficult to really put it to the Ziggs unless he can close distance every single time.
Yeah, I mean, the Ziggs, you can just clear waves from really far away. After level 6, you're probably not going to want to get near this guy. So, as you mentioned, a lot of mind games, a lot of positional play, hopefully from Seros. Can be a rough matchup either way, depending on, who plays it better, essentially.
Yep. Bottom lane is so boring, though, Valdez.
Yeah,
it's like 2020.
When I saw the Nautilus, I just kind of went back to like, okay, well, I guess we're in a very much a league format. We're trying our very best to min-max and win 100%.
Yep.
But then I realized we're at All-Stars, and they still picked Nautilus. He's just, he wants to do well. He wants to show off, hey, I'm a good Nautilus player.
Yep. This Zed Chroma is interesting. It's sort of like he's allowed to go now. The Zed traffic lights. Maybe that just means he'll be playing more aggressively. As we've got the SKT Renekton, courtesy of Marin.
Yeah, just walking on down now. Going to, I don't think they're going to re-invade, but they do have a lot of players over there, so we'll wait and see what they actually do. Really excited to see Rookie playing Zed. I think this is a pretty big highlight. Saros taking the exhaust very smartly.
Yep.
Some of the new lethality items and the updates to the old ones are very nice.
Do you know what I am looking at and getting excited about, Valdez?
What's that?
Predator Jhin.
Predator Jhin.
Hell yeah.
What? Okay.
Are you ready for Predator Jhin?
Yeah, of course. I knew this was going to happen. The Valdanalist, I just know everything. Right?
Yeah, I knew that you weren't going to be surprised, but me as a lowly play-by-play, I am absolutely baffled by this Predator Jhin purchase.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, he's already so fast.
Look at Evie here. Grasp of the Undying, proccing, allowing him to win out that trade quite nicely.
369 not backing down.
Nope. And that's understandable. There's the Conqueror, there's the flash forward. Evie, not actually going to need to worry about anything at all, as maybe just had a bit more armor than 369 was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, he just literally just sat there. Yeah. It's like, okay, sure, whatever.
He is a chunky boy.
Maybe he's able to. It is Gragas after all. And, of course, Gragas regen up here on the top lane. Just going to sit back, drink up, enjoy himself. Nothing can touch him now.
And Blank currently on his red buff, but does have an opportunity to get up here and prey on the flashless Crocodile, and he's going to do just that. See, vision is available, as Blank is going to be seen, but I think 369 might be a little too far forward. Nothing to slice through now as Blank just wanting to get into position. Cripple comes down. Oh, there's the flash. Body slam comes in and you land the safeguard. You can pick up the kill. Beautifully done there to secure first blood for the LJL. Saros is limping away without any summoner spells as Rookie didn't even expend half of his health bar or his flash.
I'm guessing he just hit level 3, hit him with double shuriken and electrocute, ignite.
Dead.
And nearly got him.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Saros used his exhaust, otherwise he would be dead. But still, that's a trade you want to try to avoid.
Unipon in trouble, heal comes down, there's the battle dance, and that is going to keep the bottom lane alive. But for how long is the question? 4 members of the LPL team making their way in, and Unipon's going to put a ward down and get the bad news. Carcer tanks up the turret for a little bit longer as our Rookie picks up the kill and the fadeaway flash. And now, teleport comes forward from Evie, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to get too much. The LPL just back away. Successful dive bottom lane.
Yeah, and that actually does so much damage. I mean, Rookie using his mid win priority there just to the best of his ability. Immediately calls for a roam down to the bottom side. Perfect timing on the wave. They even get the teleport out of Evie, so he's not going to be feeling good about the top lane, whereas the Renekton gets the perfect back timing. 369, of course, did die here. This is interestingly played out. 369. He wanted the double dash, so he goes in, but then the nice flash body slam kind of puts an end to that. As, again, he didn't have flash, because he used it in that early trade for essentially no reason. And that's really the main reason why he died in the first place, as this dive, pretty self-explanatory, just poking. And then Rookie gets in there with the swipe flash, and they back away when the teleport comes in.
Yep, very cleanly done. And I like the swift communication as well to make sure that they didn't stick around for too long and fall. So, having a look at what the items look like now. Serrated Dirk picked up by Rookie is going to make Saros' life a little bit more difficult, especially seeing as he wasn't able to pick up anything in the form of defense. As 369 closes the gap on Evie, but he takes a drink, bonks him on the noggin, and everything's going to be okay for the Gragas. I like the Santa Claus skin as well. It is the festive season after all.
Yeah. Christmas just around the corner, just next week.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do on Christmas, Atlas?
Kesper Cup.
That's true.
It's the tradition.
I'll be watching.
Oh, heck yeah.
You've done Kesper Cup on Christmas for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Something ridiculous.
It's been every year.
Yeah.
That's what happens, you know. It's more difficult to get home and see the fam, especially these days. I don't think I'd be able to leave if I went back, because we're going to get interrupted, potentially, by Casa. Yeah, no, don't worry.
Yeah.
And he's going to come in. They're looking for Evie here. He's trading okay at the beginning, but now he's getting flamed, spat, and that's going to be a dead Gragas. Battle Dance. Oh, sorry, Grand Entrance going to come forward as Jackie Love gets knocked up. Unifon looks for that kill. Predator, I believe, was just utilized. That's why Jackie Love took that small portion of extra damage. And, sad.
Blank. It's okay.
It's 2 autos, though, for the turret.
Oh, he hits a Q!
Yeah. But is it all a bait is the question. The answer is no, because he gets kicked towards the wall for the mini stun, and Blank just hard outplays 369. Rookie come down towards the bottom side, but spotted on a control ward. And Evie's like, oh, is that how you do it? As he turns back up to lane, Blank says, yes, you just kill the top laner. That's how you do it.
That was a really nice setup there from Blank, but the 2 turret shots were just a little bit too deadly. The second he takes those, that's when you know immediately as the Lee Sin that he is within kill range.
Yep.
But yeah, don't take the turret shots from the get-go and you should be okay.
And that whip already put together there by Blank for a bit of extra damage. And does have his Pahage put together. 369 doing the same thing, or thereabouts, but a little bit behind, outside of the phage. And Evie does have himself a Bramble, so that's going to stop 369 from healing himself too much in this lane. In fact, you just build a bit of armor, and you're pretty happy against Renekton. As this is Blank just showing, this is the power of a former SKT champion.
Yeah, I mean, he hits level 6 on the wave, which maybe 369 doesn't expect. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here, you know?
Yeah.
It's like he's stunning him under the turret, so he knows he's going to take at least 1 turret shot, but even then there's like a small chance if you mess up your trade that you could die from taking the 1 turret shot, so it's risky the second he hits level 6, and then Blank just hit all his stuff, so was able to lock that down, and now he's 2-0, keeping the LJL in this game, actually.
Yeah, 100%. As that is a decent mini stun against the wall there by Evie, just trying to make sure that body slam hits, and it does. Flash out from 369. Caster and Battleland are here. 369 just trying to buy time. The Dominus is available, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Kalmavik is massive, though! And it's an instant double kill for Casa. That's the 3rd, collected by Rookie. Oh, man, LPL wiped the floor with the LJL.
Yeah, never underestimate. Okay, we got this Zed getting in there. They might go for the dive here.
Yep, Deathmark does proc. Seros down to about 50% Battleland. Happy to tank up the turret, and Rookie gets his 3rd.
Just super easy there. Even with the Merc Treads pick up from Rookie. He's got enough damage through the exhaust with the help of the Nautilus to take him down. And yeah, never underestimate the Renekton when he's in his Dominus. Even 1v2, we've seen him win a lot of trades in pro matches that had a lot on the line, so mistakes can and will be made.
Yeah, the burst just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and okay.
What? Oh, man. The dab was just the best. Oh my god, perfect. Nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. It's just Blank starting up the dragon.
It's just fine. Nothing happened. Oh, man.
Oh, spectacular. That's my favorite moment ever. Okay.
He's just trying really hard, you know.
I was pretty sure
so
those
strong.
moments only ever happened on Reddit clips.
Yeah.
But apparently it happens at All Stars
I have
too.
seen that before.
Yeah.
But actually, it was just in that one Reddit clip. So I didn't think it was going to happen today, to be perfectly honest.
He just left. My people need me. There's the kickback onto Rookie, though, as he just goes back to his shadow. Looks like things are going to be okay. Sticks in there, actually, as Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Flash out to get himself out of the way. The curtain call. Blank burning to death as the equalizer is going to secure that one. And Casa not going to be taken down. Good stun, though, out of Udapon. As somehow Baolan connected that, but couldn't quite get through. There's the grand entrance. Baolan might just go down here. Has the trade, and Udapon collects the kill. That's going to be his first of the game, and he needed it. Down 30 CS here to Jackie-Love.
Yep, he absolutely did. So at least they were able to trade one back. But certainly getting that kill onto Blank was pretty nice as well. Rookie currently 3-0. Rumble, Karsa here 3-0-3. Just 11 minutes into the game, so it feels, you know, it doesn't feel like the 97 kill game we had earlier, but it certainly does feel like an LPL standard game here.
Yep. Okie dokie. Heavy towards the top side. Casa nails the harpoon very nicely there. It isn't going to dive any turrets or anything like that. Mike looking to go aggressive. Does see Baolan. And dabs once again.
Of course. That's what you gotta do. Gotta dab on the haters.
Well, Seros dealing with the Rift Herald. Does still have this turret on a couple of plates worth, but that's not exactly the greatest number. Jackie-Love very close to getting that double up. Onto Udapon nicely.
This is so fast.
Yeah. Looking at equalizer, Udapon and gang. This is a problem, but Battle Dance should be okay. Gets the second. And that's going to make it all right. Heavy gets on in here. Is he going to be able to find the cask? Tries to separate, as now Casa has to flash to get himself out of the way. That was actually really clever by Heavy to stop them from being able to escape without investing. That flash from the Rumble, and now Baolan in trouble, but has to use a stopwatch. Keep himself alive. It's not going to be enough there, as there's the flash towards the kick, and Jackie-Love hit by the Q as well as Blank gets him over the wall. Casa is just massive, though. And the curtain call, I don't know whether it's going to be curtains here for this particular Rumble. Last shot in the chamber. There's now Blank, just going to transition himself towards the Grom. Could have been worse for the LJL, though.
Yeah, you know, it didn't look all that bad. Blank did a very nice job just soloing it by himself, but now he might just die.
Yeah, Cast a Curse might have just come through there very swiftly from Valdez.
Ooh, okay.
However, the minion wave is moving well and truly towards the enemy side. And another equalizer comes down. Mike does have Safeguard available, I believe, as Udapon is going to flash, misses the stun. Baolan's coming in as well, and okay, they're going to grab both of the kills.
Okay.
Rookie collects them, and that's 5-0-2 for the Zed.
At least he got that fourth shot onto the poor Rumble, who was just trying to do his job and didn't want to get shot in the face like that. And you can see it's the LPL playing a little bit loose, as they love to do. Very aggressive here. Baolan gets caught out, and they're eventually able to get this kill. And watch Blank over on the left side, just totally alone, able to get in there, actually flash kicks in that case. And then Jackie-Love thought he could dodge it with his own flash, but was a little bit late there.
You actually can't dodge the damage.
Well, he wanted to dodge after, but
yeah,
he was just
dead.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of dead, those bombs.
That represents a dead Ziggs.
Yeah.
Heavy also might be in trouble as Casa comes through. Another fantastic equalizer. But Blank is going to be able to find him. 369 immediately reverting his position. Stopwatch comes in. There's the cast from Heavy. Great timing on the body slam. Makes sure that the Rumble had nowhere to go. Baolan, he's just going to funnel his way in as 369 feels like he can do it. Another Culver Meat comes forward, and the rest of the LPL are there somehow. This Renekton just keeps surviving for way too long without very much health whatsoever.
Yep.
As Death Mark, okay. Rookie just wanting to have a bit of a good time here as Mega Inferno Bomb, but not quite enough. Oh, there it is. Sometimes the bouncing bomb gets you.
Yeah. Nicely done. The genius of Ziggs.
Indeed.
I suppose. But, yeah, that's...
Oh, he had his Gore Drinker already, 369, so that's why. The item's just silly.
It's perfect for Renekton, too. And this is how it happened. Looks like a long-range hook just lined up, perfectly done, and that's why Balan picks Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, he's also, you know, very practiced on Nautilus. It's one of his champions that just likes very, very much. Is Evie maybe didn't need to take 17 turret shots. That's okay.
Maybe
Picture in picture, we're going to see a dragon.
He wanted to.
Yeah.
All right, here's the dragon fight.
4 versus 3, but oh my goodness, Casa, how are you this good all the time as Blank? He's got a core drinker as well. That's why he survived for so dang long. As Casa down to about 100. Looks like the LPL do have control of the area though, and they will secure themselves their first Drake of the game of the infernal variety. 369 dices through the wall. This inner turret is not something that I almost said IG just then.
Yeah,
that the
I don't blame
LPL
you.
squad wanted to be taken down. It is a team made up of more top esports, to be honest, to be fair.
True.
But sometimes you just get used to seeing rookie Jackie Love and Balan together. It was quite a bit of time, you know?
You do. But not anymore.
I got a question for you, Valdez.
Uh-huh.
If that particular Zed skin was a fighting game character or combination of fighting game characters, which one would it be? It's like Sub-Zero and Guile, as he's dead, likely. It's able to flash. There's the grand entrance.
I swear, if I were casting this with LS, he would say, "Oh, don't you know like the green the green ninja from Mortal Kombat 17? What do you mean? Like you don't know this one?" He did that to me multiple times. Yeah, exactly.
I think it's something. I don't remember. Jackie Love gets
Snake
a
Boy.
cheeky little auto. Is now in the relative safety. Quickness is going to come forward there as there's the kickback. Blank is just having a great time on his Lee Sin that he was very famous for back in the day.
I feel like all-star games are perfect for Blank. Like, you know.
Yeah, right.
It's just where he will pop off. He's mechanically super strong. And that's, you know, part of the reason why he made a name for himself early on. And
there was some consistency issues as Casa. He doesn't have those. He just goes 1 versus 2 and murders people who think that they're safe.
Yeah. Rumble Jungle.
Papa Smithy would be a very happy man watching this. He was a big fan of the Rumble Jungle.
I mean, it's pretty good. I feel like you can really make it work. Just go Rocket Belt first. And feel pretty good about your life. Feel pretty good about yourself. Do a lot of damage. You get the Predator, so it kind of goes really well with the jungler in general, but also to get on top of your target and also get extra damage to your equalizer. So it's pretty cool what you
Super
can do.
good news. Sork Boots completed now as he goes back and the Zonya's put together. Oh dear. Mythics all round for the LPL squad. Zeros still ways away from putting his one down. So that Seeker's Arm Guard did have to come through first. Anyway, see whether the LJL can hold on as we have a look at this replay once again of Casa just being an absolute machine. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I think you just saw him with the Scryer's Bloom or something. I mean, they didn't seem to know that they were under vision.
Great double knock up there as somehow the Q finds Jackie Love. Blank is just playing so dang well. Casa coming on forward also though as another Q connects. Udapon grabs that kill. It's all just chaining together and it's a double for Blank. What? Was Blank always this good?
Yes, he always was. His Lee Sin, like we said,
his Lee Sin actually saved SKT for a long time.
Yeah, and there's really no pressure here, you know? It's like, yes, you want to perform really well for your fans, you want to look good, it's the all-star event, of course, but I think Blank's just having fun with it, and he's playing very loose, and that's where he looks the best, and that's where he performs the best, and that's what we're seeing here today.
Yep.
And it's a great sight to see, especially after some of the consistency issues that you mentioned from when he was still in the LCK.
Yep, this was just absolutely beautiful. And I guess your point is right. We never really had too many issues with this Lee Sin. So sometimes when that opportunity doesn't arise, that's when we had some problems. But this is just an absolute joy to see vintage Blank.
That was a great play overall from all the LGL players there. LJL.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said LGL. But yeah, just really nice follow-up onto everything else that was coming in.
Is it GIF or GIF?
GIF.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry, spotted.
Yeah, I mean, Evie had a really nice follow-up on that play as well, and they might get caught out here, though.
Yeah, looking for it. In goes Evie, but yeah, out of position. Bullet time is going to finish him off. Jackie Love grabs the kill. Equalizer may have been a little bit much. That's fine. 2,000 gold, now the lead for the LPL. Cloud Drake is available. LGL probably don't need to care about it, to be perfectly honest. There's Unipon. Get some gold from these puppies before cleaning up this minion wave. And there's the grand entrance. Going to get the knock-up onto 2. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down as well. 369 takes a journey through the sky. And in the end, no kills. Apart from Evie.
Yeah.
From earlier.
It was a nice little idea. Rakan and Ziggs can, of course, mesh really well together. Sometimes not if you misplace your satchel. But yeah, he did a good job of lining up his abilities there. Hitting the wrong minions there, though. You want to hit the blue ones when you're on the red team. He figures that out after missing earlier on. But yeah, it's good follow-up there from the side of Seros. And he did complete his Ludens as well. Ludens also has a new name.
Blank looking for it. Another equalizer in absolutely idyllic positions. But Gang is going to survive. Blank is continuing to go forward, wanting to kill Casa, but Jackie Love turns up and says no. Rookie now down below 50%. The Rakan can't get in there though, and oh goodness. Okay, Unipon, that's fine. That is definitely curtains for the Zed. Maybe Zed has, maybe his time is now over as we move towards the 23-minute mark. As Unipon with his Predator was definitely predatory in that particular situation. Didn't actually have to use it, however.
He's been a sniper on this gen.
Heavy coming back as Gang trying to go forward. Survives for a really long time. His bullet time avoided by Evie for quite a while, but otherwise is going to fall. Another equalizer, and that is going to be enough to clean up the Rakan. The LPL now looking for even more as Casa wants to get the harpoons. Nails it onto Unipon, but then he has to get the heck out of there. Max range dredge line. And that's why Baolan picked this champion. It was the one that he could play super, super well. And he showed us right there.
Just flexing a little bit on his main pick, showing off here. But really, that was all the Karsa showed there towards the end. Really nice equalizer, just catching the tip of the feathers of the Rakan. Oh, they must see him. And he sees them as well, so... Oh,
sad bee.
That bee is the saddest bee.
It actually really does. It gets me, the sad bee.
Yeah, it does, actually.
He's going to stop it back. Oh, as Baolan is by himself now. As Blank actually
it's all a bait.
He had a ward there that he could have gone in for, but there's the dredge line. Blank maybe a little bit overly aggressive as back to the Deathmark's original shadow goes Rookie. Blank is still alive. Gordrinker is making Blank feel like an absolute god. Does have a stopwatch, and that is going to keep him alive. Gets himself the shield from his safeguard also. Another equalizer. I feel that's on like a 10-second cooldown now.
Yeah, just about. I mean, it gets really low.
Casa does have a lot of ability haste these days. I need to get used to saying that. CDR
ability haste.
We've been saying CDR for 10 years,
Valdez. Yeah, it just rolls off the tongue as well. But ability haste, that's going to take a little bit of time to get used to.
We need to reach into our World of Warcraft knowledge, because haste did exist there.
Yeah.
Although, wait, you're a classic player. It doesn't exist there.
Okay. Well, I still know what you're talking about.
Good.
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. I think that the change actually was a good one to make it a little bit more linear.
Yep. Well, Evie's going to come forward. Casa definitely needs to be the target, and his equalizer is going to come out. That's going to be Jackie Love spotted out and taken down. As now Evie looks for him, just puts a barrel on his skull And that is going to secure that kill as the LJL absolutely smashed this team fight already. 3 dead, 369 and Baolan. Are they going to be able to stop this Baron? As 369 says, hell yes I can. His Gore Drinker is going to be activated. Another Cull the Meat coming forward. Seros, I have no idea how he survived, as it's curtains for Baolan. Oh. Last one, will it hit? Yes, it will. That's going to be the ace for Udapon. And Baron should be taken here in the LJL in a great position to be able to win this game.
Yeah, funnily enough, I mean, it's been really close all game, but the LJL slowly coming into this one and making a statement as they find Karsa. He can do a lot of damage, but he's not super tanky. He does have the Zhonya, so he buys himself some time, but then his teammates go in without his damage, and everything kind of just breaks down. And keep in mind, 369 was nowhere to be found. I mean, he was up in the enemy jungle somewhere.
He's a crocodile. He's in the river.
Yeah, I mean, he was like pushing the wave, and then he was just late, so he didn't have teleport, and then he tries to make up for it by 1v4ing, and it's not a pretty look either. Final snipe, 744. Blank puts up the white flag.
To a bunch of corpses.
Please surrender to me.
Yeah. Okay, Body Slam is going to come forward. That's a pickoff onto Baolan, but he does flash.
Yeah, they're both really beefy right now. Take a look at Evi's items here. He's been stacking a little bit, you know. He's doing the preseason tank thing that you do.
Yep, Sunfire Aegis as well as his Thorn Mail and Cheeky Spectre's Cowl there on top of everything. So he's a tanky boy. That's what he likes to do as 369 comes forward, realizes he just doesn't do damage. But the LJL do, and now Blank thinks it's his opportunity. Finds Jackie Love, takes him over the wall, sacrifices himself, but does get the target he was looking for. 369 finds the backline. The exhaust is phenomenal from Seros, and that is going to make sure that the Crocodile won't get anything done. Rookie now, can he do it? Can he save the LPL's hopes as the LJL look for the 4th dragon of the game? How have only 4 dragons died? It's 27 minutes.
It's been a lot of action running around the map, fighting it. Rookie, he's trying to save the LPL. We'll see if he can actually save himself.
Another equalizer comes through. Wait another 5 seconds, guys. That'll be up again. No need to worry. Seros did take a fair bit of damage for Karsa not wanting to overextend intelligently enough. And if we have a look at the gold, we haven't really discussed gold at all throughout this tournament because, you know, there's just been too much action. But
so many things going on.
It's 600, the difference between these two squads. So by no means is this Red Bull Baron power play going to be enough to make this a shoe-in for the LJL.
Yeah, it's been really close all game. I mean, there hasn't really been a one-sided point. Maybe in the bottom side when the LPL did get in a pretty good spot to start with. But we'll see how this fight just go down. Just watch Blank again. I mean, he's finding all the angles. Look at him.
It's so sick. He's just really, really good at these.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't that cute, but gets in, and Karsa walks right next to Jackie Love. And Blank says, "Thank you very much." That's exactly what I wanted. Clean.
Yeah. No flash necessary. I mean, he died instantly, basically. That's worth. Yeah. 369 gets the best flank, but the exhaust, man.
Yeah, poor 369. He's just been in all of these positions where he's outnumbered and just can't really do anything.
Wow, the Q actually connects, gets the kick back, and despite Karsa's flash, he's still likely to die here as Blank looks for Rookie. Gore Drinker is busted, ladies and gentlemen. As there's the bullet time, and that's going to say no to the Lee Sin. If he can't hit anything, then I guess he can't get all of that lifesteal. As Evie frontlining very, very nicely. Blank was rubber banding. As 369, he's given up on team fights, doesn't want anything to do with them. He's in the mid lane trying to take down a turret.
He's done.
I don't blame him.
He's had enough. He's going to go in there and take some turrets. He'd rather PvE.
I was hoping Rookie was just going to go to the shadow and do something crazy. Well, decided not to.
The fact that 369 is not here is actually a bit of a problem. They just take down this turret for free. They leave the inhibitor up.
Not wanting to allow any potential freezes, Valdez.
Well, 30 minutes into the game, think it's okay.
You're saying that maybe they should take structures so that they can win at this point?
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be the replay.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, Carson just gets quad here. And then Blank is really where I had all my eyes, because yes, they're taking down the turret, they're doing other stuff up there. But he actually does a crazy amount of damage to Rookie. And had Jackie Love not been there, he would have survived after the Guardian Angel. So nicely done by him to just get as much efficiency. He's getting as much of it, he's squeezing it out of the Lee Sin, basically.
Yep.
Like, you know, like an old toothpaste tube. You're trying to get the most out of it. And he's really doing that, you know? Every single team fight, he's like down to the last bit of health he's got. He's always doing a ton of damage, finding the picks that he needs to get. Yes, he has died 8 times because he really is playing with reckless abandon. He's just running in there and looking for picks.
He's aiming for the triple-double, Valdez. That's what you need.
Ooh.
You need to get above 10 in every column. Triple-double,
let's see
high
it.
value.
Let's see it.
Yeah, because you're better when you have more numbers. And you can't put more numbers to the triple-double.
Most of the time true.
Yeah. You could theoretically get over 100 kills, but that's really hard. May as well get that extra digit from the middle column. I value that.
I like the way you think.
Blank. Looking for Rookie. Did grab himself the shield though with his Edge Ignite. I think it's still called Edge Ignite. Not entirely sure. There's the belly boot. And Carson just goes golden with his Zhonya's. That's been pretty high value, but the Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. 1-for-1 trade, but Jackie Love is now dead. Rookie looks for the back line, but he's just going to find a very large bullet that Unicorn's going to throw at him. Triple kill. Are we going to make that the Quadra? Absolutely we will. That will be the ace. The Baron's available, but the LJL might just want to win the game.
Yep, they're going to be able to here, you would imagine. 25 seconds on the first guy to get up here, and they've got too much damage. Welcome to League of Jin.
League of Jin, indeed.
It's 9-3 and 15 in this game as he quadra kills them in the last team fight.
What about games like 1, 2, and 27, man? Oh, and once again, for the 3rd time in a row, it is our underdog upset presented by Spotify. Congratulations to the LJL, and also for the LCK fans that just watched Blank absolutely pop off, and they remember him fondly from his time back in his home country.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the way that game went, and the bot lane was a little bit of a disaster to start off. The LJL bot lane did get pretty far behind after they got dove, and the mid lane wasn't looking that great against Rookie. If you remember, it was 3-0 Zed and 3-0 and 3 Rumble in the jungle, and we were thinking, okay, LPL is probably just going to roll this one, but Blank just did way too much work. In the early and mid game, he got that early gank onto the Renekton when his flash was down. He was all over the map after the bottom lane dive. And he just made Jackie Love not do nearly as much as his own AD carry. And that's sometimes really your win condition when you're playing Lee Sin. Do the, the ganks and the damage early on, but then look for the picks and the plays a little bit later. And that's exactly what he did, because Jackie Love was not having a fun game there, and it wasn't really even his fault, He was just getting rolled by the Lee Sin of Blank.
Blank just had way too much agency that game, right? Like, he was able to find exactly the angles that he was looking for, and he did so himself, it was of his own volition. And it's not because his opposition wasn't playing well. Casa was incredible that game on the Jungle Rumble. Like, man.
Yeah.
It was just a really exciting game. LJL managed to come out on top, and I just love those team fights. I love the fact that Rookie played Zed. I don't mind that they lost, because if Rookie's playing Zed, I'm just happy. He didn't pop off as much as we would have wanted, but the early game was definitely favored towards it.
I mean, whoever wins, the charity money goes out, and we all win.
Exactly.
Right? We had a good game. We had some fun League of Legends, and regardless of who wins and who loses, doesn't really matter, but props to the LJL. They take down a all-star lineup of LPL players who are obviously insanely good. So that's another thing to look at and say, that's pretty interesting. That can happen from time to time.
I also like that Seras was able to survive his lane, diffused a lot of situations as well, played extraordinarily Seras. We've watched him for many, many years now. This guy has been an absolute mainstay for Japanese League of Legends, And over again, it's not about having the sick mechanics. It's about, I have this champion and I do this thing extraordinarily well. And they were able to just plow down lanes and explode these turrets and get all of that huge AoE damage in the backline. His exhaust against 369, keeping everyone alive. Like, his Ziggs has always been good, but I just love watching Seros play because it's not about out-mechanicking people and, you know, just being a way better at pressing your buttons. It's about using your big old brain, and Seros has always just been so good at that.
Yeah, really smart player, which was very obvious there, but seems like we got some highlights ready here.
Indeed.
Atlas.
Let's have a look and see. We'll see whether it's an LJL highlight reel or whether it's a blank highlight reel.
Probably a little bit of both. There were some of those team fights where they were actually playing really well as a team and catching out a couple of stray members of the LPL who were kind of just, you know, they had some good team plays where they had some dives and some picks themselves, but I feel like LJL had a little bit better teamwork in this one.
Well, here's the beginning of the blank highlight reel. Mini stun against the wall kept him in melee range as well, so he got that sneaky extra auto. I don't know, he wouldn't have planned that, but damn, it looked cool. Really, really well played. But Casa on the other side also had a really great game.
Yeah, at the same time, he did get caught a couple of times, and this is everybody's looking at Karsa, and Jackie Love's like, hey, maybe I can get into the fight. Blank only has eyes for the misfortune, and immediately went in there.
Did you see how fast Udapon ran as well?
Yeah,
with his Predator?
Insane.
He got into position and then waited for a second before he could actually shoot again. He was about to overshoot. He was too damn fast.
Udapon, a great game once he got fed as well, especially given, you know, the state of his lane. Actually did a great job to come back in this one.
Yep. He was playing weak side bottom lane as well.
Just insane damage.
Yeah.
I mean, he took a little nerf. I don't think it really...
Yeah, it's sort of like the... We had a lot of Sunfire Aegis nerfs as well, Valdez, but that item's still pretty good. And Jin could probably take a couple more nerfs before he's really going to be removed.
Yeah, he's a fun champion to watch, though. You know, I don't mind a meta where Jin is strong. I think it makes it pretty interesting too because it has some counterplay as well, where you can try to counter pick against a Jin and play around that, and it adds some more depth to the pick bans and stuff like that.
I love this damage graph, by the way. It's just everyone doing lots of damage on both sides. It shows how much fighting there was throughout this game. Not quite the 97 kills that we saw. I think it was more than that by the end in our most recent game before this. However, this is it was still bloody, and it was just really cool plays that were coming out on both sides.
Yeah, take a look at the gold difference. It was a little bit in the LPL's favor there for a while, for about 25 minutes until it drastically went downhill.
Yep.
And I think that was the fight right before the Baron, you would have to imagine.
It was indeed the Rebel Baron power play that got LJL into the lead, and they did not forfeit that lead. Although we only ever got to really 4,000 gold or something like that by the end of the game. It was very, very close gold-wise throughout. But, you know, hitting item timings, managing to find all of the picks that Blank did. Just an absolute joy to watch. I think everyone loves watching Lee Sin play. You know, Lee Sin's just a fun champion to observe on the Rift. And Blank's has always been a joy.
Glad we got to see him here today and let him show off his stuff. He's obviously still got it going on the Lee Sin, so that's really cool to see. And LPL is going to have to play again, so we'll see if we're going to have a 4-0 sweep from underdog teams, or will LPL actually win one for the overdogs of the group?
Oh, no, I sort of regret saying that.
You actually said upper dogs, and I'm like...
Do you want overdogs?
Yeah.
Instead?
I think overdogs is actually the
what about above
opposite
dogs?
Of... Above... Okay. Yeah, above dogs is okay.
Okay.
Upper dog's is a little bit different.
Is it?
Yeah.
Does it sound wrong, like rude or something?
No, no, it just sounds like not the opposite of under.
Oh.
For some reason.
Oh, yeah. Above dogs, probably.
Yeah,
is.
Above or over, I think.
Yeah.
So you got like over under, right?
Yeah. I think overdogs is
I think we're
overanalyzing
this probably.
Or are we under-analyzing it? Below analyzing it.
We were upper analyzing it.
I believe we're going to be able to. The reason why we're just talking about over and under so much is because I think that there will be an interview coming up. I'm assuming it's going to be with Blank, but I'm not entirely sure, as I haven't quite heard what's going to be happening just yet. But I'm hoping we get to have a word with Blank because the LGL not going to be playing in our next match, so. I just want to check in.
Yeah, it would be good to hear from him. But I remember the first game where we had the LCK losing, but then Faker was attempted to be interviewed. It didn't exactly work out, but we're getting an update right now.
Yep. We are going to have an interview, though, so let's throw it over to Candace, who has a rookie alongside.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 Rookie 选手来接受我们的采访。We are joined by Rookie。那首先呢，要问到他的第一个问题就是，这一次来到全明星参加这样的比赛，感觉怎么样 ？The first question: How does it feel to participate in the All Star this year, and how are you enjoying this event so far?
感觉就是拿到这种机会跟大家一起打比赛挺好的，但是好像自己有玩的有点问题。
I'm very happy to play with other players here, but I think there is something wrong with us. 那下一个问题要问到 Rookie 的是 ，Rookie 在前期呢一直在游走帮下，所以想问问他是不是有什么样的就是游戏的计划，同时这会不会是老队友之间的一些默契呢 ？So you keep roaming ball in early time. So what's the game plan back then? Is there like the former teammate synergy?
因为是我选的4颗英雄节嘛，然后就是拿到人头的话。 而且我们下路就是一直把对面搞得很惨，我就捡人头，然后后面就起来这样子，然后结果就起不来了。
Because I play Zed as assassin, so with my bot lane, they're pushing very hard, so I just went bot to pick some kills. Maybe hope I can scale very well in the late game, but I just failed to scale. 下一个问题，因为要问到就是，其实对面的9桶一直非常的肉，中期处理很难。那从那个时候开始，会不会觉得你们的其实队伍的阵容没有对面的好呢 ？So it's really hard to deal with the super tanky Gragas in the mid game. So will that make you feel the team comp of yours is worse than the opponents?
其实阵容来说，应该也没有什么特别难打吧，只不过是我们前期带优势的时候，好像我把节奏送没了，就送太多。
I don't think we got worse team comp. The only reason is because I entered too much to throw all the advantage away at like mid game. 那接下来最后一个问题，他有什么想要对这一些一直以来支持他的粉丝说的话呢 ？Is there anything you'd like to say to our fans who voting for you and support you?
好像今天是我在欧莱达 IG 的就69年，然后本来想大家表现的，就是打得很精彩就才对嘛，然后好像上半有点出大问题了，我希望就是接下来的那么多比赛就稍微好好玩一下，对。
Because today is the 6th anniversary of my of joining the ID of my joint ID, so I would like to thank all the fans. But we didn't perform really well on today's game, so I will be more serious about the upcoming matches. 那我们再一次感谢 Rookie， 我们中场休息，一会儿就会回来。
Thank you so much, Candace, for the translation. This is super cool, right? We get to be over in the LPL. We get to be back here, and we've got Candace, and we also have Ji-sun helping us out with these translations as well. Absolutely a joy, and congratulations to Rookie. 6 years on IG is absolutely huge. Probably one of the longest standing players on any one organization. I think Faker is one of the only people that has been on a team, the same team, for longer than him.
Yeah, I think so.
Is Faker still technically on the same team?
Yes.
Because it's now T1, not SKT.
Same organization.
Well, we'll have to ruminate on that as we go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you afterwards for the LPL's next test. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to All-Star 2020 for charity. I'm Atlas. This is the Valdanalist, and we have our 4th Approach to Summoner's Rift coming up for you very shortly. But first, I know it's been a long day. However, every second counts, ladies and gentlemen. And we are able to check out some of Karsa's super plays from the previous match, powered by the Cisco network. Looking forward to having a look at that, and very excited because he was extraordinarily good. Unfortunately, he didn't win. So let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, Karsa was he was such a menace on this Jungle Rumble. It's crazy how much you can get done with a early item as well, with the rocket belt, just getting in there. He had so many kills early on. He was all over the map. Finds multiple people alone in the bush. Takes out the Ziggs, who's flying away, giving our observer a little bit of trouble. Unfortunately, he kind of led Blank right to the right to the misfortune. But other than that, he was pretty much perfect. There wasn't much he could do about that in that certain situation, so.
Might have been weirdly all part of the plan, theoretically, but they were just hoping that the Renekton was going to be able to actually do damage into the backline, but wasn't quite able to. But now they have a different test, and Karsa has another test on his hands as well, as Levi is a pretty dangerous man in the jungle himself. So it's not like the test concludes after they go up against the LJL. It is only going to strengthen again, as the VCS is a very, very scary region, especially when it comes to, you know, extra aggression and bloodiness around the map.
Yeah.
This might be the most kills that we've had in a game like this. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, you know, LPL versus VCS, that would be where my money was for the amount of kills in a game.
Yeah, and this is a region that did not get representation as a region, at least, in the Worlds. So it's glad that they at least get to come here to All-Stars and play it out, duke it out, 1 best of 1, and show us what they've got, essentially. And will be cool to see as well.
Exactly, but if you can cast your minds back to the most recent match, we do have an interview with the LJL. So let's throw it over to that.
Please welcome Yutapon from DFM.
我们邀請到的是 Yutapon
さあ、今回見事 LPL チームに勝利をつかんだというところで、今のぜひお気持ちから聞かせてください。
So you had a great win from LPA team. Tell us what do you feel about it?
我们今天也是非常漂亮的战胜了 LPL 队伍。现在有什么样的感受呢？
Simply, I'm happy. Happy to win.
我非常的开心。
オールスターという場ではありますが、LPL とどんな試合しよう、勝ちに行くのか、それとも楽しもうみたいな、どんな話をチームメイトとしてましたか？
Although it was an All-Star.
虽然是 All-Star 的比赛，
what do you guys plan for?
你们计划是開心的遊戲呢，還是為了勝利去打比賽呢？
アンダードッグ側なんで、すごいもう全力を出して自分たちのベストなピックをして勝ちに行こうっていう話をしてましたね。
Well, we are underdogs.
我们被定義為黑馬隊伍，所以我們會非常努力的去贏比賽。
素晴らしいです。そんな中でピックしたのがジン、そしてプレデターのキーストーンというのは非常に面白かったんですが、理由を教えてください。
So you picked Jin with the Predator. Can you tell us about it?
你今天使用的是镜，用的是掠食者，能不能说出原因呢？
収穫か、彗星になるんですけれども、今のゲイルフォースからのクリティカルビルドにおいて、その収穫っていう選択があんまりいまいちかなって思って、そこで何が一番合うのかなって考えたら、プレデターが一番強いんじゃないかなって。やっぱジン、その寄った時にその W とかの援護もできるんで、そういったユーティリティを生かすっていう意味でもプレデターが最善だったんじゃないかなって思ってますね。
So it's not a current meta, but
虽然说镜在这个版本不是特别的好，但是镜狂风之力和掠食者的组合是非常棒的，所以我就使用了镜这样的英雄。
ありがとうございます。その上で、LPL チーム結構勝ちに来てた、勝負をしに来てたと思うんですが、実際戦ってみてどうでしたか？
So LPL teams were playing really hard to win as well. It looks like it. So what did you feel about that?
そうですね、やっぱそのピック段階で結構その LCK の試合を見てたら割と遊んでる印象が受けられたんで、そんな感じで来るのかなと思ったらファーストピックでミスフォーチュンを取られて、こいつらやる気だなってすごい思ったんで、僕たちももう気引き締めて戦いましたね。
Oh, so at the first, we thought LPO might start to have little fun, just like LCK team did. But once they picked the Misfortune as a first pick, we thought that they were really coming hard. So we decided to play harder as well again.
なるほど、ありがとうございます。その上で、このオールスター、いつものデトネーションフォーカスミーのメンバーにブランク選手が加わっての試合でしたが、ブランク選手との試合、いかがでしたか？
So today's team was 4 members from DFM and with Blank as an addition to the team. So how do you feel? How was it playing with Blank in your team?
そうですね、まあ、今回、ブランクさん、リーシンやったんですけれども、最初、ピック段階でリーシンって言われて、いや、最近、リーシン大丈夫かなって思って、試合始まったら、もうとてつもないキックの連発だったんで、もうこれがブランクさんのリーシンかって思わせられて、もうすごい感動しましたね。
So first, when we at the picking, then he was keep saying listen, but at first, I thought like the leasing was questionable in the current meta, but once he picked it, then it was a series of miracle kicks. So it was really great to watch and play together.
ありがとうございます。それでは最後にあちらのカメラに向かって LJL ファン皆さん喜んでいると思いますので、ファンの皆さんに向かってコメントお願いします。
So please give a comment to fans.
そうですね、今日は LJL が勝つ姿を見せられてすごい良かったと思います。いつも応援ありがとうございます。
I'm happy that we could show you that LJL can win today. So thank you for cheering.
ありがとうございました。デトネーションフォーカスミよりユタポン選手のインタビューでした。
Thank you, Utapon.
Thank you so much, Utapon, and also so much translation to help us out here on the English broadcast as well. Brilliant. Of course, Utapon, so incredibly famous, and it's just a joy to see them performing and all of our underdogs performing so far today. Are we going to have a clean sweep of underdog victories? It could happen.
I mean,
you know?
Every other region has done it already. We saw the PCS, we saw the OPL, we saw the LJL all overcome the over regions, the overdogs.
The above dogs, indeed.
Yeah. The overlords, the major regions, whatever you want to call them. And the VCS, I mean, like we were just saying, I mean, this is a really powerful region that is only getting better as time comes along.
Yeah.
Much like the LJL and a lot of the other non-major regions around the world. So, like, they should not be underestimated by any means, especially after the LPL rather was playing quite a good game, pretty standard. You know, Rookie played Zed, which was kind of interesting, but other than that, pretty much straight and standard. And they still lost. They still lost to the LJL.
Yep. And, you know, the LJL were definitely playing very standard themselves. You might look at Ziggs in the mid lane and think that that's weird. It's not. 100% not weird. Because at Seros, the guy has a thin champion pool of very eclectic champions. As now the next test for the LPL will be the VCS. And there is one player that is not a former or current GAM esports player voted in. Of course, formerly the Gigabyte Marines team that was very, very famous coming out of the VCS, was able to do so many things internationally as well. However, only one of them remains. I think it's just Levi that's on that squad still, and there have been a lot of shakeups towards the end of 2020. So we'll be able to see Dial and Pallet, both of them going to be reunited with Levi here for one last opportunity. With Slater as well, who is touted as Vietnam's best AD carry at the moment. So looking forward to seeing how he's going to perform up against Jackie Love, who is definitely a raid boss in unto himself.
I mean, if you're at the All-Star event, you better be an All-Star in your own right of your region, right? And the VCS has brought their best, and I'm really excited to see what they've got to show us tonight. I think this is definitely one region that a lot of people are excited to see more and more of. And it's going to be just one best of one, right? That's kind of the way it goes here with the schedule. But we'll see if it's a good game. I hope they... This is like the one where I kind of want to see things be a little bit more serious and like see it kind of just, you know, play out like a more normal style game.
Well, Zeros is having a good time. As you can see, one of the veterans of the VCS. As let's have a look at how they're going to do. Because I think you're right. I think that the LPL, they're not going to be pulling any punches this time around. I imagine that we're going to see Rookie on something severely meta.
Yeah, he was like, we won't let you down again. I'm like, oh, that's scary.
Yeah, that is scary.
I wouldn't want to hear Rookie say that before my match if I were the VCS.
No. As Misfortune going to be banned against Jackie Love. He does like to just pick her whenever he can. So not going to see that this time around. See if anything sneaks through. Seeing a lot of interesting bans, but nothing that necessarily stands out as a definite and necessary ban so far. As Levi not going to be playing his Lee Sin this time. And Casa just not wanting to deal with a Lee Sin again. Malphite definitely standing out. Actually, that was a couple of games ago, Valdez, and it's been a long day. But the Malphite has won every game that he's been a part of and not on the bench for. As Blitzcrank ban from the LPL. Graves is the only other thing that we've seen perma-banned
Graves
so far today.
Will probably be banned, I would imagine. Although the Poppy being shown some respect. We saw Kongye just go insane on that pick a little bit earlier on from the PCS, of course, against the LCK. They're going to ban away Pantheon instead, so we might actually see the Graves come out here.
I would be very surprised if it didn't get picked up, because Levi was always just a fantastic Graves player no matter what. Give him an aggressive pick and he's going to be a happy boy. 10 seconds to go. It's going to be Aurelia considered. She did get buffed on this patch, but the set is what they decide to stick on. Okay.
What is this, 2020?
Yeah, I don't know. He can build a Sunfire Aegis, though. So, I guess there's that.
If you can build that item, you're going to be feeling pretty good. It's a good one. It's definitely a good one. Although it has received some nerfs. We have Alistair and Talia going to be picked up here for the LPL. Spellland back onto the cow.
And also the Talia was banned in the last game. So targeted at either Rookie or Casa. Likely Casa though, because he's just, as soon as he's on a jungler that does magic damage, he just seems to go to the next level. Always has been the case with Casa. Although his Lee Sin this year has been absolutely amazing to watch as well. As it turns out, he's just good at everything. Yeah, never mind. Lucian going to be picked up here though. And so yeah, it does feel like we're well and truly in 2020. That's not. That's Master Yi. But I'd be okay with it. I mean, Ginsu's Rage Blade's like, Ginsu's is fun again now.
Yeah, in solo queue, every once in a while, especially, he can be pretty annoying to handle. But it's not going to be the case here. Echo is going to pop up once again. Or not once again. He was banned the other time.
Yeah.
I suppose it is once again. But this time he is actually picked for Dial.
Well, Rookie can go towards a physical carry if he would like to in the mid lane. But they could also continue flexing the Talia, which I would suggest, and an 80 carry makes sense. So the Caitlyn going to be looked at by Jackie Love. And no, it's going to be Ashe. So still a stand and shoot style of 80 carry, but a little bit more utility added to Jackie Love's kit.
Yeah, I feel like it works pretty well with what they have already. Talia especially loves when her lanes have gank assists. So if you got some kind of stun or at least a slow, and you can follow up on that. Not just in like the laning phase, but even later on. If you have pick in general, like an Ashe arrow hits, you can line up your seismic shove so much easier. So I don't mind it at all. Just add a little bit more CC and pick into your composition. Ashe, good in general.
Yeah, I don't think they need much more CC, to be honest. There is a boatload throughout this LPL squad so far. Horn and Aurelia going to be banned, as there's the Renekton, taken away by the LPL, which is quite interesting. Especially considering the fact that they could go for the classic R4 Renekton that we've loved so much this year. That was sarcasm to those sitting at home.
What's better, R4 Renekton or R4 Aatrox?
Ooh,
we used to see that all the time. And also R5 for both of those.
I think Aatrox is better. Makes me happier.
Probably actually
better.
Although, I don't know. Renekton did get pretty good in this at the end of this year.
We have a lot of top laners banned, Valdez.
We do.
What's going to come out? Is Rookie's thinking about what he wants, and it's going to be Victor. Not sure. I mean, it could theoretically be going all sorts of places. Well, mid or top.
That's
still
some sorts of places.
Yeah. As that's a Galio, and that is a Callista. So, Galio support or set support. Galio looking like he's going into the mid lane with a Lucian top and an Echo in the jungle. Jungle Echo buffed on this patch as well. So he's going to be a little bit happier making his way around there as LPL. Thinking about what they want to grab now that they know basically where the VCS are going to be putting their champions. That's Rel.
It's certainly going to be Echo Jungle. We'll have to see where the set gets flexed to, essentially.
Valdez.
Yes.
Where?
Top lane?
Mid lane? Huh?
Wait. Tank Alistair. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that used to be a thing a long time ago when you got to Sheen proc people immediately after headbutting them, but that hasn't existed for many, many years. But I guess now, if you can build a Sunfire Aegis, it doesn't matter.
Gragas isn't even banned. And he's just going to go ahead and do that. By the way, on the other side, we have Callista top. So, a little bit of wonky stuff, maybe a lot of it of wonky stuff here. We're having swaps over on the side of the LPL because Rookie is on Ashe.
Yeah, but what does this mean, necessarily?
It might just be the two of them swapping. Maybe Valen and 369 swap as well.
Yeah.
Well, let's just get into the game and see what happens.
maybe it's Ashe versus Callista top. Rookie's just like, give me the Ashe, I'll take care of this Callista problem that we might have. Yeah. There are two supports though, Valdez, and we'll just have to see. I mean, Rel theoretically is a support, right? But she could be flexed. Hasn't really, haven't seen too much testing of the old Rel and her whereabouts. So this will be certainly a lot of fun to figure out.
Let's see where we're going. 369 is playing Alistair, and he's running at the top lane. So it kind of looks like we're getting top lane Alistair here in the All-Star event.
And there's a majestic pink horse heading towards the bottom lane. So it looks like the Rel is just going to be situated there. We are going to be frustrating our observers quite a lot, trying to figure out exactly where everyone is going to end up. And it looks like Rookie is just going to play mid lane Ashe.
They're running to those spots. We'll see if maybe they're just still trolling and they're just going to swap here with like a minute left.
I mean, they can.
Is it? Oh no, I think we're just doing it like this. I don't think we're having any lane swaps. And this is just the way this game is going to be played.
Yep. Well, yeah. Top lane Alistair is happening in this game.
Levi had a giant smile on his face.
Yeah.
It's like, I get to gank Ashe and an Alistair. I suppose Alistair has some tools to actually get out of ganks.
Now, is it supposed to be Dial, or is it supposed to be Dia 1, and does it mean Diamond 1? Because I have a feeling he's not Diamond 1.
He's, maybe it's an old ID. And he has kept it.
Ah, whoa, we just went back in time.
What just happened?
Time travel was literally just discovered right now.
Right now. They had a transition ready. It was like a fade into the time travel.
Whoa, that was super cool. Okay. Well, JackieLove's been lit on fire. That's the face breaker as JackieLove has to flash. Slater coming through. Easy first blood. As Balan, he's running away. He's like,
easy first, bruh.
You got first, bruh.
First, bruh.
Well, Rookie is also struggling right now as Balan grabs himself a kill, trying to canter his way out. As Slater will get another one. Most likely, no! The horsey power allows him to stay alive. with that extra movement speed. It's Jackie Love, he's back here as if nothing had happened. However, something did happen. First blood going over to the Lucian, certainly not the greatest of deals. There's the flash. Wow. From Dire 1, that was Dire 1 right there. To be Dial if he had have got the kill. As Casa making his way up. Bit of ring around the rosy there as, oh, the seismic shoves. Beautiful. That's a fat flash, though. Always good to see out of Zeros.
Yeah, got a Dark Harvest stack there for the Taliyah.
369 is definitely an Alistair support right now. This could theoretically be like some Taliyah funnel. Because funnel does exist. Again, sort of.
Well, he's not even going to the top lane.
Yeah.
Well, he's going back, okay, but Rookie's probably dead here.
Yeah, Levi going to come in. That's going to be a comfortable kill for the Echo. And that's 2-1 in favor of the VCS. Overdogs just have not shown up today.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about today, but it's just what's happening. And I would imagine this is just level 1 set.
Yeah.
Just ignites you, and Balan just jumps in there.
Max range on the Facebreaker as well. Really, really nicely done. Good demonstration there in our Axe replay. An immediate teleport back. They were able to grab Howard though, so that's definitely going to help the LPL out.
Ooh, yeah. And this is so frustrating when you're just one step behind.
Yeah. Well, that's headbutt pole. This cast is going to come up, look to try and take down this Galio. Tries to Justice Punch. Doesn't quite get there, as there are a lot of rocks on the ground. Zeros looking for the cow, and now Cast is like, oh, dearie me. And yeah, just waiting there. That's the taunt, and that's the death. And VCS continue to rocket forward. Need another kill in the next 20 seconds, and then we're going to be sticking with about a kill a minute, which is what we want to see.
Pallet's waiting here in the brush. I don't think they know he's here. Hex Flash.
Yeah, another Facebreaker onto both of them. Really nicely done. You can see Slater trying to go for Jackie Love, but good gravity field placement from Jackie Love means that the Lucian's not going to be able to focus him down, but still, Lucian's absolutely leading the charge here in this bottom lane. Although Jackie Love is staying very close in farm. Let's have a look at this one once again, Valdez.
Yeah, this is the idea behind, I suppose, the Alistair. It's just a very easy gank setup for the Taliyah. The only thing is that once you get a teleport coming in and your jungler's here, it's not going to be a fun time. 3-on-1, Alistair had to flash away as well, so nice collapse from the VCS real quick to take advantage of that situation. And currently our Echo jungle is feeling a lot better than the Taliyah one.
Yeah. Still yet to quite figure out why 369 is up here on a cow. Winds of War was pretty nice, taking down that cannon creep right there. As out goes Baolan. I like tools like that. Engage or disengage. As there's the taunt onto Rookie, but he's just going to stand his ground and heroically exit the situation. Oh no! Mountain Drake! Mountain Drake! Oof. Frightening.
Yeah.
That was one more order from that guy, and that was a dead gargoyle.
It's good they have priority in the bottom side, otherwise he was probably dead.
Yeah.
But he's able to walk away. He's actually going bot as we have a gank here.
Arrow connects, Seismic Shove is in as well, as Rookie's extraordinarily low. The flash forward, and Casa, he's dead. And threaded volley not going to be saving you right there, as we're going to see another battle on the bottom side as the gargoyle just continued down, but decided to dedicate himself to a kill. For the opposition, which I would probably put in the cons column, personally.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I suppose it is just a 1-for-1, and also they got the 80 carries, so he's going to be missing the CS. It works out in the end, but as you mentioned, probably not ideal. You see Balan trying to hold the wave, not very successful, as they used everything, so immediately the LPL bottom lane knew that they were going to be in some trouble, but a nice jump in by Balan. They'll get in there, land a stun, and unfortunately, though, at the same time, Jackie Love was kind of just dead meat.
Yeah.
Went down.
Did well to survive for as long as he did, though. Managed to bait in and get themselves a follow-up kill, so not bad. Not bad at all. It's going to be the taunt landing onto Rookie. No cleanse available, so he's going to lose a bunch of his health bar. And yeah, parallel convergence not quite going to do enough as Rookie's just going to get taken down.
Yeah.
There's the Weaver's Wall.
This is why we don't see Ashe mid lane.
Yeah.
You just... Okay, well, 369 wanted to jump in and ult, but missed it with the flash. I suppose he didn't miss it, but Slater was forced to flash away. And yeah, I mean, the Ashe is just so susceptible to ganks, so...
Well, over goes 369. That's a lot of CC they have available here on the LPL side. And Unbreakable Will, at this moment, is not breaking. The LPL is still around 2,000 gold behind, however, with their eclectic composition. And when I see weird comps like this, I always expect them to need to do a bit better in the earlier stages. It's not like they're having Viger Nasus sitting in the background, unlimitedly scaling. In fact, just have a free lane give over to a Kalista. But still, have to see how it is going to pan out. Fat Lady certainly not warming up her larynx just yet.
Yep, not going to happen at this moment in time. They still have a ton of CC, and here comes an arrow.
Piercing the heavens, another one. Rotating around Rune Terrors. Baolan gets in there. There's the stun. Waiting for it is Kasa, but yeah, sometimes you engage, and you probably shouldn't. Kasa has to go home as well. Taunt is going to connect onto Rookie here. He's able to get some autos back. Not exactly the trade you were looking for here. Side of the Galio. However, just going to be pretty even after the dust has settled.
Jackalove might be in some trouble, and so might be Rookie, actually, here.
Yep, our Observer's also in trouble because they don't quite know where to be. Oh no, the Justice Punch. Dire 1. Gonna get out of there, though. Picks up the kill onto Kasa, and then just heroically exits. So never mind.
No, he is such a good heroically exiting player.
Yeah.
We don't see it.
He's going to heroically exit Diamond 1, I think.
Because generally you use it... Oh, he might just die here. Oh, never mind.
Oh!
I meant Rookie, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Teleport in from Jackalove. They want Slater, but now it's 2v2. Maybe Slater's just going to be strong enough, but he throws the culling into the Nether, and that's not exactly what they want. Eats the Chaos Storm, the entire Chaos Storm as Pallet. Can he grab the kill? No, he can't. Jackalove gonna collect that for himself. Well, Baolan steals that away, but Jackalove able to reap some of the reward here. Already had a CS advantage. It's now 369 trying to chase after Zeros. In comes Kasa. And yep, they get the trample stun. And that is a dead Kalista. And maybe, just maybe, it's going to work out. However, VCS is still ahead by 3,000 gold now. So there were some positives for the LPL squad though.
Yeah. You know, they got some stuff, but they're being teleported on, and this is exactly what I expected out of these two regions. 17 kills at 11 minutes.
Yeah, that's what we want. Get those kill per minute numbers up as the Chaos Storm doing absolutely nothing. The gravity field the same as well. Of course, didn't have the Chaos Storm available. Is now Rookie. Gonna need to get out. Offers a slight slow, but ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know, Baolan is dead. Now Pallet looking for the wraparound, wants to get onto Rookie. Arrow does come in as now Pallet will be able to find the face breaker, and the CC will connect. Slater grabs himself the kill, and the VCS very close to doubling the kill score of the LPL.
Getting in their face and catching them just being a little bit lazy, really far up the lane, not clearing out the wards. They get teleported on, and it all leads to a fun play that we did just have there, but this is the one actually before it where Iowa did miss a lot, and this is just perfect. It's the second time he's done this in the game. So use that when you're getting ganked, not when you're ganking one and then getting out. And then he just turns on Rookie. He's like, what are you doing? I am Gallia.
Yeah. I could colossally smash you. And he did do that, utilizing his passive. As Rookie now down towards the bottom side is going to get the bad news as Levi comes on over. Hex Flash gets Pallet in there as well.
He's dead.
Yeah, the flash used by Levi just to guarantee that this one is going to be taken down. Look at that. Delivered. Signed and sealed over to Slater on the bottom side, who's now 4-2 and 3 on the Lucian.
Zeros them.
Yep, he's unlikely to die here as the boot back comes forward. Kasa connecting with his seismic shoves really beautifully. Is it going to be enough for the LPL is going to be the big question, though. So they're just slowly falling further and further behind. It's closer to 5,000 now.
Yeah, it's pretty one-sided at this point in time. Karsa, for some reason, taking 2 massive turret shots here. And just gonna try to protect his turret. Will the Galio. Rookie, after his fierce words in the interview, is currently 0-5 on the Ashe mid lane. They're having a bit of fun. And, you know, that's sometimes what this All-Star event is about.
Yeah, the Ashe Arrow not quite doing too much of anything. As, okay, Dial looking for it. There's the face breaker. God, Pallet is super good. Heroic entrance comes on down. Rookie is dead. But Seismic Shove not able to get enough back in the interim. And Jackalove just trying to clear out minion waves. This is an underdog kind of day, Valdez.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you can tell that the VCS, they're... Oh, looks like we might have another fight here.
Yeah, Karsa, threaded volley onto Diabet. Oh my god, the burst damage. It's unrelenting.
Get wrecked. Absolutely dunked.
5-1 and 6 now, dude. Oh my god.
Wasn't even just the Karsa, it was Balan too.
Yep.
2 of them just got absolutely dunked in the mid lane. And you can tell, you know, it's not even like the VCS are trying super hard or going for like super meta picks or anything. They're just really good. Whereas our LPL boys are picking interesting things and playing interestingly as well. You can see the idea, I suppose. Lots of CC, and then Victor and Talia to back it up with their own non-targeted CC. And yeah, you know, it's looking good. You know, I'm probably going to get the kill on the Galio. Nope. Rel behind it is like, oh, what the hell? Come on.
Died as an afterthought.
I'm just trying to help. Yeah, he just got 10 stacks on his Darkseal. He had it before he got that kill. The Galio does.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, you just can't do that. I mean, Talia doesn't have any resistances or survivability with the build that she goes for. So, you gotta be careful. It's gonna happen to you just like it's happened to Ashe. And many squishy members in your lineup.
Well, Rookie gonna be able to land that stun right there very nicely. Balan dives on in after him as well, guarantees the CC, and Slater is going to fall down. Levi. Forward. The answer is no. Or Balan, that is, who was attacking him. It made sense in my opinion, Valdez, don't you worry. Pallet, can he find the initiation? What is happening, my friend? Try and get out. The dash cannon comes forward, but he gets blocked on the Justice Punch. And that's a dead Galio. I think that's demoted in your promos right there, my friend, unfortunately. There's now 369. Can he find the headbutt pole? Don't think so.
That's like the guy in solo queue that immediately complains, hey, come on, where's my team?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you should have backed me up. I had the perfect flank. Meanwhile, he's like 1v5.
Yep.
That's kind of the way that one went.
The flash flag drag Jarvan, who's wondering why no one's on the screen with him.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of flashes, 369 going forward. Slater had only just come out of the death chamber, but he's going to survive for the minute. That is a lot of CC and very weird movement, but Pallet's going to keep himself alive with a Haymaker shield. Levi looking for Karsa, hasn't found the kill, finds it in the end with a Time Winder. Now Balan having to deal with him. Rookie gets to the edge of the wall. He's just wandering around though, and he is going to be cleaned up by the VCS right here. Glad he mentioned that he was going to play some serious League of Legends now.
Yeah.
He's
sure.
looking for the late game, Valdez.
All right, nice arrow, Bill. Okay, he got an arrow. Just don't look at the scoreline. He's just setting up the plays. That's what he's doing right here. Here, they're just looking for more. Again, they have tons of engaged CC, so why not? But even 3v5, they are losing. And you see that Karsa goes for the Talia wall in combat. You get immediately knocked off if you take any damage. And that actually blocks in Rookie. He would have died anyway, because, of course, the Echo is right there. But, like, it's a little bit funny the way that one turned out.
Yep, 369 going to fall down here, as we'll see whether Balan can get all of that CC working Worked out relatively well for a minute, but isn't going to complete in anything good for the LPL, as Jackie Love does secure that one. A little bit of rend issues on the side of Zeros, but the rest of the VCS looking like they have everything under control. Jackie Love does have to wait under his inhibitor turret to see whether he can salvage this situation. It is so close to a 10,000 gold lead. And yeah, the Imperial Mandate Ashe mid looking to try and set up all of the CC to give the extra damage amplification.
Wow. Big brain right there.
Yeah, 0 and 8 at the moment. Not quite able to do too much.
Well, he's doing something. You know,
yeah, sure.
Don't want to mention what it is.
Yeah,
but it's interesting. Yeah, this is just. They're trying to force it here a bit. They got Neko in their back line. And of course, the no mobility, no flash Ashe. He's not going to have fun with that. At least Jackie Love won his fight.
Yeah, nice work, Jackie Love.
Yeah.
Nailing it as we jump back into the action once again. All right, getting the headbutt pulled there. Levi just going to get back. That's not the target that you want to go for. He's got a chrono break. He'll be absolutely fine as now Casa having to deal with this phase Russian Levi, who will put him into the death chamber. And in the meantime, Baolan is going to follow suit. 369 trying to run away. He's a pretty beefy cow. Did have the aftershock available as now Jackie Love with a death ray, but it's going to be avoided, at least for the second tick of damage. As Rookie with just a gentleman's volley, seeing what he can do.
Yeah, he'll get there eventually. We just need about 30 minutes.
Yeah, parallel convergence going to come down and Rookie's dead. Jackie Love likely to die as well, but Levi without his dash for the minute. No flash available either, so Jackie Love understands that he is a bit safer than he otherwise would be. 40 kills so far at approaching the 20-minute mark, so 2 a minute, not bad at all here.
I like the new Lichbane art.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Actually, yeah, it does look pretty dope.
Yeah.
It's like Excalibur style.
Yeah, and it's kind of like in the style of like, I don't know what to call it, maybe like an 80s cartoon or video game or something like that, you know?
Like
it's
a firework from it.
It's got like a little retro feel to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
I feel that.
And of course, it's really good on your 8, 1, and 8 Echo.
Not bad on your 3, 5, and 6 Victor as well on the other side of the rift.
Yeah, true.
Probably better on the old Echo like you're talking about there. It would suit this 6, 2, and 14 Galio at the same time.
Hey,
I'd like to see that.
Try it.
Please.
Just give it a shot.
That's what I want to see. Does have dash cannons for the Echo and the Galio. Had those
it's
built
called
for a long
Hextech
time.
Rocket Belt. Okay.
So I've been allowed to say dash cannon for the last 3 years, or something like that.
Yes, but now
But
it's got a new name.
now that it's been changed to basically the same name, I am banned from dash cannon. Is that how it works, Valdez?
That's the way it goes.
Who got you to write the rules? This is terrible.
All the new names are pretty interesting to me. For the items that have been around for a long time. What is it? Luden's Tempest, I think, is the other one.
Yep. Leandri's something.
Anguish.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not really sure why, you know? Why?
It's not Torment anymore.
What was
it's
the
Anguish.
point?
It's similes, though. It's a bit... You know,
Yeah.
Torment, Anguish. I mean, I guess there's like tense problems, but otherwise it's basically the same. Teamfight is going to erupt, though, as the heroic entrance does come down. No CC. Successful disengage here by the LPL squad. There's 369 looking for a headbutt opportunity. Does not get it. Meanwhile, the pink chicken trying to make his way in from the backside. The LPL regroup. Look to try and stop Shelly from getting further forward. Pallet looks to be the opportunity they're going for. As Casa puts down the wall, and in goes Dyer into the backside. That's the two-man taunt under Rookie and Jackie Love. Rookie's going to flash. Can he escape? No. The answer is absolutely. And Casa now looking for more off the back end. Levi's going to tidy him up, and the VCS are just way, way stronger than the LPL right now. Jackie Love once again the last man standing.
That's it?
Yeah, I think so.
Gonna end?
Is it going to be a Dancing Rift Herald, though, as Shirley marches her way towards the first inhibitor take of the game? When the pan happened there, I thought the LPL surrendered. That was scary. Parallel
in there, Shelly.
convergence. Yeah,
All right, I
please.
guess it's
Keep her
Shirley.
alive. Keep her alive.
Wait, what?
Guys,
Whoa.
team. Shirley. Well, Rookie was up. So, Arrow going to come through here. Flash.
Okay. I guess they really thought they were absolutely doing the Baron there.
I mean, this is AP Ash. That arrow does more than 3 damage.
True.
That being said, it was mainly used to scout the Baron.
Yeah.
There's an E button that does a similar thing. Probably didn't have any charges or something like that.
Well, let's take a look at this one. The Galio teleports. You know, not much has changed from 2020 and the preseason. It's still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Gets in there, especially when he's super fed. And it was the perfectly placed ward that was able to get everybody in there. Not much else to say about this one, just they're super far ahead, and it was a really nice teleport that did come in from the Galio.
If this guy is still Diamond 1, then there's a massive problem with the MMR system.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're
Does
just
not
gonna
deserve it.
totally ignore this. They're just going bot.
Yeah, I think our vision was available somewhere. Arrow is going to connect. Look at all of that damage amplification, everyone. There's none. It's a double knockup. And Dire still looking for more. Finds that taunt onto Casa. He's a big source of their damage. And the showstopper will put him in the grave. A teleport for some odd reason. But it doesn't matter. They're still going to win the team fight. Is that a triple kill for support set? Yes, it indeed is. As Zeros, after that teleport forward, isn't going to be able to catch up to Jackie Love here as the gravity field comes on down, and oh my god,
Levi
Pop
steals
goes
the
the
kill.
Victor.
Oh, he's got 5 11s. Or 5 1s, rather. 5 1s.
Oh, that's super binary. I love it. 10-3 and 10 as well.
11 1 and 11.
And 10-3 and 13.
And also
Power
0 and
super
11.
good. Yeah.
All right. Oh, no.
Well, that was definitely a game. And once again, the underdogs picking up the victory. I can't believe it. It's happened 100% of the time. Congratulations to the VCS once again for being our underdog victors. Brought to you by Spotify, of course. Damn.
Yeah.
This is not what I was expecting today.
No, this is probably the last thing I was expecting. And, wow. Zero's like, okay, I'm just going to take a little nap.
I liked the throwing out the
hard.
teleport in the last game-winning team fight as well to take him 2 meters.
That was a great play. Big fan of that one. And, wow. Okay, so only underdog upsets today.
Yeah. That's just what we need to get used to, I guess, is... Who
are the underdogs really, then?
Well, the LPL and the LCK, based on today's results.
That's the new underdogs.
The sample size was also much higher for both the LCK and the LPL, and therefore, I guess we can conclude that regions other than Korea and China are the best.
There we go. We figured it out today at the All-Star event. That is the way it goes. They're certainly better at drafting.
Yeah. How did
picks were very
Did you think that there was a chance that the mid Ash amplification AP focused arrow bot situation was going to work? Just a no.
No.
I mean, it started discussion, wasn't it?
He's also up against Galio Echo, right? It's not like I don't know, anything else.
All of the other things.
Yeah, I just mean like in that laning phase, even he's just like a sitting duck. He couldn't even flash because he's like, well, if I flash now, I'm just going to die again. So let me just accept this death and then not die the next time for another 3 minutes. And then, yeah, 0 and 11 finish there. So not the best look, but just having a bit of fun, I suppose.
Yeah, I just love that in his previous interview, he's like, next game, we're going to try super hard.
I think he was just being sarcastic, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
I hope so.
He's going to try harder to just pick troll picks and have fun, I suppose.
I'll try harder to do something silly.
To have
he
fun.
Absolutely did.
They won in that facet, for sure.
But I mean, it Galio performance was just unbelievable. It was so good.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a bit of a send-off, you know, playing with his former Game Esports teammates as well. Pallet going a separate direction, Dial going a different direction as well, and Levi staying on the team. So let's have a look at some of the highlights here from our last 5v5 of the evening to watch the VCS achieve the 4th underdog victory in a row.
Yeah, you can see some sly smiles on all the LPL players' faces. Maybe Zeros is a little bit sick today. I don't know. He looks a little bit tired. But either way, he had a good game as well. And this was a pretty fun one where it's like, oh, we're going to get him. Nope.
Yeah.
Pink chicken flies away.
I loved it. It was like Super Diamond 1, and then as soon as the flash happened, it's like challenges, 2,000 LP. Immediately.
Yeah. It was really insane Galio play, actually. He was... I mean, he kind of got a free lane at the same time, so I don't even know, like... But what he did with the lead was really nice, too.
I'm glad we got a slow-mo of the super max damage AP Ash arrow right there.
Good stuff. Pallet also had a really fantastic game. To shout him out.
Yeah, Pallet was great.
There were multiple... for some reason, the name of the ability is escaping me, but where he grabs the people.
The face breakers?
Yes. Multiple man face breakers multiple times. I mean, over and over and over again. Yeah, that was just one of like 6 or 7 million. Wow, that was a lot.
Sorry, that might be an exaggeration.
Yeah, well, it certainly felt that way because he was having a really nice game. He was having a great time.
Dynamite teleport there from Zeros as well to finish this game off. I don't think they could have done it without it. As, yeah, Zeros just having a bit of a snooze.
Yeah. It's like, man, that was boring. That was easy.
Bring on a real challenge,
put me
please.
to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, my opponent was in the world's knockout stage? Is that what happened? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it was fun.
He was also playing Alistair top. Maybe this might be like one of those like accidentally time traveled situation. We did time travel in that game. And,
we did actually.
There was a time, I believe it was around 2014, where that Trinity Force top Alistair, maybe they went back 6 years. Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe we slipped into a parallel universe where it's still a thing.
Yeah, maybe.
When we kind of shifted the time there in the middle of the lane. Yeah, he didn't do too much on the Alistair, but neither did the Callista, funnily enough.
Yep, Galio did a hell of a lot, though. So much work came out of that mid laner. Very, very good job. Jackie Love as well. I mean, he's playing Victor. Does a lot of damage just generally, but still was trying to hold his team together. Just wasn't quite enough. But it was a lot of kills. It was definitely an interesting game. 25 minutes, though. The LPL just did not last very long.
Yeah. So, I wonder who we're going to interview now.
Yeah, will it be? It is going to be from the LPL. We will get an interview from the LPL. Maybe it'll be Rookie back to explain himself once again.
I think he lost his interview privileges after the the Ash.
Potentially, yes. But remember, guys, there is the MasterCard silent auction. You got to check out check out priceless.com/ASE. And you can bid on priceless experiences and items. There are some truly priceless things to bid on, so go check it out. Most importantly, proceeds from the auction will benefit charity. This whole thing is for charity, and our underdogs are just winning over and over again, and it's fantastic to see. So thank you so much for all of your purchases of the Elderwood Ornn, because that will, of course, benefit charity as well. So, waiting for the interview, and I'm a bit sad, Valdez.
Why is that,
Atlas? I wanted mid-utility Ash to be a thing, but I
think that one's done.
Maybe it was good in scrims. Maybe there was
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Because it reminds me of when I first started playing League of Legends many eons ago.
Yeah.
Where Ash used to be in that mid lane, and you got to do that really fun play where you sent the arrow, and did I get muted? because I'm.
We're like slowly getting muted. Oh, I think maybe it's just you.
Maybe it's just me.
You're just getting slowly quieter. You're up and down.
Is it? I think it might be a.
Somebody's playing with your sound knob.
It's not very fair. So because of that, let's go over to an interview.
最后采访我们邀请到的是369来接受的采访 ，We're joined by 369。那首先我们要问到369第一个问题呢，因为刚刚我们在采访当中有问到 Rookie 有说他们这一局比赛呢要认真的打起来，但是为什么你会选择上单牛头，而他选择了中单艾希呢 ？Rookie said that you guys will be serious about this match, but why did you just pick Alista top and he just locked in Ash mid?
就我们觉得就认真的开心起来就可以了。
Because we just want to be very serious of playing, have fun. 那我们接下来下一个问题问的就是，他今天有用牛头打卡莉斯塔吗？他在上路的时候会不会觉得非常的很难受呢，或者是不太好打呢 ？So how does it feel to laning against Kalista on the top lane as you're playing the Alista?
就我觉得就还好吧，因为卡莉斯坦和牛头这两个英雄的性质就是这样的，所以说感觉不到难受吧。
I think it's fine because the Alista and the Kalista, they are the champions, has this kind of laning phase, like it's very normal to happen in the top lane. 那下一个问题要问到我们的369的就是谁是你心目当中这一局的 SVP 呢 ？So who is the SVP in your team of this game?
我觉得 SVP 应该是杰克吧，因为他当时数据还很好看，当时他就数据最高嘛。
I think will be Jackie Love because he has a very good record. And the last question， 下一个问题要问到就是明天你们要跟 LCK 交手了，那我们会不会期待会有更多比较奇怪的阵容从你们的就是准备当中拿出来呢 ？So you are playing against LCK tomorrow. Can we expect more unorthodox picks from the LPL team?
这阵容的话，明天我们会再讨论一下。
We'll discuss about the team comes tomorrow, maybe. 谢谢369接受我们的采访，我们的赛后采访呢到此就先告一段落了。
Thank you so much, Candice, for helping us with the translation there. Great to hear from 369. Serious yes. Fun, I think he said.
Very serious.
Very serious fun mid AP Ash. Hell yeah. You know, I played that once upon a time, the mid AP
really?
Ash.
Yeah. Back in the day?
Back in the day. It was bad then. It's bad now.
Maybe someday.
Yeah, indeed. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's still more to come. The LPL 1v1s will be right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final section of the evening. If you've been here the entire time, congratulations. Because it's been a very
You have
long...
unlocked an achievement.
You have definitely unlocked an achievement. You've made it all the way to the LPL 1v1s. And I'm personally extraordinarily excited about this because we get to see some of the old greats, some of my favorite players from, you know, back in the day for the LPL, such as Crystal of Snake fandom, of Zatai, formerly IG's top laner and I think mid laner, and has been playing since he was 17. Like, he's an absolute god of Chinese League of Legends. So many big names making their way back to participate here. So looking forward to seeing what the results are going to be from what could be a very interesting set of 1v1s, because it's following a similar trend to what we saw with the LCK, where they decided to lose 2 best-of-5s and then pick all sorts of weird stuff in the 1v1s.
Yeah. They have a little bit of fun there, you know. Certainly the players were talking before the matches as well. Some of them, you know, we had a Mumu versus a Mumu, of all things.
Had the cry off. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that wasn't planned. I mean, I suppose maybe not, but yeah, it was pretty fun. I think some of them were a little bit slow, but hopefully I think the LPL players should be a little bit more in your face. Like, no, we're trading right now. Like, that's it. No, I'm just going to go kill you. That's my hope, at least, because they certainly love to bring that style to the Rift most of the time anyway.
And we'll have a bit of an idea as well, because once again, we are going to be having a look at the highlights from the round of 16 and the round of 8 before we get into the semifinals, before the final tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is it happening again?
It's happening again. Yeah, it's not.
I was giving real information this time instead of saying silly
They were
stuff.
trying to cut you off, I think.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure exactly why that issue is happening. I hope it's not going out to the stream.
I think there's like a connection with the yeah.
Well, we'll just have to hope that it sounds okay to everybody out there, because we got some 1v1s to cast.
Indeed.
And yeah, I mean, who's going to win?
Who do I think is going to win?
Yeah, who's going to win it all? Well, I guess we don't finish it today. We do up until the finals.
Yeah, right. And then we finish up the finals tomorrow. I keep leaning on something. That's my issue.
I don't think it's you, actually, but it seems like we have an interview ready, Atlas.
Yeah, so let's throw it over with our interview with the VCS.
We are live here in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and joining me here is Levi from the VCS. Hello, Levi. Xin chào tất cả quý vị và các bạn. Chúng tôi đang ở sân vận động GG Stadium và đứng với tôi ngày hôm nay là Levi từ đội tuyển VCS. First thing I have to ask you, Levi, is that do you have anything to say to the Vietnamese fans and especially the international fans who must be missing the VCF aggressive playstyle a lot this year? Đầu tiên thì em muốn hỏi anh một câu hỏi là anh có bất kỳ lời nào muốn nhắn nhủ tới cổ động viên Việt Nam và đặc biệt là cổ động viên quốc tế, những người mà đã không có cơ hội được xem cái lối đánh máu lửa của các đội VCS và đặc biệt là được thể hiện trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay?
Lời đầu tiên thì cho mình xin cảm ơn các bạn khán giả đã theo dõi tụi mình trong trận đấu lần này. Thì về câu hỏi thì ở chung kết thế giới lần này thì thiếu VCS tại vì lý do là dịch nên tụi mình không thể đi được. Và có lẽ là các bạn cũng nhớ cái lối chơi kiểu máu lửa hay là một lối chơi PK nhiều của Việt Nam, và mình chỉ muốn nhắn nhủ với các bạn là mình cũng nhớ các bạn và nhớ sân khấu.
So first and foremost, I want to thank all the fans, Vietnamese and international fans, for having watched this match, and and I also miss the feelings of playing the aggressive playstyle, continuously attack on the roof, and I want to say that I really miss the big stage as well. So for the second question, I want to ask Levi, and I literally still have the goosebumps, is that I see Demo flying on the roof. Like some say that he were like Galileo Cutis level 9, descend from the sky. So what do you think about that? So câu hỏi dành của anh là thực sự là em cảm giác là nổi da gà với cái cách mà địa một chơi Galileo ngày hôm nay, là cảm giác như là một con Galileo cuồng giáo chính, coi như là nổi loạn trên Summoner Rift ngày hôm nay. Thì lý do tại sao mà địa một lại đánh bay như thế này anh nhỉ?
Thực ra thì cái kế hoạch lúc đầu nó cũng đơn giản thôi. Kế hoạch lúc đầu là kiểu do điểm 1 thấy hai cặp đôi bot của team mình cũng trò chuyện layer 1 đánh nhau như thế nào thì định pick con Galileo cầm TP và layer 1 đi xuống bot để giúp bot luôn. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì vào game mà cái chiến thuật đấy lại không triển khai được. Thì đấy là cái lý do mà mình chọn con Galileo. Địa 1 chọn con Galileo, còn địa 1 chơi hay như thế nào thì chắc là kiểu con đây cũng là một con tướng mà rất là hay của địa 1.
So it must be for the strategy that we have planned from the beginning. So at first, Demo used Galileo, intend to use Galileo to support the bot lane with the TP as well as the ultimate. But then as a strategy was not successfully deployed, he turned into a more aggressive style, and it must be that Galileo must be his favorite champion's pick. For the next question, I want to ask you about, so do you think that the internet connection, the high ping level, is one of the advantage that the VCS team must be having in this matchup, especially when you guys are so well trained in this condition, and you know, like SFM, like he used to climb Korean solo queue with ping 100 ms. Thì câu hỏi của em tiếp theo dành cho anh là anh Levi có nghĩ là cái việc mà VCS chúng ta đã quen chơi với cái ping cao để giúp cho chúng ta có lợi thế trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay, thì đặc biệt là những người như là Sọp chẳng hạn cũng đã từng leo răng hàng với cái mức ping 100.
Phần lớn các tuyển thủ Việt Nam thì đều chơi bên máy chủ Hàn Quốc và đều kiểu thường xuyên luyện tập ở một cái ping khá là cao, giống cái ping thi đấu là khoảng 80, cho nên là kiểu việc bọn mình đã quen với cái ping này rồi thì đó có thể là một cái lợi thế nho nhỏ nếu mà đối thủ không quen với cái ping này.
Levi says that Vietnamese player usually play in Korean solo queue, and it usually reach the ping of 80 ms like the match we just have. So it must this is no difficulty for us to actually playing in this condition compared to the LPL teams. So this is it for the interview today. Levi, thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from Levi after that one, and I'm happy about the questions as well. You know, the conversation about ping being an advantage, especially for Vietnamese players who are used to playing on high ping. Solidarity, brothers, because you know, from Oceania we also had some of those times.
Yeah.
But here we go into the round of 16 for the 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, we're gonna get in there eventually.
Yep.
Got to see that bracket, and there it is, coming up once again.
So, starting off, we're going to have Crystal versus Goyu, Chiang versus PYL, Casa versus Go-Going. That's going to be an interesting one because both of these players have been playing forever. Of course, Go-Going, I think he's 29 right now. Currently coach for OMG, but was, you know, back in Season 3, considered the best top laner in all of China. Zatai versus Rookie, former teammates, I believe, a very long while back on IG. Yuzhang versus NA. Didn't see NA on the list.
Yeah, apparently
that might
NA
be a buy.
is playing here in our our branch of the All-Star event. We got Baolan up against Jisun, and 369 up against MLXG. Wei Xiao versus Jackie Love.
Wei Xiao versus Jackie Love is such a cool historic matchup. Wei Xiao, of course, if you guys don't know, he was the quintessential prodigy 80 carry in like 2011. You know, he was considered the absolute best. He was like, I remember when he was basically a myth, you know, because I was busy watching like Epic Gamer and stuff like that, being all excited about North American League of Legends. And then I hear whispers of this Wei Xiao guy who's just a god. MLXG on your screen right there as we are going to get into some of these highlights as Goyu and Crystal. Crystal, of course, a very famous Kalista player. And I don't know whether Susan can really do anything. How did this matchup happen? That's so
God.
sad. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is, you've made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
Are these highlights or just Susan lowlights?
Yeah,
How fast did that end? It was like a minute and a half. Well, give him props for picking Nasus.
Yeah, Crystal's just super psyched right now. Been a while since we've seen him play, so good to see him here. As PYL on your screen. Let's see whether Xiang's going to be able to take down the veteran. As, what is this? Pantheon mirror matchup?
Pantheon, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You tell they're trying really hard to win this one.
Oh no, but one of them has a cape. And what do we know? We know that capes are going to get you into trouble. Oh, never mind.
One of
That
them is
cape
blue
was
and the
no
other one
issue.
is red as well. I don't know if you noticed that.
Ah, yes. No, I did notice that.
Okay. Just in case. But yeah, looks like you got some more items. I mean, look at this item difference.
Oh, God.
It's not going to feel good for PYL. Yep, just getting smashed.
Yeah, and when it's a mirror matchup like this, if you get any sort of advantage, it just means that basically you lose a lot just for the next while. And that is what we're seeing. Barrier comes down from PYL, does get a stun, so will survive, but this is sudden death, and now he's just going to sit in the brush. Oh, okay, never mind. Comes in dead.
That is the way to go out. That's the way to go out.
That is a fun way of doing it.
That is how you should do it.
Oh my goodness.
And, okay.
This is the battle of the older gentlemen.
Karsa, Go-Going.
Karsa is, of course, much younger than Go-Going is. However, both of them have been playing the game for a very, very long time.
looks like the Rumble versus Lucian matchup. I think we had this earlier in the LCK, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of wave clear from Karsa, and he actually goes for the kill.
Yeah, looking for it. And this is what we should have expected, to be perfectly honest, because Karsa's Rumble is terrifying. We saw that earlier on. Let's see whether he can continue to get these kills. Oh, the equalizer to stop the back.
It's even perfectly placed because he hit some of the minions too. Like, it was, you couldn't have placed a better equalizer.
Is he just going to kill the turret?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me.
Not even enough time for going to make it back.
He's going back to the coach's booth, I think is what's going to happen here. As Zatai versus Rookie, old friends, hitting the rift together. As it's going to be, oh my, this is a fun matchup.
Yeah, I would probably give it to the Kled, but the way this is looking, Rookie has been having a fun time.
It is Rookie's Kiana. He's just pretty good at that. As the Ignite kills him, that's Ignite Electrocute synergy right there. As Zatai. Yeah, well, we'll see whether he can come back from this one.
Sometimes you got to give it to the player. We get to see some of what happens when the Kled gets some items.
Oh, he was so close to getting Skull back, but unfortunately not going to happen, and Rookie pretty comfortably grabs the 2-0 in kills. But still all smiles between these two.
Yeah. Kind of having fun. I like the interesting clothing choice to bring into the show from Jishu. And you can see he's playing Alistair here, Balan. And again, it is Balan, but
yeah, well, we'll see.
It's a 1v1.
I think he's currently Master Jisun right now. More of an influencer over in China, but it doesn't matter. He can still take down Balan easily by the looks of things for that first kill. So maybe you should get promoted. It's been a while since he's been Challenger, is what I'm reading. But Balan is playing Alistair in a 1v1 tournament. So
he's just, this entire event, he's just having fun.
Well, see whether he avoids all of the sweet spots here from the Aatrox, who's currently doubling his farm, but farm doesn't matter so much in 1v1s these days. Can he get to sudden death and then just outlive him? It's going to be the question. I'm not sure about that.
The answer is no. We'll see. I mean, he's already low on health, so uh-oh. Good job, Observer. Showing us what's going on.
Yep, Infernal Chains do come in. There's the headbutt.
You gotta
Unbreakable Will.
Bop him out.
Can he bop him into the wall? Is that the plan? Flash does come out. Balan's like, this is what I picked it for. Why didn't it work? It didn't work, unfortunately.
It was a good try. I admire his idea. It was a good idea. I mean, it looked like it could have maybe possibly been slightly a good idea, but at the end of the day, it wasn't. And now
we got the big one.
Jackie Love, Wei Xiao.
Is it going to be the new gods or the old? As Jackie Love's playing Zed.
Against a
Tristana. Bit of fan service there from Wei Xiao. Rocket jumps in. Oh, hits a minion. Maybe not what he wanted to do, but Barrier now on cooldown. This is value. This doesn't seem like a great matchup for Zed.
And you can do damage to the turret.
Oh, actually, never mind. Now it's looking really good for the Zed. As Barrier comes forward, Rocket Jump held onto for a very long time. No flash, remember, but oh, Shuriken, just not enough.
Yeah. Getting it close. Burned his Ignite for the Barrier. Yeah, this is what you want to try to avoid. Oh, he's just going in.
Yeah, looks for it. There's the death mark, and pop goes the Tristana. Oh, not quite enough damage, but first blood still over to Jackie Love.
Yeah, Tristana still annoying with this poke, but if Jackie Love's ever gets a tiny little engage, you can pretty much always go on it. Yes, here it is.
Yeah, dodges the rocket jump damage there as well as Wei Zhao. Gonna pop, and that is going to be a pretty comfortable 2-0 for Jackie Love. It's a bit sad, actually, for boomers like me. But sometimes the matchup be like that. Why does Zed exist? To kill the enemy AD carry. So that's a tough one for Wei Zhao to win. But still, Jackie Love played that one very, very well.
That's a lot. That's a lot of tissues. Must have sweaty hands.
See whether Xiang is going to be able to stand up to Crystal. Of course, Xiang retired quite early. Was a support in the LPL. I believe retired in 2019 or something like that, but didn't play for all that long. Crystal, however, he's been around for a very long time, or was around for a very long time. And it looks like Xiang should come out of retirement, because he's doing real well.
Crystal, I think, took one step too far forward into that brush, and he got punished pretty hardcore for that one. Not wanting to make the same mistake, but it's Ashe against Renekton, and I don't think there is any escape for the Ashe. Except this time. This was the one time.
Oh, sorry, Xiang played, he played mid and top.
Oh, okay.
I tell a lie. It's been a long time since I've been in the LPL. Sometimes when a day lasts this long, you just get things wrong.
You just forget it even happened.
Yep, finally fighting back.
Down to the wire here.
This is real rough. As it gets smaller and smaller, the Renekton just gets bigger and bigger advantages. As, yeah, Crystal held onto the arrow for maybe a little bit too long. It is going to be the sudden death victory for Xiang.
Yeah, nicely done. Good choice of champion. Speaking over to his friend that he just battled with, and now Rookie versus Karsa.
Yeah. This will be an interesting one as Karsa's on his Rengar and Rookie's Yasuo. That's what I call fan service. That's the dream. Oh, the gentleman's agreement. I love it.
So good. And now they fight.
They
right
do.
Away.
And they fight forever as well, because neither of them have mana to worry about. But Karsa seems to be doing a much better job. Rookie throwing a tornado somewhere. He knew where it was supposed to go. We just didn't quite.
What if Yasuo could curve his tornadoes? Yeah, I was saying the Rengar's so good on this map with all the brush right on the side.
Yeah, but Rookie did fumble that one just a little bit. Not finding the tornado for the interrupt, and then not being able to block the bowler with his wind wall. As maybe, just maybe, Rookie's trying to hold on, just so that he can win in sudden death. Getting trinketed, I guess.
And this Rengar.
Oh, sudden death time.
Drinking some gore.
Oh no. This is going to be a tough time for Rookie.
There's just no contest.
Yep. Karsa ulting on forward. Is Karsa just not losing health? Yeah, it's just way too easy.
GG.
Oh my goodness.
The jungler beats the mid laner in a lane battle.
Rookie's heart didn't seem to be in that one. I'm not going to lie to you.
All right, now we're just bringing it to the next level.
Yeah, it's a cosplay off now. Let's see. Of course, this was from the bye.
No, you played against NA.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was. We just didn't play the NA much. Didn't feel like it was necessary.
Yeah,
but
you shall see. And
Aatrox wins.
Wow.
Spoiler alert.
Which Aatrox is the better Aatrox?
Well, you shall see. Let's see whether the prestigious skin is going to be what gets him over the line. As he's already got that one kill. Uh-oh. Oh no. The geometry working out here as there's the World Ender. Cooldown advantage now. You shall see.
She's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, miss on the chains.
Oh no. There's a gore drinker advantage. That's
Yes.
a big old advantage. Just FYI.
Yes, there is.
Oh, goodness me.
And yeah, I mean, he's just dominating him after getting that early kill.
Oh, look at all of his items. It's too many items.
Yeah, I think he's got him here.
Yeah, Chain's going to land onto both, but yeah, Yushasu should easily take this one down. Wow, this is what happens when you don't waste your energy in the first round. You just 2-0 your way forward.
Easy.
Cosplay competition victor right here.
Is that Bowser?
I don't think so. I think, isn't that Academy Darius?
You might be onto something.
Believe so. We can get good old Twitch chat to let us know. As here we go, Jackie Love versus 369, the Z off.
GG.
Once again, of course, these guys are teammates. They're just going to have a gentleman's agreement on the matchup that they want to go for. Let's see whether Jackie Love's extra practice is going to help him out there. Both of them taking the electrocute. Okay.
Level 6 on level 5.
Well, remember what happens. First death mark generally loses in this matchup. As you can see that.
369, Shuriken?
No. That's what makes it really hard, though, because if the first death mark loses, do you ever death mark? As Jackie Love gets to hold on to his this time. Shurikens go absolutely wide.
There's a lot of shurikens going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, Jackie Love now has his back on cooldown. So 369's dead. Jackie Love makes it out of turret range, has minions there. All too easy.
Yeah, he seems pretty happy about that one. It's time to pull out the cushion. Because that was the reason.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you pointed that out, Valdez. That's what we needed. Oh, Jackie Love. It's a bit snowbally, this mirror matchup, as we've spoken about. 369 gets into his stopwatch. The Shurikens come through, and that's going to be the win. 369 steals it right out from under him.
That was actually really cool. I like the stopwatch purchase. Doing a little bit less damage, but it came in such handy to avoid some of the damage from Jackie Love, and also that last Shuriken was really cool.
Yeah, that was dope. And the flash of Jackie Love Shuriken as well on top of it.
So there you have it. We have a round of 4.
Yeah, Xiang versus Casa. And you shall see versus 369 to see who is going to be facing off tomorrow in our 1v1s. So these will be the final 2 1v1s. These will be best of 3s, ladies and gentlemen. And they're not just going to be highlights. We are going to be able to go through the entire match.
That's what we're here for.
Absolutely. We'll see exactly what they are going to be playing as well, because there have been some pretty interesting agreements people have come up with. Whether that's going to happen again is going to be the question. Did Xiang actually come into OMG to replace Gogo? I'm trying to remember. I mean, I was there. I was casting the LPL at the time. Like, what is wrong with me? I can't even remember. It's been too long.
It's been a while.
This brain of mine is just starting to turn to mush, I think. Oh, dear.
All right, let's see what they pick. They're not really discussing anything, at least not verbally.
No, like, maybe, what are you saying? They're probably doing it telepathically instead?
Or maybe they're typing to each other.
Oh.
That's typingly, not verbally.
Got it.
Of course.
They don't.
Max.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. Especially with their Bose noise canceling.
We're actually going to get a pick band.
We are going to see a pick band this time around. Well, Rengar and Olaf.
Rengar's too good.
Especially with Casa playing it.
Yeah. Just don't let them through. Now you ban the Rumble.
Yep.
That's not Rumble, but
you have you have another chance.
Yeah.
Ban it next time.
He's got a chance here.
Panther Rooney taken off the board. Now it's the Rumble. Come on, Xiang.
Rumble Dina.
Rumble Dina.
Yeah.
What's that? What
You said Pantheruni, so I said
Oh, got it.
Fled
Well,
got banned, okay.
well, there's Renekton. Casa's going to pick Rumble. Xiang, let's see where he goes. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Casa's looking to flex in game 1.
Yeah. It's a best of 3. So he's got a chance to flex a little bit. He will go with the Lee Sin.
Xiang's still thinking about it. Trying to work out where he wants to go.
Wait, so he could actually just look right to the left and see that Karsa picked Lee Sin?
No. He's not allowed to do that.
He's not allowed?
That would be rude. He's going to pick the Rumble, though.
Okay, Rumble into Karsa. That's brave. I like it. We'll see how it works out.
Maybe he was expecting a mirror matchup, which would have been very confusing for all of us involved. Whose equalizer is it? Whose flames is that? Oh, God.
Maybe he was trying to be polite and not look, but in the corner of his eye, he saw like kind of, like red-ish, like pale color. And he was like, oh, I think he went with Rumble. So he picked Rumble.
Well, considering the fact that he didn't ban it, I was expecting the Rumble to be picked by Casa, but Casa just looking to have a little bit more fun here. And I believe it was like the end of last year. Casa showed me that Lee Sin's actually just a really good champion when he was losing all year in 2019 here in the LCK. Then Casa came over and taught us a lesson. It's like, by the way, guys, this is how you use Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin, I think, gained a little bit, a little bit, because there was a time there where he looked a little bit useless and wasn't doing nearly as much.
Yeah.
But insanely skilled players such as Karsa were able to make it possible.
And also playmaking players as well. Like if you're playing a more subdued playstyle.
How about showmakers?
Well, I mean, I'd be ready. The mid laner that I used to watch playing Lee Sin was Froggen. His mid Lee Sin was sick.
Yeah, that's true. I used to watch the same thing back in like 2011, I guess.
Yep. By the way, guys, there is a rule when 1v1ing. It's called the Froggen rule. If you do use a snowball and you snowball yourself into a fountain, you don't get to remake the game.
Yes.
It's the funnest of rules.
That is the rule. Though dims the rules, essentially.
Yep.
Spectre's Cowl first for the Lee Sin.
I'll help him stay alive. As Xiang looking to put together his arm guard. More aggressive is Xiang, as Casa wants to have his kick flash capability available if he can get Xiang underneath the turret. As this Lee Sin skin it's just, there's way too much going on in this one.
Kind of looks like Zed.
Yeah, right?
Like when he first came in, I'm like, what was he playing again?
Or Raiden. It's like young Raiden. As Casa trying to get on in there. Safeguard is going to help him get his health back, but Flame Spitter is dangerous.
Yeah. I like how he realized he couldn't avoid it, so he just went back in and tried to do more damage.
Yep.
You guys should also realize that as you're playing in solo queue. It very much depends on the situation.
Yeah, it does. But good calculations, nonetheless. What is... Are their Poros, like, losing their minds right now?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Rumble.
Rumble.
Yeah.
Maybe Rumble's just laughing.
Might have been some Poro feed that had gone on as, okay, some very low health bars, double barriers to come out. There's the Ignite as Casa has to flash to get himself out of the way. Now, waiting for Xiang to move on forward. The Safeguard comes in, and there's the Sonic Wave resonating strike for first blood over to Casa. Never doubted him for a second.
Yeah.
By that I mean I absolutely did. That was so close.
No, I mean, you'll notice he took Barrier Flash. The Barrier, I think, is very important when you're going up against Ignite Rumble. And the Flash turned out to be actually very nice to get out of damage just barely, to come back in at exactly the right time and just, get the trades off with the lifesteal, with the W2 that does come in.
Yep. Spirit Visage now completed by Casa. But Oblivion Orb's there, so we are going to have Grievous Wounds available here by Xiang.
Tank the damage much better, though, at least. And you can see he's kind of just running in, trying to clear out this wave, actually. So We can look for some trades.
Feels like the itemization for the Rumble feels pretty comfortable right now as Casa is level 7, has the Dragon Rage kick available, but no flash or maneuverability. Standing in the minion wave can be dangerous given the safeguard kick options that Casa does have. Let's see whether he does get on top of that health pack, and he will do so.
It's going to be a ton of health back, actually, because now he can just, now that he's pushed Xiang off a little bit, he can come in, get full health. And it's going to be so difficult for Xiang to really do sticking damage against this Spirit Visage Lee Sin, who is actually going to go for a bit of a back here.
Yeah. The Rad Lightning Dragon spinning around there as well. Gets himself a new cape, just making sure that he has as much magic resist as possible.
Yep. The Negatron cloak. The choice here is just, you know, trying to stack it up. Make sure that Rumble does no damage first, and the base stats on Lee Sin's abilities can just carry him here. Although there is a bit of defensiveness being built by the Rumble as well, not nearly as much.
Yeah, I feel like Arm Guard's just such a valuable item. Doesn't really matter which meta you're in. It's just once you get those stacks up, and you're able to do that. This scenario is Casa sitting on his 1 kill. Doesn't really mean too much though if you get to sudden death. See whether that extra money that he picked up with the kill plus the extra minions that he has secured is going to help him win this one. Still could be tricky for the Lee Sin to come out on top, especially with that Oblivion Orb sitting there. Not to mention the Ignite.
Yeah, this feels like a match that's probably just going to go until sudden death, and then Xiang's going to be kicked out of into the fire, whatever you call it, the death circle.
That does make things a bit scary, and Xiang hasn't taken the flash, which I guess is going to be a thing to watch out for as we move towards the sudden death. Just needs to try and force before that, I guess, but it is much more difficult when you're at a deficit.
Yeah, the Rumble
it's a really loud Rumble skin.
Yeah, it is. He's having fun.
Please stop. Well, let's see whether Casa can fit in an extra back. Let's see whether that can help him out. As okay, Xiang actually doing a pretty good job here. Being down pretty low.
Casa is not even attacking. He's just attacking the minions.
Yeah.
He's really just playing the long game. He's like, no, this is going to go until the end. I can't kill him before then. I got my 1 kill early on.
And also, why force it if I can just kick him out of the circle?
Yeah. That would look much cooler, too.
Yeah.
So I think you should just wait until then anyway.
Oh, Xiang goes back, builds some books. He's going to do some light reading on his way back towards the lane. Oh, maybe he could have bought like a Q. Oh, he doesn't have flash. Never mind. Could have QSS flashed out of the kick theoretically.
We have a Leeching Leer from the Lee Sin.
Interesting choice. Gives him the Omnivamp though,
yeah.
So that's good.
I suppose that's the idea.
Yep.
Just trying to get
amplify your Spirit Visage plus your Safeguard to be even better at recharging. Maybe if like it's like I don't care about Grievous Wounds if I have even more Vamp, you know?
Yeah. He's not really going to be taking too much damage. Also, does the ability power scale on his shield?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so he's getting bigger shields now. And now we wait until this until the circle comes in, and then we're going to kick the Rumble out of the circle because I can't die, and he will die to the circle.
Well, let's see whether Xiang is actually going to pull the trigger a little bit earlier. The more he waits, the harder it is going to be.
He's trying to bait him into kicking him early. But
well, he did kick him early.
Wait, what?
Okay, just wandered out, never mind. Okay, maybe the plan didn't quite work out like he was expecting it to. A lot of magic resist. That equalizer was like a red carpet that he seemed happy to walk on. As they're just not doing damage to each other. This tank Lee Sin there. He's going to wait for his kick to be back off cooldown. That was the strategy. Oh my goodness. This Omnivamp situation, dude, this is just nutty.
Yeah.
It's like Xiang does no damage. Okay, Casa, can he do it? He does manage to land the Q. Flash is still up. He can try and dodge a harpoon or something, but at the moment, it just does not matter. Casa is a raid boss.
Oh, there you go.
What was that?
Okay. That was game 1.
All right, let's see whether we can have an agreement to do the same matchup again and see how it goes the next time around.
Oh, man.
If we start seeing, like, Spirit Visage leashing Lee Sins in our game from now on, I'm going to be very upset.
That doesn't sound nearly as fun. That matchup was basically just who can survive the longest, and it turned out to be Lee Sin. Neither side seemed to be doing any damage until eventually the end they died.
Yep.
But before that, not too much.
Well, now, continuing to have a bit of a giggle as we get into our second match of this semi-final best of 3. If Casa is able to find a victory here against Xiang, he is going to be heading towards the final. It will be held tomorrow. He does need to win the next match, or one of the next 2 matches if he loses this next one.
We'll see what they pick this time. I want to see not the Tank Lee Sin, maybe something a little bit more fun. Like a brand or something, that would be cool. We saw one brand.
We did.
In the highlights of either round of 16 or round of 8 of
I think
the
it was
LCK.
Yeah, it was Beryl, wasn't it?
Maybe?
Brand versus Maokai.
Yeah,
Matchup for the ages.
The Maokai pick was just the
That
most
was Jelly,
pro.
wasn't it? Yeah, Jelly just came in and died as Maokai. It was a bit sad. But that's what happens when you blind pick, right? Sometimes it's just not what you want. See when we're getting into this Champ Select, whether we're going to be in Champ Select one more time. Last time we did get to check out the bans and see how it goes down.
Yeah, I would assume we get to do the same, but
hope so.
Let's see what they have in store for us.
Well, I think Cass is just going to have a good time, no matter what happens.
All right.
As we do have a couple of bans already, similar to last time, as the Lee Sin is going to be banned. Xiang's like, I don't want any of this funny business. I'm taking that off the board.
Yeah. No Pantheon. And what else do we got here? Another Skirmishing Bruiser, a set. I think the only difference here is the Lee Sin ban.
Yeah. Can't quite remember what was banned instead. But it's okay. Gragas. Casa considering what Deft used. Find some success. Casa also very comfortable on the Gragas, as anyone would assume. Xiang, what are you going to be putting forward here, my friend? Only 15 seconds to go. He has a habit of taking his time with these choices, making sure that he has it all figured out.
Oh,
yeah,
Kled was banned last time.
Ah, that's right.
And now he will be picked.
It was Xiang that actually banned the Kled as well, so Kled versus Gragas.
Yeah, seems like he enjoys the Kled.
This seems like bad news for the Gragas. I don't know.
Seems that way. We'll see.
You know, having on-target ability means that Casa loses a bit of that value from booping the Kled underneath the turret. But we'll have to see. Gragas is pretty strong in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
And Casa is one of the Gragas players.
Every time the Gragas come out, it just felt good. It felt strong in the 1v1. There's a reason why he's able to be played up in the top lane, not as much as Alistar, which we saw more than once today.
Did we have to talk about that again?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Did.
Okay, good.
And yeah, it's a bit better than that. A lot better than that.
Why are we seeing so much random Alistar for no reason today?
It's the cow.
Yes. I mean, you're not wrong. It is, in fact, a cow.
Yeah. Well, Looks like we're ready to jump into the next one. The Snowdown Showdown.
Ooh, and it is a very frosty Gragas as well. Yeah. I like it. Do need to have that synergy with the map. Difficult to see as well, you know, on the blue side.
Maybe
it's all
that's
just
why.
melding.
Maybe that's why. He's using it as an advantage because he has blue and white, and the map is blue and white.
Yep. Now he can just hide in plain sight. He might just look like a large minion.
Yeah, you can just sit in the brush and they can't see him.
Well, bear trap on the rope is going to land as Xiang just happy to trade Skarl's health bar. Caster gets taken down relatively low, but just keep drinking. Feel good about it. Ooh, body slam doesn't connect. Okay, Skarl's health bar is quite low.
I like the grasp in this one for the Gragas. He's able to take some really good trades with that.
Yep.
So yeah, press the attack for Kled. Nothing uncommon here.
What you would expect. Not going to give him as much sustain like you were talking about. Already gone through both of his refillable charges. Sustain on Kled is an interesting conversation though, because of course you can just recharge Skarl again. So let's see how he goes about doing that.
Just like this.
Yep. Back he comes, and now Caster has to run away. Uses the barrier now as Xiang knows that he can just hop off Skarl one more time. Doesn't find the shotgun pellets into the Gragas though, who's very brave. Oh, can he get forward? There's the boop, and there's the ignite. Goodbye, Xiang. And Caster with poise and precision.
That was 5-head. That was such a good idea. Just came back in right before he could get on Skarl. Really nice trade.
Real clean. Balmy Cinder as well as the Glacial Shroud. The tanky Gragas is of course
the
how
frozen
Caster's gonna
circle.
build it. Yep. Pahage for Xiang. Going for that Gore Drinker by the looks of things.
And now it's level 6 to level 5. As you mentioned, the Kled can work pretty well against Gragas' abilities. His trading, though, is really nice, and we've been seeing a lot of that here.
Yep. I mean, theoretically, I mean, it should be working out for the Kled. But, again, put on a rope. This Caster just seems to be able to drink it, and it's all fine. Booped off Skarl. Oh my goodness, is this just good night? Looks like it might be. Oh, the barrel. She walks back into it, but he's just looking to charge up once again. Get back on Skarl. This could be a bait. It's a little bit frightening as Skarl does come back. On the horn.
Carson looks so comfortable in this matchup. He doesn't seem to have any issue with the Kled. Knows exactly how to play against him. So maybe not the best choice for Xiang.
Hasn't worked out so far, but let's see. Xiang could possibly pull a rabbit out of a hat. And now certainly looking like Caster will be taking this. Especially now, finding him. Skarl not going to be dismounted just yet. There's the body slam. Caster just looks like he can't lose health, which is sad if you're a Xiang.
Off of Skarl again. He's just going to have to go back. Carson going to take this time to push the wave while he knows that he has to back. But actually,
no.
That was like literally the last second.
Yeah.
Because you know there's like that 0.25 frame where you can get hit by damage or something, but you still go back.
Yep.
But that one was right before it.
Caster not struggling anymore like he was against LJL and VCS's. Oh god, okay, Skarl does come back in time as the ignite comes down. Xiang's going to pick up the health pack as well. Bear trap on a rope comes in, but he still has a health disadvantage. Now has that untarget ability available to him. Whoa, that was so close to just losing the series right there.
Yeah, Karsa is kind of just dominating this one really easily from the get-go.
Down farm.
He's not even going back. He's like, well, when it comes sudden death time, then I'll go back. But for now, no need.
There's the cask. Now Xiang does use his this barrier, but look at that. Perfectly done. Waits for the body slam. And that's going to be, once again, Casa picking up the win. So a 2-0. So easy for Casa by the looks of things.
Yeah.
This guy's just man on a mission.
The guy is just insanely mechanically skilled, and he's also really smart. Even in the way he trades in lane, it's so intuitive to him. It feels like, even though he's a jungler, you know, which is pretty interesting to see.
This is going to be another very interesting one, as 369 managed to sneak his way in after that Z1v1 against Jackie Love. It was very, very sneaky, sir. And you shall see. Of course, he's a streamer over in China. He's Diamond 4 currently.
Okay.
He's famous for his Darius plays, hence the
Bowser cosplay.
The Bowser cosplay, yes, of course.
It's it's pretty good.
But if he can make it to the final, could you imagine
a Diamond 4 player playing against Karsa?
Yeah,
I can't imagine. I do have an idea in my mind. I can't imagine the way that would go. Actually, it's not pretty.
He needs to get through 369 first, though.
Yeah.
Let's see how this one is going to go. I just want to get into the champ select and see what's actually going to be banned. Is Darius going to be banned? Was it all a cunning ruse? You know, he never wanted to play Darius. He just dressed up as Darius.
Darius, you know, it doesn't seem that bad actually in this mode, but not going to be banned out here. The Fizz ban is interesting,
as is the Diana ban. But I guess we'll never find out, because we've got the Darius mirror matchup. Okay.
Come on, we got it. Are they doing the same runes too?
Oh, you'd hope so.
He's like looking over, he's like, oh yeah, yeah, and this one, okay. It's not like they're choosing champions or anything. So, yeah, must be same champs, same runes, a gentleman's agreement, no counter matchups. Sometimes when you're sitting right next to each other, that's the way to do it.
This is downright Darius. Okay, well, let's see whether You Shall See is actually going to be able to demonstrate his one-trick powers. See whether cosplaying a champion while you play them is in fact able to get you over the line against one of the best top laners in the world.
You know, probably gives you a little bit of extra points, the cosplay.
Yep.
Makes you feel in the zone, feel like a Darius.
Might just create that closer connection.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He looks pretty ready to go, doesn't look nervous.
He looks confident.
I play against pros all the time, no problem.
Yep. Not too worried about the stage either. Being a very famous streamer over in China. Here we go. We'll see what the skin agreement was. That's always important. It's a pretty boring one. I think this was the release Darius skin that came out. Made him look a little bit more regal, and of course it has to be the Academy one.
Yeah, he's got his skin on.
Perfect.
I want them to spam that at each other.
Yeah, like where's the axe spam?
Do it together.
Yes.
Yep, come on. Come on, what? You Shall See is now going to lose.
Well, Apprehend taken first here. Q taken first by You Shall See. And that is going to be fully stacked Batsu already. Okay, well, 369. 369 wishing that he had actually asked for, tips on which ability to use first. You know, he's like, I went for the Apprehend first. Dang. Mistake. I don't know, missing that one's bad news. The Ignite comes down, flash forward. 369, can he get it? The flash over the top, and he does pick up the kill, but it's immediately traded back. I believe an extra 150 gold going over to 369.
Aced.
Not sure about the flash, but just trying to get in there and get that last auto attack down, but he already had the kill. Either way, a trade of kills. I could have foreseen this coming. The two Dariuses. Darii.
I don't know what the plural what Darius is. A whip and a dagger picked
Darius
up by
is.
You Shall See. Looks like Gordrinker is going to be coming in, whereas a Bramble Vest collected by 369. The more defensive choice.
Kind of like You Shall See's choice.
I feel like it has more potential later on, but right now I think it's working out for 369, but we'll see.
Oh!
Picks himself up the health pack, and oh no, You Shall See the minions
Just kidding.
helping out. That will be that.
All right. Seems like Bramble Vest was good in the end. Saw that the auto did a lot less damage. Although I guess the bleed
it's
would
the
do
passive.
a bit more.
The passive early is so dumb, actually.
But he did miss his Q, did You Shall See. So even though his autos weren't doing as much damage, it really did just come down to missing some of those abilities and also the health pack that 369 was able to zone him away from.
Well, now the question is, do we run it back?
Yeah, do it again.
Yeah, do we just doing it again straight away?
I think we should do it again. 369's like, you want to play Darius again?
He seems to, he's taking instructions right now.
It's like, well, that wasn't fair. I mean, you said you were going to use your W first, but then that was just a chair.
Yep.
Here's 369. Like, all right, I mean, if you want to.
He didn't look that excited about the choice, though. Just have to see what that means. It is once again going to be a game where I believe the bans will be irrelevant, as I think that we may have decided on something right here.
Everything is discussed beforehand, prior to the game. Obviously, you don't have to do that, but these two players are, as many other players have as well.
Yep. That's why we saw the Amumu one.
Yep.
Prey versus Faker, that was a fun one. I just want to get into champs left. I want to find out what little plans they have for us.
Well,
I actually think this music's dope, by the way. Big fan.
I like when it breaks down like this.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It does kind of feel like they're banning random things.
Oh yeah, they 100% agreed on what they're going to be playing here. Is the Fizz once again going to be banned for some reason?
Riven.
Yeah, this is what I wanted, man. Okay, nice.
Nice. Great. We saw some cool Riven play earlier. He ended up losing. I forget who that was, but one of our influencers, I believe.
Yes, it was, and it didn't last very long whatsoever.
Yeah, he got the first kill though, and we were like, oh, wow, okay, and then he lost.
Yeah.
But looks cool. I'm a fan. I'm good with this.
Oh, hell yeah. I wonder which skin is going to correlate best with the cosplay, though, because it's Darius cosplay, right? I'm trying to think about like which Riven skin is available that looks the most in line to try and get that synergy working once again.
Whatever's got big shoulder pads. I don't know if Riven ever wears big shoulder pads.
She has one, doesn't she?
I think so.
I'm trying to remember.
Feels like I can remember one skin where she has shoulder pads, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to see what they actually use here in the game. They didn't seem to discuss the runes as much this time around.
No, not so much. You can see Double Conqueror, though, so maybe they just knew exactly what they wanted to do. Arcade, indeed. What's happening over here? Oh my goodness! Is this redeemed Riven? This was the hipster skin. Because what came out? Crimson Elite and this. That was the release skins for Riven.
Everybody was like, well...
And no one used this skin apart from me and Spawn, is what it felt like.
Why would I use this skin when the other one is available?
Spawn loved this skin. He was a huge fan.
It's, I don't know. Feels a little bit clunky to me.
Okay.
But I haven't played with the skin.
I'm sure the mechanics are relatively similar. So, okay, there's the Valor stun. Valor W. Now You Shall See. This is what these Riven matchups seem to look like, and that is going to be You Shall See easily grabbing that first blood at 369. A big giggle. as you saw in the player cams.
Yeah. Where's the replay? I want to see the replay.
Well, no ignites.
There's a replay.
Flash not used by either player. So this is dicey for 369 right now.
Seems like he kind of just walked up to him, got the better cancels, and did a little bit more damage.
Yep.
Maybe he had some more minions hitting him.
Hit more abilities and did damage while he was CC'd for a little bit longer. These sorts of things, very, very important. But it's just so volatile, right? Because it's Riven. Feels like once you start down the road, it just all snowballs. Can 369 get to level 5 and try and defy the items and the odds to get himself a win? Boots collected by You Shall See, as well as a serrated Dirk. Like, the item advantage is just huge. But are we going to see all?
Feels insurmountable in the mirror matchup especially, but you can get outplays here, so going to be looking for 369 to try to outplay over You Shall See.
Needs to get one more kill, or win in sudden death, or kill the target. You Shall See, of course. So not a lot of pressure on him right now. But there's the ulti. You Shall See gets himself into the brush. Just the cancel's gonna work. Oh my god, 369, what was that? But he still loses. But never mind, that was still sick.
He made a huge play, right? This is the All-Star Games, and he showed off big time. That was really cool.
That wind slash. Wow, that was really cool. But yes, we are going to go to a Game 3, the deciding match between Darius and 369.
Wow, and it really could be anybody's game from here. I mean, You Shall See did prove that, at least in the first street, he was the better Riven.
Yeah.
So,
Riven 1v1's have you watched any Riven 1v1 tournaments?
Not tournaments, no.
I remember watching a couple of them. I think Box ended up winning. This was a long time ago. But they are like, they're really intricate.
Yeah.
And it does just tend to snowball out of control. Lee Sin 1v1s though, that's the dream.
Hey, maybe you can will it into action.
Oh, perhaps.
Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. I'm trying to read their lips.
Maybe it'll just be Renekton versus Renekton.
Aww. We've seen too much Renekton.
Yeah, but I mean, 369 needs to get his champion in there, you know? So
yeah.
Maybe that's what he wants to do.
Let's see.
Indeed. Anivia ban,
Anivia versus Anivia would have been fun too.
I like the Freljordian ban theme. There we go. Beautiful. Glacial to come through from 369.
That's good. Gotta take away the synergy.
Oh, and Demacia taken away on the other side as we Aatrox off.
Okay. I mean, we saw this before, but I'm down for another one.
Yeah.
Seemed pretty cool.
All right with the rematch. The last one didn't last very long.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this one won't either. We'll see. Certainly something that we know 369 has had much more practice on, so maybe there's that. You should expect that 369 is the better player, given the fact that he is, you know, professional in comparison to a streamer.
Against the Diamond 4 streamer?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think he should be favored in this one.
Yeah. I'm going out on a limb.
You would think so.
I don't want to be that guy that, you know, deals out judgment and things like that. However,
no.
On paper, theoretically more skill.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this one, actually. I think it's going to be pretty fun. Let's see how it goes. As looks like we're right about just ready to jump into the game.
Yep. Do need to check on the skins. Definitely very, very important, and has been the most important thing, I think, so far in this matchup. As Redeemed Riven, the original Riven, one of the original Rivens, managed to come out on top. Here's the Prestige Aatrox from You Shall See, and Pacific Rim Aatrox.
Is that the official name?
Yes.
Wow.
I think so.
You think they got the rights?
Well, I mean, you can see it.
Well, yeah, you can. It's interesting the way that works. Yeah. Oh, the first blow dealt by Yu Xiaoxi, the 369.
Yeah, trading back much better at this stage. But, I mean, it's an Aatrox matchup, right? Like, we're counting things like the refillable potions, and I guess Yu Xiaoxi is now behind. But he keeps landing these chains. That's a great combo from Yu Xiaoxi. Now 369 flashing on out of there, but immediately after, Yu Xiaoxi comes on forward. And are we going to see the streamer topple the pro in this match?
I mean, yes, it looks like it because he was just, okay, so the first Q was landed by Yu Xiaoxi with the Umbral Dash at the same time. And then 369 just threw out his own Q, but at that time Yu Xiaoxi had already moved forward to land his second Q. So of course he was in front of where the sweet spot for the first Q would be for 369. So after that happened, 369 kind of just panicked, I guess, and just tried to make it work, but he should have just been trying to disengage immediately after that, and unfortunately, it cost him his life.
Mirror matchups they're so tough mentally, in my opinion. I've always just been so bad. Play normal games with your friends, and you somehow get yourself into any mirror matchup, and I get so upset. Just can't do it. Plays tricks with your brain.
It's okay. Don't have to do it anymore, Alan. You're safe now.
Am I? I mean,
we don't have to play normal games against each other.
Well, I'm not going to play them against you.
Yeah.
No, not at all. It's 369 trying to trade back, but there is a slight item differential here.
Yes. It seemed like the trade of abilities was similar, but just a bit more damage from Yu Xiaoxi, as is expected from the items.
And he has himself a chain.
That was a good trade from 369.
No.
He got, I think, 2 Qs for 1.
He needs to basically do that if he wants to stay in this matchup. It's like 2 abilities, 4 autos for 1. As 369 gets pulled back to the Infernal Chains, and all too easily, Yu Xiaoxi picks up the 2-1 victory over 369, and will be heading to the final.
Same kind of thing happened there at the end, too, on the trade, where he just got Q'd and then moved in on, and he tried to just Q straight up, and he wasn't able to land it. And from there, down on items, down on his abilities and luck. He will be down and out of the tournament. Yu Xiaoxi will move on to the finals up against Karsa.
Yeah, absolutely unexpected. I thought after the first 1v1, that mirror looked like, 369 had it all under control. That was the Darius matchup. And then in all subsequent ones, it looked like Yu Xiaoxi was absolutely able to get the better of it. So, Karsa versus Yu Xiaoxi in the final bracket tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to perform. Karsa looked absolutely unstoppable, so Yu Xiaoxi is going to have his work cut out for him, I believe.
Yeah, I think out of everybody we saw, Karsa looked the best.
Yeah.
That was kind of the thing I took away from this Red Bull 1v1 tournament, so that was pretty cool. He's a great jungler, a great player.
Yeah, certainly is, mechanically and everything else. But we do have an interview ready, so let's throw it over to them.
采访，我们邀请到的是进入到决赛的选手 Karsa 来接受我们的采访。Welcome to our interview. We are joined by Karsa, who just got the final pass. Could you say hello to our audience? 可以跟大家先打声招呼吗？
大家好，我是 Karsa。
好的，那首先第一个问题，有没有想到过自己可以这么顺利的进入到1v1的决赛的阶段呢 ？So did you expect that you can get into the final of 1v1 tournament?
一开始肯定是没想过，因为想着自己可能是来玩的吧，想说第一轮打完应该就解散就回去了，然后莫名其妙打到了决赛。
I didn't think about that at all at the very first, because I just think about I maybe will return home at the first round. 那接下来下一个问题想问到 Karsa 就是，那今天他有用到4个完全不一样的英雄，为什么会用完全不一样的英雄来打这次 1v1 的比赛呢 ？So, we noticed that he used 4 different champions in the 1v1 tournament. So, what's the reason behind that?
因为我觉得全明星就是会比较充满趣味性的比赛嘛，我觉得用同样的英雄的话会比较无聊一点。
I think All-Star is all about fun. So, use the exactly same champion will be a little bit boring. 那接下来下一个问题，你想就是在这样的一个比赛的模式当中，因为看到你赢的都比较的轻松嘛，你觉得最重要的是什么呢 ？So what do you think is the most important thing in this like one-on-one mode?
最重要应该是就想象力吧，就因为我觉得自己玩的还蛮多玩法，就是感觉蛮有趣的吧，然后他们可能也没见过。
I think the most important thing is imagination, because I create something that they didn't expect at all. 那最后一个问题，你们即将要进入到决赛阶段，是要跟于小 C 交手了，所以对于那场比赛怎么看？会有信心拿下 Solo King 的称号吗？ So you are going to play against Yu Xiaoxi in the finals. Are you confident to take the LPL Solo King home?
信心是肯定有的，因为我是就 LPL 最后一位选手了，就是撑到现在最后一位选手了，然后觉得那句话就是重铸 LPL 的荣光，我辈义不容辞。
Okay, I got a confidence here, so I'm the only LPL player stand on the stage, and as the saying goes, I have to rebuild the glory of LPL as the only LPL players stand here. 好，谢谢卡萨接受我们的采访。我们的采访呢，到此就先告一段落了。欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，我是于双。Welcome to our interview, I'm Candace。那首先呢，我们非常荣幸的邀请到了我们的决赛选手于小 C 来接受我们的采访。We're honored here to join by 于小 C here. So could you say hello and introduce yourself a little bit to the audience? 可不可以跟大家打声招呼呢
？Hello， 大家好，我是于小 C。
好，那首先第一个问题，今天有穿特别的 cosplay 的服装，能不能介绍一下今天穿的是那个诺手的哪一个皮肤？为什么会这样穿呢？ So could you introduce your cosplay suit here? So which skin is the Darius?
我这一个的话是 cos 德莱厄是热血反转的皮肤嘛，然后这你们也看到了，他皮肤就是长这样的。
So this cosplay suit is the Academy Darius. 那接下来下一个问题，因为他也是进入到了全明星的1v1的比赛的决赛阶段，所以他在之前有没有想到过自己可以进入到决赛呢 ？So did you expect that you can get into the final of 1-1 tournament of this All-Star?
我其实觉得我运气是比较好，因为我一开始没想到我能进决赛嘛，所以的话，我觉得运气是比较重要的。
I think I just got luck, and I think luck is very important. I didn't expect that I can get into the final of this tournament. 那接下来想问问小 C 的就是，今天你的其实每一局比赛都用的是跟对手一样的英雄，为什么会今天选用一样的英雄跟对手是？So you choose to pick the exact same champion as the opponents. So what's the reason behind that? Could you tell us?
第一局的话是用剑魔 solo 嘛，然后的话也是跟我旁边的这位也是互相帮了我们经常用的英雄，然后的话两个人也是盲选是选到了这个英雄，然后的话后面的就是跟369一起的话，我们两个人毕竟都是打上单的，我上单他是职业选手，然后两个打上来就互相切磋一下上单英雄，所以的话后面369我们都是互相就是聊了一下用什么英雄相同的。
So in the first round, we just blind pick the Aatrox, and also all of the like frequent use champion was banned out. But second round, I discussed with 369 about which champion would like to use, because 369 is the pro player on top lane, and I am the top lane player too. So we discussed about which champion would like to choose, and finally we just decided to use the same champion. 那接下来想问问，其实今天你们在跟369对局的时候，你终于选到了成名英雄诺手，但是很可惜在那一个 BO3 的第一局没有能够拿到诺手的胜利，当时是发生了什么情况？
当时的话，我只能说369的诺手也很强，我没打过他，这可能就是实力问题。
I think it's because 369 is really good at Darius, and also I'm not good at him, so that's the only like reason behind that. 那最后一个问题，明天你即将要跟卡萨选手，也是 LPL 选手进行到决赛的阶段，所以你会不会有信心能够战胜卡萨选手，拿到这个 LPL Solo King 的称号呢？ So you're going to play against Karsa tomorrow in the final. So are you confident to take the LPL Solo King home?
既然我已经打到决赛了，虽然说之前的话是觉得运气比较好，打到决赛，那我肯定是不能
输的，因为打到决赛我肯定得有信心，未战先怂，这对我来说是不允许的。所以决赛有没有信心？我只能说肯定有。
I definitely am very confident to take the victory home because I just thought about I only got luck like before this matchup, but right now I'm stand here, so I'm very confident to take the trophy home, and I will not be afraid of any players I played against. 那再一次感谢我们的于小 C 接受我们的采访 ，Thank you very much。我们的赛后采访到此就先告一段落了。
Thank you so much, Candice, for the back-to-back interviews. Not sure how they teleported the players so quickly, but that was very, very impressive.
Wow.
You shall see really outperforming. Up against Carsa tomorrow, and we'll see whether Carsa can stand up to the might that is the Darius that was on the stage.
Yeah, I think Carsa might be the type to be like, okay, let's go one mirror match, Darius, and then after that he's like, no, I'm just playing whatever I want. Like
maybe. Or maybe he's just like going to convince him to play weird champions because Carsa just looks like he's having the best time ever.
Let's go Amumu. Let's go Amumu. And then he waits until the other guy locks in and just like blasts down Renekton. He's like, no.
Is Renekton, that doesn't sound like, you'd need to like pick like a really frustrating range champion or something like that.
Works too, yeah.
And then Amumu would actually just
There are a lot of things that work against Amumu laner.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've only seen mirror Amumu so far. So I don't think we'll see any more of that, but we'll see.
Indeed. But that is going to be bringing us towards the end of our first day of All-Star. Oh my goodness, it has been long, but a lot of unexpected results, some exciting matches.
The underdog day.
It has certainly been the underdog day. The above dogs not necessarily working out whatsoever.
The upper dogs also not doing it today.
Nope, so these are the results. Beryl and Deft will be your LCK representatives heading towards the regional final in the 1v1 tomorrow. Carsa versus You Shall See, as you just saw. For those 1v1s, PCS, OPL, both victorious over the LCK, and the LGL and the VCS, both victorious over the LPL. So, not the results we expected. However, some really exciting games. Almost 3 kills per minute for LCK versus OPL.
Yeah, definitely watch that one. That was fun.
That was definitely fun.
If you're going to watch the replays, just go ahead and watch that one, I think.
You can just watch it all. If you missed the beginning of the show.
But, you know, if you don't have a lot of time and you just want to watch one thing, I think, yeah, that's probably the best one.
Yeah, we'll put that at the top of the list, I guess. If we're going to priority list it. Yeah,
I think that's fair enough.
But this is going to be LEC LCS's beginning. That's going to be coming up very, very shortly. Actually, it's in a matter of hours, I believe.
Oh, well.
It's a few.
It's only 8 hours from now, Max.
Hey, that is not very long. LEC versus TCL, LCL versus the LEC after that. And then we've got the 1v1 tournaments. Basically the same as today, but with a little bit of a mix-up. And then LCS versus CBLOL and LLA versus the LCS. And let's see whether these underdogs can keep dominating like they have been so far. LCK and LPL, we have set the bar for where the above dogs are supposed to be at.
Underneath everyone else.
Yeah, and we need the LEC and the LCS
we need
to join soon.
Just as much fun, just as much serious fun as the LPL was having today.
Precisely.
Then you're winning.
Yeah. That's exactly what we need. And then day 2 of LCK and LPL. This is where things are going to get a little bit more exciting.
Wild.
LCK versus LPL Q Kings. And then we have our Red Bull 1v1 tournament finals. Best of 3s, by the way. And then LPL versus LCK Legends. And once again, back to the finals. And then All-Star Fan Voted Champions. So this is going to be players only being able to pick from a small pool of champions each. And then Nexus Splits. And then All-Star Summoner's Rift Best of 3 to find out who is the best underdog.
Who is the best at having fun?
Yeah, that's very true.
I just want to see like Teemo against Tryndamere in the jungle or something tomorrow.
I want to see who's going to smile more out of Carsa and Beryl. Because
Yeah,
both of
I
them
don't know.
did not stop laughing all day.
That's actually going to be the main competition we have tomorrow because there was a lot of smiling going on.
Yeah.
A lot of having fun. We had a lot of serious fun today, that's for sure.
Yeah, we certainly did. And that's what this is all about, is making sure that we have as much fun as possible. Because All-Star is a celebration of League of Legends and also an opportunity to give to charity as well. So make sure you purchase as many of those Elderwood Orns as possible so that, you know, our support of League of Legends is also going to be supporting a good cause at the same time. But look, we had Smiling Beryl. He managed to get to the finals. Smiling Casa, he got to the finals. So basically, we've just got to remember to smile. And ladies and gentlemen, that will bring us to the end of the show. And we'll see you tomorrow at the same time for more All-Star event. But for now, good night.
talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. Run it. Yeah, I'm ready, let's run it.
Hello and welcome to the European takeover of All Stars 2020. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dracos, Foxtrot, and Vedius, as we're going to bring you all of the All Stars action. Welcome back to Berlin, Foxtrot. It's been a while.
I'm so excited to be here, and what a banger of an event to join as well. It's going to be really fun watching the
The set looks insane. I love the colors. Look, All Stars is going online in 2020 to have the safest celebration of our favorite pros, and our new format has the event divided into two stages: the Underdog Uprising and the Superstar Showdown. Today, we kick off with the Underdog Uprising, where neighboring regions will throw down on the Rift. We're going to start with the European side of things. Starting off with the LEC versus the TCL, then the LEC versus the LCL, followed by the start of the European Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Later today, we'll also see the LCS taking on the LLA and CB LOL with their own Red Bull 1v1 tournament kicking off as well. Vedius, who has the harder matchups?
Oh, by far the LEC. I mean, I don't know how you can expect a team of European players to be able to compete with these international powerhouses, honestly. Like, do you not remember Worlds? We struggled. Trevor, we struggled.
It was a struggle, but to be fair, I'm frankly very excited for later in the day when we get to see LCS versus CB LOL, because maybe finally we won't be the only region that got kaboomed. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's definitely there's some room there. That's like, regardless of how you feel about that matchup, there's a lot of pressure not to get kaboomed anytime you set foot.
You could say the LCS and LEC could form an alliance of sorts. All the games we're playing this weekend are to benefit charities selected by our All-Stars, and our viewers at home are also able to help as well. Returning from the mid-season streamathon is the MasterCard silent auction, where viewers can bid on priceless experiences with all proceeds going to charity. One of them is a Summoner's Rift game with yours truly. Apparently, Vedius is going to be joining as well. There are also going to be Shoutcaster workshops with Frost Gurren, merch bundles, secret lab chairs, and a whole lot more. You can visit priceless.com/ASE to check out everything and leave a bid of your own for me, because I smashed Dash last time it happened. And
okay, the only reason why you smashed Dash the last time was because archaeologists from across the world wanted to get a live interview with a dinosaur. So that's literally the only reason. Okay.
Wow.
The Neopleurodon.
The Neopleurodon, just by the way, the best dinosaur of the composite methods. Get your bids in as we dive into our very first Underdog Uprising, where the LEC faces off against the TCL. Let's take a look at the LEC All-Stars, Dracos.
All right, LEC All-Stars, I love this team put together. Fnatic and Friends, I think, is the easiest way to call it. A lot of creativity going to be coming through here. If you caught Selfmade streaming earlier today, you might have also heard that they might not play the roles that you would expect them to play, but with guys like Blippo, guys like Hillisang, I expect hyper-aggressive, wild plays and some wild picks to go along with it as well. So I think regardless of what happens, results-wise, these games should be absolute bangers.
Well, we'll find out. The LEC Players Charity Choice this year is Ding Dong LGBTQ Youth Crisis Support Center's Rainbow Teen Safe Space. That's a name and a half. It provides crisis intervention and consulting services for Korean LGBTQ youth. Fantastic. I love that all the charities are going to be supported this entire event, and they'll be facing off against the TCL. And to learn a little more about that squad, let's send it over to the Mercedes Icons of the League, which will spotlight some of the fan favorites from around the world.
Beni beğenmediler diye Armut oldum. Armut ilk olarak 2015'te Şampiyonluk Ligi sahnesinde orta koridor oyuncusuydu. Aldığı bir ceza sonrasında kariyerini noktalamaya karar verdi. Ancak League of Legends'a olan tutkusu onu yeniden profesyonel sahnede görmemizi sağladı. Cezası bitince orta koridor ve ormancı olarak şansını bir kez daha denedi. Hırslıydı ancak performansı beğenilmiyordu. Yerine Koreli isimler alınınca bir kez daha oyunculuk kariyerine ara verdi. 2017'de üst koridor oyuncusu olarak e-spor sahnesine geri döndü. Bu kararı onun kariyerine büyük bir ivme kazandırdı.
Tutmaya çalışacakmış. Yılanla geliyor. Oyunu bitirmeye mi gidiyor? Bir dakika. Güzel pozisyon yakalamış olabilirler. Armut şimdi burayı taklamaya gelecek. Hemen Gaming oyunu bitirmeye gidiyor. Nexus kulesini aldılar. Nexus'u da almaya gidiyorlar. Hemen Gaming. Mükemmel bir taktik. Mükemmel bir bitiş.
Kariyerindeki bu yeni dönem için yeni bir isim seçmeyi de uygun buldu.
Sen de söylediğin gibi yanımda Armut var. Gerçekten inanılmaz bir oyundu. Özellikle son saniyeleri bayağı heyecanlıydı.
Eğlenceli kişiliği göz önüne alındığında Armut onun için harika bir seçenekti.
Her şeyi almaya çalışıyorlar. Umarım burada da benzer bir sıkıntı yaşamayız.
Armut biraz önde kaldı. Çok güzel ulti, bravo Bolulu. Bolu'dan da iyi ulti. Şimdi Karzor'da zor durumda kaldı.
Yıllarca göz ardı edilen bir oyuncu olan Armut, üst koridorda geçirdiği 3,5 yılda Türkiye sahnesinin en renkli ve en yetenekli isimlerinden biri haline geldi. Şampiyonluklar, ödüller ve trollüklerle dolu bir dönemi geride bıraktı. LEC'ye transfer olarak hem genç Türk oyunculara ilham oldu hem de bölgesinin gurur kaynağı haline geldi.
Such a fantastic video. Really exciting to see the TCL taking on the LEC. I mean, look, Armut, he was the star right at the end of the video there. He's going to be joining the LEC next year. He's joining the Mad Lions. This is a region that has historically had pretty good matchups against Europe. Many a European team has lost to the Turkish powerhouses.
Yeah, I was a little bit questioning Vedius's comment here in the beginning of the show about the international powerhouses. LEC is going to struggle, but you know what? I kind of agree, actually. It's historically speaking, the LEC has struggled. And Turkey is a ridiculously strong region. And even if the Turkish players themselves, there are a lot of good Turkish players, but there are players who have come up through the Turkish leagues, like Caps, Xerxes, loads of them.
That have made it on our stage.
Exactly. It's a banger of a region, and it's going to be a banger of a game.
Well, just before we get to picks and bans, the TCL All-Stars charity choice this year is the Coastal Turkey and Greece Earthquake Relief Fund. They shared with us that they chose the charity because while in the pandemic, most of us are staying safe at home. There are many currently in Turkey and Greece without homes that are safe to live in. It was following the 7.0 magnitude earthquake earlier this year. Both teams, regardless of the outcome of the games on the Rift today, will have the charities awarded $10,000. So that's what we're here to do. We had to give a little bit back to celebrate our favorite pros from the year. And as we're getting ready for Champ Select, Foxdrop, are you ready to carry me? Because I have played as much as I can. And I am admittedly not very good at this game. So I'm learning the items.
Yourself short, mate.
No, listen, I will be honest, okay?
Okay.
But like, Is there an established meta yet? Is there trends you can already start to see, or is it still utter chaos?
So here's the thing. Trev's mate. It's a bit of everything, right? There's sort of metas. We've seen a lot of tanks rising up and stuff like that. Assassin's really strong right now, loads of damage in the game as well. Having said that, chaos is everywhere.
Yeah.
And especially in this match that we're going to see here, knowing the players we're going to see as well, there's going to be even more chaos. Dracos alluded to the fact that people probably won't even be playing their proper roles. So I have no idea what to expect coming into these games, and I can't wait to put you on the spot with some of these item names. Because,
I really don't want you to. I really do not want you to. Champion spell names, I'm even remotely there, but also we're going to take a look. I mean, Rel's going to be available as well. I don't know what to expect, right? Because bragging rights are still on the line here. Especially for like Bwipo taking on Armut as well. Armut's going to be his opponent next year. There's still egos to play for, as well as obviously all the charities. So you never know what to expect. You don't know if you're going to get the crazy drafts. You don't know if you're going to get the super tryhard drafts. There is no defined meta yet. I've seen a couple of games from obviously the All-Stars taking part over in Asia, but definitely nothing to say that I can predict what will happen today.
No, prediction is not a word that anyone can use in.
What would you like to see then? What would you like to see?
I think the more damage we see, the happier I'll be. They tend to make fun viewing experiences, less fun playing experiences, kind of, especially if you're on the receiving end of all that damage. But it's great seeing really skilled players just walk around and like blow other people up.
Yeah.
I remember there was a Worlds game, it was probably like a year or two ago, where someone was playing Kha'Zix and he was like camping almost in the enemy Nexus bush, just waiting for people to walk out of the base, popping them open. And that was in a Worlds game. We're going to see way more of that in All-Stars here with LEC versus TCL as we head into Champion Select.
Straight into a Champ Select. Europe on the blue side, Turkey on the red. I love seeing the player faces already. Everybody big smiles. Pretty serious faces for the time being.
Flow on Japone there.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
And he's got, can you see that? There's a cat. You saw that, right?
The subtle flex for the All-Star skateboard, though, that I actually prefer because that is intentionally placed.
That's the only way I saw the cat, because it's a white cat on a white background. It was just like a little white thing walking across the skateboard.
Did you expect Udyr to be banned? Like, mate, I know we talked about a dinosaur in the pre-show, but that is an ancient pick if ever I've seen one.
Yo, AP Udyr, I kid you not, is a thing. I've seen it, and it's absolutely boinks me in solo queue. But that's not really that hard to do, to be fair. But still, I think it's a thing, although we won't be seeing it today in this game.
I have to give a huge thank you to TCL and their reps. Thank you for getting rid of Rel for me. Thank you so much. Dracos and Venius are going to cast the next game against the LCL and the CIS. I hope you get a Rel in that game. Lulu will be the last ban here from Europe. I mean, tank meta is what I'm expecting. It's what I'm seeing the most people complaining about on socials. But if that does turn out to be true, then what tanks we'll see, how quickly they can build their Sunfires, we'll have to find out.
And the Annie ban, as you do. Udyr and Annie, two of the oldest champions. I mean, Annie's probably older in real life than she's in game, by the way, at this point. I genuinely. I know that might be a kind of like a head scratcher, but I generally think that's true. But still, with her little mini rework and the speed up she gets on her shield, she's a decent ban. She's been nerfed, by the way, in games. So, yeah, definitely a strong champion. I want to see what is the first pick meta? Of course.
Oh, my word.
We're getting it. That's a great first pick. I love to see it.
Yone, straight out the gate. Now, do you think we have some fun shenanigans? Like, it's a duo lane. Do you think you see like a Yone Yasuo bottom lane or something? If Dracos was here, I know he'd be preaching about it because I've seen him do it. But whether or not it'll happen, I don't know. Also, notice the faces now on TCL. A little bit more serious. The smiles, the laughter, that is now lost.
Yeah, I mean, this Pantheon hover, I want to see like a Yone Pantheon mid. That would be brilliant. But honestly, any champion that has a point-and-click stun versus these kind of, squishy but loves to dance around and be irritating like Yone, they're pretty irritating to play against as well into that sense. So Pantheon's a good pick up here. I'm actually curious to see if like the first half of the draft is all kind of like for fun. And then when you see the picks coming through, LEC's like, you guys can't pick those try-out champions, and then they start rolling in the proper bans and the proper picks and stuff.
Oh, I really don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, you just gotta go full meme, lads. That's where it's at. Look at the smiles on their faces, honestly. Selfmade's having a great time right here. I want to see what he whips out as well. He's gone up against that Lilia. It's going to be good stuff.
We still don't know what is going to be happening now with the rest of this draft, right? I want to see some craziness. Still big smiles and laughs. Hover on Talia for the time being, and it is locked in Where do you expect this to go?
So Talia's a really interesting case because she's been lost to the sands of time.
Yes.
But she got recently buffed to make her Q, her thread volley, doesn't do reduced damage after the first tier, which is really good in the jungle specifically. I think it's good anywhere you go, to be perfectly honest. So I think that's... I'm going to say that could be a self-made Talia.
Okay.
If it's not self-made, it's either going to be support or mid. But when I look at Hylissang, I'm like, really, mate? You're playing in All-Stars and you're going to pick Talia support?
Now,
I don't think
the thing is, right, earlier on Selfmade stream, I think Draco's just saying that they might not play their assigned roles. And I'm going to read into this for a brief moment.
Do it.
But Humanoid has Flash Smite. And it's currently could play that Talia in the jungle if they were going to role swap. I would love to see like a Bwipo Hylissang duo lane and see if like Hylissang plays Ashe and Bwipo plays, I don't know, Yone or something.
Yes.
Over on the other side, Zeitnot will be locking in Jhin. Zeitnot, arguably the most famous TCL player. Definitely a guy that's been around for a very, very long time. You could argue the most successful, the most impressive player from the TCL. And he's got himself a pretty signature bot lane going up against that Ashe. And now we're jumping into phase 2 bans. Bwipo's Rengar. This is a target ban, by the way.
Yeah,
you might remember it. Whether you like it or not, this was a signature pick towards the end of the 2020 season.
Yeah, and just to mention as well with that Ashe pick, that could be Ashe support. We've seen that too, by the way. Ashe support is a thing in the preseason. Nivea ban, another one that might be a little bit surprising, considering, you know, if this is the first professional League of Legends match that you've seen in a while. What the hell is Nivea doing in the bans? There's no frogging in this game. This isn't 2012. But no, she got buffed as well, and she's pretty bloody bonkers too. As whatever you want to play her, in the mid, in the support role, even in top lane.
Nunu's busted as well. We were talking in prep for the event and talking about research. Nunu and Mumu terrorizing solo queue and performing very well. Obviously, a lot of the tank itemization sort of favoring them a little bit. Let's be honest with that.
Just a teeny bit. Yeah, Nunu, so Amumu drew like all of the heat in preseason for being one of the most broken tanks, so he got loads of nerfs. Nunu was really just like sleeper being disgusting. Okay, you know what? Screw talking about
Kraken Slayer? Are we going to see Kraken Slayer Katarina or not? What would you build?
Say, okay, yes. Bather and King, Kraken Slayer, do it.
Please, please, please.
There's so many things you can do on Katarina. I've seen Riftmaker, I've seen Night Harvester, with Lichbane, I've seen so many things. What do you like?
Because I've only played ARAM Katarina and I've just got Kraken Slayer.
I like that. I like the AD builds in it. I really do. But I don't know what to say. what we're gonna see necessarily. I mean, this is beautiful.
Okay, Alistar locked in. Right, so this gives us a little bit more indication, right? Ashe, Alistar bottom lane, Yone mid or top, Talia jungle, and then we need to see what this last lock-in will be.
I want to see Alistar jungle.
Okay.
It's not going to be it, but I want to see Alistar jungle.
Fair. We've got a few days of All-Star, right? We've got a few days of All-Star, so it could happen. If Swain gets locked in, that's going to be a Bwipo pick for sure. And the last second switch, the Broken Blade Riven is now locked in.
That's blind as well, mind you, so that's pretty ballsy.
I wonder if this is like an ego matchup. Look at Armut's grin.
Yeah.
Riven Fiora. This takes me a few years back as well.
Look how long he was holding that grin for as well. Like, he was really happy about that one. But now we're going to get the Jace most likely into the Riven there. Any kind of ranged matchup into melee is a little bit hard to play against. But you know what? If that is Talia or Alistar jungle, I don't want to write off the Alistar yet, although maybe, you know, whatever. Let's say it could be either one. They're both very gank-heavy junglers.
A few extra seconds to play. Okay, let's wait for these comps to now swap around before we discuss like how they're actually going to play, and you need to help me on this one.
Please stay like that. No, it's not going to be.
Yeah, it looks...
I want it, mate. I want it. It's not happening.
No, it's not going to be the juggle. Not going to be the juggle. Blue, of course, one of the other TCL members coming here over to the LEC, going to be joining SK. He has got that mid Katarina coming up against, currently, it's Humanoids Talia, or expected most likely self-mades Yone.
Yeah.
I would anticipate, do you think the LEC All-Stars would maybe swap Riven out of that Jace matchup? I mean, both of them are going to suck. Hello! Yes, welcome!
The LEC elves here have been working hard to make sure everything goes swimmingly. I reckon if you're a mid laner that's getting swapped into jungle, you pick someone like Talia. You know, because
Yes.
you're probably familiar with Talia,
Yes.
and you can't play Azir jungle, so Humanoid's got no other choice. So I think it's self-made mid, legit.
Self-made mid then with the Yone coming up against Katarina, and then obviously Brippo's Riven into Armut's Jace. How do you think these comps are going to play out? I feel like there's a fair amount of poke on the side of the TCL representatives. Not the strongest front line, and I think like as far as in
Front line, Trev's mate, come on. Boring. I don't want to hear that word.
I came in expecting like tanks.
Yeah, okay, that's, you know what, that's fair. I'll let you off on that one. I will let you off, but you're right. You know, we're not, you know, Alice is the closest thing we're going to get to Tonki, and Hilla's saying obviously full AP with that one.
Yes.
For obvious reasons. So we'll see what's going to happen in game. I'm expecting a lot of attention drawn from the LEC to that heavy ganking style. There's a lot of good ganks set up. There's a lot of these high ego lanes as well that you want to camp, because if they don't get first blood, they're going to rage quit the game. Yone and Riven, probably two of the highest ones guilty of doing that. And Talia can gank pretty hard as well. So I'm expecting to see a lot of action coming out of the LEC. And TCL maybe more of a standard draft here with powerful meta picks.
Okay, let's take a look down the keystones. Are we seeing anything crazy? Dark Harvest, Electrocutes, nothing out of the ordinary that I can see thus far. And Foxy, you're going to have to guide me through now itemization, especially during the early stages like predictions, right? I have not watched very many games on the preseason, obviously, because there hasn't been very many, right? So I'm going to be learning this one
You
along
haven't been
with
watching
the
enough of my
viewers
stream, mate.
as well.
Every day I'm there putting the content out.
If it's not an esports event, I don't watch the stream. That's just a personal thing, personal preference.
Okay.
But I really,
Yeah,
really am
fine.
hoping. I just want to see Kraken Slayer Katarina. It is so fun to play, and I'm just hoping it happens, but I don't know if it will. So.
Yeah, well, so we're starting with Dark Seal, which would indicate more of an AP build.
Yep.
However, Dark Seal right now in preseason is one of the stronger items because it stacks ridiculously high. You can get something like 60 AP off of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
For an item that costs nothing, basically. It's really, really cheap. So if you get snowballing, and I'm not, remind me, Travis, I know I'm meant to be the color, and I'm meant to bring the analysis a bit, but Katarina, is she a snowbally type champion?
I'm going to check my notes. Yes, is the answer.
So
that
we
is
can
absolutely the
confirm
case.
that can be quite dangerous on Katarina. So that's going to be fun. Plus, you're against a
similar style champion.
I was going to flame Selfmade and say he's auto-filled, but that's what I'm going to say. Selfmade here is getting gone.
Careful here, Batman. Robin's making a move on Selfmade. Someone's going to be able to escape that one. But he will be able to at least challenge Humano for a brief moment. That threaded volley will steal away the red. So it's kind of been a swap of reds for the time being. Blue buff is still up for Robin and the TCL. Blue's going to be able to shimpo forward. Off roll, Selfmade solo killed by Blue. Now all of a sudden Humanoid's in a little bit of trouble. Flashing forward, Blue gets dunked down by the threaded volley, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, a bit of more you could chew that. Blue had his flash. Yeah, he knew where Humanoid was. Blue had it all, but apparently Blue got no clue. He's still going to go down, but Armor instead.
Yeah, here he comes. Put the hammer down. The minefield is just behind him. Shock blast on the threaded volley. Will continue to tag 105 HP. And Armor's going to be able to escape. Thing is, Foxtrot, this will set the tone, I think, for the rest of the weekend, right?
I mean, we were 2 minutes 58 seconds in, and this is what we've witnessed so far. So I'm very excited for the rest of All Stars. It started off with an absolute bang so far. I'm curious to see whether that's just like a really bloodthirsty start. You get your first recalls in here. You start playing a teeny weeny bit more standard instead. And unfortunately, I can confirm that Blue has purchased an amp tonic.
Oh, okay.
So this is probably going to be, I would imagine, the Night Harvester Lich Bane build instead from Blue. Like I say, could be Riftmaker as well if he wants to.
Now, I'm not the color here, Foxtrot.
Yes.
So I'm going to need you to help me with a little bit of analysis. But this Katarina pick is a snowball champion, right?
Yeah.
That got first blood.
Yes.
Solo kill.
Yes.
Against
Still has a flash.
Roll mid laner in
Yes.
Selfmade.
Yes.
Which you've already thrown under the bus and have no confidence in. That's how I read that.
I didn't say it, but...
yeah, it was heavily implied. It was heavily implied.
Yeah, it's a good start if that's the point you're getting at.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Optimal start for Katarina, yeah, and perhaps one might even say suboptimal on the side of Fnatic and friends.
Taking a look at Summoner spells here, I actually missed the exchange as I'm taking it through some of my notes, but Zeitnot's missing his flash, Hylissang missing his flash as well, plus 16 CS for Hans Summer's Ashe coming up against Zeitnot's Jhin. So definitely been bullied around, and I think losing that flash means under a bit of pressure. So we will need to keep track of that. Zeitnot has been able to clear most of this wave, so he's about a wave and a half down. But that can start to sting if TCL aren't able to bring it under control.
Stinging, did you see that? Robin used his smite and still didn't manage to secure that.
Locked onto the wall, flashed away. Selfmade will get tagged. There goes Blue with a Shumpo in. Flash out to safety. The kill secured by Robin's Lily, and Hylissang will be able to find the stun. That's pushed back by Humanoid. Now all of a sudden the headbutt away. Blue goes down, taken out by Humanoid. Robin's running for his life. 200 HP for Japone, 100 for Robin. Flash away from the threaded volley. It's still a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 right there, but that was really hairy. I was expecting Blue to pick up quite a few there, and that would have been really, really devastating for the LEC, because Katarina, man, scary champion, you don't want to be giving kills to her. Speaking of Riven,
that's a knockback from the dunk down from Bwipo. Solo kill in the top lane.
Welcome to the LEC, baby. Armor, you can expect much more of that kind of stuff. This is it. Armor is Mad Lion's new top laner. We saw Armor at Worlds 2020, and he was really good, honestly. He was one of my favorite top lanes to watch in that tournament. And he's really solid here, but it just goes to show the strength of Bwipo on that Riven pick as well. And here we go, we're going to see it one more time, because it starts off with an invade from the TCL with Robin onto the chickens, as Lilia does. But then they just go a little bit too deep, and this is where I get really worried for the LEC. So I felt like Blue was going to go in here, maybe pick something up, and, you know, she's got that Dark Seal, she's got it all going for her. But no, Humanoid, despite being in the jungle role, apparently this game is still Omega Jungle Diff, as every League of Legends game is. Speaking of jungle diff, Humanoid.
How did that happen? I can only imagine Japone was going to ward or something, and Humanoid just roaming through the river. He's 3-0 on his quote-unquote jungle Talia. The LEC are up 1,000 gold over the TCL, and they're looking to dunk down on Zeitnot now.
Zeitnot, mate, you've got nowhere to go here.
Nope.
Buddy. He's going to try his best to clear out the minion wave so that he doesn't get popped, but I'm...
Look at this. Now that's not done yet. There's another kill in the mid lane as Robin is playing to Blue, just like Batman was to Robin. Japone's coming in. There's a lot of damage onto Humanoid, so it's 2 more kills, but the Swirl Seed will just about miss. As Japone's continuing to chase down 40. It's only level 4, no flash, no ignite. Here comes Blue. Here comes Robin. It's 2-2-1 on Blue's Katarina, and the Swirl Seed will go over the wall, but will not be able to find a target. So TCL, they at least get something a little earlier, but the problem is they're starting to be outpaced by the LEC.
Yes, terrifying stuff here as well when you're staring down 4-0 Talia. With those recent buffs, make her a pretty strong jungler. I mean, Talia was always good when she had kills. It was just that she wasn't able to clear the jungle. And when you're a jungler, that tends to be a pretty useful trait. And when you can't kill those monsters, you kind of suck. And she doesn't need to worry about that anymore because she has 4 kills. We'll talk about the mid lane here, though, instead. When you're playing a champion like... Oh, my goodness, Selfmade, you just ran this down, didn't you?
Oh, my word!
What even was that, man?
I don't understand. I was looking at the minimap. There was no vision either. Selfmade pushing the lane all the way up to Blue Under Tower. And he
straight out of my solo queue game into All-Stars, Selfmade L9 Yone with the intense 0 and 3 star. I'm loving this so far. This is brilliant.
Now, fortunately, despite the weight that Selfmade is imposing on the team,
yes,
Humanoid has been able to open up the backpack and put Selfmade in at 4-0 on the Talia. And now look at this. Hylissang has been unlocked. He's already roaming up to the top lane. Armor does a flash available to him. We'll change to the hammer form. Put the shock down, change back, and flash forward. Misses the shock blast. Bwipo comes in. Headbutt, pulverize, and Humanoid will get his 5th of the game. He's now unstoppable. Once again, Selfmade in trouble. This time around, it was Japone who was running to help out Blue.
And the best part about that packet, that play right there, was that the observers switched spots between mid and jungle on the scoreboard there. So now it's a bit easier for us to track.
Thank you very much,
observers. You're the star of this show, just like Humanoid as well, right there, sitting on 5-0, 500 gold.
Do you have faith in a 5-0 Talia to be able to take over the game. Right?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
She's already taken over the game.
Touche. Okay, touche. Fair point. But what I was trying to maybe get at, look at the goal difference there on your screen, is that while there's the 5-0 to Leah, Blue's Katarina currently 2-2-1, still working towards his first real build, still thrift shopping. I think I'm more afraid of the potential of, medium-fed Katarina than a very fed Talia, as we jump to the top lane and Omut just gets dunked on. Absolutely obliterated as Hylissang stuck around, and there goes Blue. Very easy Shumpua to safety.
That's cheeky. Yeah, I mean, so to your point, like, which one's going to carry harder, the Talia or the Katarina? So I think the problem with Katarina, which is why you don't see her a lot in pro play, is like, yes, in solo queue, she just picks everyone up, she one-shots them, she's great in small skirmishes, and if you don't have the tools to deal with her, there's just no counterplay. But the thing is, I reckon, when you're in organized play, you do have the tools to deal with her. Even someone just like Alistar or like Ribbons W or anything like that, it's going to be hard.
Like Hilly.
Yeah,
here he comes. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Tagging after the headbutt. That's a shutdown onto Humanoid. Blue escapes with his life for now. Hansam is trying to chase him down. Here comes Bwipo as well. Stands on a ward. Is rooted into place by the deadly flourish. He's going to look for the stun. Finds him to Zeitnot. Still has flash and heal. Didn't use it. Zeitnot is deleted where he stands. Hansama gets one as another lands for Selfmade. The first of the game for himself. But TCL, 2,000 gold down. Robin is being hunted by Hylissang. Will channel the Hex Flash over the wall and continues to chase. Selfmade's gone hunting here, Foxtrot, and I don't know if they can find themselves Bambi. He's going to be able to escape for now.
Yeah, I don't think Bambi's going to go down in this one. Although, to be fair, it never was Bambi that went down. Let's be real. That's an asterisk right there. That's a Frankenstein's monster right there. If we're being technical about it. But still, you know what the worst thing about that right there, though? Yes, it looked like a fairly even play, and, Jin dying without using summoners, saving that for next All-Stars, that's fine. But Selfmade has ruined his 0-10 power spike.
Yeah, he has.
And that is a real problem, because I'm not sure how effective Yone can be without
that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's definitely troubling. I'm going to be looking forward. Not looking forward in a positive way, but as we look forward,
it's a worrying trend.
Yes,
some might say.
Some might say.
Some might say. Here comes Humanoid. Throws down the wall, and Zeitnot cannot escape. If you look at Hylissang roaming over, we'll be able to get that headbutt. We'll not be able to land the Pulverize, but the threaded volley is blocked by the minions. Some autos onto Zeitnot, down to around 60 HP, and the Flourish is sidestepped. Swellseed won't find its target either. Here comes Japan looking for Selfmade. Blue doesn't really have any CC to work with here as Selfmade's able to escape. And also the points you're bringing up, almost every single member of the LEC squad can interrupt that Death Lotus. As Zeitnot will use his summoners this time around. He flashed earlier, get himself caught out and shut down there by Humanoid. But here comes Japan. We'll chuck the spears out. Lands the shield, and after the TP, the Shock Blast finds a counter from the TCL.
All right, Arnott's on the board, but here comes Selfmade right here. He's going to snap back to reality, and that's only about like half of his health going down. I would favor that for Yone, but Armour's going in as well.
Oh, look at the damage coming up from Japan. Not going to be enough to find the kill, and now Hylissang's in trouble. Changing back to that.
Oh, the fadeaway ignite. That's it. He's done.
So it'll be a 2-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. But of course, Humanoid did go down just a little bit earlier, so it actually makes a 3-for-1 in comparison.
Yeah, a slow burner right there from Hylissang, but it doesn't need to be fast. As long as they go down at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And Selfmade, mate, you go back to the... Yeah. It's like, I see this all the time.
Is this a first time Yone? Can we find out what's happening here? Seismic Shove won't find his target. Blue's going to be able to escape for now. As the Swell Seed and the Blooming Blows continues to spam up from Robin. He is in some trouble as here comes Bwipo, and he'll just get the dunk down. Managing to use that blade, the hops, the skips, the jump. Bwipo, by the way, quietly building up killing spree here, 4, 1, and 3.
Yeah, Bwipo's having a great job right there. But you know what? All set up by Selfmade and his stellar Yone play that baited the enemy team in to commit, thinking they had a free kill there. And you look at Blue's player cam. He's distraught in such a high-stakes game to be going down right here. 4 kills when you had the first blood. Not in a happy spot, but I can tell you right here, we've got Mythics starting to come through completed, and Hylissang. Be careful, Zeitnot,
This is awesome. Gonna get stunned up. Here comes Bwipo.
He's out.
If he can land the key burst, I think there'll be just about enough damage. There it is. The Valor for the shield. Broken wings into one another, and Humanoid will clean that one up. That's a kill steal if ever I've seen one. Hilly's going to try to escape for his life, but now all of a sudden, The LEC are caught out. Armut's going to go forward. That's a fantastic stun, but Japone will get the kill. Hylissang's going to be the next target. It's smacked in the face by Lillian. Here comes Selfmade, manages to land the combo this time around with the help of Hansama. We'll be able to pick up yet another kill. 16 to 10 as Humanoid was dropped at the back half of the fight. I didn't see how he got taken down.
But he got shut down, most importantly, right there. That's a loss of gold in a Robin's pocket. And he's now 4-1-2 with his Mythic completed, the Night Harvester, which I think is kind of surprising for Lilia. Lilia was a Leandries champion before season, whatever season this preseason
Season 11,
is.
we're in 2021.
Jeez, there's too many seasons nowadays. I'm just an old man.
Are you surprised by anything else? So Eclipse on Armut's Jace. We've got the Gore Drinker for Bwipo's Riven, and then obviously Ludens on Humanoid. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think honestly, all in all, this does make a lot of sense. It's just like, yeah, for me, the only one that is a bit out of place is Lilia's Night Harvester. So Leandries gives you mana as well. It gives the burn, which works really well, and oh my goodness. But Night Harvester is all about the burn.
Man, that is so much damage.
Just like that, exactly.
Well, now they're going to turn their attention to Hansama.
Yeah.
Man, he just gets dunked. I mean, TCL are not out of this. It's a 400 gold game. The European reps were up about 2K just a moment ago. And all of a sudden, the 3-kill difference, 15-minute gold difference is simply insignificant. And this Lilia, 5-1-3, is starting to take over the game. Selfmade has maybe just learned how to play the champion, and he picks himself up the solo, but the death blow just comes out. Yeah. He's looking for the double. Selfmade was just about able to get the 1v2. Is he yet redeemed?
I would say he is 1000% right. I mean, this is it, man. This is Johnny. He completes his mythic item, and there it is. So many champions now in pre-season 11 are like this. You know, it's a bit of a slow game, not necessarily reaching their power spikes, and then the mythic items come through, and bam! Suddenly they're unlocked. Suddenly they're mega strong.
To be fair,
2-level different. What? Look at him.
Fair,
he's going.
Selfmade's actually using the kit correctly, from what I can see now. I think having the shield bow is obviously going to help out. Running for his life, and Robin will be able to flash, pick himself up his 6th kill of the game for the time being. Gale Force they picked up by Zeitnot on the Jhin. So Mythic's pretty much across the board. Only Hilly the last one to pick that up. And now you start to get nervous. If you're a European fan looking at this underdog TCL squad, at least that's how it was billed. Maybe the European teams are the underdogs. The stun will come in here on Armut. He continues to run away. Teleport coming down from Bwipo. Support coming in from the TCL. As Japone is now coming for the flank. Therefore, it's a 1-for-1. They've lost Hilly at the exchange of armor. Bwipo is going to look to just blow up Zeitnot, and he does. With the help of the Tara, Japone will be able to get the counter kill, and now Hansama will shove the wave in. Blue's coming for the chase, and this could be the 38th kill in 17 minutes, Foxdrop.
I'm not sure, though. Humanoid's coming in as well. Hansama does go down. It's a trader kills at the end of the day.
We need 2 play-by-plays for this. This is unstoppable.
It's relentless, Trevor. This is the perfect way to warm me back up to not having done professional casting in a long time.
It's only been a month and a half, right? You know, not really super familiar with the build orders. It's definitely a non-traditional team composition.
But we're having a great time here at all.
Well, listen, I can tell you now, this is the latest first Dragon at All-Stars 2020 for a European representative. I know it's a bold stat to throw out there, Foxdrop.
But I mean, you can take the jungle out of the jungle, but you can't take the
Yeah, just bail out. Just bail out. It was worth a shot.
It's whatever that was I was trying to say, because he's taken the dragon as a mid laner. That's what
yes, definitely the case. Let's take a look through as Hylissang is now going to get dunked down. He goes for the headbutt pulverize. That's a multi-man knock-up there from Selfmade. 1-for-1 trade. Blue is blown up where he stands. The crowd control tools are enough to prevent that ultimate from picking up further kills. Now Robin's in trouble. Here comes Bwipo. He's going to throw out the ulti and find the kill. Bwipo is going to continue to just dominate this game. 7-4-4. Got himself that Tiamat picked up as well. And with that Blade of the Exile, he's really just finding assassination after assassination.
So this is the build that you're seeing right here from Bwipo is an absolute punisher. And we're going to see this one again. Hylissang getting caught out. Oh my goodness, have these words ever been spoken before? I think not. But Selfmade flashing forward straight into the ulti to pick 2 people off there. That was absolutely That's just mad. This guy, he reached the mythic item. He's decided he's just going to become an absolute god. Whippo really here for the cleanup crew, but I want to talk a little bit about his build because it's the Gourd Drinker going into most likely the Ravenous Hydra.
Yep.
This build is quite common nowadays.
Armut's going to die, so just carry on.
Armut's donezo.
Yeah.
He's
welcome to Europe.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LEC. That's not fair. Welcome to the LEC. That's a better thing to say.
Yeah, just as healing builds are just really strong right now. If you can play champions that abuse them,
okay.
Riven is one of them, and he's got that 2 item now, and you'll see it's just like, yeah, it's really quite.
The thing that's interesting is this game is kind of like seesawed, right? Where LEC got off to a really strong start, picked up a kill advantage, but then all of a sudden TCL picked up their mythics, got themselves a couple kills back, closed the gold gap, and now all of a sudden, in the last 5 minutes, LEC has once again pulled a 2.5k gold lead. It's weird to say this, but like, if you were to set some expectations for the next few minutes, where would you see these guys going? As it looks like
baby.
it's going to be the Engage. 3 members of the European All-Star squad going to get dunked on, and they turn it around. Blue gets blown up. Before really he can do anything, he needs to have some CC, and I talked about this earlier, Foxtrot. No real front line, not the strongest initiation on the sides of the TCL to support Blue's Katarina. Unfortunately, the poke damage coming out from Jace, from Armut, will be enough to pick up a kill. Southmade's going to continue to chase forward. The curtains are called. The double dash forward, not going to be enough to take down Zeitnot, and Robert goes golden. A deadly flourish from downtown. Turkey send their regards before Bwipo sends them back. Bwipo will get taken out now by Japoni. Not enough. The shield is enough from Valor. Will he be able to survive the ignite of the Pingu?
Yes.
That is just style points. The life steal, just like you talked about, Foxtrot.
It's the healing, but of course the real MVP of there is Pengu coming through right at the end to save his life. I reckon that was going to be one extra tick of Ignite would have taken him down, but Pengu took it with the dab, bam, takes the Ignite down instead. That was a really back and forth fight. I think the TCL did a lot better than I thought they were going to do in that situation, but as we saw, unfortunately, there's Gale Force Jin. Beautiful thing to see. You think he's easy to catch out? No, he is not. But look at Blue. He jumps in, but you just can't do that in competitive League of Legends. When there's team coordination, Katarina is so darn hard to play because everyone just knows what they're doing. Everyone's more synchronized in it, and it sucks.
It also felt a little bit like Blue went in too early.
Yeah, he also ended that one big time.
He jumped into the fight.
I was trying to make it a Katarina thing, not a Blue thing.
Yeah. Okay, touche. I see the point, and I raise you, so to speak.
Yeah, it was not the optimal Katarina play for that situation.
One is going to flash away now. This is going to be yet another 5v5. Southmade's going to be able to dash back in, go back to the original point from that Soul Unbound, and now all of a sudden Hylissang is down. 5 members of TCL chasing Blue this time round, waiting for the opportunity to dash in. Hansama is flashless, still has a cleanse, and that's a snipe onto Zeitnot. A lot of damage coming out there. Banshee's Veil was the second item on Humanoid. He's going to get caught out by that Swirl Seed. Will be able to find himself another kill.
Look at Blue.
And Selfmade dashes onto Armut, won't be able to find it, and that's another onto Hansama. And there's that Seesaw back in action. Just as the LEC starts to drop down, the TCL step up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I couldn't ask for anything more out of the first game. Oh, he gets 2 for 1.
Double?
Oh. Yes, that's a 2 for right there. We'd love to see that. That was beautifully aimed right there. See, if that was me playing Riven, I would have not even killed one. Whippo, on the other hand.
57 kills in 22 minutes. How are you meant to shoutcast this?
I mean, I think the clue is in the first part of the word, to shout.
Just shout, okay.
There's not so much casting. It's just you just go along with it.
I do love the fact that Armut has been bullied so much, and I think it's also fair to say, over the last 20 minutes, you can see that these are mixed teams.
Yeah.
I think the coordination leaves a little bit to be desired.
I don't know what I'm getting everything I desire out of this game.
Sorry, look at Blue. He's in hysterical laughter. That turned to sadness right at the end of the clip, but it was laughter at the beginning, I swear.
You know, I do feel a little bit bad for Armut because we've said welcome to LEC like 2 or 3 times this game. We haven't said it once for Blue, who is SK's new mid laner, by the way.
Yes, I appreciate that. Wearing the colors, of course, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably why they're hiding him.
Here comes Armut. Oh. The Ash Arrow sidestep.
Nice.
There's fancy feet there. Nicely done. Got those Lucy boots, and Selfmade will be able to land the kill at the end of the day. Hylissang's going to look for some CC. Headbutt actually knocks Zeitnot to safety there. I think his flash I thought he used Gale Force as well, just got the distance he needed to cover. So 5v4, the second dragon was just picked up. That was a fantastic flash. Managing to get the Weaver's Wall down as well. Zaidnet's going to be jumped on by Hansama. In the back end of the fight, Bwipo and Selfmade will double team blue, turn their attention to Japan. Selfmade gets the knockup. The autos will secure the kill, and Robin escapes with his life. The last man standing into the Sherwood Forest.
Selfmade is just too good. Why did they spend all this off-season of drama about who they're going to replace in mid lane? They could just stuck him in.
There you go.
That's new jungler. Like, what's this about?
He needs to work on his laning phase just a tad.
That's maybe true.
But the rest of the game has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Swell C's going to be flying from downtown, but look at this. This is going to be Baron here. 5-man stack, correction, 4-man stack from LEC, and it will be secured safely. There's no one from the TCL that can come in range to steal this one away. 24 minutes as the Red Bull Baron power play has started.
Yeah, there it is, our first Baron of the game, and I wasn't sure if we'd be seeing it at all because the teams are too busy killing each other, as we're going to see in this clip. It was a little bit unfortunate for Blue that he couldn't get the resets, couldn't get those spins going because Bwipo just didn't die fast enough with all that healing. Even if you have anti-healing, when there are more options for anti-healing nowadays, it's just not a thing. And Blue now as well, picking up that Lich Bane. As I alluded to at the beginning of the game, Lich Bane now doesn't give you mana, so a lot more champions are picking this up, and this Night Harvest of Lich Bane's a really strong 2-item combo that a lot of AP champions, especially the more damage focused or the assassins, are picking this up, and it's crazy good once you get both.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the other builds. Black Cleaver was now the 3rd item for Bwipo and Riven. Makes a lot of sense in terms of the rest of the build. Infinity Edge picked up for Selfmade after the Shield Bow. You know, what do you make of the builds here? And then maybe let's touch on Robin, as he's going to be the target. He just gets blown up. You know, gone Hourglass second. So what do you make of the itemization thus far?
Yeah, I think honestly, like, there's a lot of damage across the board, and that's what you want to see. Like, we've even got a death cap coming in here from Humanoid as well. You're seeing a lot more champions kind of lean into the damage side of things. And I think Zaynot as well, once he can... Oh, there we go.
Man, that's so much damage. Broken Wings into the key burst, lands a multi-man stun, and that allows Humanoid to just come in and clean up. Now with Baron empowered minions, 40-second death time, as this could be the final push, Foxtrot. That's 5 members of the LEC. They definitely got knocked around in the mid game, but they landed more punches than they've taken. Blue's going to run back into the base. Bwipo is playing Guardian, will be able to find himself the stun once again. Continues to dash forward. The volley comes in from Hansama. Robin's going to be the next target. Seismic shove, not going to be enough to knock him back into the European hands. And that's the knockup for the ace. The TCL are now losing their Nexus turrets. League of Legends European Championship All-Stars are now going for the fountain dive. They jump onto Japon. He gets himself 2. Robin picks up the 3rd. Hansama's left for dead. And I'm not sure if that's style points or throwing, but they are having a ton of fun.
Man, I mean, I just love watching this game. Like, it's just... I think you step a little bit too far forward here with Humanoid. Like, he dies before anything even starts. Oh, someone, come on, bro. You gotta throw yourself in. You can't be afraid of getting your feet wet in the fountain. You just gotta go for it.
He had no flash available, no Gale Force. He couldn't throw himself in there, right? Okay?
Mate, where there's a will, there's a way. That's what I say. You know?
27 minutes, 72 kills, 2 dragons, a Baron, a fountain fiesta. That's what we call that. That was a fountain fiesta.
Yes, I like that.
If ever I've seen one. Now the comeback is on. TCL, they've got the time they need to build up their items. The 4 and 10 Katarina has activated that 10 death power spike, right?
0 stack Dark Seal as well.
Oh, okay.
By the way, just like
not an ideal situation.
Yeah, that's usually something you kind of sell if you haven't got too many stacks on, just because you then just go to your builds and it's all beautiful. But he's holding out hope. And to be fair, if we get some more Fountain Fiestas, maybe he can get some stacks.
This
on that
stings so much. Look at total gold.
Oh, jeez.
Look at Blue and Zynox. Mid and bot laners for the TCL, unfortunately, 2nd and 3rd lowest total gold available. I mean, to be fair, right? They have been picked on. The game has been absolutely ridiculous. There hasn't been a huge amount of time. 28 minutes in, and Katarina's got 120 farm. Selfmade is going to find himself the solo kill, diving onto 2. After he got that Mythic, is just now deleted TCL and melted their HP bars. Humanoid's going to jump in from behind. Going to try to check down that seismic shove. And so far it's a 1-for-2 trade. There's another one going down. The third member of the TCL is dropped. Humanoid's going to continue to chase. Flash forward, chilling smite, double kill for Humanoid. 47 on the cards as they turn their attention to the Nexus.
But who do you fountain dive now? You've got to wait 30 seconds before there's someone alive to fountain dive. I reckon they're going to do it, though.
Wow.
They're going to wait for 30 seconds until someone comes up. All right, this is what I want to see.
Oh, man, this is tough.
Blue, sit. We need Blue's player cam
Please
on, like...
keep looking at the player
like
cams.
a pip, because he's coming up first. Oh, it's Armor,
they're
sorry.
flashing.
Oh,
yes!
we've got a stopwatch.
The outplay. Oh, I wish Armor could have got some damage down. I wish. That would have been the coolest double kill.
That is rude.
LEC want to win through minions. They are looking for the Winion play, as now Humanoid is going to get caught out by the deadly flourish. All smiles. Honestly, I'm just in love with Blue's play, like his player cam. He just keeps giggling and laughing, despite being 6-11 on this Katarina.
I just love it. I can't believe he bought a stopwatch so he could deny the Fiesta, the fountain dive. Like, it's just next level strats, mate. This is why these professional players, obviously, you could see it coming. He read the play.
The question is, how many times will the LEC int to the fountain? Could they theoretically die more to the fountain than to the enemy champions? Because I think at least 8 deaths have so far been like accrued to the fountain. We'll do the math after this. Maybe I'll do a quick stat segment on it later today.
I think, by the way, not to interrupt your beautiful quick stat in blue.
Yeah, I can tell how impassioned you are.
Germinating stats that they are. Armut, did sell his mythic to buy that stopwatch. So he genuinely pawn shopped his
I did not even
Eclipse.
notice that.
Yo, mate, this cost me 3.5k. What can you do? Best I can do is a stopwatch. All right, I'll take it.
It's a depreciating asset. Every item, the majority of items in this game, there are very select few that are not depreciating assets. And for the children in the room, there's the headache, headbutt pulverize rather. Headache. It will be a headache for the TCL All-Stars. Ash Arrow comes in. A golden blue will not get caught out, but he will get dunked down there by Humanoid as Bwipo will continue the fight.
Fishing.
Robin is going low, gets taken out once again. A dash away. Armit's going to be able to knock Bwipo to safety, and the burn from Robin takes him out. So 2 more deaths on the side of the LEC. And now they're going to try to chase down 40-second death timer for Robin. 30 seconds for Blue, Zaidnot, and Japone. Now, will the LEC actually look for the finish, or do they die to the fountain again? I'm going to bet a fountain dive is on the cards.
You think another fountain dive?
Yes.
I can't imagine why you would think such a thing. But maybe you're right, Trevor. Maybe you're right. I said predictions wouldn't be a thing in this game. I'm completely wrong.
Hansama's going for the Nexus. This is unheard of tactics.
No.
Hansama's looking for the win. The European representatives are looking for the first win of All-Star 2020 in the Underdog Uprising. The Nexus is down to 20%. The minions are doing the work. Here comes a Death Lotus from Blue. And the Winions finish it for Europe and the LEC.
Selfmade's the only one not happy the game's over. He wanted to bully the TCL.
Yo, Selfmade, I apologize about the flame in the early game, right? I give you that.
Bro, he was molded by flame. Let's be real. He was born in it.
Once that mythic was picked up, the shield bow, all of a sudden Selfmade learned how to play the game. The TCL may not have won over the LEC All-Star team, but they are still awarded that $10,000. The Greece and Turkey Earthquake Relief Fund, alongside another $10,000 for the LEC's Rainbow Teen Safe Space. I mean, it is actually exactly what I expected.
Yeah.
Even a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right? Like fun compositions, fun play styles, definitely like all-in gameplay.
Yeah, I think, TCL were putting the LEC in the dirt a little bit, but they didn't know that the LEC were the schoolyard bullies with 3 older brothers. They're used to rolling around in the dirt and still getting up afterwards, and they did that with all those fountain dives.
The thing for us as well is like we didn't really know how ridiculous these games could be, right? So this was the taste test for us. This was how we try to figure it out. So now we have a better idea of what's going to be happening because we do have some more games. Now, before we go to commercial, I do need to tell you guys at home just a little bit of a story. As we were getting ready for the event here and we're working with Spotify to make playlists for you at home, we in the office and the broadcast team started talking about what's on our Spotify Wrapped for this year. Now, when I showed my cards to the producers, they lost it. Apparently, My music taste is weird, okay? So
How
I want to
weird
show
can it be?
you at home, and I want to show Foxtrot. Look, Baby Metal is my top artist. Show Tunes is my favorite genre. Dude, I listen to the Hamilton soundtrack so much that it's my top category. But like, my music is awesome here.
Yeah, Show Tunes top genre. I mean, do you dream a dream, Trevor?
I do.
Yeah, so do you want to share it with us?
No, not right now.
Well, I think singing is pretty close to shouting.
I can't.
Are you sure?
I can't. Maybe later. Okay, if
I
the
might
fans
have to
vote
follow
for
you
it.
up on that one. But there, to be fair, yours might be weird, but I want to show you someone who's maybe not so weird. We've got
Okay.
Humanoids, Spotify Wrapped here for you guys to see instead. I think this one's a little bit more to the brain.
Marshmallow, League of Legends, yeah. I mean, okay, so a lot of world's tracks. I think mine is better. I think mine is better. So, okay, I'm gonna ask you, Twitch chat, to settle the bet. Answer the question. Who has the better taste in music? Spam quick shots or humanoid. Quick shot or humanoid. Spam it in chat. We'll check in after the break. As I hinted at earlier, you can listen to the pros' favorite songs in the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. To find your own personalized Wrapped experience, just search Wrapped with a W in the Spotify app or head to spotify.com/Wrapped. We'll see after the break an interview with Whippo. My music taste is better than Humanoid's.
Humanoids is better than
It is not.
You're a
It is
dinosaur,
not.
mate.
Quick shot in chat. Do not spam.
Humanoid in chat.
No. Mine's better.
Nah, I'm sorry. It's just it's not up to me.
What again?
Welcome back, everybody, to All-Star 2020. It looks like the underdogs were unable to rise up, and in a few moments, we're going to have an interview with Whippo, but for now, it appears that he's disconnected. So instead of talking to Whippo, I'm going to talk to my fellow commentators, moderators, analysts, etc., about whatever the heck that was that we just saw.
So
what
Mr.
was that?
Mr. Day, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure.
As you predicted a victory for TCL, that's how I heard it in
No.
the pre-show, that they were the momentous
I think we can
challenge.
We might not have the tape ready,
Don't
but
think that's
with a
true.
photographic memory, I believe the exact words were they were going to absolutely body and destroy.
Foxtrot, is that you? Because that's how I heard it.
Yeah, I think I might be with you on that.
What
actually.
happened?
Yeah.
And give me your brief analysis.
Well, I think the draft was. I think we all know the Pantheon is top laner now, not a support player. I think we can all agree with that one.
It's great because it's like the coin of broadcast analysis. It's like, what do I say? The draft.
Oh, the classic
In
draft.
hindsight, it appears that pick wasn't good.
Yes, I mean, at first I thought that the Katarina was quite the pick, but in that draft, not at all.
If the build had been different, it would have made all the
legit,
difference.
Maybe, Blue had played it better, it also could have worked better. He got first blood and then killed.
Super quickly, I want to
not
move us
the
on for
enemy.
just a moment because I do have some bragging rights.
What's
Foxtrot,
that about?
my taste is better in music because I
Hang
won
on.
55% of the votes.
55. So
over
you won by
that is a win.
5%.
Okay, but I
That
That's
is
just
a
your
majority.
wife logging into
That's-
5 different accounts and
that's
typing quick shot.
That is exactly how
It's
that
poor.
works. So,
No, I'm not happy with that. By the way, I'm actually not this short. This chair's really
you can raise it. There's a lever on the right.
Objects in your screen are shorter
Can you
than
raise
they
me
appear,
up?
Just-
folks.
there you go.
Okay, so we're fixing this. As you can tell,
I'm
we're
ready.
having as much fun as the players are, and now we'll get to
This
see
is more
in
like
a moment
it.
or two, the LEC will be taking on the CIS. Now, in that absolute bloodbath of a game, when your auto-filled mid laner decides to give away a few kills, you got to take matters into your own hands and say, "I'm helping." Presented by State Farm. So I guess this is where we're going to take a look at how he's helping.
There it is. Wasn't clear if we were going to hear your voice again, so this is our turn to cast this play. I really want to point out here how atrocious Selfmade did in the early game. Quick shot said it once, but this boy really just ran it down. As things went on, it certainly got better, but the main reason that he got another chance, our boy Selfmade there in the mid lane, was because Humanoid was an absolute monster on Talia jungle.
It's a great
It was.
representation of my solo queue games, where I am dying
said the same thing.
multiple times to the enemy, and then I've got Cadril in the jungle, and I've got Medic on support, both repeatedly coming mid lane and trading for kills.
The things that we've learned is what it takes to be a premier caster in the LEC is both analysis, knowledge, etc., and the ability to unrelentingly feed in any circumstance.
Well,
in
okay,
League of
listen.
Legends.
I've been playing a lot of Valorant recently, and what they do is they trade, and that's what I feel that I've been. I just trade. You know what I mean? I'm trading my life for another.
It's too much Valorant.
Yeah.
Right? That's not how it works, my friend. It's not the same equivalent. Just a brief update for everybody at home. Unfortunately, due to some connection issues, we will not be able to have that interview with Bwipo. Hopefully, a little later today, we'll be able to speak to some of the players there. Now, before we carry on with the show, I do want to set some expectations. Like I said this to Foxtrot immediately after. This first game for me was a little bit of like the litmus test, the taste test of what I'm going to expect for the weekend. I knew it was going to be fun. I knew it was going to be over the top. I didn't expect 3 fountain dive aces from the LEC.
Is this your first All-Stars?
But I think there's some truth there in that, and like when you get to week 9 in any league, there's going to be some games that don't matter for the standings, and we always come in wondering, is this a serious game or is that going to be a Shaco support? You know what I mean? And like I think there's a similar degree of that element here at All-Stars where it could be really try hard because you do have guys like Blue and Armut who will be playing in the LEC. You know, maybe they want to like represent a little bit, show off, but sadly didn't work out for them today.
I mean, when you get solo killed by Bwipo, you go, just play it for fun, guys. Just play it
All-Star fun tournament. Wasn't really try-harding.
Guys, there's a lot of energy here, okay? And I love it. I love it. I love what you're doing. It's beautiful. But here's the thing, right? That was our first preseason 11 itemization, all that nonsense. And I think, you know, we're not all really 100% on board. So come with me, boys and girls, and everyone else, because I've got something I want to show you, okay? Now, you know me. You might not know me, actually, but if you do know me, you know I'm all about quality, okay? So I've created this, a quality PowerPoint presentation to keep you up to date with what's happened in preseason 11 with all the new items and all that stuff. So, with a wave of my magic hand, that's doing stuff. There we go. Welcome to season 11. Okay, my name is and I'm here to introduce you to the first thing on your radar, which is the new tank mythics. These things inject more variety into tank itemization while still allowing those brick walls to maintain relevant damage through the Balmy Cinder Sunfire passive. And despite all the nerfs that these have been receiving, these items are still pretty strong, so don't be surprised to see teams playing and building around these, but maybe not as well because tanks aren't fun, so we can skip to the next slide. Assassinos. Spell checker wasn't working on this one. Next up, we have the delectable buffet of assassins, oven baked to a crispy finish with the new mythics. Now, alongside your main course of deletos, you can enjoy an unhealthy side of extra invisibility, shielding, even a gap closer. It's a great time to be a chef, but as a patron, the overall nourishment experience might not be to your tastes. Slide numero 3 here. If you are a marksman player, don't be. Healing, that's also very strong right now. We saw Bwipo abusing these healing builds in the last game. There's some great new items coming into the fold. And of course, the introduction of Omnivamp now, which is really poggers. Ravenous Hydra, by the way, that's pretty nice too. These builds might be lurking under the shadows a little bit, but champions that can abuse them are seeing some real gains. Few things are as frustrating as playing against this build right here, as Armor will tell you. The only exception being probably everything else you'll play against in pre-season. These are all the champions here that at some point or another during Season 11 have been crowned as broken and or disgusting. Disgusting is a word I didn't make up. And here's a flowchart that I have colorfully made for you in my hotel room at 2 a.m. in 5 minutes. Just kidding, of course, it took me way longer than that. It's a bit nuanced, but hopefully you get the gist of it. Basically, if you like dealing damage, you're sorted. But everything else not. So we're stepping away from, and when we return, we've got the reps from the CIS aiming to take down the LEC All-Stars. Not going to happen. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk ahead of our match between the LEC and the LCL. And if it's anything like last game, it might be, well, incredibly one-sided. But I'm going to hope not, because the LCL has certainly cleaned our clocks more than once in past events before. But if like Foxdrop said, maybe you know us, maybe you don't. I'm Dracos, this is Vedius. We're here to cast what could loosely be described as League of Legends.
Oh, it's League of Legends, all right. It is the highest quality League of Legends. It is the one that we as fans will relate to the most.
I'm really sad, if you guys are wondering, because at the end of the Bwipo interview, Vedius gave me a very heartfelt request, or what should have been the Bwipo interview. He was like, convince Bwipo to play Nocturne mid. And it didn't happen. So maybe we get it, maybe we don't.
Can you hear me, Bwipo?
Nocturne mid. We'll have to find out. But that's enough about the OC. We saw them earlier. To learn more about the players repping the LCL, here's another Mercedes icons of the league.
Over the wall, he needs to get another javelin toss. Ananasik is buying so much time! The pounce and the takedown manages to pick up the kill finally. Drop.
Знаете, далеко не все в нашей жизни происходит закономерно. Иногда великие события являются чередой случайностей, которые красиво выстроились в правильном порядке. Кирилл Скворцов был подающим надежды молодым лесником, игравшим в Лиге претендентов. Однажды он поиграл в команде Elements Pro Gaming на Кубке России, но когда команда прошла в континентальную лигу, места в ней для него не оказалось. Он не унывал и продолжал набираться опыта, пока коллективу срочно не потребовалась замена. Именно этот удачный трамплин и оказался возможностью, которую Ананасик реализовал на все 100%. Ситуацию с ЕПГ в дебютном сезоне у него исправить не получилось, но уже после финала в Dragon Army он оказался в том самом звездном составе. Сперва в синей футболке Vegas Squadron, а затем уже в цветах Unicorns of Love, Ананасик с первой космической скоростью устремился к званию лучшего лесника региона, сметая на своем пути все преграды.
So I think that Ananasik is somebody who just improved so much. Not just like as a player, but also as a person. I think he can really become one of the best. And I think he already is so good in jungle. So yeah, I think that if we do that even better, then I think he will be one of the best junglers in the world.
Если даже англоязычные комментаторы после его дебюта на международной арене и дальнейшего успеха на чемпионате мира смогли выучить его необычный никнейм, то и вам стоит запомнить, что ваши линии никогда не находятся в полной безопасности, когда в игре есть Ананасик!
I love the flair at the end of that. Lions are never safe if Ananasik is in the game. It's twice as insulting because his name is Pineapple. You're dying to the pineapple. How menacing is that? But of course, the LCL's all-star charity choice this year is Advita Fund's effort to find bone marrow donors for cancer patients. So super cool, obviously, that this entire event is going to be going for a charity. Russia and the surrounding nations have a severe lack of bone marrow donor registries, so this fund helps connect cancer patients with donor matches, which could significantly improve cancer patients' survival rates. Big deal. Cancer, obviously, miserable experience.
It's nice that we can play games and we can also do a very cool thing in the world, especially with what it has been a very difficult year.
It was not the most positive year, but yeah, giving this to charity, giving these opportunities is always going to be a super cool thing. And frankly, I'm ready for more chaotic League of Legends on the more lighthearted side of the coin. You know, I think it's going to be...
I mean, it's just another day in the office for the Unicorns of Love squad. Like, we're very familiar with these players.
It's actually so true. Imagine getting 5 players from the same team voted in. Of course, some changes coming into next year, but now as we enter picks and bans, we'll see what's on the cards today, what these teams want to pull out.
This is Humanoid's chance for event. Wait, did the Unicorns actually get a chance to play Mad Lions? Because they were already knocked out by the TCL before they even got to play them, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, they were on the opposite side of the bracket. So, like, a lot of these teams never even got the opportunity to play against the LCL, but I heard in scrims, the UOL squad at Worlds was actually quite the scary team, so I'm excited to see them play. We're going to see some cool stuff, I imagine.
They were scary on stage as well, and mostly I just want to see weird picks.
Riven ban, really? Is this a Bwipo ban or is this a Riven ban? You know what I mean?
It's hard to know. I think that if the bans could be Gore Drinker and Ravenous Hydra, they would be, but at this point you have to settle for Riven. Maybe banning items is a feature we can add in Season 12.
Alright, so last game, LEC banned out LOL, right? It looks like that they're going to stick with their LOL bans, with the Leona already taken off the board. Udyr was, of course, the follow-up. Riven being taken off the board. I liked how Foxdrop didn't make any predictions, and I'm inclined to do the same thing. You know, just kind of talk about what's on the screen as it appears. And the Evelyn, a kind of expected ban in the current meta, you know, as we know. The Night Harvester, very prominent item on the Evelyn, gives her a lot of fight time. And with the changes to Lich Bane as well, she is very lethal at 2 items.
Yeah, insane, and really good point. Anivia banned away as well, which could be an indicator of the Anivia changes that have come through recently, that they are strong. Initial item changes were pretty bad for her because she lost a lot of her favorite items, the previous Seraph's Embrace as well as the Rod of Ages, but maybe they are just spelling another word. We'll keep track. For now, we've got La.
La. What have we got? R, E, and F. Ref? Do they hate the ref? Maybe. We don't know.
It's possible. We don't know.
Could also be that they
Could
just like banning Whippo out.
Could also be something completely different in a language that we don't speak.
Also true. Hecarim going to be taken off the board. Seems like LEC going to shake up the bans, and that has to be targeted towards Ananasik. I will be honest, I'm not super familiar with Hecarim builds on the current patch. Guys, there are so many champions, and I've done a lot of effort into learning the names for all the I do not know all of the builds yet, okay? How many champions do we have? 146?
Dude, I don't know. That's too many.
I don't know all of them yet. I know a decent number of them. Cho'Gath, we're going to learn some things today.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So I think you have a lot of options with Cho, actually.
Yeah, but you lost Spooky Ghost, so my favorite build is now gone. Of course, you can get Everfrost, but at that point, you're already so close. Like, who's going to let a Cho'Gath get that close?
Maybe. You could.
Yeah, maybe it's just tank. I did play with the tank Cho'Gath earlier today, and he went with the chem tank.
Yeah, the chem tank. Yeah. That was the other one I was thinking of.
Ooh,
Shen.
Shen's hype.
The scary thing is this is either a Whippo or a Hylissang champion. They're already flexing.
Yeah, and again, we don't know exactly what the strategy is going to be here from the LEC squad. If you missed the previous game, Selfmade and Humanoid swapped. Selfmade played Yone mid, and Humanoid played Talia jungle. Humanoid being the primary carry there in the early game.
Okay, we're looking at a Thresher right now. It looks like Hylissang wants to play something that he has fun on.
We just released it. Yes.
Oh, yes.
If you missed it, Selfmade played Zed jungle on stream earlier today.
Did he?
Yes.
I did miss it.
Yes.
Did he build cool things?
No, he built, I mean, it's lethality. He built
Wait, but like, surely
item.
Prowler's Claw with Zed is good. Ult with the Zed into Prowler's Claw into combo?
No, I'm pretty sure Eclipse is better than that.
I mean, but think about it. You know what I'm saying? Think about it.
I'm willing to think about it.
It's like double Zed ult.
The thing is, I can never say to you with confidence that's dumb as hell because, like, I don't know either. Like,
you had a line
I did. I literally, Boss played this champion so much in plans, and every time he played it, it did literally 0, and I started not flaming him, but flaming the pick on Twitter. I am very upset about this.
But new items, maybe it's good now.
Maybe with new items, it's good.
I just have no idea what he builds, but we'll learn.
And a Rel, my God. Okay, this is the banger.
Prepped for Rel. I know what this champion does.
That's right. Oh, that was a day learning what Rel did.
So, LCL are going for the full tank build.
Yeah, I respect it.
We don't know where anything is going. All of these champions can jungle.
To be fair, Rel's auto attacks, if you haven't learned what this champion does yet, totally reasonable, because I haven't really seen her win a game yet. Does steal armor and magic.
Isn't there a flat value?
I think it's 10%.
Oh, I thought it was just 10.
Not per auto, but it's like 10%, and then you can't steal from the same target.
Yeah, you can't. You can steal from multiple targets. So you could steal 10 from the Scion, then 10 from the Wukong, then 10 from the Cho.
I can't say that with 100% confidence.
I can.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, you definitely can, because that's kind of her thing.
All right, so we got a Senna ban, we got a Talia ban, a little bit of respect paid towards Humanoid.
But let's talk more about Zed. So here's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You kill someone. See, the thing is, the invisibility, not that helpful, right? Because think about it. Once you get that kill, you don't then need to self-delay.
Already gets you out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it has to be either Eclipse or Prowler's Claw.
But you do love ability haste on Zed, and the mythic passive for Duskblade does give you ability haste.
That is
because you kind of aren't a champion without ult.
But if you're just killing immediately,
sure.
You know what I mean? If you just do so much damage that even your autos just
Imagine this, Scion charging a Q at you. You think you're out of options. He doesn't know. You Prowler's Claw through him.
Yeah.
If that is not the most anime finish, Prowler's Claw into Deathmark ult proc. Wait,
I like it.
I like this. I'm feeling it. Now, to be fair, speaking of Prowler's Claw, I did try Prowler's Claw Scion. The boss told me not to. It went horribly. You're still very kiteable. You get an extra 2 autos in. Not wonderful.
Misfortune?
Hansama's been very tame today.
Yeah, I kind of expected it.
This is a little
Draven.
2019
Draven.
Hansama vibe to me, rather than
I will
2020
also
Hansama
accept the
vibe.
Kog'Maw. I do like Kog'Maw.
No.
Have you
What
played
are
Kog'Maw on this back?
I haven't played Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw's a lot of fun. I played in an ARAM once. It was very funny. Very, very
Jhin,
funny.
I do like,
Oh,
though.
that's so meta, though.
Yeah,
Isn't
but,
that the whole thing?
But this is like, you gotta get while the getting's good, because this champion is gonna be nerfed into the ground before we get to see him on LEC
Do you think
stage.
he'll be nerfed, or do you think everything about his itemization will just
No,
be
it's the Riot strategy. It will be nerfed to compensate for the items, then the items will be nerfed and he'll never get buffed again.
Right.
Yeah, that's the order of operations. You gotta remember, there are rules to be followed.
Wow, LCL is going for the full tank strat.
But this is good, because the AD carry that LEC
Who will
picked
Zed
is...
kill? They've literally built a comp that said, try it, Zed, I dare you.
Kraken Slayer Zed.
I don't know if it's good, but we'll see.
It's not good.
Okay, what other tank could they get? No, don't ruin my immersion. I'm thinking of the next, you know, like...
This is a banger, though.
I'm thinking of the next boy band, you know, for the for the LEC. Yeah.
We've got True Damage, we've got KDA, and now we've got whatever this is.
Cyberpunk.
How buggy will it be? Anyway. Final picks coming in here. Rest in peace. Twisted Fate could come out. None of these champions kill tanks. Of course, it doesn't matter if you snowball early.
Echo. Okay, that jungle is Echo.
Okay, reminder.
So they needed AP damage.
Yeah, Jungle Echo got buffed. Specifically, his passive now does, I think, 300% damage to monsters.
Let's have a look. So we have to now figure out who is playing where, because obviously, like, a lot of different people are playing different roles. Obviously, the LCL of No Man's looks like he's going mid, so we've got that confirmed. Hylissang looks like he is going to be playing the rel support. Humanoid jungle again. They're putting a lot of trust in this self-made mid. Bwipo
They're gonna swap. They're gonna swap. Rel is absolutely unplayable in solo lane. If they take, there's
Unless
very few things that I would call
jungle strat going on here. What if it's Bwipo Hilly top lane, Hansama 1v2?
It's possible. Many things are possible here at All-Star 2020 in the Underdog Uprising. Rel going to a solo lane still is not one of them. Please don't pick her solo lane.
It's really
Half of her kit does not exist if you were by yourself.
It really doesn't.
It's like even worse than Taric by himself. Like
See, because
Taric
we
gets to
thought
do
that Kalista couldn't be played in a solo lane, and then we were wrong. Maybe we're wrong about Rel.
But the Shy's not here, folks. So you're gonna have to wait to see if Rel.
Bwipo. He's like...
He's been beaten by the Shy, and that's comparable. No, but I think that I like that they're sticking to. I like that they're swapping more now. Actually, that it's a little bit more crazy. I was really personally hoping that we would get to see the Bwipo Hylissang lane. We haven't gotten to see it since Reckless, I believe.
Wait, but aren't you and Ender like bot lane connoisseurs?
We are bot lane connoisseurs.
So
yes.
surely Set Cho'Gath is something you've played before.
No.
What?
No, we played.
That be possible?
It's actually crazy. Believe it or not, this is not on the list of all of the things we played.
That makes absolutely no sense. I'm a little disappointed.
It was on the list after Zoe Yasuo, but we had so much fun with Zoe Yasuo, we never played it again.
Oh, and there was also Volibear Nunu. Let's not forget that phase.
All right, well, welcome to the Rift. We'll take a look at the level 1 here, as well as some of the early strategies coming out. But as noted by Vedius, good note, we've got the young Set Cho'Gath bottom lane, which...
Again, like, you're going to give me more context here? I was kind of relying on the
Okay, so the thing about Set is that doesn't need anything to be OP. Right? He's just a really nutso champion. Yeah, his kit is
okay,
just
let's
so
think about
good.
the synergy. Let's think about the synergy. So Cho knocks up, then Set drags in, silence prevents you from flashing, which means that you can drag in.
Actually, what would be really truly nutso? Okay. What would be insane would be all of these guys on this team play setup for Sion. Sion builds full AD, and you use your 8 seconds of hard CC to keep them locked on one side of the map in one spot, so that the full AD Sion can max rank charge.
Yeah, here's what I'm thinking. Okay. Set ults the Rel into team. Cho'Gath, knock up. Wukong, knock up. Then the Sion comes in, another knock up, and then Victor ultimate to finish them all off. Also, we have to see if he goes to the Imperial Mandate build. I don't know if you can still do it. I don't think that they made any changes to Imperial
No, so they did. They shifted the damage in Imperial Mandate around so that more of the damage is on the secondary proc. So it's still good in teamfight circumstances.
Okay,
it's just
so
significantly
maybe
worse.
The Victor probably won't do it now. I see. Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's possible because I mean, both of these team comps, not both these team comps, LCL's team comp really does look like it wants to team fight. I'm trying not to call them the Unicorns of Love. 6 either current or former Unicorns of Love players on the stage right now, between Hylissang and the 5 boys representing the LCL. But Hylissang doing really well on the individual 1v1. Shen, a notoriously oppressive lane bully early on.
I think he's very good on the current patch as well.
Yeah.
But I am actually super curious as to what the Victor builds. Does he still go for the Ludens? Perhaps you... Because one of the great things about the Ludens now is the movement speed that you get when you actually proc it. And, like, it's so valuable to so many mid lanes. It's actually made, like, Orianna really, really strong right now. Oh, we actually have a bit of a trade here in the bot lane.
Does manage to make that work, but still only level 1 on set. Starts Haymaker. It's good damage, but he's going to have to commit more than that to find the kill.
Flash. Okay.
Yeah, because once you burn Flash, you're a sitting duck in this lane, and they need to catch this wave.
Here comes the Wukong. Wukong flank. Han Sama doesn't know.
Should be good. Chat, he doesn't know.
Oh, the flash of Han Sama! Briefing!
The white flag, the Haymaker. You love to see it. Humanoid here just in time, though. Echo very mobile, and the setup here is actually pretty crazy, but of course, Wukong with the clone up does make it more difficult. No Man's getting a little frisky there. Phase Rush going to take him out to safety. Did have to burn his summoner, though. And I love it.
Okay, so what we saw in the bot lane was Han Sama saying, okay, I picked, we're going to get, yes.
I love the scenic replays.
These
I missed
the
you, observers.
Welcome back, observers. Of course, the flash in, gets the auto, doesn't kill, and then the tower basically
the death animation is so perfect. I would be embarrassed, too.
Flash from Hilly, gets the tower aggro.
I love it.
The grass
no, that's a
drop
fast.
right there.
He's a fast start. He didn't get it.
Oh, the stone from Rel.
That's going to be big. That's what I was talking about. But Humanoid does not have enough damage right now. Buff's ticking away. Red buff definitely going to beat blue. Needs a little bit more time. Auto in. Anana sick. Death to the pineapple, baby.
And No Man's, he just dies in the top lane as well. So while he had action in the mid, there was more action in the top. That is going to be the first kill for Selfmade. This time it's like a bit of a role reversal. Selfmade runs it down game 1. Now he's getting fed. Humanoid has become the
it's a relay race of instinct.
It's like a relay race. You're quite right. So now it's like my games with Kadril, where he then decides to, not stop playing League of Legends. Anyway, let's have a look back at this immaculate. Oh yeah, this is exactly my kind of League of Legends. Miss your abilities.
W flash auto.
W in flash auto. That
E flash.
That is skill.
That's technical.
That's what
game.
I call skill. That's
Zed passive. Contempt for the weak.
And
right
it's so
now.
satisfying too, because it makes like a different animation when you land that auto.
Yeah,
it's like
true.
It's you know what I mean? Yeah, it's beefy. That is
a
the
beefy
word.
auto. That's a meaty auto. That's a feel-good moment.
How do you feel now, Victor? Yeah, you considered yourself a counter to Zed. Not today. Not today.
I mean, he's only got a tier right now. That's going to be a struggle scaling
Yeah, he's real sad. That's for sure, Dracos.
And the good news is, there's kind of a mixed bag here in terms of news with the Victor changes. The good news is he doesn't immediately have to go for a Victor upgrade.
Gadget's left. He's
Gadget's done.
He's like, I just
to be
can't.
fair, this lane does not look fun.
How am I supposed to play this?
I mean, you have to wait.
I was told AD carries were weak.
But the thing is that sucks for him is that he doesn't have Hex Flash or Phase Rush.
They're diving, though.
Which is normally what you want.
Look at this. The prio in mid, the rotate down to bot. They're looking for the collapse.
Let's see, they have to be careful about it, but that's the setup. That's all too easy. Selfmade taking down Boss. Gadget simply next on the list, but the Haymaker, good damage. The follow-up, Humanoid now in trouble.
Oh, he's
backing
not
off.
Gonna die. The heal comes through, now the stun.
But both the knockback, Santa's buys a little bit of time. They have to respect the Scion passive here. They need to give him a little bit more space to work, but Gadget's fully committing. He wants that one kill back. Santa's now stepping forward.
So I'm getting very excited every time I notice a Rel ability because it's like, I know that one.
I read that. I know what that does.
It's like the Captain America meme, like, I understand that reference. That's me right now. And I was like, oh, I saw the heal too from her Q. Guys, when you're bound to a champion, you use your Q. The percentage of the damage gets healed to the target that you're bound to. But none of that matters because Wukong's in the lane.
Go, Gadget going in. Good damage coming out, but Humanoid, obviously massive stun there. Going to be able to finish the job with Hylissang now coming in. Ooh, global pressure. You love to see it. Mr. Pineapple revealed as well. Going to try to smite, I think, just to kill the creep there because it's not going to heal him. And he will drop in the end. 6-3 now in favor of the LEC 1.6K.
You can take Fnatic players out of Fnatic, but you can't take Fnatic strategies out of Hylissang and Bwipo. Ulting to bot lane with the Shen whenever it's available. Hilly, he's gotta be bot lane, bro. He has to be there.
Ring the hilly.
Ring the... Ulti from Zed in the mid.
Going forward, Deathmark's now procced. Excellent follow-up, though, but can't really follow through. Whippo only level 4. He's just going to get chunked out here. Oh!
Too slow!
Flash, the auto, the shield. No man's. Oh. He is
Get a camera on Dracos right now. Get a camera on Dracos right now.
So good at basic math. Anyone else would have died there.
You didn't see this, but because we are not standing as we typically do, rather than getting animated in person, we are just getting closer to the screen.
Curtain call! Yeah, there's no movement for that
Nice
one.
shot. Oh, but Selfmade wastes W. Gives a free kill over to Mr. Pineapple. Anana sick in the jungle. He's getting pretty fed on the Wukong with 2 kills.
LEC giveth and LEC taketh away.
They have a kill advantage, but the gold is still very even. I'm having a lot of fun camping well, I will be honest. Guys, she is so slow when she's not riding her horse. Like, it is actually unbelievable. She's... Oh, fight in the mid.
It's going to be 1 knockup. Where's the second one going to go? Has he already burned the second charge? That's the second. Whippo. Only level 4 still. Red buff ticking. He has no damage. Really, again, not a champion by himself. Double kill. That is 4 kills.
Look at Romance. He's
Anonasic.
so confused. He doesn't know what's happening right now.
Oh, and neither does Santos run for the hills.
Oh, he knows what's happening. This is Shen top lane. Phage now, very different. It gives healing Dracos.
It's true.
It doesn't give you that movement speed. But Hansam in the 1v2, running away from the tanks. He's kind of laughing at them, if we're being honest.
Cleansing.
Oh, don't get in
have
range.
spells.
Oh,
the
there's the
suplex
ult.
back. But the immediate flash out.
That was
Fourth
a good
shot,
flash.
waiting. Taking his time. Haymaker does connect. Only 243 damage there. But not bad, given that that champion only has a single longsword. Okay, Betty, so important things. Tiamat for the Wukong, very big. Jungle clear is going to be that much faster. Other than that, one thing that sucks about playing Echo Jungle now is that because you can't get Runic Echoes, which like made your clear ludicrously fast, your first item, while it'll feel way better for dueling, will feel, in my opinion, or at least from my experience, much worse when it comes to actual clear speed.
Dracos, pop quiz.
The setup, here it comes. Hansama, the sidestep, but
dead.
the shutdown
Super
is there.
dead. TP's coming through now
Humanoid
next.
looking for the somebody, can't get clear close enough. The rest of the team is everywhere. Hilloseg now going in. They blocked a few with the Spirit's Refuge. He's now on the retreat, but there's too many beefy boys body blocking him from making their way out. Humanoid flash through. Showing some decent mechanics here. Gadget buying a bit more time. Pulls him in!
The outplay coming in from LCL, where they literally just stood together and just punched the LEC in the face repeatedly.
That face breaker, the set E, was insane because he caught him on the second half of phase dive. He does that a 1/10 of a second earlier, doesn't work. 1/10 of a second later, he's dead. Flawless timing.
I mean, this is why Gadget made it to World's group stages and, you know, Humanoid didn't. Beautiful execution from the LCL. They're going to secure themselves the first Drake of the game. 2K gold advantage. Self-made, looking for a kill. Oh, he messed that up royally, but maybe the Ignite can save him. He's going to get stuck. He's going to give another kill over to Ananasek. Self-made, back to the jungle.
No man's and embarrassing people in international competitions. Just flash back to that Cassidon game where he like perfectly calculated his damage.
I remember it. 7-1-2.
All right, and remember,
we had
if you haven't seen a Victor, you need stacks now to get your ability upgrades, and you get them from takedowns, which is kills or hitting someone near a kill.
Goes pop quiz. Name the item that Jin has built first.
Oh, it's Noon Quiver.
It's Noon Quiver. Name the item that Ananasik has bought.
Divine Sunderer.
Oh, he's got 2 for 2. Final question for all the marbles. Name the item that Echo has at the beginning of his inventory.
Hextech Alternator.
3 for 3! Now we've got to find the bot
This is
lane.
what I do. You have opinions, I just know item names. But Boss, he just takes lives. Whippo now gonna be in trouble there, but there's the Zed going in. Boss is definitely going down. Doesn't even need the death mark to proc. Whippo now flashes, trying to make his way out. Haymaker over the wall.
Played.
That's strong right there.
Oh, Gadget, that's 2!
Double, he's got the Stride Breaker
Make it
as well.
3, Gadget.
The longer this fight goes, the better it is for Gadget. A lot of pseudo sustain.
Oh, the sit-ups! He's doing sit-ups on it!
You can't do that. That's just too disrespectful.
I respect it so much. Yes, Gadget!
This is
That's
TFT.
what we want
If
to
you play
see.
TFT, this is TFT set right now. He's just sitting it out. He's doing his sit-ups. He's coming back in. 1, 2.
I love to see it.
Stride Breaker as well.
Okay, this is it. This is your 3rd kill, Gadget. Good
Conqueror
down.
enough
Oh!
procs. Was
Is that another
anticipating the taunt.
disrespect move?
Anticipating the taunt.
It
but
was a
just doesn't
disrespect
matter.
move. I think you're right. I think he was anticipating the taunt. He's just going to get the beat down. LEC are getting smashed right now by the LCL. The full tank comp coming into its like full-on spike right now.
What? How does is this? He's 6-1-3.
Okay, let's watch back in the replay. So the dive in.
Stridebreaker.
Here's the stun coming through from. Oh, but that was such a good interrupt from Gadget to deny the knockup from Bwipo. Then he gets the kill onto Hansama with the double tanks. Yes, Selfmade joins the fray to assist, but Gadget's been untouched. He uses his. Oh, hang on, Hansama, you are in no man's land right now. And by no man's land, I mean Boss is going to take the kill. Oh, I almost had such a clever pun there.
All right, here we go. Horse is charging. Galloping in, wants to finish the kill here from Bwipo. Now charging forward is now a girl and not an armored horse. Wants to get it done, but man, Set is so absurdly tanky. The health regen is just enough. What? No, this isn't even Gore Drinker. This is just Set passive regen, Conqueror, and a Triumph proc.
Oh, here comes a Nanasit.
He can't finish the job. He got stunned on the way out. This is absurd. You can't. Nobody scraps like the LCL.
Guys, you're getting a preview of the new Beefy Boys hit single, Beat Down. It's a hit, you know? The LEC, they're getting floored with how good this is.
I think we got distracted at some point. I can't say when. Literally could have been any moment. And Hylissang went from winning top very handedly to not having an epic item, and Set is now 7-1-5.
Yeah, I mean, well, so first Ananasik was kind of that bridge, you know? He was just single-handedly killing everyone on the LEC.
Yeah,
and then they thought that, you know, we've got to try and attack bot lane, and that was their mistake. Did they not watch the PowerPoint presentation? Like, look at this. Gadget is an 80 carry player, but he wants to do damage, so he did not pick an 80 carry champion, Dracos.
This is out of control.
This is the future. Here we go, Selfmade versus, it's not a 1v1 though, Selfmade. It's not a 1v1.
It's definitely not. Easy kill pickup, and the LEC looking a little lost. That's a 10K gold lead.
That is a 10K gold lead.
Hansama is living in hell.
The stun, get the stun, there it is.
Humanoid buys a bit more space. Rel now moving in, but she just really does not do damage. She needs someone else to get the job done there in terms of damage output.
Trying to run.
They're just too beefy, Vedius. They can't.
But here comes the Chen ult.
A little bit of follow-up there. Good taunt now coming in to interrupt the knock-up there. Humanoid now on the way forward, slowly but surely chipping this one down. Sion now under the health threshold. Gonna get extra bonus damage there from the Echo. Passive will finish him off, and both these champions should be able to walk away. No crazy movement speed items for Santos, so won't be able to chase there.
Yeah, wow, that fight, I was able to write my autobiography in it because of how long it took the LEC to kill 3 of the tanks on the side of the LCL. Just like, look at it. Look at the exquisite play here from Gadget, though, diving in. Of course, they do get stunned up here. I like the use of the Rel stun and the knockup, but the champion just doesn't provide damage. She is a frontline, and they are just ignoring her right now as Boss and Santos just run down the damage dealers. Of course, when the Shen ult comes through, this is really where things start to turn in the favor of the LEC, but they're losing a tower in the bot lane as well. And now, look, he's in a 1 versus 2, and Ananasik doesn't care.
One knockup at the refresh.
Damage!
Selfmade running for the hills. Manages to make it over the wall to flash forward, and Ananasik takes him down. And again, Bwipo left all on his lonesome.
Divine Sunderer, man. It looks good. It looks clean. Hylissang taking a lot of damage. Are we going to see a Hilly Classic? I think we might.
Was it. Not nearly enough to keep him alive. There's Humanoid is now on the chase. Does get locked up by the gravity field, though. Boss also on the way in, and No Man's does so much damage. Fourth shot is here for Hansama, but I don't know where Hansama bought that gun, but it's looking a little Nerf brand more than, you know, an actual practical weapon for combat.
Oh, here comes the collapse from Gadget. He's behind them, but at least he want to start the fight.
There's just too much CC. No one can follow up off her Bwipo. Everyone is there, but No Man's just one-shots him and ignores the Rel.
They just ignore the Rel. That's all they got to do. Hansama doesn't have a support right now. You're trying to get back on your steed, but you're immediately dismounted. Mounted.
My...
This is a great proto belt on the Cho'Gath, by the way. That was the item of choice.
Imagine you're like at home, you've lost a few Rel games, and you're like, dude, I know Rel is OP. Don't worry, we'll watch how the pros play. Like, I know it's OP. Like, we might not be able to do it in gold, but like in this ELO, she'll be broken, and then you watch this fight.
Okay, let's watch Rel here. So dives in, gets the initial knockup. I think this is fine. But okay, I'm not gonna blame the Rel. I'm gonna blame the people behind Rel, because she did everything right. She did the setup, she did the knockup, she used a little magnet field thing to draw everyone in, but then there was just no damage.
Hold that thought. Wukong in there, that's gonna be 1. Lao racing for 2. Second proc gonna come out here in a second. Bwipo's dead. This is murderous.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this works out for Selfmade the way that he wants this to work out. Stridebreaker gonna get dodged here. Gadget's literally just gonna punch him.
Literally just, like, punched you.
If this is possible in the world of Runeterra, why does anyone buy equipment? This is just a dude with fists. He's just He's just punching people. I mean, to be fair, Victor also looking very strong. Future lasers, good investment, clearly.
Gadget's just like, yeah.
Yep, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to stun me? I'm going to push W as this comes in. No, sidestep.
Oh, Shen ult? Yeah, no, whatever. Cool, that's fine. I'm just going to stand here menacingly. Totally
Stride
don't care.
breaker.
There's a Stride Breaker dashing in.
No, he's dead now. He's definitely dead.
I don't think he is,
doesn't
Dracos. I misquoted.
He
yes.
missed. He doesn't have W.
I thought that he would W and just be like, ha ha.
No, W is gone. W is gone.
No, LEC, the thing is, do they outscale? I can't answer that. Honestly, I can't.
No, the answer is no. Jin is building lethality, and everyone on the enemy team is a tank. Except for Set, who is both a tank and a tank.
I am inclined to agree with you, Daniel. I am inclined to
We
agree.
also have a Proto Belt Show, which seems not very useful.
Yes.
More useful than this Rel, though, because as we've learned, this champion falls a little flat against Giga-fed tanks.
It's not even, I just think that what we're seeing is that this champion can be ignored enough. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing, like, when has anyone ever said, yes, I can ignore that Nautilus or that Leona?
That's exactly it,
Like, never. They one-shot you. Why? Nobody knows, but they do, and we all know it. But Rel, on the other hand, is like, she's an honest tank support, you know? There's nothing BS about her, but in a world of BS tank supports, that's just not enough.
No. But hey, we'll see how she evolves. Of course, early days, she's only just been released. Humanoid now. I don't think he's been released, though. He will not be escaping.
He has been caged.
Yeah.
They are putting Humanoid in the cage. Humanoid has been
in the
caged.
box you go.
Full channel knockup. That's the chain CCU that we were talking about. Hillsang has not gotten to click a button in the last 30 seconds. We'll get a few autos off there, but we'll still drop. And the thing is...
So I just started playing Ghost of Tsushima.
Okay.
And they're very much about the honor of the samurai.
Sure,
right?
sure.
And they will look you in the eye when they fight you.
Yes.
Okay? That is the LCL's approach here. And they are not like the shinobi that use cowardly tactics. They just run at you. Look! They run straight through the front gates. This is what they would call honor.
That was honorable.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic representation. I am just
flash forward, pull back, stride breaker, waiting as long as possible on that W, then immediately trying to find the suplex back out. But we're kind of in the throw zone right now.
No.
Not like significantly, it doesn't really matter, but you know, a couple thousand gold shutdowns.
No. This is what we call primetime TV. This is, you know, a peak. This is like 11 p.m., you know? Like, you know, it's not too late, but it's late enough. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, sure, I'll watch for another 30 minutes before I go to bed. This is where that real primetime entertainment is. And this is exactly what we're talking about, you know? Like, again, very honorable. You know, they take the duel wherever, right?
Sure.
So they're happy to just go to the enemy's base and just say, I will fight you, right? Nanasik gives away his life, tanking the tower to allow Santos to get that additional kill onto Rel. And like, this is just a beautiful display of high-quality League of Legends from the LCL.
Absolutely incredibly high quality. Shame that the stun didn't land
Gadget, 1 versus 2. Let's see what he can do.
He just wants the 1v1 though. He just wants the honorable
Does he have his
duel.
ult? He doesn't. But he doesn't need it.
Double punch. Good amount of healing just coming in naturally here. There's
3v1. Okay, now it's about even. That's
the sidestep, the pullback. This man's footwork
4v1?
is flawless.
Bring it on!
But here comes the bullets.
Okay, maybe 4v1 was a little unfair, but that's fine. The cavalry has arrived, but it's not Rel.
No man's cancels the
Or
Q
is
auto.
it?
Rest of the team now on the way in. Santa's trying to get some work done. He's going to turn zombie sign. If they get a stun down, this is going to be big. Now he's punching his way through. Look at that damage. Look at that dash, though, more importantly. The wall, Sion's natural enemy.
Yeah, No Man's has quite a lot of damage.
Permanently out of mana, but with always just enough to kill you.
Yeah, yes, correct. Level 14 on the Victor. No Man's making everywhere he goes No Man's land. I got it in. Good job, Betty. High five.
Damn, no, I'll high five you. That's terrible, but this is the place for it.
So Stride Breaker, let's try and educate the viewers, Dracos. Let's educate the viewers. Let's look at some builds that we can take at home for our own solo queue games, okay?
So when you're looking to play set bottom.
Yes, Stride Breaker, Blade of the Ruin King. Of course, no longer has an active.
True.
Now just a passive. Still does 10%. I believe it's current health.
Is it current health? Because it was...
Is it max health or is it...
Let's focus on what we know. After 3 autos, you get a little bit of extra effects. No Man's continues to have 0 mana, which in Season 11 still means you can't cast spells. Crazy, but they've kept that feature in. No Man's will be sent back to the fountain. But as mentioning, Starbreaker, cool item, has kind of the Phage passive / old Black Cleaver passive baked in.
Do you have any damage yet?
Is now getting suplexed back, but not quite enough damage to finish the job. As meanwhile, we see a Wukong absolutely going bananas, or should I say pineapple, in the back line. That was terrible. I apologize personally. Trevor has booed me from off stage. Whippo will go down. And
that's a quadra.
I take it back. Wukong might have been terrible at Worlds, but here at All Stars, Wukong appears to be nutso.
The true spin to win champion.
True.
Oh, and oh man, new Black Cleaver on him actually must be so good.
Yeah, you like instantly proc it and then it just obliterates you.
Obliterates. It really does obliterate.
Yeah, so if you're coming in and you're like, wow, Season 11, what's it all about? It's entirely new items. If these pictures look weird to you, I can't explain them all. Some of those items you know, some of them you don't. You're just gonna have to
play the
read.
game, okay? You're gonna have to play the game. A lot more items do things now, especially the AD carry items. They've given one of the AD carry items a dash because like AD carries are like, we don't have enough mobility. They still complain, man. Like they just can't be happy.
Never.
Never happy. And now you're getting to see some of the itemization change to bruises. Perhaps the LCL squad have decided bruises are the way for the future. And you know, I was thinking to myself, we might not even see AD carries at the beginning of next year. You know, we might see like a return of the Mage's bot lane. Maybe
possible.
we see bruises, you know?
But I think the thing is like what would naturally keep that in check is the fact that Vayne is a champion and Kraken Slayer is an item, just that in this draft, they decided, 3 tanks, not enough to pick Vayne, and then when they're like, there's no way they'll pick a 4th tank, and they say as they lock in Jhin and the 4th tank appears. Yeah.
You know, that's a great point. Jhin really sucks in the tanks, doesn't he?
There's no items in this season that change that, folks. It's
the collector kind of helps, but you have to get him to 5% HP, which, as we can see, is not going that well.
Very difficult. But they will be able to kill Nomads. That is a start. Self-made, yes, still getting burned down though. And even as Victor dies, he does still put that ult out. Suplex down. Blitbo continues to not have a damage output, and Hylissang is going to get Dunkarooed. Ace, that could be the game.
Of love.
I don't think it will be.
I don't think so.
Because again, we talked about it on the desk with Trevor. The precedent has been set. BM is the precedent.
Oh yeah. If you're not spamming emotes, you're not doing it correctly.
You got to dive a fountain.
Wait, no, they're farming minions. Flash in, gets the E, gadget chase with the stride breaker 2, drops the control ward, does the crunches.
Does the crunches.
Important.
That's right.
Fitness is important in today's day and age.
It's true.
How many crunches can you do in a single setting?
I have no idea.
Oh. That's a nice knocker. Oh, there's the dive coming through. Guys, you have to die or the minions are going to end the game. But it looks like the Santos wants to try and end it. Gadget trying to escape. Oh, the Zed does interrupt the knocker.
Is it going to be enough? Can Santos get the 1v1 onto the Zed? No, it looks like Whippo's here to take away the honorable 1v1.
But Selfmade did something. I mean, he does have 8 kills to be fair, so he's been doing a lot of things.
Fine. He's limited. He's limited by the 16-3 Wukong and the 12-4.
That is true.
I mean, it's no one's fault in particular. You know, we're not. It was a team effort. To feed this much.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you know, when you have a comp that has a professional jungler and a professional mid laner, swapping them against a team that literally qualified for the group stages of World perhaps was not the smartest strategy.
But would you have said that to G2?
Yes. I've seen Jankos play jungle. I do not.
No, but I'm just saying they kind of did the same thing. So I would just say that there's a track record to believe that random role swaps for seemingly no reason would be successful for Europe.
Yeah. Oh, I get it now. I see. Yeah. No, that does make sense.
All right, Gadget, massive punch there, does some good damage. Will now be pulling back.
Massive enough, perhaps.
No, man's not trying to run for the hills. He'll get a big shield here if he can get another Q off, but does not have enough time. Anonysik, though, going to look for the quick 1-2Z as Whippo. Not quite enough space there to hit that blast cone, and now Selfmade has to run for the hills. A second knockup comes in.
Who's winning?
The LCL.
Oh, LCL, yes, now it makes sense. Here comes the Penta. This is it, Anonysik. You were denied that Pentakill. Dracos, you don't get to cast many Pentakills, so this is your moment.
Boss, they're fishing. Humanoid running for his life. Anonysik has been training for this. Every single moment of his life has led up to this moment. Will they have the fountain? Can it be secured? They need to do it before anyone responds. Will they see it? 4 isn't a big enough number. He needs 5. He needs it. Pentakill. That's what you like to see, folks. Woo! And that, folks, is an underdog upset presented by by Spotify, a pentakill on top.
Beautiful stuff from the LCL. Quadra-kill into pentakill. Ananasik and Gadget really were the highlights of that game for me.
Okay, well, the LCL just successfully pulled through, and our underdog upset presented by Spotify, of course, $10,000 going to Advita's fund effort to find bone marrow donors for cancer patients. Not only was it an incredible game to watch, it's for an incredible cause as well. So cool to see Wukong out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've gotten a brief glimpse into what will be next year. Dracos.
I was really hoping no hands champions would be good, because then maybe I could.
I mean, I saw a lot of no hands champions.
Set, baby.
Oh, I thought we were talking about self-made. Whoops.
Well, when it came to who stepped up and representing their region, Avo player of the game goes to none other than Ananasik. The pineapple himself. Incredible performance from him.
I mean, he deserved it. He had a fantastic game.
Yeah, Divine Thunder Wukong, definitely something that I hadn't seen yet, but definitely something I'm looking to try, and you should try as well at home. When we return, quick shot, we'll hear from No Man's ahead of the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back to All-Star 2020, the first underdog upset. We've come off of that incredible game where the LCL were successfully able to upset the LEC. Now, this was presented by Spotify, and I want to take a look at that winning moment. Venice, you talked about the quadra-kill into the pentakill to then close out the game.
Dramatic music.
The tonky tonks.
Yeah.
I mean, it was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, everything kind of came together. We're going to get that replay up in just a second, but it was just... I think what I see is the future. Quick shot. I'm looking into the lights and I can just see it, you know?
Okay.
Like,
what do you see?
I see a world without 80 carries. One where we just have beefy boys in the bot lane.
Foxtrot predicted it. If you're an 80 carry, just don't, right?
It's just don't, you know? Like, but it's just like, it's... Okay, admittedly, we could talk a little bit about the draft from the LEC. We could, but...
Why do you always go to draft? Foxtrot,
I'm a professional analyst.
What do you
Quick
think
shots.
of the Jin pick? Because I thought it sucked.
This was the draft-related question. Quick shots. But yes, Foxtrot, tell us about the draft-related question.
No, we'll leave the draft behind and instead we'll talk about the picks. So I think that Jin, was, I mean, when there's a lot of tanks, it's a little bit tricky. That is Ananasik's first attempt at his pentakill. Not many times do you get 2 attempts at a penta in one game. Fortunately, the second time around, he was able to land it, and I loved the dramatic, suspenseful music.
Now,
it's my forte.
This time around, Venius's prediction of the LCL and the TCL, being superior to LEC chemistry, so 50% accuracy. But one could say, with 5 tanks in the draft, Foxtrot, that this was expected. This is what I thought was going to happen in game 1.
Yeah. There were 4 tanks plus Victor. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Victor's not a tank.
Yeah, okay, touche.
He does have a shield, though.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just
true.
saying.
That is true.
But no, I mean, yeah, I think the LCL is... their representatives of an All-Stars are all Unicorn of Love players. Every single one of them, right? This is a 5-man stack, which is like we're not picking and choosing from different teams. It's all the same team. So they've got the synergy going down. They got
technically
everything.
speaking, there were at one time like 6 UOL representatives. If you take into account Helisang's history with the Org.
Again, I just think that what we learned some valuable lessons.
It absolutely was.
The first valuable lesson, Rel. Still question marks.
Okay.
We still don't know how good she is.
So slow.
What we learned, number 2, Set. He likes punching in the face.
What I loved was that we managed to get that RAL sorted. Now, I do believe the interview is ready. So I'm going to head over and see if we can have a brief chat with No Man's. Obviously picking up that win in the underdog upset. No Man's, congratulations on the win. What a game.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you think about how the European representatives handled themselves? It felt to me like their champion picks into yours were not good enough. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think we totally outdraft them.
I mean, I completely agree. It seemed to be an easy win. Is 5 tanks the future? Is this what we can expect in 2021?
I think you need hyper carry, right? Still ADC or strong control mage, and then maybe it's good.
No man, tell me a little bit about All-Star. How the game has been, how the team was approaching the event. We're having a lot of fun on broadcast. How's it been for you and the rest of the players?
I mean, honestly, 4 out of 5 players didn't play League for last month, but yeah, game was still fun.
How can you say that? How can you didn't play for the last month and you just pop off and smash 3 members of Fnatic? I mean, you made it look easy.
I think it's just draft difference. Yeah, really big draft difference. Probably unplayable for LEC squad.
Absolutely. Now, what is it like for the fans? Obviously, so many members of UOL sitting here. We were joking, saying that even Hilly is a former UOL member. You know, what's the support been like back in the CIS for you and the rest of the team?
I mean, it's great. Thank you for support, of course. And it felt a bit sad because it was last game with Gadget. But at least we win, and it was like good experience. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win. For the last game with Gadget, you and he absolutely puffed off. Well done to the LCL. We're going to head back over to my analysts and talk a little bit more about one of the dramatic plays that actually is going to feature Gadget. So perfectly set up segue there. We are going to be talking a little bit about the Cisco Every Second Counts replay. It was a last second save from the LCL team. They stepped up to save Gadget. So pull this replay up on your screen. And Foxtrot, talk me through exactly how Gadget gets away with his life.
Oh man, I mean, for starters, how does he get away with his life? Look at this, he's on 0 health, he's being ignited. It looks like he's going to go down, but he's got so many shields, all that healing from his passive as well. Every second counts, his team coming in at the pristine moment to save his hide. He walks away with his life. That is honestly, if I'm set, I'm definitely buying my team some dinner after that. Maybe just a Mackie, so nothing.
You're sitting there nodding your head away.
Yeah, I mean, like, he summed it up perfectly. I think that what we saw there was Set just punching people in the face, regenerating health, eating his protein bars, and getting his crunches in. That was like a good workout. That was a good workout.
What did Draco say during the play? That was the TFT Set, sitting doing his setups before he jumps in. Anyways, after the break, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament gets underway. We'll see you there. These games on.
今天我来带大家参观新的一年的塔隆坝。这是我们的香港最强 AD 英语法，然后这个是我们香港最烂辅助凯瑞，然后这是我们台湾客户的老板屠龙，嗨，大家好。然后这个是我们台湾第一中单 Perfect Apple， 然后这是我们的打野 River。 接下来我要开始练习啦，大家拜拜。
Absolutely love hearing from Hanabi there in our Oppo at Home special. PSG talent surprised the entire world at Worlds. I didn't quite plan that one. So it's quite fun to see the roster reveal here at All-Star.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the future as well. Because were they flash in the pan?
That's the question.
Or...
That is the question, right? They absolutely popped off. Now, welcome to the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Unlike in years before, this year's All-Stars tournament has solo queue competitors entering the fray as well. They competed through the Red Bull 1v1 tournaments. Pro players, League of Legends, influencers, and normal players all participated, leading up to our final top 16. Now, for more on the tournament format, let's send it over to Ender.
Red Bull Solo Queue pits the best duel players from around the world and makes them forget about everything other than victory. It all started way back in April, and we are now so close to finding out who the true 1v1 champion will be. Players have worked all year, every minute, every single second, dreaming of what it's like to play on the big stage. With thousands of 1v1 duels resulting in 44 victorious Red Bull Solo Queue champions. Only 3 will join the 13 pros, veterans, and personalities of the sport to fight it out. Who can hold their own against a pro? Who will be the next 1v1 champion?
Hey, my name is Ravano, and I'm ready to prove myself with All-Stars. I would say my play style is I'm just trying to punish enemy for every single mistake that he made. So, as I said, I will leave no room for mistakes. The competition so far has been great, and I'm really looking forward to represent even as my region and also representing myself as a player.
Now for a special treat. He's a solo lane specialist, a 1v1 god in his own right, and he goes by G2 Wonder. What are some key elements to remember in a 1v1?
I think the most key things about a 1v1 is mainly managing your wave. A lot of times in 1v1s, you of course want to keep harassing the opponent when he goes for CS, or just keep dominating the lane. Yeah, getting good bases and getting item advantage that way is a very crucial thing to win.
And who are you excited to see play in the solo queue event?
I have quite a few friends participating in this tournament. Some of them are not known for their 1v1 capabilities, but usually I will just cheer for the guy who gets the most creative.
A big thank you to G2's Wonder, and good luck on your raids later.
Thanks for having me. See you soon.
And a big thank you to you, Enda, because earlier this week, our top 16 kicked off the European side of the tournament, and this is where our bracket starts. You can see Bwipo all the way up the top of the bracket there, Selfmade versus Exile. Ravino as well. He'll be going up against Civ HD. There are a good mix here of pros, content creators, and our solo queue players too.
I'm loving this Mizuchachi Hillesang matchup, by the way, near the bottom there. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be so fun. Both those URL gods. We've seen URL kind of dominate so far in All Stars. Maybe the URL buff can continue.
The URL buff. I mean, I wonder who's going to pop off there. Hans Sommer versus No Way, the German sniper, will be able to take to the Rift. I want to see what the champion picks are going to be. I always find it quite interesting in 1v1s because you get your tryhards, you get your cheeses, you get the different style of players. You can already see on your screens the players just about ready to get this one going. And of course, remember that Bwipo won the 1v1 tournament last year.
Yeah, and I mean he's a solo lane, he's so strong playing it in the top lane. He blind picked Riven.
Yes.
Just 2 games ago.
I don't think he'll be picking Riven today. Now, let's take a look at the highlights from the first round of the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. We're going to be bringing them to you Academy Rush style. Lots of action, back-to-back-to-back games. They've already taken place, at least for this first 2 rounds. And we'll be making our way, of course, towards the semi-finals in a moment. So Bwipo is playing on the Shen, and of course, Korobizar, on the Fiddle. Oh, this is getting dunked. Now, important to remember, Fiddle, it is the first to 2 kills. It is the first to 2 kills. So even though he's got that first blood, I mean, he's dumpstering this Fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shen's pretty strong in the 1v1s. I'm not quite sure how a champion like Fiddle can stack up. That was going to be that's the 2 kills right there for the 1v1 victory. Korobizar not quite able to pull it out. But to be fair, mate, you got cheese level 3. What can you do?
I imagine he was screaming in French very loudly underneath that mask. We're going to jump into the next one here. Civ HD going up against Ravino. Whoa. Ravino, our solo queue hero from the Red Bull 1v1, easily picks up the first kill. Does he get the next one?
I think it looks like that. See, this is the thing, though. Does it count as a solo kill if you don't get both the clone and the actual champion?
Not sure. Civ HD just got dumpstered, dude.
Yeah.
By a solo queue player. I mean, I'm not surprised by that, to be fair.
He needed to pick his AP Zinzao. That's what he needed to do. Then he'd have it in the bag. Is this a Rel versus Rel, by the way?
Why would you pick Rel?
It is.
What is this nonsense?
Is this playing in slow motion?
Yes, it is. That is literally what's happening. One of your skills is not even useful. This, oh my word. Okay, so Samux is trying to chase. I don't know how you're meant to cast. Imagine playing this. Imagine how slow this actual 1v1 was.
It's like getting sumo wrestlers to play hurdles or something.
Yes.
It's just not happening, really. But it's tight. It's neck and neck right here.
Now, of course, all of these full 1v1 matches are going to be up on the YouTube. Dracos and Vedius had the pleasure of casting them. I believe Vedius had the Rel 1v1, and it is a masterclass of shoutcasting craft, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, isn't everything Vedius touches?
Absolutely go check that one out. All right, we jump into this one. Pantheon versus Lucian. It's Selfmade versus Exily. What do you make of the matchup?
Yeah, so this is the one where if you either all in on the Pantheon or you poke with the Lucian. That's how ranged melee goes. It looks like Selfmade so far, though, getting the first advantage there. And he's going to just dive him out now. Oh,
that was Stipols under the tower.
Who knew that Selfmade was such a good laner, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I saw his Yone, okay? I saw his Yone. I saw him give me a little bit of trouble for making fun of his one int. He was baiting, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Tactical inting. All right, let's turn our attention now to Elwind taking on Overpower. Now, of course, Elwin, former pro from the TCL. Might recognize him from Royal Youth. He's playing the Tahm Kench, one of the more beastly champions in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not quite sure how you bring that guy down. He's so tanky, and you have to really commit, because that great health bar's not going to do you any favors either. Overpower, of course, is an ex-pro as well. We saw him in ULCS.
Very long time ago. Thank you for the reminder on that.
Not being able to pull that one out.
And he gets dunsted, unfortunately. All right, now we got Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. Blind Monk versus Blind Monk. And he's losing to a supports Lee Sin. But a coach's Lee Sin, by the way.
Gosh. Yeah, I mean, that's his signature champion. All right, that's a gentleman's agreement 1v1 Lee Sin. Mythy, are you honestly... Is this actually happening?
Yeah, it's going to happen. Dude, absolutely the case.
It's Mythic versus no Mythic right there. You saw Mythic had the item advantage. Oof,
not even a challenge. Mythic just styling. Now, of course, we've got Hilisang Shen versus Vizichachi's Cho'Gath.
Oh, is he going to get the tower?
Oh, Vizichachi bit off more than he could chew.
He did.
Did you see that? Did you
I
see
like that. It's not
thank
often you can get a Turing-related pun involved in your casting.
Okay, now what's the next one here? Turning it around once again. The Shadow Dash Taunt won't find it. Also, if the game time runs too long, you will see the Ring of Fire closing in closer and closer. The bushes still stay active, so for Hans Sommer's Rengar, we'll be able to jump and bounce around. The German sniper, No Way, picking up first blood there into Hans Sommer's Rengar.
Yeah, No Way is way too good at these champions, seriously. If it's kind of like a control mage with skill shots, then No Way is just, he's just got it. And Valkor's definitely in his wheelhouse. I think also part of the rules, if you get this tower,
that's it.
You win as well. That's actually the first tower dub that we've seen so far in those ones.
Thank goodness. Lots and lots and lots of kills. The full games, they are, of course, going to be up on YouTube. For the bracket update, Ravana will be facing Bwipo. Ravana actually mentioned specifically he wanted to face off against Bwipo in the bracket. The matchup to remember. Round 1 is concluded. Brings us to the top 8. Samux versus Selfmade, Elwind versus Mythy, and then Hilisang versus No Way. So Ravana is the guy I'm watching. I actually want him to win. I would love for a solo queue player to come through the masses of the tournaments to take down the defending champion, the defending 1v1 champion.
That would be a great story, like the solo queue hero, as you say, versus the solo lane god. And I think that's going to be the one to watch right there. Even the winner of that might be favorites going into the whole thing. Who knows? Because there's a lot of good players still left. And Mythy, even with his geriatric hands, able to pull out the Lee Sin outplays on amazing. I think that's.
I mean, to be fair, that's geriatric versus geriatric, right? Okay, so that was definitely a retirement home Lee Sin 1v1. I'm getting like rolled eyes there from Dracos off camera. Like that brings us to the top 8. I think we're about to jump into the highlights in just a moment and take a look whether or not Ravano can actually take down Bwipo. Bwipo, of course, he played the Shen in game number 1. Pretty much just styling. I wonder if he's going to do that one again. I would really like to not see Rel versus Rel again. That would be my preference. So let's pull the games up onto your screen, and we'll be starting this one off as mentioned. Ravano taking on Bwipo. Shen versus Vayne. So this is a very long game. It's gone all the way down to the timer. And look at the Ring of Fire bringing its way in.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. That's the range versus melee as well. Yeah, trying to kite out until the Ring of Fire can really bring your dubs and condemn into it, but wasn't able to do it right there.
Yasuo versus Yasuo. Selfmade versus Samux. Knock up level 3 versus level 3, by the way, so no access to that last breath, and there's just lots of dashing around the minions.
I can't keep up. What is going on?
Yeah,
okay, Yasuo is dead. Yeah.
Which one, bro? Which one?
Both their names start with S. It's just too much, man. It's just way too much.
Level 5, Samux gonna get junked down. Okay, so kill a piece. So we'll come back to the next one. This is something that Wonder was talking about, managing the wave, getting those back time. Is if you look at the itemization differences as well, double agility cloaks sitting with Selfmade as well as the Vamp Scepter. I think itemization advantage, right?
That's why it's so good on Yone. You know, he fails early and then brings it back on the ego Yasuo Yone.
He just outstatted.
Exactly.
All right, geriatric Mythy, as Foxdrop called him, right? I did not. Foxdrop did it.
That's okay.
I would still favor Tahm Kench in the 1v1. This went to level 9, by the way, level 9 versus level 9. Bomby Cinder there for Elwind.
Yeah. That's
and
cheeky.
the fadeaway ignites.
Yeah, I thought, Mythy, honestly, he looked pretty good in the first round, but not able to pull it out. Elwind is our first content creator to be in this in the top
four now.
Yeah,
into the
he's gone through.
semi-finals.
Doing well.
Hylissang on the Shen, taking some notes from Whippo, you know, learning from his success, going up against Norway's Anivia. What do you make of this matchup? Also, level 9 versus level 9. He's going to get dropped down here.
Yo, there's no chance. There's just no. I didn't even say no way. I could have said there was no way, but I didn't. I chose not to. Anivia's just way
and
too
the tower?
good. Yeah. She's so strong right now. And this is the second one, though. I think it maybe matches Norway's champion for a little bit to play for.
Underneath the tower, there we go.
Wait, is she even egged or is she dancing?
I didn't actually see on that one either, but the tower kill will eliminate Hylissang, so Norway picks up the win there. Right, we're back on camera, actually. Sorry about that. So that will bring us to the top 4. Bwippo versus Selfmade and Elwind versus Norway. That's not how I thought the bracket would play out.
Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see Selfmade now, actually, as well, because I think he's really surprised me with how good he is in these 1v1s. And plus, Elwin and Norway, these are two of the personalities coming through in the bracket.
Will Selfmade be able to int early and come back against Bwippo? Bwippo's the guy I want to ask about.
That's a good question. Ooh, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. Now, Elwind going up against the German sniper. If you want to catch all of the action as it happened from the previous 2 rounds, you can watch the full-length VODs on YouTube at LOL Esports VODs. Throughout the games, our competitors had the ability to talk smack across the rift. Let's take a look at what the players had to say to each other in our Bose Sounds of the Game.
Dude, I'm sure your skin actually does more damage. It feels like I'm telling you. It feels like I'm getting electrocuted like all the time, you know?
My skin is broken. What? I'm lagging? No, I can see.
I'm okay. No, I'm okay. No worries. Yeah, that worked. Alright. Alright. I've only lost 4 times in a row. It's okay. No worries.
Might have to kill you soon.
Or just try.
I will. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, alright. Like warm up. Let's play the real game now.
Back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we're entering the semifinals of our Red Bull 1v1 tournament. The semifinals are BO3 format. The first game is going to be Bwippo versus Selfmade. Side selection was determined by a coin flip. Bwippo won. You'll be starting on blue side. Now, important to note here, in case you missed it in the chaos that was Foxtrot, I think in Quickshot doing their best to keep up with the very rapid pace highlight clips. It is first tower destroyed or first to 2 kills. The exception to that is if the timer goes long enough to go to sudden death. That's when you Battle Royale players will be used to seeing the Ring of Fire slowly collapse in on. Then it's just the next kill, regardless of who got the first kill or the previous kills. But you can see the now updated graphic. Bwippo versus Selfmade will be your first best of 3 with Elwind versus Norway following that. And thoughts, gentlemen? Thoughts on the meta, the format, the champions? What do you want to see? What do you hate other than Rel? Because obviously no one wants to see Rel.
Well, the Fnatic Civil War will probably be a mirror matchup based on how Selfmade has played all of his 1v1 so far. He has requested the mirror matchup, and I imagine that he will look to get that once again.
Selfmade's impressed me, though, I'll be honest. For a jungler,
I mean, did you watch his games today? I mean...
Okay. Selfmade in the 1v1s has impressed me.
On champions without a death mark-like effect, he seems to be doing fantastic.
Very true.
Yeah, obviously, just poking some fun at Selfmade. Obviously, a very talented player.
True.
Yeah, no jungler should be that good at laning, by the way. Regardless of what we're saying, he's actually
I thought there was a pact you had to sign when you became a jungler that you just weren't allowed to have good mechanics.
Yeah, because I mean, like, we look at Yankos, so we can see it clear as day. Do you know what I mean? But like Selfmade, whoa.
All right, gentlemen, it sounds like we are going to head into game 1. We'll see what the picks are. What exactly is going to go down here on the Howling Abyss. So from the State Farm Analyst Desk to the Abyss itself, it is going to be Zed versus Set. I feel like we've seen this one before.
I feel like I know who's going to win.
Oh, boy.
Look at the Bwippo laugh on his face. He knows what's going to happen. So, for those unaware, assassins generally struggle against bruisers. The main reason for that is that bruisers generally have a little bit higher health, as you can see. Like Bwippo's also building health, so very rarely do they ever get within range for you to just execute them. Normally, you need a couple items. Like if they were even at
2 items, then I could see a Zed getting a 1v1 kill against a Set. But that's not how 1v1s on the Howling Abyss work.
Jeez. This just isn't fair, really. I mean, this is as you would say, Vedius, it all started in the draft.
It did all start in the draft. You're quite right.
And it's a struggle. It's a big struggle bus, and Selfmade is the one and only passenger right now. It's not going to look too good for him. When you get chunked out this early, by the way, it's so bad because he now has to spend the entirety until he recalls. He has to respect Whippo like he's doing here, and Whippo has the push as well coming into him. Or he did at least. It's like
it's a bit weird on Howling Abyss because one wave, the cannon minions are split, I think. So they're desynced, which means that I wasn't paying attention to who spawns. Oh, that was a good flash.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, that was actually really well played from Selfmade. See, that's the thing. When you're put in a disadvantage, you got to get clever. You get it sneaky.
Oof.
And it turns out that. Do you know how you beat Brains? With brawn.
Again, why use knives? Fists seem really effective. Here's my question, right? Now that Riot Games has confirmed making an MMO, are we allowed to use the phrase class countered by this channel? Because I agree. I just don't think that there's any way that, like, Set especially, it's like, oh, that Deathmark's coming in? Guess I'll push W.
Oh, that's painful. I look at Selfmade. He's walked back on, like, 20% health.
Is he dead?
No, it's just...
Oh, his W.
I mean, on the inside, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know
I have
about
lost
this
in
one.
the draft. Now
he's
I'm
kind of got himself in a
for
bit of a
my
pickle
life
here.
There is no way. It just can't happen.
Selfmade's like, I'm ready for the second game.
If he can finish Eclipse, I think things do get a little bit better because he can like poke, get that bit of movement speed, and go. But the problem is,
So you're the comedian now, eh?
yeah, okay, all right. It's a bit of a stretch. I'll give you that.
That's
Perhaps if Whippo's hands suddenly break or his keyboard is removed.
It's like if he ever uses too many spells, Whippo pushes W and always trades up. And the thing about Zed as a champion is he has one spell that basically says, I'm going to push R in this case, and I have to use all of my spells to get value out of this R. I have to literally push every other button. So it just feels...
Right, there's half his HP gone. Whippo now chasing him down. Oh, he doesn't have the ult, so actually he's fine.
This could go. The creeps are there.
The W's coming back up.
Haymaker, but he's ran out of grit.
Okay.
Okay, I respect the execution. He's went for the pot there, Selfmade. At least I think he had the red pot.
He just needs to be healthy enough that he can actually hit these minions under tower and get some value out of that lifesteal. Because if he stays this low...
But if he stays that close as well, Whippo's hunting him. He's already used his W.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah.
Or
tower?
Is it? Or is it?
W? Selfmade.
That's fair, by the way.
This is Attack on Titan. Like, one person has to burn everything. He needs some crazy flying contraptions to zoom around the city. The other guy's just big.
Yeah.
Just big and strong.
Yeah.
Set's ult cooldown is like, his ult's going to come up before Selfmade
Snowball
does.
misses.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I feel like...
that was... Oh, I like that.
Oh, no.
I actually like that a lot. Selfmade was really close there.
Yeah. You know what? We were kind of doom and glooming that, like it was just like that was 100% Whippo was going to smash.
I mean,
but that was really close.
But I felt like it was always an upward battle, you know.
Okay, but to be fair, Whippo took as much damage from the tower as he did from Selfmade.
Probably more.
Yeah. He was a greedy boy. Yeah. Like maybe in game 2 it shifts a little bit. Maybe you see a set ban, or maybe they handshake on the mirror match 1v1. I am also surprised that they didn't just handshake. On
I would love it if they had a Renekton mirror matchup, because the layers, and if you know, you know. Do you know what I mean? But trust me, it's funny if they do a Renekton mirror matchup.
Right. Well, we're gonna find out. Game 2. Let's take a look. Let's see exactly what the picks and bans have brought us this time. Just the picks in this case. That's us.
That was such a handsome
We're a
draft.
gift to ourselves.
Rengar versus Kalista. So we go back to the draft, and I think that...
What? He's hacking. You see that? It was well out of the bush when he leaped there.
Wait, yeah, what the...
That was
Guys,
rubbish.
Guys,
Kalista.
Rengar has always been perfectly coded and has never had any technical issues whatsoever.
Okay, so this is another one, though. It's kind of like ranged into melee, but because of the bushes, it's not really as melee as it,
well,
as it could be.
Fun fact about Kalista passive, if she loses sight of you while her auto's in flight, it hits the ground and does nothing.
Is that still a thing?
Is it? I think unless
thought
they
that was a
removed
bug.
it. No, it's not. It was an intended feature to balance out her ludicrously OP passive. But
yeah,
as you can see, it's looking
okay.
quite
Oh, the
balanced.
flash. Okay,
But I don't know, Whippo, with his cooldowns.
Yeah, he has
juke.
No.
Brush.
barrier.
Oh no!
What? He lost the Hail of Blades proc. So he didn't have that insane attack speed. That's what gave him all his initial damage.
It's like when Selfmade plays League of Legends, 2 + 2 = 4, but when Whippo plays League of Legends, 2 + 2 = 5, and there's just like no getting around
but
it. It
also
just doesn't make
the
sense.
early Thornmail.
Yeah, that's
AD
just
carry
rude, though.
too.
Like, honestly, who does that?
It's almost like Whippo's played this matchup before.
That's true. These are both like the top picks that, as a top laner, you're probably excited to play, but as anyone else on the team, you're like, please do not pick that champion.
That's a little bit BM though, honestly. You're talking about the way of the samurai and honor and all that stuff. Where's the honor in Bramble? That's some Shinobi shenanigans if ever I've seen it.
If you hit me, you die.
Oh man. Yeah, he's got some more items now as well. So whoever gets the first kill, I thought you have a really strong advantage, obviously.
But
even more so.
I think it was Dracos that was saying there's like a really good bounce back XP. I do not know how XP works on this map, so I've just kind of automatically taken Dracos' word for it.
Yeah, so if it's like last year, and I don't know the minutia of changes that have been made outside of the 100 minion kills, it's designed so that you can catch up.
Yeah.
The map is very deliberately designed so that you can catch up. Like, it definitely rewards you for getting an advantage. Like, when you get a kill, you get a reduced empowered recall so that you can always get a good back. But, like, shutdowns are massive. Like, having one kill gives him a 450 gold shutdown. So if Selfmade does get a kill here, he can't come back.
He's just going to kill
Yeah,
it.
it's not going to happen.
Knife Cat does knife things.
It's just not fair, man. Those bushes must be a lot thicker than they look. Because, I mean, he's sauntering quite far out of those before he jumps on the Selfmade.
What is it? The long jump? You know, he's just like he's taking that run and lead.
He's got those 3 steps. It's like more. If it was basketball, we'd call it traveling. But at this point, we're like, all right, it's All-Star. We'll let him get away with it. But does advance to the finals, which will be played live on Sunday. But up next, we have Elwind versus No Way. No Way will be starting on the blue side. This one's really exciting because we have an absolute clash of style here. Because Elwind has been the Tahm Kench abuser. As a player with limited mechanics, I love to see it, frankly, in a one-on-one. Whereas No Way, the German sniper, as we get into game 1 here, has been playing skill shot mages. This is kind of what we know him to play, and it has been working out very well for him. He's been successful in taking down a lot of different opponents, and
there it is.
As expected, Anivia versus Tahm Kench.
And what better time than this to do a pirate cast? Ahoy, mateys!
No.
Welcome. No, I'm just kidding.
I like how you unintentionally became Welsh for half a second on the way out. Like you just blurred.
Welcome, mateys! To my ship, I've got a crew full of people that sail the 7 seas. Plundering all kinds of gold.
Okay, you can say a pirate. I like it. We can't, but he can do it.
That is the most terrifying pirate. You know, if I were to run into a lot,
I sound like someone that's, you know, someone that sells fish fingers in the UK. That's what I'm reminded of.
What is that a thing? Someone that sells fish fingers? Like door to door? No. Like a 60s vacuum cleaner salesman?
I realize
like, sir, please, sir, can I get some fish sticks? Like, there's like the milkman, and then there's the fish finger salesman in the UK? Is there a cultural barrier that I missed here?
That's the game I can't forget.
This is why us English folk have problems with the Welsh. I'm not.
That's not what I meant.
Okay. Well, for now, nothing has happened, so you didn't miss anything, except for whatever the heck is happening in England. No Way continues to farm up. It's pretty back and forth. Tahm Kench early back for boots. Wouldn't be surprised to see Swifties or just Merc treads here. The wall here for Anivia is a really big deal. It mitigates a lot of Tahm Kench's ability to just walk at people.
But Snowball counters that.
Sure, but
and also, if Tahm Kench eats Anivia, it can chuck her over her own wall.
Wow.
Possibly.
All right.
That's a cheeky little cheater recall, though, because he's got a null magic mantle now. Maybe that gives him the edge. I'm not sure.
I feel like Anivia doesn't really do anything until she hits 6 anyway.
This could be a game where we wait for Mr. No Way here to grab a lost chapter, push out, and get another tower victory.
Oh, look, he's doing the thing. Did you guys read the Dopa translations about him talking about like the science of mid lane and like his thing and all the clever stuff that he does?
I did like one Dopa VOD because it's like a thing forever, right? Like people like worship Dopa, and understandably so.
Yeah,
but he's just too smart for me.
But he talks about these like things about where you learn patterns with specific champions, and that's how you can like master them. And once you understand the pattern with that champion, you can understand what other champions want to do, and you can like punish it. But one of the specific things he does with Twisted Fate is like he tries to back half a wave through level 5, so that when he gets back to lane, he pushes out the wave, gets level 6, roams. And the reason why I bring that all up now is because what Noe did was he had no mana. He invested all of his mana into getting level 5, and then he recalls halfway through level 5, comes back, he's now got full mana, lost chapter, and he just clicks over to level 6.
Yeah.
And like it's just a really good example of someone that has a very good understanding of their champion and how to take advantage of like when they spike and how to utilize that power, and now he's already utilizing that power with the ultimate.
And I wonder, right now, it actually looks like he is just going to be able to. Like, attrition is the name of the game here. Noe is holding on, and that's going to be first blood.
Really well executed there from Noe. Just like, honestly, so, like he earns a lot of credit for playing these control mages, right? You talked about it, Foxdrop, and Anivia is one of his favorite champions.
She's strong right now as well. She got buffed recently.
But like the way in which he set that whole thing up, like the way he managed his wave, the way he went back on the item, like there's actually just like it's really good. It's really good lane management, and like there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're seeing here.
And I think the thing is that what we've seen from this Tahm Kench so far is that generally it's just you cannot kill him by the time he walks into melee range, and then he still has more effective health than you do. Whereas in this matchup, Anivia can win out in the war of attrition.
Sure. I mean, also, like, Tahm Kench, it's very difficult for him to trade if he doesn't land that snowball as well. Like, her whole kit is designed to stop champions from closing the gap, right?
And the thing is we now have a Leandries.
Yeah, and now the game's over.
That's mythic. Elwin's recalling, though, does he? Yeah, he's got his mythic as well. But, I mean, you're right. How does Tahm Kench ever get on top of
He has to land the snowball.
But the thing is,
without snowball.
I think the thing is, if he lands the snow, he has to use the snowball to get in range, because alt gives you the slow, Q will give you the stun. But if he uses the snowball first, Anivia just drops the wall on herself, and I think if you're as good as Noe, you just push Tahm Kench to the opposite side.
I will say that I personally think one of Elwin's biggest mistakes is running Grasp rather than Hail of Blades, because I think in this situation your priority is just getting on top of Anivia and applying your acquired taste stacks as fast as possible. But with the Grasp, you don't get as much value out of it. But
the pullback
window.
This is smart.
It's going to be big. Ult is still ticking. And
he lands the stun just in time. He gets the stun, the ult, and the E off. Very well played there.
That was great health there as well. Elwin was this close to surviving.
You have two choices here. You can run the Tahm Kench back with different masteries, different setup, or do you just ditch the Tahm Kench knowing that the Anivia is going to show up?
All we've seen from Elwin so far is the Tahm Kench. I don't know if he can play any of the champions.
Of course,
I have no evidence to suggest that he can play anything else.
If there are bans, you got to ban Anivia though, right? Surely that's just like.
Hopefully we see an Anivia ban. We'll find out. The next game is ready, so we'll hop right in. See exactly what the
We will not
strategy's
talk about what happened earlier. They will not be mentioned again.
This is great. We're always like, time for the game. Us one more time, then the game. Okay.
See, I think stylistically, this fits Elwin a bit more, because Noe was hard countering Tahm Kench with all of his champions. Whereas now, Mage on Mage might be a little bit easier.
This is a minion battle.
Oh. It's a battle of the little dudes.
This is Pokemon Go. Just like, gotta catch them all. Downside is what we've seen here is
they're both on the wrong side of the rift, by the way.
Also, Elwin's Pokemon are just significantly less good, is what we've learned.
But they can move.
They can move.
They have legs.
They are mobile.
Wait, I always forget a metal good into like...
Oh, no.
I don't know, dude.
Fish fingers?
Honestly, there are two people way better equipped for that, and they both cast the LCK, and neither of them are here. So since we don't have an Atlas or LS, we'll leave it and let it go. Here we are, though. This matchup, I think, is going to be
a
little bit more explosive.
That's a very good stun.
Man.
That's all summoners now gone from both sides. Elwin forced to disengage.
Honestly,
it's a battle of the minds now.
Nothing but respect
versus Malzahar. Both geniuses in their respective fields. Yet the 1v1 duel battle, who shall prevail?
What is Malzahar's field?
The void. Avoidedry.
Avoidedry.
Like Heimerdinger's like the revered inventor.
Perhaps he's just an excellent.
Doesn't he just go crazy in the void?
I mean, doesn't everyone?
Yeah, let's be fair to him.
think it'd be unreasonable to expect anything
I'm
else.
not well versed in Malzahar's lore, I will admit, but I can assume that he can levitate and spawn little void monsters. So he's got to be pretty clever, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
You know when you get Veddy going when he starts sounding very Welsh.
I'm just. Is this Welsh?
Well, you started a little bit.
I'm just saying, Kha'Zix, you know, void, stabby stab. Probably not that intelligent, right? You know.
Kog'Maw?
Oh, he had Rengar, didn't he?
What do you mean he had Rengar?
Right,
What is that?
Carved his eye out. Took it on. That's the whole law, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, exactly.
But there you
Whereas I'm
go.
sure Mal's law was all about like, he had a dark and
I thought he
mysterious
just went crazy. Yeah, true. Classic. When in doubt, dark and mysterious
That's what I'm most
past.
excited for in the MMO.
That's happening.
Imagine that's the first line as you spawn it. You had a dark and mysterious past.
This is why you should be glad that we're shoutcasters.
Yeah.
We're not writers. Oh boy. Back on track, as we were saying, Malzahar's lore. No, focusing in level 7. Obviously, Noe. I'm continuously impressed by Noe in these 1v1s. I feel like he's been on the mages the entire time. He's gotten tower victories where no one else has. He seems like he's just consistently performing very, very well and on champions that we know him for. And now it's unclear to me if that's just because the champions that he's good at also happen to be insane in 1v1, or if he's just like sticking to his guns, if he's staying true to himself when the pressure is on.
He's definitely, we're seeing prime Noe here for sure. I mean, I've cast a lot of Noe in EU Masters. He shows up in like every single one. And it's so, you know, his champion pool, it's always the control mages, and that the fact that we've seen him kill turrets, and it's the only player in this 1v1 tourney we've seen kill turrets, really doesn't surprise me.
All I'm gonna say is, when I played against Noe and I picked Nocturne mid, he picked Corki. Okay, so you know, like
who won?
What he did, because
that
he
shocks
picked a very unfair matchup and he didn't play.
So it was about the draft.
Yeah, he should have picked like Zed, and then we could have had an honorable duel. Do you know what I mean? A battle of mechanics, not a battle of right clicks. You know what I'm saying?
I like that. I mean, it's 2v1. He's got his
It's
helicopter.
also quite, you know, egotistical of me to say that Nocturne is a battle of mechanics.
I was going to give you your moment. I feel like you already conceded that you got beat. I was just going to let you be like, yeah, sure, Veddy, yeah, you push a Q and R. Yeah. Sometimes you push the Q while you're pushing the R.
No, it has to be afterwards.
Yeah.
Can't do it mid-flight anymore?
I mean, you can do it, but it's not optimal.
Really?
It was very funny.
But you kill the animation and then...
Yeah, so the thing is,
okay, wait, why are we talking about Nocturne? How did this happen?
Well, so they're farming, right? So let's talk about the real stuff.
Reminder, you cannot win via 100 CS, and eventually a giant ring of fire will come and force them to kill each other.
Yes,
so if you're like,
correct.
wow, how is this going to end? It will be the ring of fire where they're forced to kill each other.
Or towers, one or the other.
Or Malzahar, potentially.
Do we have any idea when the Ring of Fire might come around?
7 minutes.
Yeah, but I can't see the end game time.
Yeah, so I don't know when 7 minutes is.
It feels like we've been in this game for longer than 7 minutes. But I think that's Malzahar versus
No, that's just having a conversation with me.
Silence. We're at 5 minutes. We might not need another minute, though. Oh, my man. No,
That's
wait.
a lot. Is he done?
Whoa, come on.
Yeah.
He's going to recall.
He was walking around with the confidence of a man who knows exactly how much damage he
Look at
takes,
the way
and then he barriers at like 2 health for no reason.
Mate, someone with a walk like Heimerdinger, he's full of confidence. No one walks like that unless you are full to the brim with confidence.
Or drunk. Those are kind of the options.
I rest my head. What? Oh, he got caught in
across the map.
That's brilliant.
All right, what was the
That's
option here?
optimization. Right,
Yeah.
Mal's is going to have to be.
He needs to get his
wants
mythic.
that mythic.
Yeah.
Ludens. All right, makes sense.
All right, surely he's going to go fully Andrews.
Absolutely.
Elwind.
Yeah, it's just so
A
good.
full combo from Elwind could probably kill a Heimer, right? Especially with that barrier.
He kind of, well, the thing is in the past play, Noe didn't really need the barrier, and he got triple Voidling, he landed the Q, he landed the E, and the ult, so it didn't look like enough, but now with Leandries, it surely must be.
Yeah. I think it is.
I think you might be on at that, honestly. If not very
Bring
close to it.
forth the Ring of Fire! Any minute now!
There it is.
The Ring of Fire
You know
shall appear in 30 seconds.
You know what the most tragic part of these item changes are? Is that there's no longer an item called Sunfire Cape. There's, bring me my cape of suns. Remember Sunfire? Like, we can't say,
When did you ever say that?
That was the Garen meme when you could stack 5 Sunfire capes and just walk
You mean
at people.
back in season 1?
Yeah, sure. The items been around. I'm just saying now, bring me my Aegis of the Sun. It's
Is
like
that
too real.
Is that how it
Aegis.
is here in LEC? The play-by-play has to be ancient and show their age at least 1 point during a cast.
Yes.
Like, now that Trev's not here, you have to take up.
You know, Ender didn't
Wait,
start playing
Foxtrot,
till, like,
you literally
season
told me
4.
while we were eating food that you started making content in 2012. You were just as much of a boomer as I am.
Distinguished.
I
I'm not old.
Yeah.
I'm experienced.
When I played
you.
Release Zinzao, he was skill intensive.
Yeah.
Back in my day, you couldn't tell which pixels in that was.
Yeah.
We had it tough back then.
Back in my day, Sion had a skill shot.
Sounds too much a skill shot.
Wait, I meant the other one. Point and click. I ruined it. Oh.
Okay, here we go. Ring of Fire.
Okay, Ring of Fire.
Will we go round
Here
3?
it comes. You've got to go for it.
This is not good. Oh, that's a big tower.
turret,
He's got nowhere to go.
He has to tank
Oh,
it.
he's been trapped in the Thunderdome. That's not what you want to see. First blood. Going over when it matters most. Don No Way himself striking down with fiery turret vengeance to take the victory there. I kind of lost the play halfway through that one. But that's it. He won. That means he's going to go toe-to-toe with Blippo in the finals.
2019 All-Star.
Now, the thing is,
winner. 1v1.
he beat Uzi in the finals, Blippo. But can he beat Don No Way, German legend?
I don't know. If I can't beat No Way, who can?
That's true.
Because so far, no one else has been able to.
Yeah. I think that's a good bar to measure it on.
Yeah.
Can Vedius beat them? And, you know, I think that, but can you beat Whippo?
Yeah,
because
confidently.
okay.
Yeah,
honestly, this is a
I'm
match I'm
confident.
super looking forward to. Red Bull 1v1 finals, that's going to be on Sunday, so cannot wait to see how it breaks down. We're going to be stepping away, but after the break, the EU crew wraps up the day before we hand it over to our friends in North America to find out if they get kaboomed. Gotta see.
Shiver me timbers, matey.
And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It is time to wrap up the day from the European portion of the show. I want to take a little bit of takeaways from day number 1. Let's start with the first match. LEC being able to pick up a win. Foxy, we cast that game coming up against the TCL. Now, Vedius had predicted the TCL would win and he was wrong, right?
Not quite what I
Right?
said. Not quite.
That is exactly what he said. I mean, we've discussed
I
this
think it's a
at
bit
length.
smash,
That's it, yes,
actually.
yeah.
But I do think it's fair to say that
I
game
said-
set the tone for the first few games.
Well, and
Yeah.
it's not to, you know, make a mountain out of a molehill here, but let's do it anyway. Why are we importing from the TCL and not the LCL based on today's performances? Surely that was the lesson. Is
I
that
think
we need to be.
visas probably help a little bit here, but I mean,
I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. I just say player good by player. That's all I know. That's what Carlos does. I assume that's all it took.
Blues Katarina, give me a review.
Oh, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. I was very disappointed.
Kraken Slayer.
Yes.
That's where it should have been.
I played Kraken Slay Katarina and I was good at the champion, so that tells you a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Self-made, Yone.
Yeah, he was a classic Yone, where he was feeding his ass off in the early games, excuse my French, and then he just turned into what those champions
Anything
turned
less
into.
than it would have been inaccurate, Fox. You have the performance justice. But that's true. That champion is just kind of insane in the sense that because he has 2 abilities that scale with attack speed, he just hits a point where he's like, oh, he's not hurting me at all. And then he has a Mortal Shield bow, and he's like, okay, now he can 100 to 0 me in the duration of his stupid death mark spirit form.
Also,
thing.
if anybody from the Fnatic org is watching this, you need to send a message to Selfmade because I did, throw out a little bit of banter there. And as I did throw that banter out, one particular play he was actually baiting. So, apologies to Selfmade, not kind of, but there was a bunch of other really crappy plays that you just forgot to clip out. So I'll let those slide.
This is the weirdest apology of all. I thought you were apologizing for
started.
flaming, and that kind of ended with more.
I decided I didn't want to. Let's flame the LEC players some more because they lost. Underdog Uprising, victory from the LCL. Dracos, I mean, you got a
but I
quadrant
mean,
of Penso.
let's put it into context, okay? The mid laner, now jungler for the LEC squad, couldn't even make it out of play-ins, and they were going up against a world group stage team that played against top esports. They even beat them.
That was.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was something.
Unicorns of Love is it's a different league. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah, you're talking like world caliber play, group caliber players,
Yes.
right?
And I mean, also they had an 80 carry player who,
Imagine this. Imagine you're
you know
at
what I'm
home.
saying?
You've queued up for this all-star event. You're having a great time with your friends. You're like, aha, what a great game. And you come in and Vedius is just like, Hey, where's that wound that you closed? Oh, is this some saw right there? You did bad at Worlds? Yeah, have a little more of that.
It was really good to hear from Nomans, and like Nomans giving a heartfelt, send-off to Gadget, saying as their last game together. Just before I get to the finals preview of the 1v1 bracket, I'm going to ask Dracos and Vedis just to give me a little bit of a catch-up. How did the round 1 and round 2 games go that you got to cast, that the VODs are up on YouTube?
God.
Just give me a quick overview.
All right, can we spill the beans a little bit? Mithy and Amazing didn't know it was first to 2 kills, so they had to remake like 8 times. So in the both sound of the game, you hear, wow, you beat me 4 times in a row. Because he did beat him 4 times in a row.
They did. Mithy literally killed him but the best one, in the very first game, killed him level 3. Second game, killed him level 4.
Gentlemen, I am hearing that we're nearly out of time, so I want to just quickly skip through the rest of the bracket. Let's set some expectations for the finals. Foxtrot, Bwipo versus No Way. It's going to be happening on Sunday. What do you think about that matchup? You know, the German sniper against, well, Bwipo's what's the Shen abuser? I don't know.
Yeah, Bwipo's
Top
got
laner for Fnatic.
that comes secondary. Honestly, it's going to be pretty entertaining because I think Bwipo's style demands more action than No Way gives you. But No Way's style demands less action.
It's a clash of styles.
Exactly.
You could say.
Who comes? You absolutely could and should say that is a massive.
Maybe the 4 of us can cast it together, right? I think maybe we can set that one up. Let's just quickly look at the rest of the preview for Sunday. Take a look at everything that we've got coming your way. The EU and the North American broadcast will be handing off multiple times back and forth. We've got the Q Kings, we've got the Legends, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament finals, and then of course the All-Stars game. Vedis, what are you most looking forward to?
I mean, we're going to be playing against North America, right?
Yep.
And I believe that the ping issue, is going to be interesting. And I am
There's
really
some tech excited to make it fair. There's some tech to make it that everybody will have same ping.
I'm very excited though. I cannot wait to see professional players.
I don't want to spill the beans, but there are mixed teams, right? So the 5 EU All-Stars and the 5 NSs.
Yes.
I was part of the pre-record of the captain's draft, Bwipo and Core JJ, and it was a spicy one. So there are some NA players in the EU team, some EU players in the NA team, so it's mixed, and they're playing on a server with some
So some NA players are going to get to play some good League of Legends for a change.
No, they're going to be able to play with good League of Legends players.
Right, that makes sense. That's cool.
But they already do play with good League of Legends players. They've got half of our old players.
Hold on. Why are we doing this now? Because I'm literally about to throw to the North American team.
It's All-Stars, baby!
You will see us all back here on Sunday for the All-Stars Superstar Showdown. Now, we are having a bit of a technical issue getting ready for the North American Underdog Uprising games, so we're changing the schedule up just a little bit. We're going to take a 10-minute break to get everything set up, and when we return from the break, Latigress, Mark Z, and Crumbs will kick things off in Los Angeles with the North American Red Bull 1v1 tournament. Vedius flamed you first, so not my fault. He did it. I love you guys. We're all allies.
Hello and welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk for the continuation of All-Stars 2020. We're picking things up on the other side of the West here for North America, and are we ready for some 1v1 madness and some underdog upsets? I'm joined by none other than Mark Z and Crumbs, but also, Mark, you're bringing us the festivities right off here. I'm so happy that you brought some sprinkle.
I feel like Crumbs and I are so in sync. He's got like the Christmas in New York look with this turtleneck and the jacket on top, white on black. I got the Christmas tree. Like, we're so in sync. We didn't communicate this at all.
I mean, Gabby too. We're all styling here, and the LEC crew also had their urban looks rocking.
I know, right? It's been great seeing everybody just come with their own level of swag for the events that we have, because it's unlike anything else in the year. Speaking of which, I do want to touch a bit on some of what we've seen so far. Mark, we're actually just coming off of the LEC portion, 1v1s there towards the end, but we did get to see some action right off the bat too.
Yeah, I was super stoked to see pro players getting their hands on the preseason in a in air quotes competitive environment. Obviously, when you have a 50-kill game in like 20 minutes, whatever it was, they're having a lot of fun. But it's still really cool to see the best players in the world all on the same rift and using this big and still slightly probably imbalanced meta.
And that was around 10 a.m. for us, but things did get started even prior to that, Crumbs.
Yeah, that was when the LCK played. Those were the games I really was interested in, the 5v5s where they played against the PCS and the OPL. And frankly, I felt like the LCK, despite going 0-2, just really embodied the spirit of what All-Stars was about. Beryl in particular, not only was he a support player that ended up going top lane, but he really tried to put himself in the worst situations possible and get out of them through his own mechanics and style, which is exactly what I want to see. I hope that the teams today get inspired by what he did on Warwick yesterday.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with that, Crumbs. I mean, when we're looking at All-Stars, we want a whole different level of excitement. And speaking of which, for anybody that missed it, All-Stars 2020 does have a different format to accommodate those that are joining us online. That does include a division into 2 parts, the 1v1 tournament you all know and love, plus the addition of Underdog Uprising, where clusters of regions face off. For North America, that means that the LCS players will be facing off against Brazil's CB LOL and Latin America's LLA. But Mark, I think sometimes coming into this, some would be leaning towards the major regions here, but we've already seen exactly what our hearts desire here at All-Stars.
Yeah, I mean, the major regions are just getting upset left and right. I think, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the LEC is the only team to win a game from a major region so far. And that speaks to just how nuts it is with the current preseason and stuff. So definitely don't sleep on the LCS games. Those are still going to be really contentious, and we're probably going to see some big upsets.
With all of that ahead, Crumbs, I know that you're going to be looking forward to it as well with the regions that we will be seeing, but there will be some time between that. Speaking of which, we do have the 1v1 tournament ahead. So without further ado, let's send things over to Freak and Captain Flowers for our Red Bull 1v1 tournament.
Thank you very much, Tigers, and welcome to the double play-by-play caster desk here. I am David Freak Turley with the one and only Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. Now, of course, we are about to begin the North American leg of All-Stars 2020, and we're starting with the 1v1 tournament, which is why it's double play-by-play. It's going to be exciting. We're both washed up. We both used to be good at League of Legends. Now we're play-by-play, and we're going to call the actions that goes on. Now, as you are watching the 1v1s, don't forget to check out the MasterCard silent auction, where you can bid for good causes and awesome gameplay experiences, like, for example, playing League of Legends with me, and a conversation around that as well. So, hey, that could be a possibility, something you might want to have happen. Of course, the Red Bull 1v1 tournament bracket is going to be on your screen in a second, and it's where we're going to mix pros and legends competing on Howling Abyss. Let's get you a quick refresher on the rules of how it works as we see the players up on your screen. 2 kills, 1 turret.
Yep.
Or sudden death at 7 minutes in, which is about level 11, by the way, for those of you who won't use the timer, which is actually all of us. Once you see level 11, the ring's coming soon.
Yeah, the ring's coming soon, around level 11. Sometimes if they wait for it to get really close, a player could hit level 12, possibly. And also one thing to keep in mind, usually people see Howling Abyss, they think, okay, it's ARAM rules, but players are allowed to go back, shop, heal, whatever they need to do if they find themselves the opportunity to do so. So that is allowed too, and that's pretty much it. Simple rule set.
Yeah, one of the big things, you get that first kill. Golden XP are very, very fast and, really big growth. But the first kill gives you a Baron recall, so you can like first blood the guy, get 300 gold, get back to base, and show up in time for more fun. So that's going to be part of the gameplay here as well. Now, joining the mix is a name familiar to anyone who watched the Red Bull 1v1 tournament in North America. We've got the NA champion, Dark Wings. Let's hear more about his climb to All-Stars 2020.
Hey, my name is Dark Wings, and I hope you guys can cheer me on. Currently, I'm still looking to become a pro player. That's my main path right now that I want to take. It's definitely like what I want to do. Like, I want to be able to show that I can play versus anyone.
Dark Wings on the Cassiopeia, and he will take the Red Bull Solo Queue Finals Championship.
Alrighty, welcome back. So the round of 16 is about to begin. Once again, 2 kills, first turret, or the Ring of Death. Let's see him start.
And remember, this is best of 1. So anything can happen in these. Upset potential is at its maximum. This should be a really good time. All right, so here in this one, Hanjaro and Jensen going 1v1 here, and Jensen just giving him the old 1-2 punch right there on the set. Easy peasy 1-2 3-zy, nothing to it. Close the distance. And now what do we got here between Hai and Panunu? Panunu on his signature Gragas, but Hai's got him underneath the turret. But look at Panunu go, grabbing the first blood.
Yeah, Cask into everything. That was pretty beautiful. Though we got burned down by the Ignite, so it's just a 1-for-1, and then we go into the final fight. And Panunu, that's an early Zonia's. That's not what you want to see.
Oh,
whips the explosive Cask. Pushing the fire.
Oh, no. I love seeing champs that can yeet other champions out of the fire, but when you miss your yeet, you get the delete. And Chase Shaco, oh, no, dude. Core JJ just pops him here. You can see both these players are on Marksman. Chase Shaco not on the champion that's in his namesake, though. He tries to go back to base and heal up before the Ring of Fire would have showed up, but there's Core JJ, man, just blowing up the turret.
Typical Shaco player doesn't understand objectives. Nikki Taylor now up against your Princess. The battle back and forth, and that's not going to do much for you. The flash forward gets nothing done. Round 2.
Oh. But then the culling comes out. Nikki is zoned away yet again, and your Princess just steps up, picks up the health box, ends up getting the heal entirely to herself. And despite the fact that it's a Lucian mirror, both Lucians even having the same skin, oh man, it's just a clinic on how to do that Lucian gameplay by your Princess. As now we're going in to LL Stylish versus Professor Akali, both on signature champions, a gentleman's agreement, but first blood over to Professor Akali.
And then round 2 jumps in. Big damage here. Stylish getting a bit low. Has to get the heck out. And now he's on the wrong side. That's going to make it a bit tough. They, a little Ships of Night going on right now, but watch this. This is actually sick. You ready?
Let's see it.
Oh! Yeah. Good. He tried to flash over the shuriken, and unfortunately Zed missed it.
That would have been really cool if he managed to pull that off. But now you got Tactical going up against Pants our Dragon. Tactical on the Lee Sin, Pants on the Pantheon. You would expect Pantheon to win this one pretty much all the time just based on champion kits. I'm kind of looking to Tactical to see if he can take this all the way to a Ring of Fire and just yeet him out. But it doesn't look like it. Tactical's trying to go all the way in, and Pants just says no.
Of course, now he's got a lovely the whole time. Q comes in, doesn't mean a whole lot. And that shield is obviously a really big deal, right? You can block pretty much the entirety of Lee Sin's combo. It's all fairly telegraphed, so hard to get much done. Tries to go for the kickback.
That's not a Ring of Fire, though, Freak. That's a turret. That doesn't do nothing. No.
That's a dead boy.
That's a turret versus a level 10 Pantheon. Okay. Now, let's see how this one goes through. Voyboy and Licorice, Cassiopeia versus Irelia. 1v1 as the Ring of Fire closes in. Means this is the only kill that's going to matter right now as Voyboy's kiting him out. Able to manage to get the shield out. A couple more Twin Fangs will do it. Flash out of the way of the stun, but Licorice goes in and gets the kill at the last possible moment.
The like 800 points of added damage shield there from nullifying Aura plus X-Stringer, pretty big deal there. Darkwings versus Broxton now. Lucian is just, I mean, the ring is far behind you. Your health bar's at 200. Easy pick up there. Good job, Darkwings.
So round of 16, we got to see a little bit of spice. I love it when it comes down to the Ring of Fire and people are forced to just go head-to-head in there. I also love it when we get a kill before that. I generally just want to see 1v1s that are about kills. My favorite thing we ever did for 1v1s was abolish the CS win conditions so we could get rid of all the Caitlyn games. I think they're so much more fun now.
What's funny is, like, if you're farming really well, the Ring of Fire spawns and closes in about the time you would hit 100 CS. So, like, it actually goes the same max duration. It just can't go longer than that.
You just get a cooler ending, too.
Oh, yeah, it's way more exciting. Don't get me wrong, right? But, you know, theoretically, like, because we watched some of the EU ones, there was the Heimer Malzahar one where Heimer had, like, 88 CS as the ring spawns. It's like, well, in 2 waves, that's 100, so the timing isn't that far off. Regardless, of course, we're going to show you the top 8 here as well for more best of ones. We know that's going to be ready in a second, so let's check that one out.
All right, round of 8. Jensen versus Hai here. Jensen very low. Hai flashing forward, going for the auto attack. Ends up drawing the turret aggro as Jensen goes in, but a ninja versus a gun, it just don't work that way. And now with Jensen all the way back in the base, trying to shop up, heal up, get ready, get back. It's not going to do a thing. Hai just takes the turret and takes
hands off the keyboard. Like, this turret's going down. Easy clap. Won the 1v1 already. Core JJ now against your Princess there. Pyke versus Callista. Trying to kite, run away. Oh, great first blood.
X marks the spot, but now look, Core JJ, he doesn't have enough time to go in and get the second kill. Your Princess, knowing that she can just go in and get the auto attacks on the turret for the win, takes down Core JJ.
And then we get Fiddle versus Akali here. Professor Akali, it's so nice for everyone to not ban away the one Tricks main champion, so he gets to play something he knows very, very well. Barrier comes on, waits it out, passive auto Q.
Now, how's the rest of it going to go here? Pants trying to get something going on, trying to walk out of this one, but I don't think so, man. Fiddlesticks, he's in a real bad spot, and the perfect execution is executed oh so perfectly. Now let's see how Licorice and Darkwings find themselves in this not only Akali 1v1, but KDA Akali 1v1.
That's nice. I think, what, are they, that's not even like one on Prestige. They're just like different chromos, I think, but I'm not seeing a bunch of gold anywhere.
It's Prestige KDA 1 versus normal KDA 2. It's the two eras of KDA, bro.
That's good. That's good. I like that. Well, Darkwing is getting a bit low. Licorice is like way too far ahead. There's no way out of this one. Nice little shuriken backwards. Don't look at explosions. That's the first kill right there.
Hey, man, you can't mess with Pop Stars. It's the original one. You just
gotta, that's fair, actually.
You gotta pay respects.
I will say, as much as the second album's pretty solid, I think my favorite KDA song is still Pop Stars, so I can't really hate on that one. That said, I do have both Kaisa Prestige Edition skins, because I got the one during Worlds and I got this one during the Battle Pass. So I now have two gold and white Kaisa skins.
Freak staying all up in there on those Gucci skins. Hell yeah, my friend. And now we've caught everybody up on the round of 16, on the round of 8, and it's time to jump in to our final 4 here in our semifinals. Now, the big thing to remember in this one, it is no longer best of 1. It is now best of 3 for both semifinal matches and the final itself. So that means it's going to be that much more of a display of skill for these players. They're going to end up having to win it twice if they want to walk away and advance to that final. First up, it'll be High versus Your Princess, and then second, we'll have Professor Akali going up against Licorice.
Yeah, you said it's going to be a big thing of skill. Would you call it maybe a supreme display of talent? Can we think of other ability names we can use just to describe?
Well, if someone comes back and wins after going down 1-0, I would say that would be a hyperkinetic position reverser, Freak, if we want to be honest about our names that take too many words.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna maybe take down an LCK AD carry with a long range skill shot, it'd be maybe a Prey Seeker. Wait,
that was not even a long name.
It's not, but it's just a yes. But there's only so many of those.
All right. Well, if somebody buys, never mind. We already got the fight going in here at the level 3, starting off with High immediately getting aggressive. Your Princess trying to kite away. Oh, and look at the damage on the back end of the trade there, man. It looked like it was such a High favored trade until she pressed E, and then it wasn't.
And High, I got to give him credit for timing barrier well, because you're going to go from 80% to 0 roughly off that, and if you barrier early, you just wait 2 seconds and then pop rend and it's over. And if you barrier late, you're already dead. But High's like, I'm not dead to rend just yet. I don't have to pop this one, and he was right.
The original big brain of the LCS. I remember back in the day when Cloud9 was first just exploding onto the scene and everybody was so hype about them. I remember watching High and just thinking, this is the dude that plays League of Legends like it's StarCraft. He's just micromanaging everybody else around him, and it's like incredible gameplay to see. I always love watching this dude. Let's see how he can continue trying to build up some advantages here in this game. Remember, those of y'all who aren't familiar or may not recall when we've done this mode previously, there are some changes to the map, like the recall thing. The biggest one of which, in my opinion, is cannon minion gold. All minions are worth more money, but cannons are worth like 200 something when you get them. Let's see if I can get it.
All right, High, don't miss the CS.
Okay. 156. So that's the first one, but it goes up by like 20 every cannon minion.
Yeah, it's like 300 something at the end. 172 is that one.
It's
that was like the same wave.
It is ridiculous how much those things
are. It's a lot. Yeah, you get a damage buff if you pick up the health relic as well, so you can like get a heal and then like chunk someone. So recalls come off, Vamp on both sides. No one's surprised there.
One thing that I saw a lot of when we were casting the round of 16 and the round of 8 is particularly on marksman champions. I saw players sort of disregarding the normal quote-unquote rules of these 1v1s and not just going for starter items. Is Your Princess now going to find herself in a bad spot? High going in with the barrier. 1, 2, here we go. High needs a little bit more damage, but he will not find it. Your Princess with the outplay on High to get the first blood in the marksman 1v1.
I didn't think High had it, but barrier was back up, bought a lot of time, and that was the good kite back right into the minion wave. So not only is that the first blood on the board, it's a big farm lead. This wave's going to get crashed in. Hai's going to be down, I mean, right now 2 levels already. And I'm curious now how much she's going to go for a pickup on plates. Obviously, you clear the wave really easily on Callista, but is it 1 plate recall?
Yeah.
Do you greed? Again, because of first blood, she has a Baron recall. So it's going to be really quick. Hai's not going to stop it easily. And you get to play much more greedily than on Summoner's Rift by, going way too hard, pushing an entire plate and greeting the wave, and then not getting punished for it.
And remember, the way she beat Core JJ was a turret win, right? She was just able to stay in lane long enough to manage to get the structure kill against him on the Pyke, and it ended up getting her the victory that brought her here to begin with. So let's see how Hai brings this back, because looking at the inventories, man, these are not comparable itemization points at all.
No, Hai's going to meet up as much as he can. Obviously, again, there is now a farm equality, right? They both recalled on 27 CS. Obviously, 1 plate plus a kill is worth way more money than that. That's a dropped cannon, unfortunate there. But yeah, you got a Noon Quiver and a Vamp Scepter. That can go towards Shield Bow, sure. And we may see something similar on your Princess's side. But it's up Zerk Greaves is a pretty big, important item lead.
Yeah, what I was saying before the 1v1 happened was I actually saw a lot of Shield Bow on Marksman in these 1v1s in the round of 16 and round of 8. So I'm expecting to kind of be seeing that again. Your Princess, once again, finding some good damage there with the Rend onto Hai. Summoner spells are up and ready to go for both players. It's all 4 sums with the green light to fire off. Keep in mind, while both have barrier, Hai has gone full aggro with an Ignite as well, while your Princess still has the much more normal flash here on the Callista.
And I will say, like, in 1v1, I think the meta is really going Ignite Barrier unless you need some way to gap close in a really obvious way. One thing I like about Flash here, though, is you can Flash get away from culling. Because, realistically, Callista's going to have a really hard time dodging that out. If you got nothing in range, like, you can try to Q-hop and that's it. And if you take full culling, you kind of just lose. And this is the kind of, that's the kind of thing you want Flash for. You can't really play around that. And you'd rather Flash that than Ignite someone.
That makes sense. That was actually perfectly timed, too.
I know, I'm so happy about that.
Like, that was practically scripted, I swear. Freak and I have not
watched this game.
These games beforehand. We casted the round of 16 and round of 8 beforehand. We have not seen these. So that was just Freak having an unnatural game sense, knowing that Lucian's about to use the culling, and Callista has to flash away from it.
Sometimes I'm late, sometimes I'm on time. That's going to be painful. She'll live, though. It's fine. And again, with Vamp Scepter, did not like that barrier. Whoa. She was not actually in threat of dying. The cooldown may come back in time anyway. I think it's still faster cooldowns, just like on ARAM. So she may swap for the sudden death. But that's not quite the summoner needed there. But Hai's at like 5 health. Like, that was a really good Q-Ren.
Both players really would like to go back and shop before the Ring of Fire closes in. So let's see how long they want to stick around here. Hai is really tempting fate. Remember, if Hai dies one more time, it's automatically over.
Yeah. But we're also really close to sudden death, right? We're within like 40 seconds of that. I don't know the exact timing, but we're close to that. So there's even a chance. I mean, you get the warning, right? It'll say 30 seconds of sudden death, which means you'll probably see the recall come in. But if she can get forward,
Hai just barriered right now. He gets the shutdown and he grabs the money.
I think she might have been out of mana.
That means that Hai will not have the barrier available, most likely, for the Ring of Fire. So let's see if this is the right decision or not. Hai will shove this wave up, get it all the way up to the turret. He's going for turret plates now, too, grabbing a little bit of extra money here. Your Princess
is there a chance he wins off this?
Respawning in 2 seconds.
Like, he's really going for it.
Okay, all right, he's getting back now. He's getting back. He just... he gets to go back and shop in time. There's your Immortal Shield Bow. Both players having that now. The difference being your Princess going for the Berserker Greave, whereas you see Hai with the plated...
Well, plated steel caps, yeah.
Plated. I was hoping that you knew the second word. I knew it was plated something. I was about to call it a plated shoe, even though I knew that was wrong. But at least
That's great. I'm a fan.
Whatever. It's the plated thing. I don't care. But the extra BF sword in inventory for Hai is also really big here. It's BF sword compared to Dorian's blade. So Hai's going to do a lot of damage. Hai with the Ignite back up. Your Princess almost having the barrier back off a cooldown now as well, but no flash for her and no barrier for Hai here just yet.
All right, so we're going to see if the culling can go really well or not. Nice little bit of Q poke. That's going to be easily vamped back up.
Oh, the culling!
Yeah.
The culling alone nearly completely kills her.
And she can't win anymore. She can't recall. Yeah. This is just like, well, GG. The culling was perfect.
Health. Yeah,
and
the culling worked and she didn't have the flash to get away. There's no flash out. She just has to stand here and either lose her turret or die to the minions. Oh, this is the slow kind of death, man. This is the 1v1 version of the Karthus laser above your head, and you got no way out. Your Princess will fall from her throne, and Hai will go on to the finals.
Well, that's game one, though, right? Like, that's game one of the best of three. I know we got
Wait,
caught
that's
up in that
right.
one. Yeah,
I forgot that it's a best of one. Holy moly. All right, Twitch chat. If you guys thought that it was over, then you're just as smart as me. Don't worry. And if you didn't, you're smarter than me. You
It's
win.
a low bar
Remember
set,
when
but
Freak
good
said
job.
we're washed up? Yep. Yeah, I put my brain through the dishwasher this morning. You best
It's
believe
okay.
it.
It's
All
awesome
right.
with the casters, too. It's not a problem. You're okay.
I got the first new Skarner skin in 5 years, all right? My brain's been nothing but space Skarner for the past, like, couple of weeks.
That's good. I mean, that
haven't had time
photoshopping you
to-
and your homies into, what was that, a Warhammer, like, concept art?
Oh,
You're like,
yeah.
me and the
Warhammer
bros and the other-
Skarners fighting Seraphine orcs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Poor
So-
40K shoops are a hobby of mine.
That's great. I didn't know that. I'm glad we have that on the board here. I don't think I've
All
done
right.
like any like tabletop gaming shoops or anything. Like I don't. Like,
It's
my
good
meme
times,
game
man.
is
You
weak.
got to give it a shot.
Yeah, fair
Now,
enough.
look at what happened here this time around. Your princess deciding she's going to switch it up here in game number 2 if she wants to bring this back. She's going Lucian versus Lucian. Remember the back of the round of 16? She managed to take down Nikki Taylor in the Lucian versus Lucian contest because she was just the more skilled Lucian. But now she's up against High. So let's see if she maintains that mechanical edge because right now it does not look like it, my friend. High very much getting the better of that trade.
High played that brush game really, really well. He W'd from the other brush, got vision. Your princess can't have vision until the autos come out, and then it's just too late and the trade's over. What's interesting is the itemization, because High went for... Now, to be fair, Noonquiver is, without the minion passive, gold efficient. It's actually a very, very, very good item. And on top of that one, you get a bunch of minion damage. That was a nice dodge in the queue. Good stuff there. But... yeah, your health bar is low. The other side of this one is that she can Vamp Scepter, right? And she can sustain back up. So these trades should theoretically work pretty well because you take a short trade, you go back and forth, and then you get, 100 health back and then try again later. But High just managed to outfight her. I mean, those fights were all pretty much just all better. Every single time he got more out of it. So even though he doesn't have sustain, it doesn't matter. And comes out ahead, gets the more advantageous recall.
And it looks like he may have shaken the confidence of your princess here a little bit as well. Because if you looked at her inventory, it was an extra longsword, but she just sold the longsword and swapped it out to a cloth armor instead. Wants to go for a more defensive option here. So High definitely playing the mental games.
It's good.
Getting in there, making sure his opponent is building some armor instead of just damage. She knows that she's not just going to be able to win out on this one by being the better Lucian. There's going to have to be some outplay occurring here.
Yeah, and High grabs the cloth armor as well. I think mathematically it is the right choice, especially if you are getting some level of sustain. I mean, we saw the steel cap shield bow, for example. Like, that's just how the math works out. You want some resists on top, so it is a good item. Glad, good of both players to identify that was one they wanted in their inventory. But yeah, I mean, High's landing these Qs through the waves. Your princess goes in, nice dash backwards, level 6. Is this calling
the calling versus no calling.
Oh,
she uses
gosh.
the barrier. She manages to stay alive, but once again, just not having the flash for the culling. And I mean, she didn't even bring it this time, right? Like, it's an ignite barrier Lucian, so it's not like you have the ability to use that to get away anyway. But not having any way out of that culling, man, these hurt.
Yeah, it does. So High's going to get at least a turret plate here. Again, no kill, so no advantage to recall or anything. But, I mean, the item lead, right? It's already 16 CS. She's just getting back out of base again here for your princess. So it's 2 plates. That's 320 gold. That's a kill worth of gold in the first place. I mean, High just, he's going to have a big item lead here, and that's going to be tough to deal with.
If he can manage to have the shield bow versus non-shield bow power spike for a non-worthless amount of time, like not just showing back up in the lane, killing 2 minions, and she goes back and gets it, it'll be so difficult for her to fight against that just at all, right? As soon as he gets an extra shield just for existing and being taken low, all of a sudden her mission goes from difficult to impossible, and he may be backing with enough gold to get it right now. So let's see if he picks that up. Okay, doesn't quite have enough for the entire item, it looks like. Just going to go for the plated steel caps.
Right. You saw the undo on the crit cloak. He's like, you know what?
Yeah.
This item isn't actually very efficient, and it's not. By itself, and says, okay, look, I'm gonna get shield bow in time for sudden death. Like, I'm not worried about not closing the game out in time. Like, we're gonna be comfortable by the end game, and if High's farming well, then he's gonna have no problem just finishing shield bow before sudden death. Nice culling comes out. I mean, honestly, pretty good damage, but I mean, this is the problem of an item deficit, right? Like, High has more AD and more armor and more health, and sadly, this is not gonna go to the culling.
He's going in.
All right, kill number 1.
Well, there's Flash. Last time we saw your princess be the one with the flash and having to use it to escape from the Lucian culling. This time around, Hai, I love how he played against the culling, and it showed the difference in like how he uses them versus how she uses them. Because she used it at a point where he could duck behind minions, right? So he didn't have to flash to try to get away. He just immediately fell back, even managed to trade evenly with her just by auto-attacking. And then as soon as the calling's over, boom, flash forward, full Chad mode, boom, 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 first blood over to Hai. Dude is playing well here today, and there it is, Freak. There's the shield bow.
Yep, and that's a big power spike, obviously. And what's interesting is, like, both these players do play some Lucian. I mean, Hai's a mid laner, and Jaden's a bot laner. And, yeah, she's not, like, a Lucian main or anything, but, like, you know, Plat 1 bot laner, like, you know, has, what, 500 games this season or something? Like, you know, has a
played
decent
Lucian
amount of...
before.
Right, absolutely. And, like, I'm going to make those mistakes, too. Like, I'm, you know, 40 LP above her, so like, I can, like, talk down or anything. But it's like, yeah, okay. Hai would clap me, too, by the way, and it would be things like, oh, right, I wasn't, you know, thinking about where the minion wave was or, you know, something else like that. So, yeah, I mean, Hai is in a really good spot here. This is going to be a pretty easy one to walk in and finish the 2-0.
Looking at the item difference between them, you have the Immortal Shield Bow picked up for both, so your princess isn't down Mythic versus no Mythic. But she is down an entire plated steel cap. So lots of advantage here for Hai, who also has the shield building up. Oh, my goodness. That's a couple extra 150 HP there or so. Hai breaks out the culling. The barrier isn't going to matter, but the Immortal Shield Bow just might. The Ignite will continue to burn, and your princess lives through the last tick of Ignite just barely. It's not enough to take her down. She's sticking around. Piercing Light nearly finding her through the minion wave. Hai wanted to go for that. I respect the attempt. It's not like it cost him anything other than one single turret shot. But now here's the problem, man. This turret is about to just crumble. And she's stuck with 200 HP and can't go anywhere near it. This looks like checkmate to me.
Pretty much is. The turret shots help a little bit, but yeah, there's just no way to come back in. The wave's still getting pushed in. The turret's still losing health, and I mean, there's just not a lot to do. 30 seconds till sudden death, and the push in. A couple more autos. They might just keep turret alive. But Hai's still shoving the wave down, and what can you do about this?
Man. Hai, he goes for the kill instead, recognizing that that is the more stylish option. You love to see it. And there we go. This time, I am not wrong. Hai will eliminate your princess from contention here in the Red Bull 1v1 tournament, and he will move on to a spot in the finals.
And it's almost a 3-0 just in the fact that he got first turret and second kill in the same swipe. It was the double auto.
We give him credit for both.
Like, as the second gun's shooting the second shot of the turret, he's charging the Q and manages to get both the same moment. Like, that's just impressive. Yeah, I'd already won the whole thing in the first place, but that was great.
You know, I saw a post on Reddit yesterday about a Shaco killing Mordekaiser twice because of some, like, weird interaction with his Death Realm. And I guess that's kind of what this is reminding me of. This is Shaco somehow killing Mordekaiser twice as Lucian wins 2 versions of a best of 3 all at the same time. So congratulations to Hai, clearly flexing his Lucian here in this game, showing us what he's got on the champion. Wouldn't be surprised to see it banned against him by whoever faces him in the finals. But speaking of whoever faces him in the finals, we still got to figure that one out because we have Licorice and Professor Akali just about ready to do battle here.
And I'm really curious if Licorice will ban Akali and doesn't. This is interesting. No player at all so far in the Red Bull 1v1 tournament has banned Akali against the man who's like, by the way, broadcasting, this is my champion.
Because it's in the name.
Yeah. I know in one of the matches I had cast before, I think it was with Tanjaro, like, he's a big support player and was like 1.5 million mastery on Pyke, and the very first ban from Jensen was, I'm banning Pyke, screw you. And it was just like, oh, okay, you want to win, I see. And then he got knocked out anyway. So, hey, good job, Jensen, way to deny the fun. In Licorice's case, he's like, you know, whether it's hubris, whether it's, you know, put on a good show for the homies, you know, whatever it is. But, you know, this is what FlyQuest is all about is, you know, being friendly, helping the environment, you know, helping people out. And it's like, look, yeah, you can play your main champion. It's cool. He's, you know, starting the good nature.
Is that how you help the environment? You don't ban Akali from the Akali players?
Yeah. You know, look, FlyQuest, my branding services are for sale here. TreeQuest was great. SeaQuest was really good as well. I think your 2021 branding should be We Don't Ban Akali. I think it'll go really far. Yeah.
Freak, I think if you ever decide that you're done doing champion spotlights and casting and just general League of Legends stuff, you got a promising career in brand opportunities, my friend.
I think so. Absolutely.
It's always important to have the backup plan.
Yeah. It's also a good support pick, right? So, you know, you've got a lot of good brand opportunities in this one. He's like actually pretty good. You know, you can buy double injuries.
Fantastic.
Yeah, there we go. We put it all together.
All right, so Lulu locked in for the 1v1 here. We've been talking a lot about the Akali, most of it just completely worthless meme stuff. But talking about Lulu for a second, I was seeing some people talk about Lulu feeling really strong recently in their preseason games that they were playing. So I'm not super surprised to see it picked here in the 1v1 because it can be a pain in the butt to deal with.
So for those who weren't watching the patch notes from about 2 weeks ago, there's a big update to Lulu, basically just a Glitter Lance, where it actually can double hit now. Instead of just refreshing the slow duration and the slow potency, it'll actually double hit. The second shot does 25% damage. There is no longer a fall off for going through minions. So if you hit a champion once or twice, it's more damage than pre-patch in almost all cases. But there's a minion drop off. Minions just take only 3/4 damage. So the wave clear is neutral to slightly worse. But the PvP damage is higher in almost all cases. So Licorice right now doing pretty good damage to Akali right here. Obviously, I think the Lulu E does reveal full stealth. I know there's some reveal abilities like Kog'Maw ult that doesn't reveal stealth, but I believe Lulu E does. So he just has easy counterplay against all the stealth mechanics and just presses EQ and gets free poke.
I'm not going to lie to you, Mr. Freak. I did not pay attention to that part of the patch notes because it wasn't about Skarner. So I didn't know he had the double hit on the Glitter Lance. That's actually terrifying. If you can manage to line both of those up and find that damage, you can see Licorice with a huge advantage so far here, man. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of minions still left to pick up. What is that, 9, 8, something like that still standing here for Professor Akali to farm. So he'll be able to alleviate some of this discrepancy. But still, it's a 16 CS lead right now for Licorice here on the Lulu.
Yeah, and you can see there's just no way in. I mean, Lulu is defensible enough. I really like the double Doran's Ring start. It's mana sustained. It's a bunch of health as well. It's just, I mean, they're very efficient items. If you can get away with it, you should do it. And Kali's just getting components, right? Gets the MR version of Arm Guard. That's the one item I don't know the name of, actually, I think in the entirety of the season, because the item was just so bad that I never bothered to learn it.
The MR version of Arm Guard? Wait, do you mean Hex Drinker?
No, it's AP MR.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know that existed. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, whenever I think,
I've got one up on you.
I think the other version of Arm Guard, I think of Hex Drinker, right?
Right,
because those were always the two that like you look at and think, okay, if you're really worried about getting killed in lane by some bursty thing, you can build this if you're the right champion for the type. Didn't even know we had it.
Verdant, it's called Verdant Barrier. It's the green necklace. So it's AP MR. You get MR like every minute, which is like hastened if you take damage from magic. So it's already fully stacked. It's now into the fully stacked Arm Guard. It's, again, practically the same item. And here we go. The first all-in comes in. Akali wants damage up on Licorice, gets the self-ult, puts the healing in, and just kind of walks it away. You just don't have the damage. You just can't. You can't push through that much damage on the Lulu.
Look at Lulu's health bar.
He went Hex Drinker. Like, look at the fact that he went AD Lulu.
Yeah, it's AD Lulu, and he's not stopping at just Hex Drinker either. He's got that Caulfield's Warhammer ready to go bonk, bonk, bonk right on Professor Akali every time he walks up. That'll get turned into a Maw of Malmortius, and that's going to provide a very powerful shield for the next time Professor Akali tries to go all in here. This is a scary situation for our Akali player.
And it's one of the updates that I think was correct to do for Akali. They converted her Shuriken Flip into pure magic damage, which I think is good. It lets her buy Magic Pen. It feels better for a champion. It's overall stronger. But it also means that stacking pure MR works even better than it would have before, because now they don't have a physical damage spell. Even the Hexic Alternator that got picked up a second ago, and it's basically just Revolver from pre-patch, but it works on spells now. That's also magic damage. So, Licorice is just taking all of it, can just self-shield whenever, and that's obviously very, very efficient when you've got 112 MR and a full build here.
Licorice on this Lulu, man. Just nobody in League of Legends wants to lane against this. I feel like there'd probably be people that pick the really dishonorable stuff like Vayne top or Quinn top, and they wouldn't even want to play into this. Like, this Lulu is fearsome right now. I don't know how Professor Akali is going to find an opportunity here, because he's so far down in terms of economy too. Like, you've got that green thing, and you've got a ruby crystal, but your opponent, as soon as he backs, can buy Maw of Malmortius and probably a full boot too.
So the one saving grace is, you mentioned cannons being worth more. Cannons have missing gold on them. If you're down 1K, the cannon's worth like 150 more. So if he gets it, Akali, don't screw this up.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
262.
So 262. Yeah. And if you watch Licorice get a cannon, he'll get less than that. But now another all-in goes in. First shield comes off. First ult comes in as well. Akali in the chase down. Dodges the Glitter Lances. And that's going to force Barrier out as well. You can see big damage comes in, and it's just not enough. He's out of energy, and Licorice is back at, 60%.
Yeah, Licorice, that was probably like worst case scenario for him, missing the Glitter Lance, having to fall back, not being in a spot where he feels like he can fight. And even though he loses the fight, what does he actually lose here? is the real question.
Yep.
And the answer is not much. As he goes back to base, picks up some more items. Look at that. Doran's Ring, Ruby Crystal Boot, and that maul that we were talking about. So very scary right now. We'll see what Professor Akali is able to go back and purchase as once Licorice arrives back to lane. There are so many minions waiting on him.
Look at the belt. Double Giant's belt. The item got more efficient in the preseason. They buffed it actually a lot. It's a really good item now. So it's just like, all right, screw it. I'll try to tank you out. I dig that. Do you want to point out that Akali got his next cannon as well, 242 for the second cannon. As you can see, it was less because the missing gold wasn't so bad, but it's still the recalls come through. Ma completed. Boots are in. Both level 11. We'll see if 12 can come in. Possibly. It's unlikely here, but theoretically is available, and they're going to be doing battle, and we'll see who can tank whom.
All right, boys, it's almost time. The fire is just about closed in. Level 11, Barrier and Ignite not up for Barrier not up for Licorice, Ignite not up for Professor Akali, but we do have the Akali Flash. Akali also critically not having the ulti ready to go here just yet.
And he has to fight the minion wave as well.
How long he wants to wait.
He's going to try to clear,
damage he's taken, though.
Oh my gosh, he's already at half.
Licorice already has him to half.
Yeah. I mean, Blue Elixir's just very, very good. Smart Licorice to buy it. Akali, there's no way he has the damage here, right? There's just no way. Goodbye.
What are you going to do? See you later, man. I feel like going into this next one, you got to ban Lulu. If you're Professor Akali, you've got to take that off the table.
And I am actually curious because it's not like I play much top lane. And certainly not much Akali either. I'm sure he has a list of top laners that are good into Akali. Like he must know them. He must know that champion pool. Maybe that was actually he banned the top 3 and Licorice like, well, number 4 is Lulu, so. Yeah, we're good. I'm curious what's going to look like here in Game 2. If I agree that Lulu probably shows up on the ban table, but I'm also curious if he tries to bait into something else and picks a different champion. So yeah, Riven comes through, Renekton on the other side. That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, this is one of your classic solo queue top lane matchups, right? The Riven versus the Renekton. So let's see how they get this one going here as neither player willing to back away at the level 1. Level 3, I guess I should say. They're both going to be going all the way in. Ignites are used. Licorice going for a little bit more damage here on Professor Akali. And just like that, first blood at level 3. One of these men is an LCS player.
One of these players plays in bronze half his games, and look what's happening to him now. Maybe you should play against Master Tier players more often.
Licorice just showed him that you had best not be trying to skill check him in the top lane champion 1v1 because he is not the kind of dude that is going to abide that. No, sir. Licorice getting that first blood for himself, goes back to base, and look at that freak. Phage plus 2 Dorans. He is feeling great right about now.
Yeah, this is a recurring trend for Licorice. He started last game double Dorans, started this game double Dorans. I mean, the gigantic health lead. I mean, Doran's items are absurdly efficient, and you can always finish a mythic or a big legendary by the time you're into sort of the end game scenario. So I think Licorice is building correctly for these kind of things. Akali, yep, he's out of cooldowns, but you can see Licorice is like, but I'm tanky. I get health regen off Phage. I have all the health off Phage and double Dorans. Like, you're not... Yeah, Vamp's not going to do anything, bud.
Yeah, like, what are you supposed to do against that? As look, Licorice is just going, and Professor Akali's at 200 HP. This is not the big scary alligator that you see on Animal Planet that the zebras are too afraid to walk up to the watering hole for. This is like the pet iguana that's sitting inside a terrarium asleep on a rock. He just can't fight back.
He's the ones that went extinct when the meteor hit Earth, you know? Just like, yeah, these are all gone.
No, the meteor was Riven.
Yeah, the meteor was Riven, I think is a fair one to say here. Well,
the meteor was that Q3 out of the brush at level 3 to just annihilate him.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got some fury now, but his opponent has level 6.
He's actually dead. Oh, okay. He had dashes up, so he saved ult.
Professor Akali, I will give it to Professor Akali. Good use of the slice there to actually time it to dash through his opponent and be able to make sure he gets all the distance to get away. Because if he actually gets stuck at a spot, level 4 versus level 6 Riven, dude, you're dead twice over. No way out of that.
So I just thought of a pun that's text only. It would be spelling the word distance with a C instead of an S, because then it would be like distance, because he went far with slice and dice. See, yeah. The complete silence. I know. You always say every time I make these dumb jokes in the caster lounge, you're like, you can't give him the groan, that gives him power. You just have to not talk. But the 5 seconds of silence is just as good as the groan, Flowers. That's my secret. There's no way to make me not enjoy this.
You just You get way too much energy out of this, dude. Okay, so Freak's currently coming up with no audio is allowed versions of puns. They only work if you read them. Unfortunately for you all at home, you're listening to us, so it doesn't really make any sense anyway.
Just hit the Windows key, type in Notepad, and then write DICETANCE, and it's like, that's a good joke, Freak. Good job.
Then you get the joke. Yes, just open up Notepad. Or type it in Twitch chat. Then you'll be able to make it work.
Yeah. Everyone in Twitch chat, just type distance.
Let's see what's going on with the game here real quick. I kind of lost track of what was going on in the middle of that.
Licorice is winning. Professional
intellectual debate. So Licorice with the plated steel caps. He's got the extra movement speed to make sure he's able to stay caught up to his opponent, extra armor to survive some of the Renekton bursts. Professor Akali going for the serrated Dirk here. So his opponent immediately stacking armor. I love that response to lethality. It's just saying, all right, bro, I don't care about your lethality. See you later. My itemization's better.
Yeah, based on items, this is Eclipse. If he's going for a mythic at all, that is. Which is, pretty good on 1v1. It's a big shield. It's a big chunk of damage. It makes sense as far as a duel like this is concerned. I don't imagine, Triforce something would be better. I know oftentimes if you're playing, a 5v5, you actually really want to go Gore Drinker on Renekton, but you're not against 5 champions. So it's really hard to make Gore Drinker look good when you can't hit off of 5 people. So he's getting the small version and, loses half his health instantly. But if he has Eclipse, right, that looks a lot better. He gets a big shield. He heals a bunch. That's actually a comparable fight.
Yeah, Licorice just instantly, and that wasn't a lot of the Riven combo either. That was E auto, Q1 auto.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary when he can do that with not even the good parts of his combo. So
he hasn't ulted at all this game yet.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He's just waiting for Professor Akali to have to come near him. They both have all the summoners ready to go. They both have ultis ready to fire as well. Licorice may just be waiting for Ring of Fire, making sure he doesn't accidentally expend anything beforehand, so he's completely ready when that shows up, and then just goes in for the all-in.
I think that makes sense, honestly.
Oh,
wow.
Nice bait there. Professor Akali getting a little bit scared, a little jumpy on the summoner spells.
All right, recall's coming through. Now, again, the game will warn you when there's a 30-second timer until the sudden deaths start, so you're not in a huge rush. Interesting, Licorice is going for Gore Drinker himself. Again, I don't think it's absurdly good. It's something like you get 110% of your total attack damage and 12% of missing health on the active. It's another sort of spell to cancel your other stuff in. It's pretty solid. I wouldn't even hate to see Stridebreaker, which would be similar damage. But regardless, I think this is solid. Of course, we have the Eclipse in already, and clearly a big item lead in here as well for Licorice with the fact that he's got, Steel Caps versus just the cloth armor.
Steel Caps plus the extra 2 Dorian's Blades on top of it. So much extra power here for him. And with that level 11 coming around, you know what that means, my dear friends at home in the Twitch chat. It's just about time for the Ring of Fire. The message on the screen now says it's 25 seconds to go. Professor Akali is down 2 levels. He should be able to at least shore up one of those before the fire arrives. Okay, there we go. He's level 10. He wants to try to clear out as much of this minion wave as possible to get level 11, make it fair.
So, knocked down the rest of the wave. Licorice is probably not going to get his recall stopped. Goes far back just in case, but Akali, has to take the whole wave down. There's no way you can drop the CS. 287 from the cannon because he needs the money that badly. Tries to get as many of the ways as he can, but now this means that Akali, almost can't recall in time. At this point, it's too late. So all that money meant absolutely nothing. I would have liked to see a slightly earlier recall to pick in something, but now Red Elixir is in, extra longsword.
Yeah, the money is just worthless. The whole point was just making sure he's level 11 before Licorice can do anything, which he would have got anyway because all the minions went underneath the turret. Licorice now level 12. The fire is closing in. Both mythic items ready to go. Licorice, as you just mentioned, has the red pot. Honestly,
right about now, you pop the elixir.
You can drink it.
You pop the elixir and you pop the ult. Because at this point, the fight's going to last 10 seconds anyway. And by that point, your ult's, going to still be active.
Here we go. Professor Akali using the ulti first, going in after Licorice. We'll be able to take a good amount of health off of him. And right now, it's Professor Akali in a bad spot. And Licorice will take him out again. Call that one another 2-0. Even taking down Professor Akali on his namesake champion. And Licorice will move on to face High in the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Really well done to Licorice. Had the huge outplay counterpick there in the Lulu versus Akali in game 1. And then, absolutely smashed Riven versus Renekton in game 2. The face check level 1 obviously was pretty important. Had a level lead and an item lead the entire time since then. It's hard to get back in a melee 1v1 matchup, but still, again, very, very well played by him. Licorice took down Darkwings, who was the Rebel 1v1 like online tournament champion, which is exciting. Took down Voy in the very first round as well. So, you know, the stairs weren't enough. Licorice just walked all over him.
Oh, this is going to be a fun final between these two guys, especially just the way that they both played their semifinals out. Clearly, both of them were a cut above their opponents, and that just means we get to see these two dudes go head-to-head. I hope we get to see all 3 games, not just 2 this time around. I hope it goes the distance, because these two are both a lot of fun to watch, and I hope they continue to pick hyphy stuff. I love seeing Lucian. I love seeing Riven. I love seeing these things that wants to outplay and go for the kills. Or Caitlyn ever.
Yeah. Caitlyn seems to be pretty much gone, so that's fine. Well done. I hope you get better. It's just allergies. But if highlights are not enough for you, of course, keep in mind you can catch all of the full games as well. Clayton and I each recorded them individually from the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. You can catch them over on the YouTube channel, so check that one out as well. But now we're going to be seeing who comes out on top of the Red Bull 1v1 Tournament Finals later in the weekend. That will be on Sunday's broadcast. But for now, we're taking a quick break. When we come back, the LCS All-Star team takes the stage, so stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to All Stars 2020. We are here at the State Farm Analyst Desk, and this time around, I still got Mark Z by my side, but I've also got Captain Flowers, fresh off of some 1v1 casting for the Red Bull 1v1 tournament. How you doing, Cap?
I am doing fantastically. The 1v1s were fun to see. We didn't see no Caitlyn, and I always consider that a big bonus. The doing away of the farm win condition has been fantastic for the mode. It's super exciting, and now we get to take it back to Summoner's Rift, and I'm looking forward to it.
I gotta say, though, you did have to endure some of Freak's puns, and he's like growing and adapting, so we need to like brainstorm.
Even count.
I know. We need to brainstorm new ways to ignore his puns, because the just rolling through it didn't seem to work.
Well, with ones like that where he says you got to read it, all you got to do is close your eyes. Just don't look at it. It's like what are those statue things from Doctor Who? I never watched it, but somebody told me that they were statues. You're not supposed to look at them or something. So Freak's puns are those.
I don't know how
that
I feel.
Also went over my head.
Yeah, Cap, about you telling our viewers to close their eyes to what we got going on here, because there's so much that we have ahead. You know, you mentioned it. You're looking forward to the underdog upset potential, but that also would come at the expense of our LCS squad. So let's take a look at who from the LCS will be joining us in our 5v5 that we have going down today. You did get a little taste of the top laner in Licorice through our 1v1s earlier, but we also have Broxa coming in for the jungle. We have Jensen down mid, and then Tactical and Core JJ down in the bot lane. Mark, of course, all of these players should look familiar to LCS fans everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a last hurrah for some of Team Liquid players. You know, Broxa has moved over to CLG. You also have Licorice, who's gone over to FlyQuest, but it is still 4 players who had played together for this last year. So I hope they get to go out on a good note, but we'll have to see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, and when looking forward to the careers of these players going into the 2021 season, Captain Flowers, I mean, you look at people like Tactical, for instance, that even on the world stage was showing that he can be calm, cool, and collected. Licorice looking to make moves elsewhere. So a lot for us to look forward to.
Oh, yeah, and especially for people who have been keeping an eye on the in-houses happening here in the high elo community in North America. Core JJ has been a big driving force behind a lot of those, and I particularly enjoy the games where Core JJ plays on the other team against Tactical, because Core JJ is an immaculate League of Legends player. He lands those skill shots all day, all night, but against Tactical, he has played with this man so much, he has taught him so much, it looks like every single ability is point and click, and Core JJ makes sure he's showing Tactical who's in charge. I love to see these guys playing together. It should be a lot of fun.
Twitter has been on fire about the in-houses that Core JJ and everybody have been bringing through. But today is about more than just the players performing. Of course, each regional team will be representing a charity as well. And the LCS All-Stars charity of choice this year is the Coronavirus Relief Fund by Global Giving. Now, donations are initially going to go to the communities most affected by the virus's spread. And then in the long term, donations will be equipping communities with better ways to respond to any future outbreaks. It's really cool seeing just the way that that's always integrated, Mark, into this event. I love the fact that it's a celebration of what the players bring to the table, the organizations behind them, the fun-loving, but also a way to give back to the world itself.
Yeah, I mean, All-Stars is definitely a unique event for that reason. It's just generally always a fun time with good intentions behind it. Like you're saying, with the charity event portion of it, the fact that we're getting new champions, new patch, new preseason meta, players playing for fun, not for hyper intense competition. It's one of the most fun and interesting events of the year, I think.
And a lot of that fun and interest comes from the clashing of different regions. The LCS will be facing off against some formidable competitors. So to learn more about their competition, here's the Mercedes icons of the league from the Brazilian representatives from the CB LOL.
Dono de grandes atuações ao longo de 2020, Tinoz teve, segundo o próprio jogador, seu melhor ano atuando como jogador profissional. Para isso, o mid laner precisou superar a desconfiança da torcida após um ruim final de 2019 da equipe. De LeBlanc e flanqueando os rivais por todo o mapa, Tinoz viveu sua melhor fase na carreira durante a segunda etapa.
O Tinoz vai deixar o Klaus ir para a base para tomar o seu café mais cedo, conseguindo mais um abate. E o Nosferos vai de base de novo mais cedo, Gruntar.
Meus amigos, a gente vinha falando, o Tim tá um monstro já, sempre levando a dele. São 6 abates com esse.
Com atuações épicas, o meio conquistou a confiança da torcida e ajudou sua equipe a chegar ao vice-campeonato do CBLOL. Para coroar 2020, Tinoz foi eleito o melhor jogador do CBLOL, além de conquistar o posto de melhor meio do campeonato. Se não foi possível mostrar todo o seu talento em palcos internacionais no último Mundial, o jogador ganha agora a chance de brilhar ao enfrentar grandes estrelas no cenário internacional no All-Star.
Oh, I cannot wait to see them take to the Rift, because the way things are going so far in this all-star event, it doesn't seem like upsets aren't a possibility for the remainder of the day. But when it comes to the charity of choice for the CB LOL, it is going to be Forests for Water Brazil. Now, with the world facing a water crisis, Irikami in Brazil are aiming to plant hundreds of thousands of rainforest trees to save the ecosystem in Brazil. Now, when it comes to long term, the goal is to create multiple nursery depots that can sustain these rainforests through any potential disaster, thus keeping sustained access to fresh water. Now, both teams, regardless of the outcomes, when it comes to both the LLA teams and the CB LOL team, will have their charities awarded with $10,000 regardless of their performance on the Rift today. I've had a pleasure of seeing the rainforest in person, and they really are a beauty to behold. And Mark, I think it's a time in our lives where we're just wanting nature to be at its fullest.
Yeah, I think it's a very worthy cause, and one that a lot of North American fans have some, relation with FlyQuest, Tree Quest push and initiative. And so I think, regardless, people will be really happy with the outcome of today's game.
Yeah, it's just ultimately a feeling of joy. And because we have a little bit of time, I want to bring up something else that gives me some joy as our players get into their match. I've got to confess something to you fellas, Mark and Captain Flowers. So Spotify was asking me to participate in featuring my Wrapped experience. It's joyful, but I'm a little embarrassed, Captain Flowers, to say that I'm kind of a Riot music stan. League of Legends ended up being #1 on my list when it comes to artists, particularly for streaming the song Rise over and over. Yeah, so Cap, do you think this is something for me to be proud of, or should I be embarrassed? I don't know. I feel like I've been told both.
Hey, I'm just going to say that Rise is my personal favorite song that we've released for different League of Legends songs. It was also the one that we released in 2018, which is the year that I got to travel to Korea and do the final. So the whole time that I'm hearing it, that's the memories that I get rushing through my head for it. So I love that song. I'm in your corner on this one. You got that one right.
Yeah, I think I'm good. Mark, I see you kind of making faces, and I don't really know how to.
It's just funny that League of Legends, the artist, it's such a funny idea to just call it this one blanket thing. I mean, I don't know what else you have, because there's a wide scope of of League of Legends music? Are you listening to Pentakill album, or are you listening to KDA, like just general background login music, like some Bilgewater stuff? Like, I don't actually know.
Yeah.
Like, League of Legends is not very descriptive of what you're actually listening to.
Because it really does vary a lot. Like, if I'm trying to get pumped up and listening to the anthem, sometimes I know they have playlists that are just like the champion music, and I'll play through that and sometimes get some calm vibes going into it. It really depends, but I do hear that one of the pros, when asking to see what our pros have been listening to, is not on the calm side, all the way on the opposite end. So taking away from my right bias, let's look over at Jensen's list, where it looks like he's got a lot of different artists under the rap genre. Unknown Brain, you got to Scratch. So I think Captain Flowers, when it comes to this, it pretty much holds to expectations.
Yeah, man, Jensen's got to hype himself up before these games. He's one of our dudes who's always got to carry, put the team on his back, make the big plays. You got to get something that's getting you feeling that vibe, you know?
I feel like that's, I could be wrong, but I doubt that's the Cranberries zombie as is most listened to. That would be the one that I know. I don't know the other zombie.
There are a lot of versions of that song now, actually. I feel like I've heard tons and tons. But as far as the lists that you just saw in the audience, we do want to know which one you identify more with. So go ahead and spam in the Twitch chat, either at LaTigris or Jensen. You're all League of Legends fans, so I mean, that means you have to pick me, right? Or else you're not a true League fan. So anyways, but of course, you can also listen to all of the All-Stars' favorite songs in the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. To find your own personal Wrapped experience, though, all you got to do is search Wrapped on Spotify app, or you can go to spotify.com/Wrapped. Keep voting, and we'll check in on the results in a bit. But before we go into the game itself, Mark, any quick words?
No, I'm really excited to see what's going to go down, and hopefully we get to see some repeats of upsets that we've seen in the other regions.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm about going into the Underdog Uprising segment. I believe we got our casters, Freak and Crumbs, ready for the call. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk. I have been joined, you might say upgraded, you might not. Who knows? It's up to your taste. I have been joined by Crumbs. Alberto Rengifo, how you doing?
Hey, Freak. I'm doing great. Really glad to hear you and Flowers. An upgrade, Flowers, of course, casting your 1v1s. Yeah, come on. He's me, Flowers, come on.
You're at least a real color caster, and I think we'll have, like, a bit better of sort of synergy of, dividing roles properly. So, I'm looking forward to the cast, all I'm going to say.
I am too. The new items are confusing everybody, and we get to see what the pro players have thought of it.
Yeah, I'm curious, actually, how much have you been playing in preseason? I've probably got maybe 50 or so games in. Almost entirely Flux Queue. I haven't touched solo queue since the season ended, but I've played a lot. I had to go through the lethality meta of 80 carries. I feel like I know we had Fox Drop's really exceptional PowerPoint presentation at the beginning of or the middle of the LEC portion of the day, and he's just got out of information. Like, the third best bot laner in the game is Tristana right now. Yeah, behind Swain, sure, that champion's busted, but like, there's a lot of really good marksmen out there, and I think you're trolling if you think they're bad.
Yeah, right now is the time to experiment and not think that things are already figured out, because they're so far from it. And personally, I've been playing a little bit more than anything. I go into practice tool and just try things out. I love playing tanks. Tanks right now are just such a great time. Malphite in general, mwah. Something like Poppy too. Everybody's trying to dash around and try to kill you. Guess what? Poppy is the ultimate no-no zone for bruisers.
No, Poppy Jungle is outstanding. She's getting more popular as well, and people are realizing that you can run like Predator or Electrocute or even Dark Harvest, and it's just, as long as you get there, like, EQ auto will always land, and then that will always be Electrocute. It's probably enough damage to always trigger like a Dark Harvest there as well. If you run Predator, you can get behind them, you just knock them into your teammates or whatever. It's really, really powerful. I think the champion's outstanding, absolutely. And, Samir's been nerfed enough to where you don't have to ban her every game, so you can actually play her if you like, which is, I think, a positive. So good choice been made kind of all around. I think, sort of overall, tanks are a bit strong. Riot's been nerfing them down little by little, time after time. We've had Bomby Synder's nerfs. We've had just all the Sunfire upgrades have been nerfed a couple of times. More recently, even more nerfs onto Sunfire Aegis itself. So it's maybe in a more decent spot now, but tank's definitely really, really strong in 3 of the roles.
I think the interesting change is that they really try to add the size increment as a sort of other statistic to also help tanks out, which I think is catching a lot of people off guard, because the ratios of a Malphite or a Cho'Gath or a Nautilus really catch you off guard when suddenly they are now twice the size that they were when you last saw them, and now their Immolate passive are just burning everyone around you.
I will say, like, for a while, I was really hesitant on the idea that Riot could make size like a meaningful stat. And like, no, it's a tank stat, really. You can, like, absorb skill shots from people. But the more they made things actually scale off of your radius, like Sunfire scaling off your radius and things like Cho'Gath's attack range and Malphite's ground slam and his ultimate, like, the more that actually does apply from what your character size is, then it starts becoming a lot more interesting. And yeah, become a really big tank by doing things like armor stacking, that'll go a bit better. So we are in a champion select, of course, as the LCS takes on, you know, you could call them the CB LOL All-Stars. You could also call them 2020 Summer Split Pain Gaming. In 2021, ISA, their support is being replaced, but otherwise, it's a bunch of people who wore Pain Gaming jerseys as you know, they played through the Summer Split of CB LOL. Sadly, Rel is getting banned, and I like that we've got Teemo, Sona, and there's probably an M in there somewhere. Let's call it a Maokai. We're getting TSM banned at LCS, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, TSM, and then are CB LOL spelling something themselves? R-O. I don't think there's anything there. But we've got Licorice, who really popped off in the 1v1 champions. I mean, Broxa had a run in the tournament, didn't go as far, but Licorice, he was playing way more 1v1s than anybody else in the LCS before, so him having a great time here, already warmed up for the LCS. I think that he and Robo, the man with the most enthusiasm for Brazil in the team, is gonna be going head-to-head to the guy that has just had some really pop-off games. I think the one he had against Voyboy's Cassiopeia was the most exciting 1v1s we had so far.
Yeah, did some cool stuff right here. Early Singed, however, I like that. Licorice harvested occasionally. I wouldn't blind the champion. I think Singed, I think he's in a decent spot. Oh, no, he's going to go for it right away. Okay. I don't think you blind Singed ever. He is the most counterpickable champion, maybe in League of Legends. It's certainly up there. I mean, like, Malphite's up there a little bit as well, but when? This is well, Gauntlet Throne.
How can you counter him if he proxies your lane every time? If he's always proxying, the counter never is there. And Teemo, I think, was one of the hardest counters against Singe, and he's already gone. So I think this is Licorice just saying, bring it. And he brings forth the tank that we still don't really know how good he could be with something like the Chem tank now that is just a really cool looking item.
Well, I will say, if you want to actually have a very good Singe build, the build is Ridley's first, Imperial Mandate second, and you are absolutely absurd. It is not the most popular build, but it is his strongest build. There's really not a lot of counterplay to it because your spells apply a slow. They're going to apply the Imperial Mandate chunk of damage, which is very, very high. If a teammate hits them, you get a big burst of move speed, which is exactly the stat Singed wants. It's outstanding for team fighting. It is the build I want to see out of Singed every single game. We get a Morgana insta-lock alongside that one, another champ that's actually done pretty well in the preseason overall. Udyr is outstandingly strong. Twitch got a bunch of buffs in the most recent patch. I think Twitch is totally viable. There's a good chance it's AP Twitch. We see Twitch jungle and Twitch support a little bit as well with Udyr locked in. I don't expect Twitch jungle. I also don't think support Twitch is good, but it is a possibility.
Now, Morgana versus Udyr, though, is the worst champion Udyr wants to face against. There's no way you could ever stun anybody. It's actually quite sad. It might be Phoenix because he did get the buff a few patches ago.
Phoenix Udyr is not bad.
I haven't seen it lately because I knew it before with the old Lich Bane. The new one, I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but you're actually playing someone that has to run at you against Singed, who wants you to run at him, and you can't even stun him now that you've got Black Shield to protect him. So I don't know what this bear is thinking about, but if anything, level 2 ganks, early game fights has been the motto for All-Stars every single year. This time, maybe you could see that Flash Bear Slap once again, the level 2 classic.
You love Flash Bear Slaps, honestly. It's one of my favorite calls out of Quick Shot from back in, I want to say like 2014 or something.
It was
it's good stuff. We get a Lucian mid as well, which is exciting. That's going to be fun to watch for. I don't expect Morgana to be the mid laner. She's actually pretty strong over there, even with the most recent nerfs. I think she's still viable. I think we're expecting Morgana support, and so we're waiting to see what mid jungle are going to be for the LCS for Jensen and Broxa. Meanwhile, for CB LOL, we're looking for a top laner and a support.
Okay, I mean, they're banning out the Rek'Sai, so that's going to be pretty useful for Twitch, not wanting to give away his stealth. And then the Malphite is just so good against double AD. So they're actually trying to make sure that this janky composition has a good chance in succeeding. And that already is giving me a bit of a bias there, because the more jank a team comes up with, those are the ones you want to see win. You want to see what can they come up with that is just so off the wall, but still victorious. A Brand,
I like Brand.
Speaks to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good champion. I think he's not sort of like objectively the strongest support right now, but he's certainly very, very good. You buy Leanders, you buy Demonic Embrace afterwards. You've got some decent damage output. One thing that's really nice is, since we haven't really seen the Brand update post-Worlds, it is trivially easy to get like a 13-minute Tier 3 Sightstone. Because if you E the backline, it will still spread to the enemy champions. You will end up tagging them with the E and then also the passive, so you get 30 gold right away. And not even 30 gold, I think it's 40 gold now, because they buffed the Spell Thieves and Co. to be worth more money overall. So you actually just get a huge influx of cash while playing Brand support. You're going to be rich until you get Tier 3 Sightstone. You're going to spike pretty early on. And also, as we get Rakan and Tristana locked in, I don't know if it's Ezreal or Trist mid, more likely Trist. And there's Darius, the very late counterpick, and a Singed.
That is great. And I also want to add to your Brand point, because Brand as a support is the kind of champion that you can go 0 and 15 and still do more damage than your AD carry at the end of the game, which is, I think, the value that you're getting out of him. Run it down, doesn't matter. You're providing all the damage.
Now, Darius is a really, really heavy counterpick into Singed. If you look at solo queue, it's like a 55-45, not matchup. The game is 55-45 because of the matchup, which means the matchup is like absurdly tilted and almost impossible to play. So Licorice going to have a really hard time. You mentioned earlier, Crumbs, that you can't counter if he proxies the wave. Licorice kind of has to proxy the waves forever because he cannot lane against Ghost Flash Darius.
So level 1 invades. Level 1 invades is the best way to ensure that you get a side of the map controlled, and then you can start proxying them nonstop. We've seen it happen in the LCK matches yesterday, where teams were just ships in the night crossing each other in the jungle. It could happen here again. The level 1s are quite powerful with all the roots and flash stuns that can be delivered.
Yeah, I mean, Morgana obviously is going to be really nice. It is going to be Morgana mid. Of course, we saw Ezreal Rakan were the eventual lock-ins, so it is going to be a fairly safe mid laner going for primarily wave clear. What I saw in Champ Select, and maybe they swapped after the timer, was that Tactical was on the Rakan and CoreJJ was on the Ezreal. If you watch the LEC All-Stars, they had role swaps once and then another time afterwards. It was actually really only Hansama who played his own role, and you can see that indeed CoreJJ is going to be... He's going back. He's going back to his roots. Was formerly a farming bot laner, played in the LCK, played on Dignitas in the LCS, then went back to the LCK, and then eventually role swapped to support, and went to World Finals, and then won Worlds of support on Samsung Galaxy. Here we go. Invade begins. Flash Naka, big damage bind, fling, goodbye. That's 500 gold earned, and it's time for round 2. Rocket Jump slows 3, and BRTT, it's time to run away. Tactical's going to have his W up pretty soon. Flashes are up to dodge it, but the flash fling! Goodbye to the rat! CoreJJ is on the board again!
Oh, they're relentless. Their Tactical knew exactly what to do. He's seen CoreJJ do the flash knock-up way too many times to not go for it himself. And yeah, we knew it was going to happen. They saw it coming, but the Brand just did not expect how quickly the LCS reacted.
Oh, I also have to correct myself. I said Jensen was going to be Morgana mid. I forgot about Tristana being locked in. It's Morgana jungle. That's the part I didn't get. I did not know Morg jungle was a thing. I got to correct myself on that one. I got to see if it's even popular at all. The pick rate in solo queue is incredibly low. It's barely more popular than top lane.
It's not bad. So it was run a few games in Academy of the LCS last split. So there are some times where you can run it. The clear is decent. I mean, what you're really trying to do is get out of jungling and get grouped with the team, right? That's what you want for your Morgana anyways. And I just respect the fact that they actually switched the roles, because the champions look so standard, but the roles and who is playing who actually makes the champions more exciting.
Well, he tries to sweep out the wards, does get both of them, so that is both the wards gone. Broxah going for a level 2 gank. Now keep in mind, though, these guys all have flash abilities. Tactical can try for a W, but can't get much more. Broxah is, of course, losing time as Cario runs around and is going to be counter-jungling top side there, and it should be hard to find a kill. You can flash on reflex every time. Nice sidestep, gets away from the binding.
And good emote use afterwards, letting them know that this is a big waste of time. And Udyr, meanwhile, on the top side, just farming away, just having a good old time, making sure that his buddy Darius can do whatever he wants up against the Singed, who has yet to touch a single creep.
Yeah, this is top doomed. This is kind of what you expect. And to be fair, like Licorice, I feel like doesn't get to play League anyway, so the jungle pressure doesn't help all that much. Now, it's certainly keeping Brox away from top, so you can't tilt the lane back over. That's worthwhile. But I think it's so unlikely that you get any gank pressure here because you can't force a full health Singe to die. But yes, all 3 camps can be down on the top side. Broxa, I mean, thankfully from his team, got an early control ward in front of his own blue, but you can see it on the minimap. There's a control ward right above Cario. And that means that Broxa can go and take a bunch of his own camps. He can kind of match camps for the most part. We'll see how mid plays out in the Trist versus Lucian. That'll be one to watch for sure. Tenone's, I mean, you know, the easy MVP of the CB Law. We'll see what he can get done. But we are getting all 3 camps to Broxa, so no camps are being lost just yet.
Yeah, no camps are lost, but then it's a jungle Morgana. That is not a carry jungler. I would put all my eggs in the voted best player of the CB LoL here, but an engage from Jensen here. He is not having a good time. He has to get out of here.
Yep. Gets the 4th shot off. That was smart by Jensen. You need, if you get the 4th shot off on Tristana, if you explode the charge, you get a reset on your rocket jump, kill or not. And so that allowed him to get a bit more done right there. Heal flash burned out of BRTT. Core JJ used his own heal. Tactical used the ignite. And now Brox had time to run away. Spell shield comes down in time. No stun going to be landed anyway. And yeah, you got to watch away for this one. BRTT is going to lose a lot of health. He's at 200. Like, this is almost killable.
Core JJ is really looking for the opportunity for him to flash an arcane shift into that Twitch. He's so close to actually get that kill. Look, he wants it. Oh, so good. There it is.
Oh, Knockup's going to find on the 1. Brand does still have flash if needed. Walks away, and that is BRTT find a kill in a tactical. Thank you, turret shots. That is a painful one. An over dive at a tactical.
Ah, here comes another dive, though, from CB LoL. Looking for the Tristana. Flash bear slap.
You got Liquor going down, though. He's slowed. He's stuck in place. They're going to find a bit more. A flash. Get away. Tinones. He's got no health left. Oh, Cario. He's trying to run. He's trying to run. As soon as Fling is back up, he's got this, though. He got poisoned. He got poisoned. The bear slap wasn't worth it. Licorice found him with the poison and takes him down.
So worth it there. They wasted so much for that mid lane play, and Jensen with the slick flash over the wall. That's really the key play. Him making the flash and buffering the rocket jump just did so much for him. They did not expect that he is going to be so prepared for that.
Yeah, flash was a bit early with Summoner Heal. He was always going to be safe, so that felt like a little bit of an over cost, but you still can't hate on the fact that you got to kill. You force the mid laner out just the same, and you're going to survive because of that. And
it looks like CB LoL is just still in this and quite relentless because remember the early game was so brutal. And here, a counter gank. This is it. This is what they want.
Easy bind, a lot of damage coming through, but they can't re-engage. The Udyr is around, and Tactical's running really low on health. Finally does jump away, but careful. He's still only a spell away from death. The Core DJ walks in to tank a possible Q coming in. W going to land. That's a big stun. That is so much damage. Core has to run away. Going to explode. Cario chasing down a Broxa. Can't get any more than this, but you can see how much damage is being dealt. Very magic damage heavy, by the way. You can look at the builds. It is AP Twitch after all. Binding going to land. A bit of damage here. Udyr's still going to be okay, and I mean, these health bars are running low. If you don't land the engages, Brand is just relentless in poking you down.
This wave is so fat. They really want to commit to it, and they have no way of diving in. If you saw how Udyr and Morgana interacted this whole time, it was the saddest thing I ever seen for an Udyr jungle. He was chasing her from the top of her own lane, 3 binds in a row, just not able to close the gap. This is just a really sad bear this whole game, and he is so slow. You actually have to hope that you can get ahead and then start maxing your bear slap so that you can start moving around the jungle faster and chasing down people that try to kite you.
Oof, good damage right there. Nice little pillar of flame there. Tactical gets himself some healing available, tosses it off to Core JJ, but you can see Licorice getting a very brief respite, but it's 36 to 56 in CS. Yes, Licorice got a roam off. Hey, well done. Good job. But, I mean, he came in a lane with 2 free assists with some extra gold, and, you know, he's down 14 CS with a wave to be claimed. I mean, this is going to be rough, but he is starting the proxy. He's got enough items. He's got the Swifties. He can run away from junglers pretty easily. I think you just straight up outrun level 1 Bear Stance Udyr, so Licorice has a bit of room to play with.
Yeah, with the Swifties, there's no way they catch him. Even though they're all in this top side of the jungle, they just can't bother dealing with him. He's just a big fly in the side, and oh, this is beautiful.
Oh, wow.
This is exactly what you want to see. And execute too. Just
he might give XP away. It's close because like Brand is nearby. He'll get this whole wave, and okay, yeah, but that's XP though. Like Issa gets like half a level for that, and sure, yes, the waves are all gained. Yes, Licorice is able to get a perfect farm as though he wasn't having to lane against Darius, but that is several hundred XP given away, which is meaningful.
You don't think it was worth it?
I think you kind of had to do it anyway, but you are trading gold for experience straight up, right? It's gold you wouldn't have gotten, but you just gave free XP to the support. Like those are relevant costs to trade off.
It totally is. You're just hoping that the brand continues to die. Oh, what a bind!
Oh, that bind is sick. Rocket jump in. They got to have this one. Buster shot back. What, Jensen? Okay. It was enough. Broxa got enough damage down thanks to his red buff, but that was nearly not a kill at all.
There is no flash bear slap available. I think he's got a rocket jump, though. He could just get out of here.
Yeah, rocket jump should have reset. There should be no problem at all. Easy away, not a problem there. Maybe could have turned to fight it. We knew explosive shot was down, and the buster shot as well was out, but level 5 Udyr not that scary.
He knew that Morgana was on the left-hand side because Udyr was fighting over the crowd with her, but the stealth bind from the brush just did not think that it was going to come from that angle.
Yeah, really nicely done, all things considered. No big problems here. And once again, Liquor's trying to take the camps. And this is actually farm getting denied. Like, keep in mind, like, Robo's chasing Singed around. He's betraying the first and second rules of League of Legends, which is don't chase Singed. Loses the entire wave that got pushed in just there and didn't stop anything.
It's the classic, it's almost like a lane swap where it doesn't matter how good you are against this champion, you just can't afford to give up your lane to chase this guy. He's so much more annoying than you are in this mode. You're playing into his wheelhouse. I think this is Licorice really knowing how to play Singed, and it forces so much out of CB low, they have to just ignore the top side and try to pray that the bottom lane can actually be useful.
Yep, well, Issa still pretty much farming the LCS bot lane right now, earning a ton of cash right now. He's already on the Frostfang, whereas Tactical doesn't have that piece just yet. CoreJJ is farming nicely, but Brand is going to be a really, really big deal in this game. He's, you know, a very big magic damage threat. Jensen can try to roam down, but there's a ward, so they're going to walk away. Going to still try in range to deal some damage. Nice flash gets away from the stun. Otto, no ult available. Wow. If he had ult, that could have been a kill, but CoreJJ, his Ezreal is still good after all these years. Lands the ult, he grabs the kill.
That's the beauty we want to see. That synergy. The gank from Tristana, it looked like such a weak gank through a ward. They were already far back, but the Ezreal ultimate just lined up after the flash as well. That's a predict Ezreal ultimate, Freak. That is more valuable than just lining it up in a team fight. That takes really a good understanding of the movement of your enemy.
Oh, nice stuff right here. So, looking for a battle. Okay, good luck, Broxa. Yep, easily able to black shield the stun, but Bear stands a lot of, Tiger's a lot of damage. Gets the stun, gets the late root. Big chunks here. He's almost got the kill. Oh, he has to flash out of it. Torrented Soil will not quite kill anymore. Broxa kites away. Shout out to the fact that he waited on the Q, tried to maximize stun duration so that, you know, the Udyr couldn't get any farther out. Get a lot of damage out of the W. Really nicely done. Nearly gets the solo kill.
He's got the Morgana mechanics. You gave him that, and he's rushed the Sorcerer issues. It's something a lot of mid laners have been doing, just getting mobility as much as possible early in the game. The games are quick, they're explosive. You want to be roaming, helping your team out. You know, the only error in the game is just not helping your team out nowadays. So if you got the boots and you can help them, then that's the play to make.
You see the shiny Krugs there, changed in the preseason. The total gold of the camp is the same, but more of the gold is in the small Krugs. You actually pretty much must finish them now if you want to be a useful jungler taking the time to do Krugs. We're going to have to do that, of course. You just press W at the end of the camp. You're going to get them no problem. Nice little bit of counter warding, but the game is still fairly close, right? 1,300 gold apart is a moderate lead for the LCS. Meanwhile, for CB LOL featuring All of Pain Gaming, they do have a Drake to their name, so it's not too bad. Waiting for the first items to come through. The Nashor's Tooth almost done for BRTT. That'll be a good spike. Nice push forward. Good black shield. Issa can't get a whole lot done. Whoa. Second jump. There's a big chunk, and now BRTT tries to open up. Rat-a-tat-tat is going to claim the kill. The heal is too late. CoreJJ couldn't reach his teammate in time. Tried to flash shield, couldn't get Tactical, or couldn't get Jensen to live.
Super aggro there. 4 people diving between turrets there while the rest of the CB LOL is pushing the top side of the map. I like what they're doing with Jensen. He knows the limits of this champion. Just get the 4 hits, jump in, bail me out every time. And as long as you got a black shield in there, why not? I mean, the trust you got to have in your teammates is not very high because you know you can bail yourself out every single time. It's just that they were so close together that the brand ultimate ended up bouncing back to him instead of somebody else.
Yeah, took a lot of turret shots there overall, and BRTT's like, I'm happy to free fire with my ult on, let's do it. And that was, I mean, like 4 summoners burn, maybe 5. The trade of being a 1-for-1, so good defense there. by CB Lol as now Herald is summoned mid lane, and as long as you shove that wave in, that is the rest of the plates, and that is the full turret picked up, so Tenon's going to be pretty rich.
I think you got to count these plates and this Herald turret as part of the cost of getting that kill as well, because now CB Lol is actually in the gold lead, believe it or not.
Gold lead, Drake lead, going to feel pretty good. We've got the Hextech Alternator done for Licorice, so sadly he's going not for the build you're supposed to. I don't know, man. I'm a really big fan of Riley's mandate, but that's not the build he's doing.
You should have tweeted at him. You should have told him, hey, this is a good build.
Oh, well. BRTT revealed by a ward. Because of that, it actually reveals the ward itself. One of the interactions of camouflages like that. Brox is like, wait a second, are there wards here? Yes, there are. No one to share the gold with, so just takes the 30 himself. Licorice refuses to give that position away. Bot turret down to one plate, and here comes the dive. Technical Charms one, knocks up afterwards. Just a big chunk of damage. Kites right back out. Permitted Soil probably gets the kill, but Corjay wants it anyway. Nice fling backwards. Goodbye BRTT, but now in for Udyr. Finds one. Tries to chase down the second, cannot do so. It's a 3-for-1 so far in Tenon's. Tenon's has been owned. It's a 4-for-1. The LCS popping off in the bot lane.
They are just hammering the bottom lane free, and I love the fact that you got 4 former members of the former Team Liquid squad that was so good at focusing the bottom lane, and now they're actually still capable of doing that and using Licorice, who is always the island top laner, teleporting down into the bottom lane, helping the team out. It's just, they know how they play the game, and they can do it even here at All-Stars.
Nice job, good timing there. Yeah, Licorice's roam, that was very, very good stuff. Just not enough for Udyr to do, really. You can't really get through that one. You're just stuck in the middle of everyone.
You know, that's really the story of Udyr. Not a lot for you to do in general. You know, you got champions like Samira. Like, you watch what Samira does, and then you watch Udyr, and you wonder if they're even... How are they related? Because one
I mean, Udyr
so
wins way more games than Samira does. Like, Samira got nerfed enough. Like right now, Samira wins games more than Udyr does. Now, Prowler's Claw Udyr is not very strong. To be clear...
It's Scale Force. It's Scale Force Udyr. You just dash.
No, it's Prowler's Claw.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I just saw it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I appreciate the hustle. Don't get me wrong. It's a cool idea. It's just not as good as, real items like Divine Sunderer or, Trinity Force, really. I respect the idea. It's just not the strongest idea. It's a cool try, though. That's going to be one kill. Brand is dead. Cario's nearly gone. Corjay is trying his hardest. Tinon still gets the shutdown. Now Broxa is going to lock in, get the ult, get the W, get the kill. Double on the board for Morgana. Broxa 5-0-5. That's a nice one. Error code CP Law not found. And now it's time for even more. Jensen's going to try to jump away. Robo's in the chase, though. Next Q. Dunk comes down. He's bleeding out. Goodbye. He's hemorrhaging the death. Robo finds himself the first kill of the game.
Finally joins the team on the CB Low, who is just, I think they're actually going to be able to turn up here, Freak. I think this Udyr is actually going to have a good time eventually, because all he has to do is flash bear slap somebody in the team fight later, either Corjay or Jensen. You find that one target while the rest of the team is distracted. You take them out of the fight. You're worth so much less than they are, that if you could just get them away from your team, you've done your job.
This is killable. Oh, what a sidestep. Gets away from the Q. This is, he's just done so. Like, there's no way. The Q's not back up yet. He's burning it down. Nice kill by Licorice. Yeah, loses the turret, but, I mean, obviously worth it. On the other side, CB Law is going to grab the second Drake. That's a nice one. So they're on pace for a 26-minute Infernal Soul. If you get there, that's going to be really, really nice.
Yeah, you got double AD, you got everybody really benefiting from your scaling here. So I just like that when you actually get these matchups, scaling doesn't become a relevant thing since everybody has enough damage at every stage in the game. You got double AD carries, you got AP all around, you got tanky champions. They'll all be fine. They just have to execute.
And Core is so rich. Double Mystic Shot put BRTT at 30% health. He actually dies at 3 Mystic Shots from full. In a real situation here. Look at the poke there. Corjay and the very standard build. Divine Thunder is what you buy on Ezreal. Tactical comes in. Nice knockup. Goodbye. Lethality Udyr is just way too squishy against this team. Can't get a lot done. BRTT is going to whop. Yep, goodbye. Dropped as well. Nice arcane shift. Finds the rest of it. Now mid's under fire. And the LCS, you might not get the Dragons still in time. You can donate the Dragons away. It might not be enough.
Oh, man. Corjay, these in-house skills are just popping up. Jensen's going in. He's going to get the kill. Doesn't even get stunned and gets out.
That was nice. Gale Force Buster shot. Not almost. That was so close. Robo nearly claimed that kill with the pullback, but now not a lot to do. Morgana comes in. Back over the wall goes Licorice. Burns the flash, and now they're just diving the entire base.
look at the style there. The Jensen moves alongside Broxah were just beautiful. The jump, the flashing, dodging away, use of the blast cone, and then re-engaging with the team. It's what you came here to see.
It is really, really beautiful right now. So Jensen's putting on the mechanics, CoreJJ's putting on the mechanics, and the whole squad's doing really well, obviously. Yeah, good luck with that one. Nearly a binding. He's like, what? Cast the spells, bud. Hit him, Broxah. Okay, there we go. Fowler's fly in. Look at the damage. They almost got him, but he's going to get shut down by Triss. Sorry, bud. The binding landed that time. Nothing else you can do. Uh-oh.
Whoa, so much healing.
Wait, that's so much healing. Holy moly. But Expunge is the big part. Oh,
what
Black Shield blocked it all.
that?
That was all the spell vamp.
Smite and spell
Ravenous Hunter, right? It's got to be full stack Ravenous Hunter. You hit the, all the spell vamp on. Oh, goodbye, BRTT. Yeah, you're a dead boy. Goodbye. Wait.
One more
Hello?
slap.
Tactical. Okay. Good job, Core.
He's dead too.
Yep, Licorice here. Fling. Oh, bye. Good steal. Tactical gets his first kill of the game. And now the LCS is just running over this one. Like, at this point, it's a little bit over, unfortunately. CB Lol tried. They had some nice moments here. But Licorice, I think, played her on the top side well. Nice try by Robo now. Not enough.
Hey, I don't know if it's over, Freak. The LCK was 20-5 against the OPL and still managed to lose that game. You're okay with dear.
Prowler's Claw brings him all the way through Arcane Shift. A little Warwick action. Okay, the flash in. Is it going to be enough? He gets one. Looks for the dunk. Gets two. Oh, my word. It might be enough. He's trying to run away, though. He's cinched. He gets the third dunk. Robo is on the board.
We needed to get the Darius in here. He wants more. He knows Broxah's got a big bounty on his head, and he's got no flash caught in no man's land. I think that bounty is going to go his way again.
Stride Breaker's up in a second if he could get out. This is going to be easily kill number 4. Ugh, yeah, it is. 800 gold shutdown. Okay. All right. Go Gadget Darius. This Robo has been built up. He's got new upgrades. He's been augmented with cyberware. He's ready to go.
Gotta believe in the Darius. If anybody can carry this game, that's more and more like a solo queue match. It's gotta be the king of solo queue, Darius. Look at this flash right here. And then this little dash. The dash here is really what made it. Buffered it with the Q.
Stride Breaker is great. Q Stride Breaker, that's the big play. Into range for the dunk afterwards. Really, really well done.
I did not think that the Darius would have been the one to carry this game here. I totally thought it would have been the bottom end, the Twitch or the Brand, just the ones that pack the most damage.
I mean, they had a really good start. Okay, here we go. And that's Prowler's Claw, right? Prowler's Claw Tiger Stance is a lot of damage, but Jensen just has too much gold. I think he's got like a 2-3 level lead on the guy. That was close, though, right? Like, you can see what it could almost do.
It's going to work one time, right? As long as it happens at the end of the team fights.
Finds one charm, finds his health bar in shambles, trying to run away, has the shields, he's still burning. That is a lot of bleeds, that is a kill. Robo once again has it. Ulti is available, pulls in back. That's a full stack bleed. Shut down, traded back and forth though, as it's Licorice picking up the kill there.
Okay, that's not bad though. Getting down CoreJJ, he's a really difficult champion to take down versus your dead man's Darius. So I like this. I like this look here. And Licorice, he's by himself really because the rest of the CB LoL squad is not going to give this up. They're the ones that have been focused on the Dragons. Let's see if Jensen feels like jumping in once again, because I think the second he saw this Brand, he was about to jump.
It's a 4v3 for CB LoL, so if you can get in at all, Jensen can easily rocket jump. If you waited a little bit longer in Powerhouse Claw, you'd go over the wall with that, I think, and that would be probably a problem for our poor Udyr, but he's going to be fine. Infernal Drake, but yeah, the respawns are coming through. Tactical's almost here. CoreJJ is now leaving base. Broxah, nice try in the bind. Can't find it. BRTT revealed, though. Great Scryer's Bloom. It makes it very easy to play around. This Drake is going to be really hard to defend. I mean, CB LoL still fighting down a 4,000 gold deficit. That is not insurmountable, but it's a tough one to fight back from. And the wards aren't good enough to make this easy.
They can get a fat Brandle.
Yeah, maybe. No bind.
Oh, that Q.
Yeah. Nope, this is tough. Ezel not going to get anything, but here comes the attempt for the charm, the attempt for the smite. It's going to go over to Brand, and now Tino is forced to run. He's trying to get away. Fling backwards, BRTT on the backside. Goodbye to Karaoke, and now Licorice on the run. Will get traded back, but it's a 2-for-1 so far, making it a 3. 3 kills for the LCS, has traded for the Dragon. A nice stun, bit of damage, but Issa You're not getting out. You're not getting out. CoreJJ finds the kill. The rest of the team stays alive. 4-1 is trade for Dragon number 3.
See, the big brain play here is that they knew they were going to lose that fight for the Dragon, so they just ran all the way down. They try to everybody die as further south of the map as possible so that LCS can't run to the Baron in response. Because once that first hit this brand, this fight was already over. The LCS position was going to be so much greater that they're lucky that the Brand ultimate started bouncing around and taking that one, because that really would have been a disaster.
BRTT managed to live. I think he might have gotten the actual kill onto Cinch, which is, some nice income there. And once you get to like 2, maybe 3 items, I mean, you really, the Twitch builds are awkward because you have to go Lichbane, or not Lichbane, but Nashor's Tooth first, and then you probably want to finish like, usually like a Night Harvester or something, but he's actually not building towards that. Looks like it's going to be Deathcap second for BRTT. Going no Mythic build, which I don't actually agree with in terms of AP Twitch. I think Harvester is just very, very good. But regardless, this is kind of the build he's going for, is stack as much raw AP as possible to try to get his passive damage as high as he can.
And what he needs is a lot of gold. No matter what build he needs, he's just very far from it. Either CS, by their levels, and even just experience. He's just so doomed right now.
I like the ward stack just down there. It's just a chunk of wards down to the bottom of that lane. Just for good measure. At some point, I'm sure Tactical will replace them. Whoa. Flexion on core. Jumps in on BRTT. Can't find the W. Gets good damage regardless, though. And that's the Twitch out of the wave. Mid tier 2 is gone.
Tactical's just there watching everybody, seeing who dares come out of the base so that the CoreJJ Ezreal can keep jumping in again. Oh!
Oh, yeah, wow. Broxah got it by himself. I knew he didn't even need any more than just the W and maybe the Q to land. Turret's going to get a bit low here as well. What?
We need to clone CoreJJ. We need to get more of him in the LCS.
Oh, yeah.
Playing all the roles, clearly.
Yeah. How good's his jungle? Maybe we'll find out against LLA. Right now, though, oof, Jensen a bit low, gets a shield, gets a charm, gets a pickup. Broxah on a killing spree here as well, and Licorice is on the dive. He's found 10 owns, he's burning down, he's going to drop here as well, and not enough there for Robo. Issa picks up 1. However, 7,000 gold lead inside the base, knocking down inhibitor turrets as well. The bot tier 2 is alive. They'd rather go for the turret dive, though. They find the slow, they find some damage. Jensen's going to find it. Yep. Gets the Gale Force ult. Can't go any farther. There's a turret there. But it's okay. Mid's under fire. BRTT's going to try. Nice expunge. Or I guess a contaminate now. Gets revealed. Broxah. Not quite going to land it.
Ooh, avenging his support. They were surrounding him just like sharks. But he's going to die.
No, it's timed out. He's dead. He's so dead. He's the most dead. And he is.
Well, not much difference from being invisible, really. He was spending most of the game.
Might die. Tiger didn't last long enough. There's still about 80 health left on CoreJJ. He's going to live. That was a tight one.
That's how every time I feel when I play Udyr. I lose, I go out 110, I think, yeah, that was a tight one. Almost had him. Maybe I'll pick differently next time.
I mean, are you building Prowler's Claw Essence Reaver Udyr? Because I don't feel like that's actually the build. Just as far as I'm concerned, there are better builds that actually win on the champion. Maybe that's a you problem.
That's usually most of my problems, Freak. All right, well, 1 minute for drag.
Yep.
I mean, that's their last stand, right? That's everything CB LoL has this game. If they can get that, that would make up for everything that they have just floundered this game, because the death cap would really start getting a lot of value there for this Twitch.
Shout out anyone who actually, hopefully not on my team, goes Prowler's Claw Essence Reaver Udyr. That just doesn't seem the absolute strongest, I'm going to say. This is one of those games you're like, hey, maybe build Tank, bud. You're 1-7. No, Sheen? Okay, sure. Fair enough, bud. Good luck. Obviously, the items are in. The Infinity Edge, a bit early for Jensen. It does not give crit damage until you finish your Rapid Fire Cannon. So slightly early buy there. Obviously, it's preseason. Pros can make mistakes, but that is a small missed opportunity. Dragging up to 20 seconds, though. Robo's on the flank. Robo, can he 1v9?
I mean, he can 1v3. We've seen that one. We've seen that one. Okay, he's coming around alongside Tino's. If they can focus Udyr. Oh, no.
Oh, no. He can't even cast Prowler's Claw. He's been grounded. Go to your room. BRTT opens up, tries to find some damage. Tino's trying to kite away. BRTT gets the shutdown. He knocks down one, but it's already 3-1. One traded back now. Robo has to kite away. Tino's got to be careful. Licorice is up front. He's looking for it. Jumps in, gets the flash flang. And now Robo is left alone. Can he find anything else here? Gets in the fog. Gets a nice Q. Can he get a dunk, though, at all? Can he get a single kill? That's a Zonius from Morgana. A triple kill for Core JJ. And now you cannot possibly steal Dragon. The whole team is dead.
It was a valiant attempt. They saw it, but the Udyr just was so quick to die. If he just lived a tiny bit longer, I think there would have been a chance for the Darius to actually get in there. He had Flash. He had the ultimate available. What kind of team fight happens where Darius doesn't get to use his ultimate? It's one where you never really stood a chance. Of course, you got to pop that if you want to do well. And he's building full tank because he knows he needs to stay alive. This team's got damage. They're just so far behind. The Udyr. Freak, if we've seen it so many times, at least 5 times, that he almost gets a solo kill on these AD carries.
Yeah. Meanwhile, ow. If Brox had ult, he would cast it, you know? If he had ult, that man was dead. Flash, blue smite, the W! Oh! Yeah, Lethality Udyr does in fact lose to 9-kill Morgana. Broxa takes him down from Fog of War. And now Issa, gotta be careful, gets some damage, gets a stun, gets an explosion, but Jensen's here. Jensen wants more. Jensen's gonna find a kill for Tactical. Jumps over Tinones. That's Broxa dominating 11, 1, and 20. And Tactical's gonna find BRTT. Good luck, Twitch.
They've done this before. They're just gonna dive. It doesn't matter if they go down. They gotta take out BRTT.
He's dead. Yep, that is a kill picked up. Robo's gonna try, has damage to Tactical, dunk one. Can he get more? He needs to land a Q, he needs the cooldown back. Gets damage to Broxa, finds Jensen, gets some good hits. Dunk is not gonna be enough, and he might, yeah, he will lifesteal enough. Jensen will not go down, needed a little bit more time to have that one happen.
Yeah, that Q just barely whiffing there out of Robo, but I'm surprised that this is the first time we're seeing some of these champions for some of these players, Freak. The Morgana from Broxa, it was an idea a lot of people had before. Morgana jungle. I like it. It's just simple, always helps your team out. And hey, you hit that one fat binding. You don't need to be an engaged target. You just keep chucking these out. You hit somebody, hey, I've engaged, guys. Come fight.
All right, well, it's time to look at Baron right now as Broxa and Jensen are taking the time with it one. Gonna knock down that ward, gonna get a ward over the wall. I believe Jensen can reach the I guess he can't reach it. Has to rock jump over, but now he's been slowed. Oh, goodbye. Nice! All right, sends the Singed out.
He's just been a bad boy all the time, just permanently grounded. Don't leave your room.
This is a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage. Goodbye to one. The cooling. Okay, good smite by Broxa. Picks it up, but now there could be some trade kills. Licorice is out of mana. It's not going to matter in this case, though. Twitch is already gone. Core JJ stays alive. Licorice is on the run. Has to put on the poison trail. Has to run away. Robo, can he find the target? Not easily. Doesn't get the sweet spot of the Q. Can't pull back Tactical. Great black shield comes out of Broxa. And that means Tactical can play up a little bit longer. Wait for the team. Careful, he's now max stacks with a big dunk, but it's going to be only 1,000 damage. Stride Breaker Q. Dunk will nearly kill. Push back, though, by the bind, by the knockup. Kites right back out, and Robo just cannot quite get in. I assume he was just shy of the damage needed. Core, though, too far up. Gets a shutdown on the Darius. Charms back across for a 1-for-1. Now, Liquor's got to be careful, but yeah, that makes it easy. There comes the push in for Tactical. Burning. Zonia's. Tactical, he's low. Gets out anyway. Double kill for Licorice. 50 kills to 19. Flash. Come on, Cario. Come on. Prowler's Claw.
There it is.
Yay! And Licorice, you saw he waited. He stopped and let the kill go through. That is good manners. I'm surprised he even chased the kill down. That guy was always at the poison.
He wanted to reward the Flash. He'd seen this guy try so many times. You got to give it to him at some point. Otherwise, you're not having that much fun. If the Udyr never secured a kill with the Prowler's Claw this game, Freak, I don't think he would have ever tried it again.
I don't think he should ever try it again, period. I think he already went 2-14, and that's enough to be like, maybe I shouldn't build this champion this way. But who knows? You know, I've been burned by teammates having wonky builds before. Maybe it'll happen again. They're having a good time. The important part is we got Smile. I'll stop clowning on the build because obviously it's not that serious, all said and done. Goodbye, Chinos. Oh, gosh. Just Trish does so much damage. Robo's gone as well. I mean, Licorice actually just has 5 items, so he's got 25 stack Magi's on Singe. That's when you know it's pretty doomed. Issa's gone as well. Jen's trying to run away. Explosions is not going to be enough damage. The AP is not quite there. And now Carrio's forced to run away. He blue smites for some move speed. He's trying to go down from Licorice. He fails chance. He's got to get away just barely. And a kill. 2 for BRTT. Can it be a third? The ulti's on. He's going to get some pretty good damage. Whoa, that is a big fling. Yeah, buddy. Death cap is done, and BRTT finds a triple.
That fling is like a crit from the Tristana every single time it happens. He's so fed. He's full build. He's the first to reach full build this game.
Yep. Just now picks up Zonia's. Frelin Amakan in there as well. Gonna look pretty good. That fling's pretty hopeful.
Look at how fast he goes. I mean, with the 25 stacks, he really looks like he's just from another world. Udyr, who's supposed to be a speedy boy, just doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, 5-level deficit, and 4-level deficit is going to be pretty rough right here. So yeah, just tries to run, is barely fast enough, just barely, but
nice pun.
They built enough time for Twitch. There's hard.
Was that an actual pun on purpose, or was that just
which one?
Barely faster?
Oh no, not in that case.
Well, he was a Baron, so you just naturally.
No, I get
punning.
it. It slipped in on accident. I hadn't intended for it. Either way, though, we got builds coming through. All right, we got Twitch finishing Deathcap and Harvester. That's a pretty big one. Tactical able to jump away. But now Twitch is kind of online. BRTT at 3 items is actually a pretty meaningfully threatening champion. You're still kind of capped. Like, you still only cast Contaminate once, every 10 seconds or so. The passive has a hard cap, so it's like if the fight lasts longer than 6 auto attacks, you kind of lose out on damage. But a lot of these fights are pretty short.
Well, the LCS should not try to end the game, right? They should try to extend the fights as long as possible.
Yeah. Oh, I got to point out, because of those kills, Infernal Soul got picked up. I don't know if we really covered that one, but those overdives were right as the 5th dragon spawned. So we have Infernal Soul for CB LOL. So an 11,000 gold lead fights Infernal Soul. Maybe doable, who knows?
Well, I mean, I'm still looking out for what Cario can do here, because now there's a stopwatch, so now he can actually go in and buy some time for his team after the Prowler's Call. Maybe reset the Tiger stance to do a little extra damage.
Easy wave clear, give the money over. Riley's is just being started now for Issa.
If you wanted to pick a champion to put yourself in the biggest disadvantage inside Summoner's Rift right now and build, would you not do this Udyr build?
Ooh,
this is playing the highest difficulty.
Is one of the worst builds. I think Prowler's Essence Reaver Gragas top would be worse. Like, just thinking of like champions that are even more useless with no durability. Here we go. Engage comes in. CoreJJ finds one. They're going to find a second and third. And Robo's like, wait, where'd my team go? BRTT tries as well. Flashes and gets pushed around. Jetson. Buster shot. Gale Force. Otto takes them down from half. All right, Robo versus the world. We've seen Fountain Dive before. Will we see another? They're looking for it, maybe. They're going for the turrets. Where's the Fountain Dive? Where's the Fountain Dive? Let's go, LCS. Who's leading the charge? Who's making it happen? Robo's waiting for it. Come on. I want the Penta.
Flash Fling. Flash Fling into Bind.
Where's the Penta? Where's the Penta? There's the pull. It gets one. Can't find the second. There's the Fling. There's the kill. All right, they traded only one. Tactical was a sacrificial lamb. He was the one player willing to bait Robo in. Good job, Tactical. You're the MVP of this game. Good game, LCS wins.
They did it in a role swap fashion, which is what you want to see, Freak. I think it was really valiant to see all these players take on something new that at least gives you a little extra sense of excitement. Because otherwise, oh yeah, you see CoreJJ playing Rakan. No, we want to see him give us his AD, his original role.
Yeah. And I know people are learning as they're going through the preseason. Trinity Force Ezreal is dead, as you saw the build here. Divine Sunderer is what you're going for on that champion. It is his best gene upgrade, so for those Ezreals at home, copy the build you saw out of CoreJJ. The Frozen Heart, maybe choose not that one. It's up to you. I wouldn't have built Frozen Heart against Twitch plus, AP Twitch plus brand. Feels questionable. Regardless, though, obviously some pretty good stuff out of him. The whole squad did really nicely. And yeah, for those who get counterpicked on Singed, go proxy the wave. Get out of there. Get between tier 1 and tier 2, between tier 2 and tier 3. Take those waves. Bait the jungler around. That'll help you a bit because, man, is that lane tough. And Licorice made it look easy despite having 0 CS with the first 3 waves. So we are stepping away. But when we come back, we'll hear from Brazil's BRTT. All Stars continues right after this.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, BRTT. Can you hear me? All-Stars 2020. What a sight we just had in our match between the LCS All-Stars as well as those representing the CB LOL from Brazil. I do have one of the players on the line. It is going to be audio only. So BRTT, are you with me?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I am great. How are you off of what wasn't a victory, but still a very fun match to watch?
Yeah, for sure, really fun match. I'm really good. Thank you for asking. And yeah, at least it was fun, you know?
Yeah, that's what All-Stars is about, right? You've been a part of All-Stars before, and things are a bit different this year with 2020 being the way that it has been. What has this experience been like for you, getting to once again interact with other regions, albeit in a different format than usual?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be a part of this event, you know? Like playing against the best players in the world, and it's always a pleasure, and I'm really happy that I can be playing. But yeah, that's it.
Well, you did get to play today alongside the entirety of your 2020 Pain Gaming roster. Did that change at all, the way you came into this event, whether it was just trying to have a good time, rejoicing with everybody?
Yeah, we were just trying to have a good time. Because it's the last time we play with this lineup, because we changed our support, so we are having a lot of fun, laughing a lot, you know. So I think we enjoyed a lot this moment, and we are really happy.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to also get your remarks on, because you, for this year, have been in the bot lane alongside Issa, who will be moving on during the next year. So things are a little different for you going into 2021. What are your general thoughts, excitement going into the new year, and your personal expectations for your career?
Yeah, I was excited, man, like planning to win more titles, you know, and maybe this time you're gonna do great at Worlds. So that's our goal. That's my main goal, you know. So I will try harder than last time, and maybe this year we can do it. We can make our country proud, you know.
Well, you definitely did a lot to make Brazil proud today, just being an all-star in yourself. BRTT, thank you for taking the time to speak with me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the voice of BRTT here representing CB LOL. But there was something that we asked you to do earlier. We had presented the playlist from Spotify wrapped for myself and for Jensen. And on the votes from Twitch chat, apparently 58% of you identify more with Jensen, but I guess it's only fitting that on the day Eminem's album drops that our personal LCS Slim Shady wins the poll in all of your eyes. But with that, everybody, we are going to be stepping away for a moment, and when we return, we'll have more All-Stars with our LCS roster versus the LLA.
Hello and welcome back, League of Legends fans, to All-Stars 2020. I'm excited to get into some more League of Legends action here as we have our LCS All-Stars once more returning to the stage, but this time they're going to be taking on the boys from down south from the LLA All-Star squad. I'm Captain Flowers. I'll be bringing you this one alongside Mr. Alberto Crumbs Renjifo. Crumbs, you already casted one of these. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, Flowers, but my mind is a little rattled. I have just seen, and the rest of the world, the Prowler's Claw Udyr. I didn't know what to make of it. I mean, it tried so hard, it just didn't really quite make it. The story of the champion, but maybe the rest of the team in LLA and the LCS can give us something a little more spicy that can deliver and not just try to hit the mark but not quite get there.
Hey, man, Prowler's Claw is a great item for champions that otherwise have no mobility. I played it one game on Skarner, and trust me, it's equally awful on him, but being able to dash at an AD carry for the first time in your life is just such an incredible experience. You got to try it at least once, sometimes on the All-Star stage. But now let's get ready for this next game we're doing here and meet the 5 members representing the Latin American region. We are going, excuse me, my words are escaping me. We're going to have Ace in the top lane, Jose Diodo in the jungle, Alone at mid, White Lotus and Shadow on the bottom lane and support roles respectively. And their All-Stars charity choice for the LLA this year is Support Argentina Food Emergency. This charity creates food bags for the impoverished population of Argentina. With enough funding, they will be able to look to expand to other health and well-being needs in addition to providing that monthly food for the needy.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, just being able to bring people up to an equal opportunity, and then maybe they could start playing some League of Legends and maybe use that as another opportunity, because that has been a great equalizer, Flowers. League of Legends and video games to actually bring people into a more fortunate circumstances to actually just better their lives. So the power of video games can transform lives, whether it's by charity or playing yourself, and we're seeing it globally.
And remember what we saw earlier in the announcements when Gabby was kind of doing the table setting for us at the beginning of the day. Obviously, competing for the win will allow the teams and the players to have more money to donate to the charities of their choice. But even just participating, the charities are walking away with $10,000 already just by being selected by these teams in these regions. So really cool stuff. A lot of good stuff going on here with charity. And now to learn more about those reps that we just got done talking about here a little bit, let's take a look at our Mercedes icons of the league.
Brandon Villegas, mejor conocido como José Diodo, nació en Argentina un 22 de mayo del 2000. Comenzó su carrera en la PL Gaming, un extinto equipo de Latinoamérica Sur, aunque su buen rendimiento llamó la atención de Furious Gaming, que lo contrató para su escuadra de academia Furious Gaming Red. Allí pasó apenas 6 meses hasta que fue movido al roster principal de la Calavera por su buen rendimiento. En Furious no tuvo los resultados esperados, pero su excelente nivel se notaba pese a todo.
Me ayudó a bajar el ego y enfocarme en mejorar a mí mismo.
Se lanzó con todo lo que tiene, le da a 4 jugadores de Furious Gaming. Luego de casi 2 años, Raymond 7 puso sus ojos sobre el argentino y se hizo con sus servicios. En un principio, el desempeño de la escuadra no estaba a la altura de las expectativas y, luego de una semifinal para el olvido, José Diodo estuvo al borde del retiro profesional. Pero todo cambiaría a mediados del 2020. Junto a Ace, Alone, Lesa y Shadow, Raymond 7 consiguió revertir un imposible 2-0 en contra en la final de clausura 2020 contra All Knights y conseguir así el pase a Worlds. José Diodo fue una de las estrellas de esa final, y aunque los resultados en Worlds no fueron los que ellos esperaban, el jugador llamó la atención de varios equipos alrededor del mundo. Ahora, el junglero argentino se convirtió en el primer latinoamericano en ser importado por una región mayor. 2021 será uno de los mayores desafíos para José Diodo, representando a FlyQuest de la LCS y teniendo que hacerle frente a muchos de los mejores jugadores de todo el mundo.
And with the introduction to our LLA representatives complete, we will be jumping into Summoner's Rift as soon as possible. Have a little bit of a slight delay occurring right now behind the scenes with some of the players' webcams, but hopefully we will be able to take care of that issue real fast, get everybody in onto Summoner's Rift, and see some more of that, how shall I describe, high-octane All-Stars gameplay that we've seen from some of the games so far, not just here in the All-Stars competition you've seen today, but for those of y'all who didn't know, some of the other regions kicked off some of their All-Stars action last night. Well, last night if you're in North America, it might be somewhere else if you're somewhere else in the world, but I'm not that great with time zones. However, one thing I am great about is remembering what I saw. And what I saw last night was Faker playing bottom lane Rengar with the Ivern support to spawn brushes for him. You just don't get that anywhere else.
That was sick. It was amazing. The fact that they busted out, that's why I was thinking that the LCK were really just showing us what it was all about. Because not only did he go bot lane to play with an Ivern support, the support of the LCK went top lane with Warwick and then actually had a really great game. He just started running around the map doing all sorts of crazy things. It was all about not trying to pick the most standard champions, but rather pick jank and try to play janky, but also outplay your opponent doing so, which is exactly what you want. I mean, that flash over the wall from Beryl when he got caught in mid lane and jumped onto the Samira, deleted it. I didn't care they lost a team fight. That just was so skillful, just so beautiful to see. It's like he was an Alistar and saw the play, but pulled it off on the Warwick.
It's all about just getting back to your roots in League of Legends, man. These players and these teams, and honestly, just the whole scene have evolved so much since the beginning days, but especially for a lot of the newer players out there. There's a lot of people that, you know, have only started playing League of Legends in the past couple of years. I encourage all y'all, if you got a day, I mean, winter break's coming up for a lot of people. You have a little bit of time off around the holidays for a lot of people out there. If you find yourself bored one afternoon, just nothing better to do, go back and watch a Season 1 championship. It's not a world championship. It's just a championship because the whole world wasn't even playing League of Legends yet. But watch the Season 1 championship because you're going to watch it and you're going to think it's a game of Plat 4 0LP solo queue. That is how far the game has evolved from then to now. And All-Stars is just a chance to go back to doing that solo queue mentality and just doing the crazy plays and doing whatever you want to do. And I hope that every single player on the Rift just jumps all the way into that because it's just fun to watch.
You say getting back to your roots, and if you remember the origin, as at least my guess and how I began, the reason why I started playing League of Legends for fun. Right, we all started here for fun.
Dude.
That's how we got here. So exactly, right? Like, why are you mad, man? It's just a game.
All right, we finally made it into Champion Select, my friends. Let's see how it goes down. We got the LLA on the left. We got the LCS on the right. Twisted Fate banned away. Seraphine ain't going to be picking up any more Brackern Souls here today either. You know I'd like to see that. Her banned, of course, not the soul part. We don't like to see that. Malphite also banned next to him here, as we've got Sona and Teemo banned away by the LCS. Remember, in games like these, it's also important to look at the bans and consider the first letter of everyone's name. As you can see by the LLA, TSM. They're trying to get inside the LCS players' heads, remind them of what 06 looks like, remind them how to get to the airport on time, because they are instantly taking names here in the banning stage. Over on the other side, it's also TSM. LCS says, yup, we remember that. It was bad, but you ain't going to phase us. No, sir, not today. So let's see how the picks go through now. It's Maokai, Zac, and Anivia versus Rengar and Lulu, and what might be a gangplank.
I am already loving what LLA is bringing out. There's like a triple flex coming out of them. You can assume that LCS is also going to be flexing these champions, but these are meta champions, or at least former meta champions. Flowers like Gangplank, come on. If that's not support Gangplank or AP Gangplank, this is too tryhard. Way too tryhard here for All-Stars. You got to give us an Ivern here. Maybe we could see more of what the LCK busted out, but who would play the Ivern and the Rengar? I want to see Core JJ play all these champions, but we only get one of him.
Well, the nice part is technically we get two Core JJs because we already got to see Core JJ play once. So thankfully, Core JJ is from one of the regions in LCS where he gets to play twice in one day. Because everybody can't get enough of Core JJ right now. Between the in-houses, between the fact that he can flex around to any role in the game, between the fact that he's just a stand-up dude, like there's just not enough Core JJ for everybody out there in the League of Legends community. Lee Sin, the fourth pick here for the LCS. What did they add to TSM? XD! That's so
XD,
good!
that's what it was!
Both teams with TSM XD! Alright, dude, I don't even care. I don't care if this game turns into some super boring farm fest where everybody's just trying to grow the best field of corn for 35 minutes. Just the draft being TSM XD versus TSM XD is already a quality game.
That's beautiful.
I love
I spent the last champ select just wondering, what was the Draven and Xerath? What do they mean? And we got it.
XD. Okay. All right. So we got a Gragas picked up for LLA, and we also got the Twitch. All right, Crumbs, take your bets right now before we get into the game. Is this going to be old, boring, team fight properly, use Kraken Slayer because it's strong now, AD carry Twitch, or is it going to be Rat with a hat, AP?
I sadly have to tell you, I think it's going to be AD. They're all AP on the side of his team, so if you're trying to be a little bit competitive,
party.
if you're trying to win, it could be a wizard party. I mean, don't get me wrong, a wizard party is fantastic, but magic resistance, you saw the LCS. They're a little tryhard in there.
Dude, who's going to be tanky on the enemy team?
Rengar. Rengar could be tank.
Dude,
remember SOFM, Tank Rengar? He made it to World Finals with that
If our players play Tank Rengar at All-Stars, I'm going to fine them myself. that should be illegal.
Yeah.
If you're playing Rengar at All-Stars, I better see full lethality, solo queue, one-shot, wub-wub music, Riot, how is this legal? Win every solo queue game, 90% win rate, hands on face emoji. Anything less is unacceptable.
I completely agree. You have to do it. And if you have a Lulu on your team, you gotta go AD, right? She's the one that's making you tanky in the end. So it has to be done.
Ballistic Missile Rengar, and Lulu is the bubble wrap that the ballistic missile gets delivered in so that it doesn't blow up before it's supposed to. That's the teamwork that these two champions have when working together, and I want to see that Rengar going in with everything he's got. Also, with the Lee Sin and the Kog'Maw being the last pickups on this site here. So the LCS picked Kog Lulu. That's...
Yeah.
That's a little try-hard for me.
Telling you.
I hope...
Yeah.
I hope it's a mid-lane AP Kog'Maw, and Rengar and Lulu doesn't care about him at all, and she only helps Rengar. I want to see Lulu work with Rengar, and Kog'Maw also better be using that cutesy lizard spellcasting one. I don't remember what he's called, but he's the best.
The blue one, right? He looks like a fairy dragon.
Yeah, he's like a little cute fairy dragon thing. I like him way more than all the other Kog'Maws. He's the most adorable one by a mile. It's kind of sad when he dies and his head blows off, though. That's pretty that's pretty scarring. It's like the worst death animation to have to watch ever since, what was it called? Dragon Trainer Tristana, where she gets knocked on the ground and the poor little dragon's traumatized and just crawls up next to her. There's some heavy metal stuff in this game sometimes, Crumbs.
Okay, you know what? Speaking of heavy metal, though, I think the LCS is delivering here because it's going to be tactical playing Lee Sin in the mid lane. That is such a throwback. That is such a throwback right there. Remember the Tiamat, the Hydrant? This could be a full lethality Lee Sin, just all about assassinating the White Lotus.
Okay, so anybody out there who I figure most people have probably played with a Lee Sin who's really vibrant, he's feeling himself, he gets like 5 kills early on in the game, and he starts to build lethality. For those of you who haven't, let's talk about lethality here for a second. Because lethality is very scary when it's rolling and he's got 7 kills and no deaths just yet. But as soon as he messes up one single time, say hello to your best, most popular, most favoritist blindfolded loot pinata you have ever met. Every time he lands Sonic Wave, if he presses Q that second time, you just bonk him with the stick and collect your 300 gold. So for tactical, it's going to be about staying ahead of the game and not goofing.
Whoa.
Because as soon as he goofs, he's in trouble.
Look at that push-up. He's doing push-ups with his mind.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. He has like an eyeball laser or something.
Yeah, with his third eye. He's doing push-ups with his third eye. That's what I should tell my trainer when I skip the gym. Like, no, dude, I worked out with my third eye.
All right, you tell your trainer that. Tell me what he said. I'm looking forward to the response from whatever that is. Okay, so we've got tactical in the mid lane. We've got literally everybody switched up their positions here. Brox is the support, and Core JJ is the AD carry. Now, Core JJ is using Dogma instead of the lizard one. Dogma is still pretty good.
It's
Let's see
Pugma,
how these...
not Dogma.
Oh, yeah, it's Pugma. That's right. I always just called it Dogma because he's a dog, and that's closer to the word cog. I feel like it was a missed opportunity there. But hey, who am I? I'm just the play-by-play caster. I'm not the skins designer. Although if I was the skins designer, we would have already had Truck Driver Ornn. Tell me how badass that would be, Crumbs. Ornn, when he uses his passive, he calls up a CB radio. When he throws out his Q and it makes that little volcanic rupture thing, it's a traffic cone. Or a stop sign. It flips a coin and chooses every time individually because this is a legendary skin. When he charges at you, it makes tire screeching noises. And when he summons his ulti, it goes, and it's a giant semi-truck that runs you over. I don't even play Ornn, and I would buy that skin.
You know, what I love about it is not that the skin itself is this elaborate thing, but rather that it fits within the theme of an entire comp that can be like that. Because you've got the truck parts Heimerdinger, you can have the police Volibear with Riot Kale, and then the Ornn, and then you've got just everybody with alarms and cars sounding everywhere.
Yeah, it turns into Grand Theft Auto Summoner's Rift. That's what it's all about, as Alone is going for the kill on the Tactical here in the mid lane, nearly kills him off. Jose, you got to get over the wall, brother. There's the body slam for the first blood.
Oh, this mid lane is not even close. He's getting obliterated, and he's running Ignite. Poor Tactical. The experiment hours, I think, is already blowing up in his face.
Dude, the lethality is not off to a wonderful beginning here just yet. Now, Licorice has decided that he wants the crab, but unfortunately for him, their opponents have decided, no, you can't have the crab. But now they're saying, yes, we are going to have the crab. And Licorice is going in, already found himself in the middle of 4 people. That was not what you want to see your Rengar do in the bottom lane river fight. A Shadow is going to be your second kill. Tactical going around from behind, looking to find the kill onto Jose. Maybe take him down for a little bit of vengeance here. Jose with the body slam over the wall. Tactical waiting for the Sonic Wave as Jensen gets a kill on White Lotus on the other side of the fight. Meanwhile, Tactical still down here in the 1v2 against Jose and Ase. And can Tactical even manage to outplay this one? Nope, he's just going to have to walk it off. Ends up being a 2-for-2 game now, 4 minutes in. We are averaging 1 kill per minute, sir.
That all started because Licorice has an incessant need to feed. You got those double buffs, you just gotta give them to the opponent. They're flashing in after the roof from Maokai went through. I mean, you gotta love the commitment. The players are committing to plays here more than they've ever committed to plays in their professional career.
I love it, man. You gotta go all in. It's all about having the faith. Right? It's that one. It's the thing that we always talk about on serious broadcasts, where it's like you want to have 5 guys committed to the call, even if it's not the right call, instead of having them split between right and wrong. Well, it doesn't. We don't even care if it's the right call in this anymore, because these guys are just playing for blood and glory. So I just want to see 5 people always committed to the PvP call. Jose Dioto swooping in, going for a little bit of damage here on to Licorice. There comes your potential stun from Anivia. Not going to hit nothing, but they're picking up the kill on Licorice either way. You know, I'm beginning to think, Mr. Crumbs, and this is just a hunch, a little, just throwing it out into the void there, that Licorice might not be a Rengar player.
Ooh.
Just maybe.
Well, where's the evidence? What are you using as evidence for this one? Because I have seen many Rengars O2.
That he just gets murdered at.
Well, if he's not a Rengar player, we can take pride in that Jose Dioto. If he wins, it's a win for both LCS and LLA. Everyone's happy that he does well.
That's true. That's true, because we got Jose heading up here for 2021. Should be pretty exciting to see what he's got going. And now he's invading. Oh, he takes a swig. He throws him a bottle. Licorice is chasing after him. Nearly has the ferocity. Ready to go here. Gets the first stab. Going in for the second stab. But now he goes over the wall. The Comet will chase him. And the Krugs just bonk him in the back of the head. Jose Dioto still trying to escape from Jensen here. But there's the Gangplank ulti. Oh, that was slick! Jensen with the flash so the fat man can't get over the wall. Well done, and he stops him and picks up the bag.
The mechanics there, that's what you want to see out of Jensen. Because he had Tristana, the mechanics are not that excited before, but at least this, in Gangplank, you're actually able to show off a little bit of what you think you can do on Summoner's
Wait, is
Rift.
that actually mechanics? That's just flashing in front of him so he can't get his fat butt over the wall.
I think that counts. That should count as mechanics. Because that's just your individual. It's mechanics that transcend the champion. Like wiggling.
Just general gameplay skill. Speaking of skill, Alone just wins the 1v1 right here in mid lane. Takes Tactical down. Boom. 1-0-3 here on the Bird. Full kill participation. Only player in the game. Okay, wait, never mind. Jensen has full kill participation on his team. Only 2 players in the game got full KP.
That's a big deal.
He's smurfing.
Anivia right now is kind of a smurf. The champ is just really fun.
I know. I've seen Froggen complaining a lot on Twitter about how it's permabanned. So
right.
When the longtime mains of the champion are not happy, you know the champion's getting a little bit too powerful. As White Lotus goes for the kill onto Broxa. Broxa's on the wrong side of the map. He's just going on the Tour de Rift, running around into the jungle here. Jose Dioto moving right back up into the top lane here. Picks up the shutdown onto Jensen. Broxa with the blast cone. He doesn't get over the wall, but he still gets far enough away. He will be safe, and somehow the little Lulu stays alive.
She lives to see another day, but it's true, Flowers. When you get your champions overbuffed, you're just so sad because you had a special bond with a pick. Like, imagine if Skarner got buffed so that he must pick every single game.
That literally happened during the initial Juggernaut thing when he had a 68% win rate. I never got to play him even once because I woke up 6 hours after the patch and everybody had already figured out he was broken. I never got to play one game with him on that patch. It sucked.
So you want to keep them fringe. You want to make sure that they suck, that the champion stays bad, so you can always play him.
No, you got to stay like solid B+ tier. Because B+ is enough to be viable in the game, but it's not enough to put you on like the radar to get nerfed. And it also helps that Skarner's not an anime character, because that means that his play rate will stay low anyway. Like if you took Skarner's kit and put it on Yone, on Yone's appearance, 5 times as many people would play Skarner, even if it's the same kit, just because he looks like an edgy weave samurai. But he doesn't, so Skarner can fly under the radar. See? And Anivia's pretty cool, though, but Anivia's also not an anime character, so I don't know. I think that Ice Phoenix is pretty badass, but she's also 3D. So
okay, wait. What if you put Skarner as a Yone, but imagine Yone, but he's wearing an armor that looks like Skarner?
You're just saying that Yone murders Skarners to make armor. Come on, dude. He's not Piltover. He's not Seraphine or Camille. Yone's got at least a little more honor than that as Jensen gets into the 1v1 with Ase up here in the top side. The stretching strikes don't hit nothing. Ase, you got to stretching strike the minion and then auto-attack the champion, bro.
He's not a jungler. He's top lane, getting used to taking...
But there's the Lee Sin kick. Alone has to flash away, but Tactical is still after him. Licorice wants to show up here. They're going after the bird. A little bit more damage will get him. And Chromes, how do you like your eggs, my friend? Because these ones is scrambled.
I love him scrambled. He waited a whole laning phase just for that. He just took abuse nonstop. Finally had the opportunity to kick the bird in. And this team is ready to wrap it up.
Oh, man. Ase's trying to bounce around and have a good time up here, but Jensen tries to fight back a little bit. Jose Dioto joining the fight, making sure it's not as fair, but no, sir. Licorice has arrived. Explosive Cast going to put some distance between Jose and his opponents. He's walking right on out, but now Ase's in a bad spot. But here comes the backup. Alone is not alone any longer. He will allow his ally to use his resurrection passive to come back to life, and it's a double kill for the Anivia, and the LLA have come to play.
Oh, they have just outplayed the LCS so well there. The fact that Jose actually lived, he's in every play we look at pretty much. And he's getting counter ganked, but still, he doesn't go down. The team actually ends up backing him up because the Rengar here is so close to actually making it for the kill. Right, one more jump, but then just a single auto attack. It would have been it. And then you got the teleport on Anivia. The bait that I love here, Flowers, is that he could have actually waited for Zac to die and then use it on the passive, but no. He just wanted to make sure that he get there even faster.
Hell yeah. Now, let's see what we got back in live, because it looks like the LLA is going after Shelly. They should be able to pick that one up without much interference from their opponents. You can see... those little Zac blobs look so strange. I'm not used to seeing that skin because I don't see a lot of Zac. Never mind, we can't talk about silly stuff right now because we got a 2v2 in the bottom lane. Core JJ and Brox are trying to walk it off. But the problem is, Shadow is playing Christmas Tree Maokai 1 week away from Christmas. You just can't mess with them. Dogma is trying to walk up, mark his territory on the tree. It ain't going to happen. The tree is in control, so they just got to back off. Licorice is once again down here in the bottom lane, picking up the crab this time without having to pay for it with his life, and he'll move over to the Drake. First Drake, 12 minutes in, a little bit slow on the neutral objectives, but hey, better late than never, and it looks like the LCS will pick up the first Drake here for themselves.
So you're telling me this is the nightmare that happens to dogs when they try to go on trees and then the trees strike back. The tree
just
like,
comes alive.
You
This is like some horrible dog fever dream. This is Requiem for a dog. This is not what they want to be looking at right about now. As Tactical goes for the kick, gets Alone away from him, and now he'll just continue on retreating. Honestly, Tactical's done a pretty good job at stabilizing this lane after he got solo killed early on, because it was looking pretty bad. He was 20 CS down, he was up against a Nivea, but he's less CS down now than he was before, and he's staying relevant, so I can respect it. He's not going for lethality. You can see the phage in the inventory, so it's not quite the full glass cannon. So let's see how this goes from there. Shelly summoned up. They're looking to get that plate money. Shelly walked all the way just point blank up to the thing and then decided to headbutt it. Fourth plate not quite coming through, but hey, she'll take a couple of them. No big deal. Not a problem. Jose Diodo. Oh, good. Oh my God, he's found the down.
He's just got no choice. He's going to use his passive.
Oh, there we go. Oh, nice flash from CoreJJ to keep himself alive there. Runs the other way, away from the ulti. Trying to make them have to run through the Gangplank ulti if they want to get to him. More of those slobbery tennis balls fired off over the wall. But nobody's going to die down here in the bottom lane.
That was close. That was real close. And you say we can't talk about silly things. Flowers, the game is the silly thing. Anything we talk about the game, this is All-Stars. You got a wonky lineups. Every single fight that happens is already silly.
All right, who's let's see who's got the most going on for him right now. 3-1-3 on both jungler and mid laner from the LLA. Night Harvester completed on the Gragas. And remember, Night Harvester is a pretty unique item in that the cooldown is not universal, but rather per champion. So if Gragas hits a big 5-man ulti in the middle of a team fight, all of a sudden that ulti's doing a total of like 1,000 extra damage because of Night Harvester. The item's it's pretty darn strong. So I want to see if he can land any of those big old combos onto multiple people at once. Up here in top side, they might just make a dive. Now, Ase's trying to start this one off with a little bit of damage here with the stretching strikes. Let's see if he can manage to pick up all them little pieces of himself as Jose Diodo jumps in, but a good flash from Jensen will keep him alive. Let's see if the LLA wants to keep this going. Surely the LCS has backup coming in, so they're just going to walk out on this one, my friend. They do not want to overstay their welcome. They know this is a very close, very serious match of League of Legends.
Once a play it doesn't work in the first one, you just got to bail out. You got to give them some credit to know that they've called for help. You don't usually look at an opponent and say, ah, yes, they're under trouble. They're not telling anybody. Ah, yes, we could still stick around here and no help will ever come.
Of course, top lane is absolutely the lane that's known for taking responsibility for their own losses and not just typing jungle diff in the chat every game. Of course we don't need to help that guy. Oh, Tactical, that was a greedy back. You're not going to get to back there, bro. You're up against the Nivea. Just going to make some snow on the ground. Ase's coming right back up here. He doesn't want to let Jensen back either. Nobody's allowed to back this game. It's practically ARAM rules. But now honestly, Crumbs, I'm a little disappointed. Only 11 kills in 15 minutes. Not staying up to the 1 per minute level. Let's see if they can fix that now. Flash is, oh my goodness,
Yikes.
Everybody missed everything. LCS Stormtroopers throwing all the skill shots out there, but none of them's allowed to hit nothing. They're going to back themselves off now. Tactical and Licorice just, well, try it again when cooldowns are back up.
You know, the beauty about it, Flowers, is that if you keep picking champions that you don't play in your role, every single mistake you make, you can always say, ah, it's not my champion, though.
Yup. Oh, ulti from Jose finds Tactical, keeps him hanging around long enough, and there you go. Alone picks it up, goes on a killing spree here, and Licorice is just locked down in the middle of a snowstorm. Here comes Christmas! Hope y'all brought your presents. Alone picks up his 5th kill of the game, and the LCS gets caught.
They didn't give Tactical a jump. They left him to die. They could have walked up to his buddy and kept him alive, but now they're all going to pay the price.
Oh, man, and now just look at it. Broxah grabbing a kill onto Shadow, has to flash away as Shadow gets a kill on Licorice. Jose Diodo trying to throw out one last Q, maybe pick up the kill onto Broxah, but he won't be able to find it.
1v1.
Oh,
1v1.
Man.
Take it. Take the 1v1, White Lotus.
Let's go. Let's go. It's Rat with a hat versus the Pugmaw. And it looks, oh, my goodness. That's exactly what you would expect from Rat versus Dog. It's back in the mid lane. Ase's picking up the kill on Broxah. Alone, barely flying away from that cannon barrage from Jensen, keeping himself alive as Jose has made his way bottom lane. But is he ready to deal with the CoreJJ Kog'Maw? No,
nope.
He is just going to farm up the minions.
You know, you say this is what happens when you see Rat versus Dog, but I have seen some Rats that could take down Chihuahuas left, right, and center.
Where the hell have you seen these big... Is this like Teenage Mutant Ninja rats? What? How big are these rats, Crumbs? Tactical's about to get himself killed, but it's not by a rat. It's by a sentient blob of stuff and a bird, but he manages to pop the passive of the Zac on the way out.
It's downtown Los Angeles, Flowers. Downtown Los Angeles got the biggest rats in the world record.
Oh my God, that's a big old rat. Well, let's see if Broxah can get away. Because no, I'm not even going to bother trying to make up some situation where he does. Jose Dioto probably going to die here in retaliation, but I would assume the LLA is able to catch up to Licorice. Here comes a Christmas tree present. Trying to go after him and lock him down in time. It does find him on the very, very edge. Ase jumping underneath here, but remember the Zac does not have the passive to survive, so he will be picked up. 2 for 1 underneath the turret here as Shadow nearly dies to that turret aggro as well, and the LLA just keeps this game a-pumping. 23 kills now in 18 minutes. They heard me complaining. They heard us saying it was too slow, and the LLA boys have put the pedal to the metal, and you love to see it. They got themselves a 3,000 gold lead.
Super worth it there. And they're also going with the build that you wanted. They're going with everybody's a wizard here because the Twitch is full AP, and now he's going to take down Tactical. Oh,
Rat with the hat, fire the gat. No! Tactical takes down Shadow, and now White Lotus will not be long for this world. The Q misses point blank. Tactical just taunting him up, putting a little bit of style on it as they take down 2 from the side of the LLA.
I don't think we've seen Tactical land a single Q, but it doesn't matter. He can, like, watch this, right? Misses the Q, doesn't matter. Keeps fighting with the auto attacks, gets the kick, and then you're going to watch him miss the next Q. Okay. All right, here we go. Get point blank. Can he land it? Can he land it? No, come on.
You know, Crumbs, one time in my life, I played Lee Sin in a ranked game because I forgot to trade it to someone. I went, bye-bye, Broxah. I went 1-11 and just only bought active items because I couldn't hit my Qs and I wanted to at least use some ability successfully. And I'll have you know, I have a 100% win rate on Lee Sin. I won that game. And
Who did you pay? Who did you pay? How much did you pay?
Hey, I am an honorable summoner, sir. I am just very fortunate that my opponents were bad. And so I won with 1-11 Lee Sin that can't hit a Q. And Tactical is missing a couple Qs here and making me feel a little bit better about myself. So that's all right.
Hey, everybody that starts playing Lee Sin is actually like that. You know, you see all those pros, you ask them, show me Lee Sin after a week of not having played him, they look just like him.
It's just like, oh no, White Lotus, he's stuck, dude. He realizes he's done. They're just going to stand there and let him burn away. Flashes the Team Liquid logo. Oh, I love to see it. The emote BM is the best BM, and now back in the bottom lane, it's Tactical and Broxah. They're going to get stretching struck together. Tactical's trying to come back in with something here, looking for some damage onto Shadow, but Alone just swooping in from the side, going for the stun. Tactical tries to make an outplay, but instead he's stuck in a 1v4 all day. Alone with the domination here in this game. 7-1 and 7 on the Anivia as Jose Dioto throws in another Q there to pick off Broxah. 2 down on the side of the LCS to avenge their fallen brother on the other side of the map.
They are relentless here. They have just not let Broxah live. I'm pretty sure he spent most of his time in gray screens. And Core JJ, one more barrel. Can he make it out? Yes. The dog lives another day.
All right, he manages to survive, but things are looking a little rough for our LCS friends here this game as Rat with a hat opens up on Jensen, puts a couple of shots into him. Honestly, the shots deal no damage because you're just waiting to get 6 of them and press E because it's AP Twitch. But hey, it works. He chases Jensen away, but what is this in the bottom lane? The tier 2 turret is being taken down by a Christmas tree and a puddle of spent motor oil. They'll pick another structure up for themselves. It's 4-1 in turrets, and we're taking a look at the replay.
Honestly, if you tell me that in 2020 the Christmas trees start to rebel and hurt people, I'm not going to be surprised. At this point, you could tell me anything's happening, and I'm going to believe you.
Oh, man, poor Tactical. He got stuck in a bad spot here. It's just like, all right, he's dead. And then Broxah, probably not used to being on a supports economy, normally being a jungler, right? And no, Jose Dioto's just like, sorry, bro, you don't got the tankiness for that one.
She's just
all right,
so
Crumbs,
fragile.
what's our win condition for the LCS? How do we get back in this game and stop running it?
Oh, boy. Okay, I mean, I've tried to answer this question for 10 years. I still haven't really come up with a good answer. So, I mean, I'll keep trying for you here. I think you got to get more gold on Core JJ. You got to get him the Rage Blade here and see what he can do with the Kraken Slayer, because Lulu and Kog is the way out to beat all these beefy tanks, but they're not letting them live.
Dude! All the way from the back line, it's Ase bringing the pain, and Core JJ is gone. Alone is godlike. Jensen is dead, and here comes Tactical. He gets the kill into White Lotus, and the LCS is trying to strike back. They've got a lot of brawling potential here, and Shadow's going to be cut down with Ase popping next. Alone still has mana, but Jose Dioto's resources are very limited. A lot of damage coming out of the Anivia as Tactical tries to fight his way out, but the bird is way too strong. Broxa walks into the stun. He gets the shutdown, but he steps into the stun from the Anivia Q. He needed to walk back forward to avoid it, but no, the LCS is aced, and the LLA loses 3 for it and takes the victory in that fight.
They smited Broxa down. He walked into that stun, and he actually got smited from the heavens. The smite from the Gragas, because he's so high level now. He's been so fed all game. How many does he have over the Lulu? Poor Lulu. Maybe at least 3 levels, I'd imagine, because he is the most high-level member on his squad.
Oh, man, that was
3
so
levels.
close. This is turning into a fun game. I'm so glad that everybody's just doing these completely helter-skelter fights. I thought for a second that the LCS might have been able to find their win there. This is a very interesting TP.
Oh.
And, oh my God! That was animal abuse. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hello, PETA? Yeah, somebody just got the dog. Oh my goodness, but now the Anivia's dead as well, so a 1-for-1 trade goes well here for the LCS as they take down the massive carry of the enemy side. Yes, they lose Core JJ, but you're willing to trade pretty much anybody 1-for-1 with the Anivia. Jose Dioto swooping in from the side, grabbing a rampage kill on the Tactical as Jensen falls to Ase. White Lotus coming around from behind, finding the flank on the fight for the kill onto Broxa, and yet again, it's an ace for the LLA.
And the TSM spam, they've got the not only did they have Team Liquid emotes ready to spam, they had the TSM. They're so prepared, Flowers. I can't believe how prepared they are here. Usually in pro games, players forget to bind the emote wheel. It's like, oh, I didn't even think about it. But here, they've got the bans, the spelling, the emotes. They've thought of everything.
They brought their BM game, and you love to see it. Now the LLA into the Baron Pit. They're making it happen with the objectives too. Oh, things are going from bad to worse for the LCS. I don't even know how you try to survive in things like this. Watch the damage. Watch the E. Hold on. Where's your health bar?
Oh. 838.
That's a lot of damage. I can see why everybody's just banning this champion, and Froggen is upset now. That's so much damage.
And it comes out so quickly.
Well, then it turns into this, and Ase just jumps in there. Dude, he's completely fearless on the Zac. You love to see it. Chad Zac just going in. Grog is swooping in from the side to pick up a kill. And then Jensen's just all alone. Yeah, he's versus tanks, but these are tanks that have some very powerful items. And when you've got the Funfire Wind Cape, excuse me, all you have to do is just stand on top of the guy and bop, bop, bop. Watch him drop.
I feel like that
Tactical. Tactical, you gonna get out, brother? This is looking a little dicey. He's trying to. Here comes, man, watching Gragas just waddle at somebody really fast is funny as hell.
No,
he never get old, and they find the stun, and Tactical's stuck. Oh no, LCS in a 4v5 for 40 seconds. Their opponent's got the Baron too. Boys, you gotta find some way to recover here because the LLA is making y'all look foolish. They're chasing them through their own jungle. Jose Dioto on the side here. Might be able to find the opportunity onto Jensen, and there it is. White Lotus trying to swoop in there, finish him off with the E. Not quite enough to get it done. They're chasing after Broxa next. Oh no, poor little Lulu. I don't think there's any way out for you, my friend.
This Zac skin is just
with the Hex Flash.
It's like Terminator 2. He's just made out of chrome and relentlessly trying to kill you.
You try to shoot him and it just doesn't do anything. The bullet hole immediately regenerates. Shut down onto the Twitch for Licorice, so he got in there. Oh, Broxa is on a magical quest right now. He's not going to be able to execute or anything, so he just has to keep leading these guys around as long as possible. Broxa is the taxi driver, and Ase and Shadow are just along for the ride as Broxa flashes over the wall. He still keeps leading them away. Broxa survived as Tactical looks like he might be chasing after Alone, but realizes he's better off not doing that. How did Broxa live, dude? This Lulu.
Yeah. They thought she had no flash, right? Because he baited them for so long. They're like, all right, clearly she has no flash. Why else would she be running this way? And then bam, surprise.
That is... This is a game, dude. This is a game. I'm loving it so far. This is what... If players are going to go and just have a fun time and do crazy stuff, I want to see them go all in on the craziness, and that's what we're getting this game, and I'm all about it. Let's see now if Shadow ends up getting himself caught and punished here. Licorice is in a 1v2, but remember that he has a Gore Drinker and a Spirit Visage. Ooh. The champion's able to survive and bait with a lot of extra power, as Jensen's just in the middle of 3 people. Now going to be Wild Growth. Licorice might be able to jump in if he gets the Gore Drinker back, and there it is, 2/3 HP restored, ladies and gentlemen, as Ase tries to get himself out. Passive's going to be pop, but now they got to deal with the Bloblets. Over the wall comes Tactical. Alone might be the target now. Licorice going to fall down to White Lotus. Tactical now just going to be shot to pieces. Look at the damage come through. Tactical surviving with the shield, but the Christmas tree gets in there. And now poor JJ's going for a double kill. Oh, but he only gets one. White Lotus with the flash away to stay alive from the explosive dead dog as LCS loses 3 for 2, even in a closer fight. The LLA is still getting the better of him. Nice ulti from Jensen. He's looking to get the kill on the Anivia, and this is huge. Crumbs, not only are they killing the bird, they're getting a side of eggs next to it. That means he won't have it for the next fight. Oh, LCS finally found a good one for themselves here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing that you have too many eggs, Flowers. There's good and bad kinds of cholesterol. So if you can keep having a lot of healthy eggs for you, you're going to just keep trucking on.
Oh my goodness. Let's take another look at the fight here as Ase started off just kind of taking a beating, but the passive bought him some time here.
I just like to see that Tactical is actually landing some cues there to be able to connect to the team. This one misses, but it's all right. The first one that actually engaged was what mattered. And then watch that, the Maokai ultimate to get a kill. That is just a rare sight to see. You barely caught it at the top of your screen, which just shows you how few times that actually happens.
I'm actually surprised that the dog explosion hit Maokai there. It looked like he was too far away, but he still managed to get the kill. So I guess that radius is kind of a little bit deceptive. It's not like a... What was the thing that I was... It's not like the clip from like a month ago of the Nidalee Spear hitting Dom when it missed by like 300 units, but it's in the same ballpark as that. Either way, LCS not giving up just yet. It's 1-1 in Drakes, and it's 30 minutes into the game. We're probably not going to see any type of a Drake soul at all in this game. I'm trying to think of what I could say I would do if there was a Drake soul in this game, because before I've said that I would eat a sock or put my tie in a blender and drink my tie or something, but I'm not wearing socks or a tie right now, so none of those options are viable. I'll have to figure out something completely ridiculous to say, but for the time being, the most ridiculous thing in this game is how much damage the LLA is able to put out. White Lotus with the insta-kill into Core JJ, now going to be traded back as the LCS is just caught in the middle of everybody from the LLA. Licorice wants to stay alive here with the Gore Drinker and the lifesteal in the middle of the team fight. Jensen's off to the side. Licorice still going to be tanking up. Broxa looking for a little bit more here with the Glitter Lance. And look at the Rengar. He will not die. Nice kill coming out for Alone there, picking one up onto Jensen. Goes for the stun onto Licorice. Ase's right back into the fight. Alone goes into the stasis, keeping himself alive, but y'all are underestimating the Gore Drinker, baby. You gotta kill these champions off, or you gotta buy some grievous wounds, or else you are just gonna be absolutely drain tanked to hell and back. LCS gets a team fight.
They fought that whole time in the Anivia Glacial Storm. That's how tanky this Gore Drinker Lulu combination is. It didn't matter. He just stood there, tanked it the whole thing, has a Spirit Visage, and it all started even after losing Core JJ, the main guy. I get to use his passive though, so that's a big value, Bucks. To anybody new there watching that's playing League of Legends, doesn't know how to contribute to the team because you keep dying, Karthus Cosmo boys, pick those champions, you're always going to be useful.
So then when you die, you get to... Ah, yes, the I'm a Cutie Pie playing Scion special. Just hit 13 deaths and get maximum value out of passive.
Hey, there's a reason why many people from Dignitas feel the same way. That's actually like if you're gonna run it down, I still at least
is that
be
where it
useful.
all goes back to, dude? Is this the common denominator? Is it just Dignitas gaming?
That's where it all started.
Oh my god. So I was actually going to say earlier in one of the 7 team fights ago, but there's been non-stop fighting since, that I think the win condition for LCS is their Gore Drinker champs not getting focused properly. And we kind of saw it in that last fight. What happens if Licorice or Tactical is able to keep on going with these items? Baron's over in the pocket of the LLA again, though. So once again, these boys are buffed up and ready to go. Core JJ picking up the bottom lane tier 1 turret finally. He's looking pretty strong here, Crumbs. I mean, we've got the Kraken Slayer, we've got the Rage Blade. He picked up QSS so he doesn't just randomly get slaughtered by a hard CC. But I don't know. They seem to really, really like killing him. Plus, they have Zac and Gragas. It's kind of hard to keep this poor little Kog'Maw alive.
It is, but then everybody else has so much magic resistance. The whole team is starting to buy it, where you got Wits End, you've got the Visages, you've got the Lulu there with the shields helping out, even QSS's out of Core JJ. So I think that despite them being so far behind and losing so many fights, they've just been quietly building the items that do so well against the LLA lineup.
Dude, I love how Tactical and Licorice are both doing this, like, okay, they have a lot of burst, but their sustained damage is weak. If we build Spirit Visage and Gore Drinkers, we can manage to find a win condition. And then Jensen's just building fun items like Collector. He's like, what do you guys want from me? I built the Magic Resistance boot. I'm going to build damage.
The Collector might just be my favorite item in the offseason. It's just a fun name. It's a great mechanic. It looks cool.
It's a fun item until you get randomly murdered by it. You're like, wait, what the hell? But it's definitely one of the more creative ones. Let's see what happens here to White Lotus as Licorice is going for the kill onto him. Finds a lot of damage very rapidly. Flashes over the body slam from Jose. And Licorice with the outplay for the kill to start this one off. Ase goes behind enemy lines, but the problem is nobody else is there with you, brother. Tactical's trying to buy a little bit of time and keep Shadow and Alone close enough. Sonic Wave resonating strike going in a little bit further. Wild Growth to keep him alive with another shield chasing after him. Jensen wants to keep on going, but Alone said, boy, what are you doing? Take a seat. LCS still looking to make some sort of a move here. Core JJ with the flash forward. Oh no, Alone might just get killed off by the dog passive right now. But a beautiful wall's going to keep him safe while he respawns. The LLA with the outplay all day with a quadra kill for Jose Diodo and an ace for the LLA.
They just outplayed them flat out. I don't care what just happened. I don't care about the champion picks. You just got outplayed. Sit down. The LLA is just piling on them. They've waited so long on their cooldowns, on the patience there, and they really paid up. Okay, don't end it. Go. No. Hang on, guys.
No, they're gonna end?
Whoa. No.
Is this the end of the game right here, right now? The TP's coming in. The first Nexus turret's already down. Everybody's still dead. And look at that, Jensen, he respawns, he shoots off the ulti, but a cannon barrage ain't gonna do it. They're just gonna pick up some more gold, Crumbs. They're waiting around. They want some more kills. Core JJ and Broxer are both back alive. Alone is taking some damage here. Minions are gonna end the game just hitting the Nexus. They need a little bit more here to kill these guys in the fountain. LLA playing for padding the stats. I like to see it in a game like this. Tactical trying to go back in, maybe find something, gets the kick, looks for the resonating strike, onto Alone, goes in, but a beautiful body slam interruption, gonna shut him down, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the Underdog Upset presented by Spotify, here for the LLA as they take down the LCS.
Sound the horns, they did it, and they really just seized the opportunity. The second they had the Nexus open, they just said, let's take it, let's just win right here.
That was an action-packed game. Team fights after team fights after team fights. I feel like everybody in that game got some sort of a pop-off play at some point or another. Everybody got to do something cool. We saw some sick Gragas moves. Jensen with the interruption on the body slam over the wall by flashing into it to stop it. Brox's great escape / magical journey / tour de rift just running all over the place. Licorice's somehow survival in the middle of 3 people with the Gore Drinker. That game just had so many good moments in it. That's exactly what I want to see from All-Stars.
That's actually true. That's a really good way of looking at it. Every single player did have a play that you'd say, yeah, you actually did something really cool. Somebody will be proud of in that game.
It was a lot of fun to see it. The LCS ends up going 1-1. So we did better than Korea. When's the last time we got to say that? Huh?
Never, actually.
We're popping off.
Well, no, MSI we did.
Wait, but the MSI where we got to the finals, we got our butts kicked.
Oh, we went farther than Korea.
But okay, let's just go ahead and toss to break. We're stepping away for a quick break, but our all-star coverage will continue once we return. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We are hot off of that victory for the LLA versus the LCS All-Stars. And not only was that a huge win for all of their fans back at home, but it does trigger an underdog upset presented by Spotify. So let's go ahead and take a look at those crucial moments that played into the win for Latin America, because I gotta say, this was a lot of fun to watch from home.
Yeah, and we definitely can't just completely glance over the draft. The double TSM X D-bans was a huge contribution, I think, in this upset. And I actually think this was the biggest play in the whole thing. This is when they were so good about collapsing up in the top side, using the double revive passives that they had, the TP follow-up, the self-peel that they were able to pull off. Like, everyone played so well to just bait the LCS roster into picking a fight that they couldn't end up winning.
That's what you get for trying too hard. That's what happens at the LCS. Two try-hard of champions, Lulu, instant loss.
I mean, they did off-roll everyone at least. I guess that's the one saving grace. But after that, I mean, Jose Deodo was doing so much damage on the Gragas in this fight. Like, he absolutely blows people up multiple times. It was insane to see. Preseason is synonymous with high damage, and Jose Deodo definitely showed that off.
I also appreciate, Crumbs, I was going to say, you, during that cast, maybe some of your takeaway moments, but also you recognized the emote binding that was on point for the LLA squad.
Yeah, it's incredible. The logos of the enemy, logos that contribute with their own bands as well. I mean, we're actually seeing an evolution of emote game that started at the beginning of this year, and now the players are really figuring it out. I think macro binds are going to become a really important thing in the future, maybe for your mouse buttons to have more access to emotes, because it clearly is an integral part of League at this point.
If there's anyone who's going to figure out how to min-max trolling, it's going to be Crumbs for sure.
Yeah, already on it.
Crumbs, you can't say that. I already give so much crap to my friends that put that on their mouse and say, why don't you use it for something actually related to gameplay? And here you are giving them free reign to do so with your endorsement. But another thing that I'm going to have you endorse, and this is for both of you, so go ahead and get the brain churning. Crumbs, overall moment from the day. What was your favorite?
Oh, my favorite moment was the Prowler's Claw Udyr. First of all, that might just be the worst build to have ever graced All-Stars, yet he was still trying so hard with it. I just commend it every single time, because the champion itself is just unlike anything in the meta, which is just dash at you. You just run straight at you. There's no gimmicks. There's no tricks here. You just try to slap you and attack, and it's just cool to see that somebody actually wanted to try that.
I'll give you two. One from the same game. I liked Licorice giving the homage to Impact, as the one kind of substitute, not Team Liquid 2020 player. He still, used the signature champion. So if you squinted your eyes and kind of blurred it a little bit, it's like, oh, there's Impact playing with Team Liquid again. And the other one I have to give a shout out to is Foxdrop's PowerPoint. That was incredible. The flowchart slide was some big brain stuff.
Yeah, his acknowledgement, too, on how ADCs feel. Currently perfectly depicted in his PowerPoint. I will say, also, looking back at the game, and we did just get to see the highlight of it, seeing Jose Deodo come through and just the fun that he had there on the Rift. It gets me excited knowing that he's going to be coming over to the LCS next year. Crumbs, because off of Worlds, we got to see so many of these regions and the superstars from them really stand up. And now here at All-Stars, we get to see it once again.
That Worlds is just a mixing pot where if you do well, there's a chance you could just end up anywhere else in the world playing League of Legends. So that's why everybody wants to go in there. Just the intermingling that happens with ideas or just players that get to show off ends up in turning the next year into an even wilder mess.
It's been such a wonderful day. So many highlights to look at, so much to reflect upon. But don't you worry, everybody. While this means that day one is ending, we will be back with more on our All-Stars weekend. Fear you not. We're just getting started. The broadcast returning tomorrow with the LCK and LPL takeover, where we'll have their 1v1 tournament and their All-Stars best of threes, and no doubt much, much more. Crumbs, I know you got to catch actually live some of that action earlier. Will you be catching it live again later?
Of course, I'll stay up. I'll put it on. I'll watch the LCK. They've already captured my heart with the Ivern Rengar, a combo that I think should have made it into professional play this year. It made it into All-Stars. Kind of counts, so I'll watch them again.
We'll be sure to watch them for day 2, but you'll see all of us back here for day 3 with the LEC and the LCS competing under absurd ping conditions after we wrap up some battles between some of the biggest personalities of both regions and the 1v1 tournament. Oh, Mark, I am so excited for Sunday. Not only do we see the return of a lot of the players we witnessed today, but the Q Kings and the Legends should be bringing something extra special to the table.
Yeah, I actually love the collaborations between pro players and streamers, just because they often meet, I feel like, in the streamers environment where, it's solo queue and they might be having a little bit of fun for their fans watching on Twitch, and then you get to bring them into the more competitive environment. You get to drag them in and slap them down a little bit. So I always love whenever there's these kind of crossovers.
Mm-hmm. Crumbs, anything for you in particular you're looking forward to most on day number 3?
No, I just thought that was a good observation. How the pros, they always, it's always playing, going to the streamer's house. It's never, hey, let's go, come to my house, see what I've got going on here. So I think the in-houses I've given some of that feel is like, you keep talking trash when you're playing solo, and now you get stomped here when you go into the pro environment. So it's cool to see it be transformed once again.
Having had the pleasure of, during the Twitch Rivals formats, casting Tyler 1, and the crew that he has put together here are some of the biggest personalities from NA that will be coming in with that same exact energy that we look forward to every time. But as far as today, everyone, we are going to be heading off. So on behalf of ourselves and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in to All Stars 2020. We'll see you for more on the flip side. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.